transcending into the Douluo world, grasping extraordinary fortunes, capturing the ice and fire duality eyes, celestial herb, refining a semi-divine artifact, and mastering the martial soul fusion technique, evil soul annihilation. Facing the schemes of two great empires and the pursuit of evil soul masters, the protagonist, accompanied by his disciple, rises against the heavens with the divine path of the God realm descending and the secrets of divine position inheritance hidden within. ***. Chapter 1. The Resurrection and Transformation in Douluo. In the Valley of the 24 Solar Terms, 36 individuals sat upon the ground. A young man clad in a wudong robe wandered among the 36, murmuring to himself, "Alas, brother, you have indeed forged bonds with them. If master learns of this, you shall be in for a beating." The youth, named Li Changsheng, had traversed into this realm 18 years prior, where he was discovered by the Wudong sect's leader at the foot of Wudong Mountain and accepted as a disciple. With extraordinary talent, he advanced in his training with remarkable speed, achieving parity in skill with the contemporary prodigy, Zhang Zhuwei, at the tender age of 16. The Wudong sect leader, overjoyed, attempted to divine Li Changsheng's destiny, but regardless of the calculations, they all pointed to a grim fate, that he would only live until the age of 20. In an effort to extend his disciple's life, the master humiliated himself by seeking out longevity methods from various sects, only to return disheartened. Ultimately, he bestowed upon Li Changsheng the treasured sword of Luzu, hoping for divine protection, and named him Li Changsheng, wishing for his survival. Li Changsheng approached a coffin, gazing at the young girl within, exclaiming, "This cannot be right. Master is astute. He must be aware of my brother's actions, that I previously witnessed their secretive behavior. Could it be that he has learned of the method of resurrection and seeks to unravel my impending doom?" After much contemplation, Li Changsheng sighed, "Enough of this. Fortune may be found in ignorance. System, sign in. ***. Sign in successful. Acquired 6 library celestial thief, star. Host, Li Changsheng. Age, 20. Physique, innate Tao body, half awakened. The world's spiritual essence is somewhat sparse, hindering complete awakening. Realm, half-step celestial unity. Cultivation method, Taiji skill. Techniques, Taiji fist, perfect. Taiji sword, perfect. Feng Ho Chi Min, minor achievement, comma. 6 library celestial thief, not learned. Chi body source flow, not learned. Reverse life triple, not learned. ***. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. With your exceptional talent, you have cultivated to this point, being in close communion with heaven and earth, and your realm of half-step celestial unity is already infinitely close to the pinnacle of combat power in this world. ***. Indeed, Li Changsheng possessed a system, a sign-in system. Over the years, he had traversed the realms seeking medical aid and trials, signing in at various sects, and acquiring numerous superior cultivation methods. While Li Changsheng was lost in thought, a fellow disciple clad in the same Wudong robe approached and inquired, "Junior brother, what occupies your mind?" Startled, Li Changsheng replied, "Brother, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me to death? I am now 20. According to Master's divination, I am destined for misfortune this year. I hope my end is not at your hands." Zhou Sheng chuckled, "Fear not. I've devised a plan to break your calamity. It may be somewhat unreliable, but must be tried. Prepare yourself. If we succeed, hope shall be restored." Zhou Sheng patted Li Changsheng on the shoulder. Li Changsheng mused inwardly. Indeed, it is the resurrection method of Feng Baobao, drawing upon the powers of the 8 unique techniques. In the original narrative, Feng Baobao lacked the complete strength of the dual-handed technique, yet still succeeded in resurrection, indicating that the method created by Wu Jinsheng does not require all 8 unique techniques. That moment, Wu Jinsheng rose from the crowd and declared, "The energy in the Valley of the 24 Solar Terms is about to peak. Dismissal of Duanmu Ying has left us at a lost time waits for no one. Brothers, let us commence. I entrust my daughter to you all." With that, 7 individuals emerged from the crowd, stepping forward to perform their respective techniques, while the others provided energy support. In an instant, all the energy within the Valley of the 24 Solar Terms converged into a tempest, rushing into the girl in the coffin. At a flash of white light erupted, and vitality gradually surfaced within her. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in excitement, with Wu Jinsheng envisioning the moment his daughter would be resurrected, adorned with the grace of an immortal. Zhou Sheng, observing the spectacle, thought to himself, "If we can achieve resurrection, surely my junior brother can overcome his catastrophe. Master, I must carve my own chapter in the history of Wudong." Li Changsheng whispered to himself, Watching this audacious act unfold, Duanmu Ing must be imprisoned, unable to arrive, and Feng Baobao has lost her memories. This resurrection method appears to draw energy through the 6 library celestial thief, while Feng Ho Chi Min envelopes the valley of the 24 solar terms, providing the ritual's energy, and the control spirit technique manages the souls. Just as everyone believed success was imminent, the heavenly Tao of this world seemed to disallow such an audacious act of resurrection. Suddenly, dark storm clouds gathered above the valley of the 24 solar terms, and the surrounding energy began to weaken. Zhou Sheng quickly diverted some of his power to delay the gathering of the heavenly thunder, while others employed their skills to hasten the ritual. Despite their efforts, the heavenly thunder descended with an overwhelming might. Li Changsheng stood among the crowd, wielding Lu Zu's sword, unleashing streams of sword energy to cleave through the thunder. As the heavenly Tao observed the imminent success of the resurrection, it unleashed 2 bolts of purple thunder upon Li Changsheng and the others, attempting to thwart its most cherished creation. The first bolt struck Li Changsheng and the Lu Zu sword, causing no significant harm. Instead, the stimulus from the thunder fully awakened his innate Tao body, and the Lu Zu sword radiated a faint golden light. However, the second bolt was far less forgiving, crashing directly into Feng Ho Chi Min, severing the energy supply. The energy accumulated within the girl erupted in a powerful backlash, severely injuring all except Yu Jinsheng and the 7 spellcasters, including Li Changsheng, who fell into unconsciousness. The surrounding space trembled, fissures appearing to draw the girl away, while the others, in a desperate struggle, were ultimately consumed by the rift. Li Changsheng exclaimed, "Alas, trouble has indeed arisen." He immediately channeled his inner energy to resist, but as he was drawn into the rift and slipped into unconsciousness, the Lu Zu sword rose on its own, unleashing a tremendous force, cleaving through the rift and entering Li Changsheng's body. Above the valley of the 24 solar terms, an irate voice echoed, "You little rascal, if you cannot forge your own path in this world, do not return to avoid disgrace." Asterisk in the divine realm. Asterisk. Deep within the core of the divine realm, a soft sigh resounded. Alas, what shall be done? The 5 great divine kings, 2 labor tirelessly, 2 are utterly negligent, and the remaining one is a complete rogue, causing more chaos than the 2 negligent ones. What will become of the divine realm if the 2 capable divine kings perish in the impending calamity? Why is it so difficult to govern the heavenly Tao? As the heavenly Tao of the divine realm lamented, its gaze suddenly fell upon the homeless Li Changsheng in the depths of chaos, exclaiming in delight. And after a brief deliberation, it burst into laughter. "Aha! I have found a solution." With that, the heavenly Tao of the divine realm unleashed a surge of energy, propelling Li Changsheng toward the Douluo world. Chapter 2. Unexpectedly rescuing the 3-eyed golden lion in the realm of Douluo continent. The dark demon, evil god tiger, stood before the 3-eyed golden lion, exclaiming, "Haha! Heaven has favored me. How fortunate that you have no fierce beasts to protect you. Once I consume you, my power shall soar." Furious, the 3-eyed golden lion retorted, "Dark demon, evil god tiger, should you dare to devour me, Emperor Tian will not spare you." The dark demon, evil god tiger sneered, "They must first be aware of your demise. I have sealed the surroundings. Your aura cannot escape." Regret gnawed at the 3-eyed golden lion's heart. If only I had not foolishly ventured out with the power of destiny. What should I do now? At that moment, a rift appeared above the Stardow forest, through which Li Changsheng soared towards the dark demon, evil god tiger. Sensing the rift, the dark demon, evil god tiger gasped, "What in the world is that?" As its mental energy radiated outward, it realized it was merely a human and, infuriated, spat, "Humph! A mere human dares to interrupt my grand scheme? Begone!" Extending its massive paw to swat him away. Just as it was about to make contact with Li Changsheng, an overwhelming sword aura erupted from within Li's body, emanating from the Lu Zu sword. Alarmed, the dark demon, evil god tiger exclaimed, "This is bad. Isen Sadanje." It hastily retracted its paw, harnessing spatial powers to flee. But the sword aura had already struck, inflicting severe wounds and sending it hurtling away. The 3-eyed golden lion stood dazed, having been on the verge of being devoured just a moment before, only to witness the dark demon, evil god tiger, being vanquished by an unexpected human. Its mind felt muddled, and after a prolonged pause, it gradually regained its senses, glancing at the human lying on the ground and the sword marks nearby. Then swallowing hard as it surveyed the direction in which the dark demon, evil god tiger, had been sent flying. After much hesitation, curiosity ultimately triumphed over fear. and it cautiously approached Li Changsheng. However, upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the sword marks, it immediately recoiled in fright. It quietly observed Li Changsheng, yearning to approach the savior, but fearing the same fate as the dark demon, evil god tiger. Thus, it could only circle around him restlessly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Changsheng slowly regained consciousness. Surveying the densely wooded surroundings, he groaned, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, "Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have traversed to the Douluo continent. The system detects special energy being absorbed. Ding. Absorption complete. Would you like to proceed with an upgrade? Douluo continent. Douluo continent. By heaven, what is happening? A double traversal? Is this the fantastical Douluo continent? What a twist of fate. After all my struggles. Just as I was about to come to terms with it, you throw this at me?" Li Changsheng exclaimed. "Hold off on the upgrade for now. Let me check my panel." Ding. Host, Li Changsheng, age, 20, physique, innate Tao body awakened, realm, half-step harmonization, martial soul, unawakened, cultivation technique, Taiji Gong, skills, Taiji fist, perfect, Taiji sword, perfect, Feng Ho Chimin, minor achievement, Liuku Xianzai, not learned, Qi Di Yuanshi, not learned, reverse life triple, not learned, soul power, none, Qi within can transform into special soul power, soul rings, none, items, Lu Zhu sword awakening, insight into heaven and earth, gifted by the heavenly Tao of the world beneath one person, overall strength, comparable to an ordinary title de law. Strength can further increase upon soul power conversion. After reviewing the panel, Li Changsheng sighed in relief. Thank goodness my power remains intact. Otherwise, in this strange environment, I would truly be at a loss. Calming himself, he contemplated his situation. From the current circumstances, my master's divination must indeed hold true. The reason he could not foresee my fate post-20 is that I traversed at that age. Alas, my master thought I would only live for 20 years. Now the truth is coming to light. Traversing again. Who could have anticipated it? I certainly did not foresee that I, a traveler, would experience a second traversal. Well, since I am here, I shall accept my fate. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape destiny. I shall take it step by step. Very well. Let the system upgrade commence. Ding. Upgrade successful. Please check the functionalities on your own. Ah, it appears there are new features for disciple recruitment and technique fusion, though the sign-in function has vanished. Nevertheless, it is manageable. With so many techniques at my disposal, I can seek a few quality tomes to fuse, discarding the dross and retaining the essence. As for recruiting disciples, I shall wait until I have fully integrated into this realm. Nearby, hidden in the grass, the three-eyed golden lion observed Li Changsheng in a daze. Why has this person gone still again? Is he daft from his fall? Suddenly, Li Changsheng stood up and vanished in an instant. The three-eyed golden lion murmured to itself, "Where has he gone now?" A teasing voice sounded from behind, little golden hair. "Are you looking for me?" The three-eyed golden lion trembled. "Savior, I'm not a vile beast. I am a good beast. Please do not kill me. I come to repay my debt." Li Changsheng, taken aback, inquired, "Repay a debt? What is happening? Little golden hair, where is this place? What is your name? You appear quite young yet can speak. Your identity must be extraordinary, The three-eyed golden lion quaked. "I am a divine beast. We are in the Stardow forest. Your sudden appearance sent the dark demon evil god tiger, who sought to devour me, flying and save my life." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng mused, "By heavens, I sent the dark demon evil god tiger flying? How come I have no memory of that?" The three-eyed golden lion gestured toward the sword marks on the ground. "That mark is from the aura that emanated from you, severely wounding the dark demon evil god tiger, sending it away." Following the three-eyed golden lion's gaze, Li Changsheng observed the extensive sword mark, which emanated a familiar aura of the Lu Zhu sword. He speculated, could it be that the awakening Lu Zhu sword automatically protected its master and injured the dark demon evil god tiger? After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized, wait, I have rescued a cherished beast, which means I shall have access to abundant cultivation resources in the future. Heaven is indeed aiding me. The three-eyed golden lion watched Li Changsheng break into a silly grin, thinking, this human is quite peculiar. What has happened to him? Noticing the three-eyed golden lion's gaze, Li Changsheng cleared his throat. Ahem. I understand now. I must find a place to reside. As your savior, you shall serve me for a few years. Gulme, let us find a suitable dwelling. Without waiting for the three-eyed golden lion to respond, he scooped it up and departed. Shortly after Li Changsheng left, a stunning woman in purple attire appeared. She surveyed the sword marks on the ground and the direction in which Li Changsheng had vanished, sighing deeply. What a terrifying sword strike. What is the story behind this youth? Such formidable strength at such a young age. After much contemplation, the purple-clad woman resolved to return and report to her master, knowing that matters requiring intellect were not her forte. She swiftly vanished back to the depths of the soul of life. Chapter 3. Entering the world time flew, and 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Stardow Forest, by tranquil lake, stood a wooden house imbued with ancient charm. On the roof, a young man of elegant demeanor sat, holding a jade flute, having just completed a melody. 9 years have gone by. I wonder how Wudong is faring, how my master and senior brother are doing. My master must be quite worried, and senior brother likely seldom returns to Wudong, given his duty to guard Feng Ho Chimen. Moreover, based on my investigations over these past 9 years, it seems I have traversed far earlier than anticipated, so early that even Bibi Dong has yet to be taken as a disciple by Qin Xuanji. However, this is fortuitous, as it allows for an early strategic arrangement, enabling the acquisition of certain opportunities in advance. Very well, it is decided. I shall embark today. Li Changsheng rose to his feet. System, display the template. Ding. Host, Li Changsheng. Age, 29 years. Physique, innate Tao body. Realm, unity of heaven and man. Soul power, level 99 peak, half immortal. Body, half-step immortal body. Martial soul, innate 1 chi and Lu Zhu sword. Soul rings, innate 1 chi. Black, 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 red, 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 red. Lu Zhu sword, red, 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 gold, gold, gold. Cultivation method, innate Yin-Yang Taiji skill. Disciple, 1, register disciple. Techniques, Taiji fist, perfected. Taiji sword, perfected. Wind after mysterious gate, perfected. 6 vault celestial thief, perfected. Chi body source flow, perfected. Reverse life threefold, perfected. Golden light spell, perfected. 5 thunder righteous method, perfected. Items, Lu Zhu sword, 3 dragon essences, 3 heavenly gifts soul rings, dragon soul jade pendant, magical artifact. Comprehensive combat power assessment. Half-step immortal. In full force, can compete on even terms with a level 1 god in the Douluo world, with a 4 to 6 odds against. U4, level 1 god 6, having become invincible in this world, no longer battling with deities. In the span of these 9 years, Li Changsheng meticulously organized all his cultivation methods, merging the Nine-Yang scripture, Nining scripture, innate skill, and Taiji skill into the innate Yin-Yang Taiji skill. He also selected a few techniques to achieve perfection. While the remaining methods and techniques were compiled into books he carried with him, there were simply too many methods and techniques, so he chose a few formidable ones. At that moment, a voice echoed within the courtyard. Young master, look over here. Your little beast is about to starve. Hurry and cook." The three-eyed golden lion lay despondently on the stone table in the courtyard. Li Changsheng approached with a frown, exclaiming, "Why are you back again? I released you 3 years ago, yet you keep returning. And to make matters worse, you take my things. I brought you here to serve me, not for you to act like a lord." The three-eyed golden lion blinked its large eyes pitifully and replied, "Ooh, you heartless scoundrel. 9 years ago, you forcibly kept me by your side, and after 6 years, you drove me away. Do you know that since I tasted your cooking, I can no longer eat anything else? No matter what, you must cook for me. If not, I shall simply refuse to leave." Li Changsheng, growing impatient, retorted, "Get lost. Where is Bai Ji? Wasn't she one of your caretakers? Let her cook. I taught her so many dishes. Where is she gone?" Ever since she learned some healing techniques from you, she has been periodically tending to the Master's wounds. Although it's slow, her recovery speed is much improved compared to before. The other fierce beasts have also comprehended some insights from the techniques you imparted and are busy cultivating. Only ZG has time today, but her cooking is deadly. It looks exquisite but tastes terrible. Last time, that glutton Xiangjun took a few bites of her cooking and almost met the dragon god. "Poor Rue beast, woo-woo," lamented the three-eyed golden lion. Li Changsheng sighed. "All right, fine, go to the house. There are dishes on the table. I prepared them earlier and preserved them with my soul power." The three-eyed golden lion grinned. "I knew you were the best. By the way, do you still have that dragon essence? I want to eat one." Li Changsheng stood up and said, "You want to eat? I doubt it's you. It's your master who desires it. Do you think I'm unaware? The last dragon essence I gave you was actually sent to your master. Wasn't it? You couldn't possibly refine that dragon essence in such a short time. You took it at night and returned in the morning, claiming it was refined. Who do you think you're fooling?" The three-eyed golden lion, rendered speechless, lowered its head to gaze at its feet. Li Changshang observed the three-eyed golden lion and remarked, if they desire it, they should come personally to exchange for it, bringing along items such as soul bones, rare metals, or precious celestial herbs. It's unreasonable to keep coming to take without offering anything in return, especially since apart from Bai Ji and me, no one else has interacted with you. What sort of decorum is that? The three-eyed golden lion replied helplessly, well, I can't help it. Bai Ji is fine. She is a healer, kind-hearted, and has no reservations about you. The others are different. They harbor too many concerns about humans. You must exercise patience. Patience, my foot. From beginning to end, it's always you who needs something from me. Taking items without offering anything in return, and I'm expected to be patient? Get lost. I'm leaving today. Please ensure that you and Bai Ji tidy up here. Farewell. Hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion raised its head, only to find that Li Changsheng's figure had already vanished. A voice echoed in the air. I'll be away for a while, exploring the outside world. If you truly want dragon essence, bring some treasures to exchange next time I return. Farewell. And there are others in the surrounding space. The three-eyed golden lion plopped down on the ground, its ears drooping. At that moment, ripples appeared in the space behind it, and an ethereal beauty with silver hair emerged, gently stroking the three-eyed golden lion's head in a comforting manner. It's all right, little one. We should formally meet him next time. Even I, in my current state, cannot contend with him. Upon hearing this, the three-eyed golden lion could no longer hold back its tears, weeping, Master, he doesn't want me anymore. He has not taken me with him, and no one will cook for me. Woo-woo. Guyuna's face darkened, and she remained silent, simply holding the three-eyed golden lion as they retreated deep into the lake of life, thinking to herself, you gluttonous little creature, all you care about is food. I thought you were upset about not getting the dragon essence, but it turns out you're merely distressed over not having anyone to cook for you. Return my comfort to me, and when we get back, I'll have ZG cook for you. Chapter 4, Spirit Hall, Haoyin Clan. As night descended, the holy land of Soul Masters, Wuhuan City, was illuminated, bustling with life. Within this city, all its inhabitants were Soul Masters, and the streets were alive with bustling foot traffic where Soul Kings and Soul Emperors walked freely. In contrast, a multitude of Soul Masters gathered inside the Spirit Hall, busily transporting vast amounts of supplies, diligently attending to their tasks. Within the Pope's Hall of Wuhuan City, the light was dim, and several titled Douluos sat quietly discussing matters. Seated at the forefront was the limit de law, Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo observed the murmurs of the titled Douluos below without uttering a word. Perched upon the Pope's chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest as if awaiting news. Before long, a figure exuding an angelic aura, a quasi-soul saint, entered, respectfully addressing Qian Douluo. Father, we have confirmed the existence of a mysterious island at sea, inhabited by numerous sea soul masters. Moreover, there are titled Douluos present, with suspicions of a limit Doa also being among them. The titled Douluos, upon hearing this, began to converse more animatedly. Seeing this, Qian Douluo circulated his soul power and cleared his throat, prompting the titled Douluos to cease their chatter and turn their attention towards him. Qian Douluo then spoke slowly. Well done, Since the matter has been verified, I shall lead 10 titled Douluos, and as for the number of soul Douluos, you may handle that. You have 7 days to prepare the necessary items for our voyage across the sea. We aim to conquer that island and make it a vassal territory of our Spirit Hall. Qiang Sunji solemnly responded, I understand, Father. However, the resources required for this battle are exceedingly vast. Therefore, I commenced preparations 2 days ago and can assure you that our maritime expedition will be fully equipped within 7 days. Well done, my son. I hereby announce that during our conquest of the islands, Qiang Sunji shall assume the position of Pope. Upon our return to the Spirit Hall, I will completely relinquish my role as Pope, and the title will be bestowed upon my son, Qiang Sunji. Does anyone have any objections? Qian Douluo inquired, casting a glance at the assembled title de law. In unison, the title de law declared, no objections. Esteemed colleagues, we must ensure the success of this battle, seizing the unfamiliar islands to extend the might of the Spirit Hall across the oceans, spreading the faith of the angel, and inspiring the sea soul masters to believe in the divine angel. The great angel will bless us. Long live the angel. The Spirit Hall shall prevail. Qian Douluo proclaimed with fervor. Long live the angel. The Spirit Hall shall prevail. Long live the angel. The Spirit Hall shall prevail. The title Douluo echoed in unison. Dismissed. Qiang Sunji, stay behind. The rest may return, Qian Daolu instructed, observing the assembly. Qian Daolu then led Qiang Sunji to a secluded chamber and, turning his back to him, said, "If you have any questions, speak freely. I noticed your perplexity throughout the meeting. Father, why target the ocean first? Given the numerous sects and the two great empires on the continent, why venture so far away?" Qiang Sunji queried, bewildered. Qian Daolu answered with deliberate calmness. Most sects pose little threat. However, the Haotian sect is an exception. Within the Haotian sect resides an ultimate Douluo, rumored to possess a secret technique that allows him to temporarily detonate his own soul rings, forcibly enhancing his power. I'm not confident in defeating him. Furthermore, the 7 leading sects on the continent, particularly the top 3, are exceptionally formidable. Should they unite, they would be challenging to confront. The Tiando Empire, while vast, lacks top-tier title Douluo, yet its military strength is considerable. In contrast, the Xingluo Empire's royal family possesses title Douluo, and the Dai family is known to have a spirit fusion technique with the Zhu family. As for the unfamiliar island at sea, attacking it is not so simple. Our land-based soul masters, aside from flying title Douluo and aerial soul masters, are ill-suited for combat on the ocean. Qiang Sunji expressed his concerns. Fear not. Those below the title rank are but ants. The title Douluo represent a watershed of power, and ultimately, the decisive battles will be fought between title Douluo. The others are inconsequential, Qian Daolu explained. I comprehend, Father. During this period, I shall entrust the Spirit Hall to you. I wish to meditate upon the angel's divine power for a few more days before we depart. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qiang Sunji affirmed. Very well, my son. As Qian Daolu watched him depart, he thought, before retiring, I shall engage in one last battle, painting a perfect conclusion to my accomplishments during my tenure as Pope. Yet, he could never foresee the formidable adversaries he would encounter. An ultimate Douluo who was also a high priest, and only Changsheng who would push him to his limits. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, Tang Chun sat atop the dais, observing the elders engaged in spirited discussion below. Recently, scouts had reported that the Spirit Hall was amassing a vast array of resources. What would they be planning? Who knows? Do they intend to wage war against our sect? Our sect leader is unafraid of Qian Daolu. At that moment, Tang Chun rose and cleared his throat, stating, "Silence, please." According to intelligence from our operatives embedded within the Spirit Hall, they're preparing for maritime combat. They have constructed numerous colossal warships along the coast, having discovered an unfamiliar island teeming with sea soul masters. An elder stood and asked, "Sect leader, is the combat strength on the island formidable?" Reports indicate they are well prepared, dispatching numerous title Douluo, and even Qian Daolu himself will be present. Indeed, Qian Daolu will be there, as it is rumored that an ultimate Douluo resides on that island. Tang Chun replied, "Shall we not seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Spirit Hall while their forces are abroad, perhaps even annihilating them?" The third elder of the Haotian sect exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Other elders of the Haotian sect rose in agreement, perceiving this as an unparalleled opportunity, and began to discuss it fervently. Tang Chun interjected, "No, although we're the only sect capable of swiftly gathering forces to assault the Spirit Hall, should the Spirit Hall be destroyed, the balance of power among the continent's major sects and the two great empires would undergo a seismic shift. The current equilibrium would be shattered, leading to war. It is precisely due to the existence of this document that we currently enjoy a brief respite from conflict. What then? Must we stand idly by as the Spirit Hall occupies that unfamiliar island?" One of the elders questioned. Qian Daolu is astutely aware of the balance of power that the Spirit Hall maintains among the various forces on the continent, which is why he dares to make a move and is unafraid of ambush. Of course, I will follow closely behind them when they set sail and, if necessary, intervene. Danjian Gontempet. Alas, it seems we have no choice, the assembled elders murmured in agreement. As Tang Chun surveyed the gathered elders, he reflected, aside from myself, only 3 have broken through to the title Douluo rank. Compared to the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect strength has suffered a severe gap. Chapter 5. Tang Chun personally instructs Tang Hao, the 3 siblings of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Following the conclusion of the meeting, Tang Chun summoned a young man. Shortly thereafter, a youth radiating an aura of menace approached Tang Chun. The youth's face was adorned with confidence and pride, and upon seeing the sect leader, he seemed to recall something. Exclaiming excitedly, "Grandfather, you called for me? I just returned from a city of slaughter." Tang Chun, gazing at the youth who feigned ignorance, chided him playfully, You rascal. Your father and brother are both honest men. How is it that you have turned so cunning? Both you and your brother were nurtured by me since childhood, and your soul rings were chosen by me personally. I wish to select one of you to inherit my unique soul skill, the explosive ring. Yet here you are, pretending to be oblivious. Humph. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, felt immense joy. For years, he had either been practicing the Haotian 9 absolutes or cultivating his soul power, even venturing to the city of slaughter during his soul emperor phase to acquire the domain of the god of slaughter. Finally, today he would reap the rewards, his grandfather's ultimate legacy, the explosive ring. Seeing his grandson so elated, Tang Chun interrupted. Enough with the laughter. What is there to be so happy about? Starting tomorrow, I will personally instruct you. Once you reach the 70th level as a soul sage, I will venture to the Stardow Forest to procure a soul beast for you. The 7th soul ring is crucial to your martial soul's true form. I understand, grandfather. However, may I visit the Tiendo Empire to see my sister? Ever since she learned that she could not cultivate, she has turned to studying etiquette and music. Although she appears cheerful on the surface, I can still sense her pain from being unable to cultivate. As her brother, I am deeply concerned, Tang Hao expressed, his face etched with sorrow. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Chun retorted, spare me the pretense. I have watched you grow. Your desire to see your sister is merely an excuse. What you truly want is for her innate domain to help suppress the killing intent within you and to assist you in mastering the domain of the god of slaughter. Isn't it? Humph. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, merely smiled without retort. The room was dimly lit, and the atmosphere was heavy. The grandfather and grandson simply gazed at each other in silence, as if their eyes had conveyed everything that needed to be said. Sigh, very well. I do not harbor any resentment towards you regarding this matter. Currently, the strength of the Haotian school is experiencing a significant decline. Aside from myself, there are merely a few ordinary titled Douluo left, whose innate talents have reached their limits, and it is unlikely that they will ever ascend to the rank of Super Douluo. Your father, however, possesses that potential. He is on the verge of breaking through to title Douluo. Moreover, both you and your brother have the possibility of surpassing the 96th or 97th levels of Douluo. In a decade or so, the Haotian school could boast 3 Super Douluo, ensuring that even in my absence, others will not dare to bully us. Tang Chin spoke with a look of helplessness, listening to his grandfather's expectations for his future achievements. Tang Hao expressed his confusion. Is it truly impossible for me to reach a higher level, akin to grandfather? Tang Chin paused for a moment before responding. Of course it is possible, albeit quite challenging. From what I understand, all 98th level Super Douluo and 99th level Limit Douluo possess a 100,000 year spirit ring as their 9th ring. The mere difference of 1 year, 999 years, cannot compare to a 100,000 year spirit ring. The disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. If you and your brother's 9 spirit rings were 100,000 years old, reaching level 98 would be attainable, and even 99th level Limit Douluo could be within reach, albeit with slim hopes. There's also the possibility that upon reaching level 97, you may burn your own essence blood to force a breakthrough to level 98. But again, the chances are extremely slim. Contemplating these 2 methods suggested by Tang Chun, Tang Hao fell into deep thought. At that moment, Tang Chun suddenly glanced toward the shadow in the corner before quickly shifting his gaze, instructing Tang how to prepare for the special training starting tomorrow, and then he departed. In the shadow that Tang Chun had just noticed, a beautiful woman, Tang Hao's mother, appeared, her expression complex as she looked in the direction where Tang Hao had left, her hands clenching the hem of her garment. Reflecting on the conversation between Tang Chun and Tang Hao, as well as her own daughter with only a 9th level spirit power, she fell into contemplation. After a moment, she loosened her grip, sighed softly, and left the area. Tang Chun observed the departing woman from the shadows, indifferent. As thoughts of a girl strikingly similar to the woman crossed his mind, his granddaughter, Tang Yuehua, who used to bring him joy as a child. When it became apparent that Tang Yuehua could not break through to level 10, Tang Chun had searched extensively for methods to help her evolve her martial soul and achieve breakthroughs, but to no avail. Gradually, he relinquished hope. Realizing that the future of the sect relied on those talented children, he could not protect the sect forever, as he would eventually face death. It was imperative to cultivate enough outstanding successors. Yet, each time he thought of his beloved granddaughter, his heart ached with sorrow, leaving him with no choice but to find happiness in aspects outside of cultivation. 2 days later, within the city of Tiendo, a beautiful woman stood atop a towering pavilion, gazing into the distance where a structure known as the Wanyu Pavilion stood. It was said that 3 siblings with the surname Yi resided there. Though they were not biologically related, their bond surpassed that of many true siblings. They were 3 orphans rescued by the Spirit Hall from the clutches of evil spirit masters. After awakening their not-so-high innate spirit power, they left the Spirit Hall. 5 years later, while hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, they were saved by a mysterious expert who took them in, bestowing upon them new names. The eldest sister Yi Hanyue, the second sister Yi Hanyue, and the younger brother Yi Zifeng. The eldest sister was accepted as a disciple by the mysterious expert, who taught her a self-created soul skill based on the music of the Guqin, while the other siblings also received some teachings due to their sister's mentorship. Subsequently, the mysterious expert brought them to Tiando City, where they established Wanyu Pavilion. Not long after, the expert departed. Following the departure of the mysterious figure, the strong individuals of Tiando City did not seek to covet the legacies left behind in Wanyu Pavilion or harass the 3 siblings. Soon, rumors spread that prior to leaving, the mysterious expert had instilled fear in all the powerful figures of Tiando City, advising them not to trouble the 3 siblings or covet the legacies left behind in Wanyu Pavilion, lest they face the expert's wrath upon his return. Henceforth, the 3 siblings became untouchable within Tiando City, gaining considerable fame through fortune-telling, medicine, and music. Despite only opening their doors every 3 days, business thrived, with patrons never lacking, and they established a certain prestige within Tiando City. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School even sent envoys to Wanyu Pavilion in hopes of collaborating with the siblings. But the trio declined visitors and assured the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader that they had no intention of expanding their business, as they merely sought enough to live comfortably. Nevertheless, unbeknownst to them, they had amassed an immense fortune. Chapter 6. Tang Yuehua's Desire to Become a Disciple and Tang Hao's Fury. Tang Yuehua quietly perused the information regarding the rise of the 3 siblings that she had managed to gather. Feeling a deep admiration for the mysterious expert and yearning to become his disciple, hoping to receive some teachings related to the music of the Guqin, she wished for that expert to resolve her martial soul issues, enabling her to become more exceptional and prove that she was no longer a worthless individual incapable of cultivation. This desire only solidified her determination to seek apprenticeship. At that moment, Tang Yuehua glanced at the time, realizing that she had become so engrossed in the siblings' rise that a considerable amount of time had passed and night had fallen. She felt it would be presumptuous to visit Wanyu Pavilion at this hour, so she decided to bring lavish gifts tomorrow when she would formally seek to become a disciple. Meanwhile, within Wanyu Pavilion, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a surge of intuition, sensing that something significant would occur the following day. He consulted his fortune-telling skills and predicted that a person of noble status would visit Wanyu Pavilion. Afterward, he attempted to foresee events for the day after, but his brow furrowed in confusion, although he had divined that a powerful figure would arrive the day after. The final omens for the 3 siblings indicated safety and even potential advancement. Suddenly, recalling the jade pendant gifted by their master, he seemed to have an epiphany. Turning to the rooms of his elder sisters before returning to his thoughts, perhaps it is best not to inform them yet. Let them focus on their cultivation. When a crisis arises, I shall remain composed. With that thought, Yi Zifeng burst into laughter. In another room, the second sister, Yi Hanyue, chided inwardly. What is that foolish brother up to now? Has he lost his mind from cultivation? Meanwhile, the eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, called out, What madness is this? If you disturb my cultivation again, get out and go to sleep. Yi Zifeng muttered under his breath, then lay down to rest. In the early morning, the doors of Wanyu Pavilion remained tightly shut as Tang Yuehua approached with several lavish gifts to seek apprenticeship. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened automatically, accompanied by a voice. I'm already aware of your intentions. Come in and speak. Though puzzled, Tang Yuehua stepped inside Wanyu Pavilion. The scene was relayed back to various sects by the spies hidden within. Upon entering Wanyu Pavilion, she beheld the 3 siblings seated at a table adorned with 4 teacups. Tang Yuehua approached the trio, bowing respectfully. I am Tang Yuehua, here to pay my respects to the 3 pavilion masters. The youngest, Yi Zifeng, inquired. What brings Miss Yuehua here? With reverence, Tang Yuehua expressed. I have come to seek apprenticeship in the arts, hoping that the 3 pavilion masters could recommend me to that mysterious expert to take me as a disciple. I thank you in advance. The 3 siblings fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances until the eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, finally spoke. Miss Tang Yuehua, this matter is beyond our control. Since the moment you stepped through the door, I have scrutinized your soul power. You possess only a level 9 capability, from the awakening of your martial soul until now. Your progress has been minimal. Given your innate talent, I believe you understand the implications. The youngest brother, Yi Zifeng, shook his head in agreement, adding just a moment ago, I calculated your fortune and discerned that you must hail from a prestigious sect and undoubtedly as a direct descendant, implying you should have access to abundant cultivation resources. Yet, your current level is, alas. Tang Yuehua, sensing their disappointment, hastily interjected, esteemed elders, please refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. Although my soul power is indeed at level 9, I possess an innate domain that can instill tranquility and help alleviate burdensome thoughts. Therefore, I wish to learn the musical knowledge that the Grandmaster has acquired. With that, she retrieved a harp from her spatial soul tool and began to play, simultaneously activating her innate domain. As the siblings listened to her melodious performance, an inexplicable calm enveloped them, their bodies relaxing in a manner they could not quite fathom. The eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, narrowed her eyes slightly. After the performance concluded, Tang Yuehua looked at the three siblings and softly inquired, what do you think, esteemed elders? However, her gaze was predominantly fixed on Yi Hanyue. Noticing the attention, Yi Hanyue replied, you possess considerable talent for music, yet this is ultimately a world governed by strength. The Grandmaster's musical legacy requires robust soul power to be truly effective. Without sufficient soul power, any inheritance would be rendered futile. However, I do have some insights on playing techniques that I could share with you, which you might be able to utilize with your level 9 soul power. Let's forge a bond of goodwill. With that, she produced a book from her robes and offered it to Tang Yuehua using her soul power. Although Tang Yuehua felt a twinge of regret as she accepted the book, she expressed her gratitude, saying, I apologize for troubling the three esteemed elders, before turning and departing with a sense of loss. As she exited, a disciple of the Haotian sect approached her and asked, Miss, how did your apprenticeship go? Tang Yuehua remained silent, merely walking away. The disciple, recognizing the failure of her attempt, said nothing further and reported the situation back to the Haotian sect. Within the Haotian sect, upon hearing of his sister Tang Yuehua's sorrowful departure from the Wanyu Pavilion, Tang Hao, contemplating future requests from her, erupted in anger, exclaiming, how dare that mere Wanyu Pavilion bully my sister? Tomorrow, I shall dismantle their establishment. Tang Shun, having overheard this, approached from a distance, pondering, I have heard of the Wanyu Pavilion. It was said to be founded by an otherworldly sage, comprising only the three siblings. It is rumored that before departing, the sage intimidated all powerful figures of the Tiando Empire, forbidding them from harming the siblings. I'm quite curious to see if the sage's legacy would benefit the Haotian sect. If it proves unhelpful, we shall eradicate it. If beneficial, we shall invite them to join our ranks. Throughout this deliberation, Tang Shun never once considered the existence of the otherworldly sage, believing that as a level 99 limit Douluo with his self-created soul technique, explosive ring, he need not fear the wrath of a mere sage. Naturally, he was oblivious to the inner thoughts and actions of Tang Hao, who was deeply entrenched in the ethos of might is right, a principle that permeated the Haotian sect, allowing them to bully other sects and subjugate the four major affiliated sects, leaving the continent's sects to suffer in silence. Tang Hao epitomized this philosophy, never sparing a glance at rival sects and seizing valuable resources through brute force. Despite the resentment from other sects, the specter of Tang Shun, the level 99 limit Douluo, loomed large, compelling them to ultimately concede. However, during this visit to the Wanyu Pavilion, Tang Shun encountered Li Changsheng, who unraveled his Haotian 9 absolute and self-created technique, explosive ring, leaving him psychologically shattered and with lingering trauma. As a result, Tang Hao experienced his first humiliation, earning himself the ignominious moniker Little Mouse. This title spread widely among various sects, overshadowing his honorable title of Haotian Twin Stars. Chapter 7. Tang Hao battles Zifeng. Tang Chun seizes the soul technique. In the early morning of Tiando City, outside the Wanyu Pavilion, a throng of individuals, primarily noble royals and high-ranking soul masters, gathered early, setting aside their pride to patiently await the pavilion's opening. The Wanyu Pavilion comprises 3 levels. The youngest brother, Yi Zifeng, and the second sister, Yi Hanyue, attended to divination and healing on the first floor, while the eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, performed music on the second. Inside the Wanyu Pavilion, Yi Zifeng glanced at the time. leisurely making his way to the entrance. Meanwhile, Yi Hanyue returned to her station, meticulously selecting and preparing medicinal herbs, while Yi Hanyue adjusted her harp strings. Upon opening the door, Yi Zifeng promptly returned to his position without a backward glance, a routine familiar to the waiting patrons. On the first floor, 3 royal patrons approached a green-clad woman to seek treatment, each revealing their ailments. Dr. Yi Hanyue, months ago, I was struck by an evil soul master. Leaving my arm numb, the palace doctors were at a loss. I was the target of a nefarious plot and was poisoned. While hunting soul beasts, I sustained serious injuries. My life hangs in the balance. Yi Hanyue merely glanced at the 3 royal patrons and remarked, a trivial matter, before proceeding with their treatment. A soul master from the soul sect approached the other side of the first floor and sat before the languid Yi Zifeng. Young Master Yi Zifeng, will you read my fortune? He requested. Yi Zifeng lazily opened his eyes, observing the man as images of the I Ching swirled in his mind. After a brief moment, he casually replied, you should keep your distance from hammers today, before closing his eyes once more to meditate. The soul master, recognizing the dismissal, bowed respectfully and ascended to the second floor. On the second floor of the Wanyu Pavilion, the woman in white, Yi Hanyue, played a calming melody, while several cushions below were occupied by soul masters. As the morning hours slipped by, guests gradually dispersed, leaving the 3 siblings to converse together. Big sister, second sister, how long has it been since we last gathered? I recently broke through to level 50. At just 16 years of age, I've already reached this milestone. Yi Zifeng proclaimed, filled with inexplicable pride. Had it not been for the techniques and resources imparted by our master, would you have cultivated so swiftly? Moreover, how do you measure yourself against Big Sister? Yi Hanyue retorted with a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Zifeng playfully countered, I was speaking of our master. Why do you sidestep the point? Besides, when we first encountered our master, our first and second soul rings had only just taken shape, while Big Sister was the only one ready to hunt for her third soul ring. It was fortuitous that we met our master, leading to Big Sister's second soul ring, which has existed for over 900 years. The combined age of our first 2 soul rings does not exceed 1,000 years. Nevertheless, we both received some inheritance in fortune-telling and healing. It has been no small feat for me to cultivate my soul power and the esoteric arts to the current level. Yi Hanyue, upon hearing this, wished to retort, but the eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, interjected, enough. You two are equally matched. The reason for our rapid cultivation is not merely due to high talent, but rather the strength of the techniques provided by our master. It was stated that you two must reach level 70 before turning 20, or you shall forever remain unable to become recognized disciples of our master. From now on, the Wanyu Pavilion will open every 7 days instead of 3. I expect both of you to devote yourselves to diligent training. With that, she turned and departed, leaving no room for their responses. At that moment, the door was violently kicked open, accompanied by a voice infused with soul power. The scoundrels of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Come out and face your demise. Anyone who dares to bully my sister, Tang Yuehua, will pay the price today. The 3 siblings reacted to the sound, and as they exited the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, they beheld a robust young man alongside several similarly attired soul masters standing at the entrance. Upon hearing the young man's proclamation, Yi Zifeng realized that he was the brother of Tang Yuehua, who had come to seek apprenticeship the previous day. With a calm demeanor, he replied, this esteemed brother, your sister came to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion to seek guidance yesterday, but we had to decline her request. We did not bully her. Does our refusal equate to bullying? I care not for your reasoning. If my sister desires it, you must comply, Tang Haodao asserted matter-of-factly. Just as Yi Zifeng was about to retort, Yi Hanyue interjected furiously. Why are you even conversing with him? This person is clearly looking for trouble. A beating will suffice. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was instantly enraged, summoning his Haotian hammer and charging at the 3. Scoundrel! Witness my chaotic wind hammer. In an instant, the air compressed, producing a series of sonic booms. Earth character. Earth River Car. Yi Zifeng activated a spirit, the spirit eye illuminating, revealing an array before him, as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose around him. The ground surged, forming a massive earth dragon that lunged toward Tang Hao. Observing this, Tang Hao scoffed internally. A mere 4-ringed soul master dares to be arrogant before me? He then amplified his soul power, eager to incapacitate his opponent with a single blow. The collision of the Haotian hammer and the earth dragon sent both combatants reeling backward. Frustrated, Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian 9 absolutes. Shock character decision. Departing fire meteor. Charge character, Absolute. Gen character, Earth Dragon Swimmer. The two engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither side gaining the upper hand until Yi Zifeng, with his depleted soul power, revealed a vulnerability. Sensing an opportunity, Tang Hao prepared to strike with all his might. Just as his attack was about to connect, time seemed to freeze. Yi Zifeng swiftly countered, sending Tang Hao flying. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding chaos resumed, leaving the onlookers astonished. Just a moment ago, Yi Zifeng appeared on the brink of defeat, yet now Tang Hao lay on the ground. Tang Hao slowly rose. Seething with rage, you cheated, always hiding underground to evade my attacks. Have the courage to face me head-on. Are you out of your mind? I am a spirit control soul master. How can you expect me to confront an offensively superior battle soul master in direct combat? Moreover, your soul power level surpasses mine. You call this fair fighting? Should every soul master be forced to confront battle soul masters head-on, disregarding the distinctions between agility and control? What of it? You, a simple-minded brute, should no longer be called Tang Hao. From now on, you shall be known as Little Rat. Laughter erupted around them, while some pointed in derision. Tang Hao, unable to contain his fury, spat blood, his glare fixed on Yi Zifeng. Observing the situation, the disciples of Hao Yian's sect rushed forward, eager to teach this audacious youth a lesson. Suddenly, Yi Hanyue scattered a fine powder, and a dense green mist enveloped the surrounding Hao Yian sect disciples. As the mist dissipated, they all lay powerless on the ground, leaving the onlookers in sheer terror at the potency of the poison. Yi Zifeng offered no further explanation, striding towards his elder sister. In an unexpected turn, a tremendous wave of soul power surged toward Yi Zifeng, sending him flying backward. Yi Hanyue and Yi Hanyue rushed to assist him, but were swiftly subdued. The eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, called into the air, "If a senior is present, please reveal yourself. Hand over the soul technique you just displayed, as well as those of your two sisters." A voice echoed back, "Senior, do you not feel shame in using your superior status to bully the young?" Yi Zifeng, unfazed, replied, "If you do not comply, death awaits." Yi Zifeng, I know you are here. If you do not show yourself now, my siblings and I will face dire consequences. Chapter 8. Tang Chun battles Li Changsheng, retreating defeated. Yi Zifeng, with the last of his soul power, called out, "I know you are here. If you do not appear now, we will be in grave danger." Just after his plea, a bolt of white lightning struck a distant corner, accompanied by a commanding voice. The esteemed leader of the Hao Yian sect dares to use his status to oppress the younger generation and seize their self-created soul techniques. Truly, the upper beams are crooked, causing the lower beams to tilt. A white-haired youth wearing a mask emerged in the distance. His hair flowed without wind, his features striking with bright, spirited eyes. Dressed in a blue and white robe, adorned with a dragon-shaped jade pendant at his waist, he approached with an air of transcendent nobility and confidence. The three siblings were elated and hurried forward, greeting him. "We pay our respects, master." Li Changsheng smiled. "Well done. You have not brought me shame." He then turned his gaze to the concealed Tang Chun. Realizing he could no longer hide, Tang Chun stepped into the light, his spirit power unable to discern the other's strength, and smiled. "I am Tang Chun. May I ask who you are?" "Tang Chun, why do you as an elder meddle in the grievances of the younger generation? Are you seeking validation or attempting to showcase the invincibility of the Hao Yian sect?" "Mr. Li, you are mistaken. I merely witnessed our Hao Yian sect's younger disciples being harmed. Should we not, as elders, intervene when our own are in peril? Would you not do the same?" "Of course, I would intervene, especially since they cannot contend with those shameless elders who bully the weak." "You." Before Tang Chun could finish, Li Changsheng interrupted. "Enough of your meaningless banter. In the city of Tiando, let us settle this without soul power. I have long wished to experience the prowess of the Hao Yian sect's leader. You may strike first." Tang Chun summoned the Hao Yian hammer and unleashed the Hao Yian 9 absolutes, charging at Li Changsheng. In response, Li Changsheng produced an ordinary long sword and slashed forward. The battle raged on, with both combatants exchanging blows for an extended period. In comparison to Tang Hao, Tang Chen's execution of the Hao Yian 9 absolutes outshone in power, speed, and technique. To the casual observer, Tang Chun appeared to dominate the engagement, each swing of his Hao Yian hammer seeming forceful and commanding. However, only he knew that with each attempt to strike Li Changsheng, the latter effortlessly countered with an uncanny ease, rendering Tang Chen's efforts futile. As the battle progressed, the discerning eyes of several Douluo present began to unravel the truth. Tang Chun, while appearing to have the advantage, was gradually falling behind, with Li Changsheng responding to his attacks as if toying with him. Despite this realization, Tang Chun continued to unleash the Haotian 9 absolutes, desperately convincing himself. My Haotian 9 absolutes will never be broken. They absolutely will not. As the duration of the battle between the two parties stretched on, Tang Chun was ultimately compelled to confront the harsh reality that the Haotian 9 absolutes of the Haotian sect had been deciphered by another. With a sudden surge of soul power, he sought to subdue Li Changsheng. Your reputation precedes you. Your prowess is indeed formidable. However, I possess a unique soul skill of my own, Explosion Ring. Now, how shall you respond to it? Tang Chin declared, not pausing for Li Changsheng's reply. He immediately unleashed his self-created soul skill, Explosion Ring, and 9 soul rings erupted around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Explosion Ring. Tang Chin bellowed. The first and second soul rings detonated in succession, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Li Changsheng's eyes glimmered as he swiftly discerned the trajectory of Tang Chen's soul power. In an instant, a wave of soul power struck Tang Chun, who plummeted to the ground like a deflated balloon. The onlookers, many of whom were low-ranking soul masters, expressed their astonishment and began to murmur among themselves. What has happened? Tang Chen's momentum was rising, and yet he suddenly plummeted. Could he be injured? Perhaps an old wound has resurfaced? Only the title Daw present recognized Li Changsheng's actions. With a mere flick of soul power directed at Tang Chun, he had been defeated, leaving many bewildered by the inexplicable outcome. You actually, Tang Chun exclaimed as he rose from the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. What seems to be the matter? Li Changsheng replied mockingly, observing the disheveled Tang Chun. Tang Chun, in a fit of rage, channeled his soul power and shouted vehemently. The spectators believed he was preparing to continue the fight, but instead he abruptly seized Tang Hao and made a hasty retreat, leaving Li Changsheng and the others in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that the illustrious extreme Daw, Tang Chun, would flee. Li Changsheng mused inwardly. Could Tang Hao's remarkable escape abilities be a result of learning from Tang Chin? He then called after the retreating Tang Chun. Make sure to discipline your little rat and the rat sect properly. He glanced at the remaining disciples of the Haotian sect, who were also coming to terms with the fact that both their sect leader and prodigy had been defeated and had abandoned them. They too fled in disarray. At this juncture, the trio of siblings rushed forward. Sir, why didn't you come out sooner? Yi Zifeng lamented. Sir, you were so impressive just now. Could you teach me? Ye Hanyu Beamit. Master, are you all right? Yi Hanyue inquired with concern. It is still my dear disciple who worries for me, right off the bat, Li Changsheng said, placing a gentle hand on Yi Hanyue's head. She offered no resistance. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly murmured, The other two stared wide-eyed, astonished. Is this really our once aloof eldest sister? All right. It's already noon. Let's return for a meal. After battling for half the day, I am both weary and famished. Li Changsheng stretched and addressed the trio. Yes, sir, master, they chorused in unison. The 4 of them entered the Forgetting Worry pavilion together. Meanwhile, news of this extraordinary battle spread frantically across the continent, with onlookers relaying the astonishing duel back to their respective factions, deeply impressed by the undeniable strength of this Mr. Li, whose soul power level was undoubtedly at 99, marking him as an extreme Douluo. Subsequently, the leaders of various factions issued proclamations. No one was to disturb the trio of siblings from the Forgetting Worry pavilion or face severe consequences. Chapter 9. Mysterious Father and Son, Tang Chun discusses the divine. Amidst the crowd, an elder radiating sword intent observed the departing Li Changsheng and remarked, What exquisite swordsmanship! Now, that is the true essence of the sword path. A middle-aged man beside him, puzzled, queried, What is it, father? You understood his swordplay, yet I could not discern much, save for its swiftness. The elder snorted, What do you know? Did you not realize that after the initial exchanges, Tang Chun began to infuse his soul power, albeit subtly? This Mr. Li, on the other hand, did not employ a trace of soul power throughout the duel, relying solely on his mastery of the sword path against Tang Chun. What? Tang Chun utilized soul power? Mr. Li defeated him solely through his swordsmanship? The middle-aged man exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, is it not astonishing? Yet this only affirms the high caliber of his swordsmanship. What are you waiting for? Go seek him out for a sword duel, he urged, excitement bubbling within him as he headed towards the Forgetting Worry pavilion. Observing his son's impulsiveness, the elder swiftly delivered a light smack to the back of his head. You foolish boy. He has only just returned today. It would be quite inappropriate to disturb him now. If you must go, do so tomorrow. Consider the nuances of social etiquette. The middle-aged man, looking aggrieved, replied, I will seek him out tomorrow for a sword duel, and you should accompany me. Perhaps you too will glean some insights. With that, the elder turned and departed without a backward glance. Understood, father, the young man replied, chasing after him. In the pitch-black night, Tang Chun guided Tang Hao through the shadows until they arrived at a small hut. With a swift kick, he shattered the wooden door. Inside, a soul master abruptly stood, shouting, Who goes there? Kicking down doors without so much as a greeting? There are people here. You should leave at once, or I will not be so courteous. He began to sit down. Enraged by this insolence, Tang Chen's fury ignited. Earlier that day, after his battle with Li Chongsheng, culminating in his self-created skill, Explosion Ring, being countered, he had suffered defeat and fled in disgrace before an audience. Now, to be insulted further was intolerable. He drew forth the Hao-Yin hammer. Upon seeing the weapon, the Soul Master recalled the warning from Yi Zifeng earlier that day at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion and was struck by a sense of dread. He attempted to smooth things over with Tang Chun, but before he could utter a word, the Hao-Yin hammer descended upon him, reducing him to a mere smear. Tang Chun, devoid of any visible emotion at the sight of the Soul Master's demise, settled down beside the fire to tend to his wounds. He turned to the still form of Tang Hao beside him and said, Stop pretending. I knew you were awake all along. The unconscious Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, sat up cross-legged beside Tang Chun, and silently gazed into the flames. The two shared a prolonged silence until Tang Chun unexpectedly coughed up blood. Observing this, Tang Hao quickly exclaimed, Grandfather, are you injured? Ah, I am fine. Merely sustained some minor injuries, Tang Chun replied, dismissing his wounds with a wave of his hand. You are injured? What transpired? Tang Hao inquired with concern. After you lost consciousness, I engaged in combat with a young man, and he ultimately wounded me. Tang Chun recounted the events succinctly. A young man? What sort of youth could possibly stand against you and inflict harm? Tang Hao asked, incredulous. There are always greater powers beyond our own. It seems I have encountered an extraordinary individual today. Tang Chun sighed. Upon returning to the Hao-Yin sect, I will enter seclusion to contemplate how to rectify the flaws in the explosion ring. I will mobilize the sect's entire intelligence network to gather information on that individual and the trio of siblings. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I expect to have their details. Additionally, instruct the sect members to remain low-key. They must not provoke anyone. Should they draw the ire of that group, it would spell disaster. Tang Chun spoke to him with utmost seriousness. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Hao, sensing his grandfather's solemn demeanor, replied despondently, I understand, grandfather. Tang Chen, noticing Tang Hao's despondency, admonished, Cheer up. That individual is not invincible. Our encounter was merely a sparring match, not a life-and-death struggle. Had it been a true battle for survival, we possessed the ultimate weapon soul, the Hao-Yin hammer. We would not necessarily have met with defeat. Upon first laying eyes on him, I was struck by his extraordinary presence. His aura was so impeccable that it seemed utterly incongruous with the realm of Douluo continent. Thus, I surmised that he must have undergone divine trials, for it was unfathomable how someone so young could surpass my strength, other than through divine examination. I could conceive of no other means. Tang Chun continued. Tang Hao, perplexed, inquired, Divine trials? What is that? Noticing Tang Hao's bewildered expression, Tang Chun elaborated. Once a soul master awakens their martial soul and strives to attain the pinnacle of the 99th level, the only way to further elevate oneself is to ascend to godhood. There are two paths to divinity. The first is to establish one's own divine position. In my perusal of the ancient texts of the Hao-Yin sect, I discovered that only one individual has ever successfully created their own divine status. That individual was the ancestor of the Spirit Hall, the goddess of angels. According to the ancient records, she amassed faith through her relentless efforts in healing humanity and vanquishing evil soul masters, ultimately reaching the 99th level and creating her divine status through faith. Thus, the angel martial soul transformed into a divine martial soul. Hearing of the existence of gods for the first time, Tang Hao expressed his incredulity. Gods? The Spirit Hall is so fortunate. What about the second method of attaining divinity? Tang Chun responded, the second method is the divine trial, which serves as the test for inheritors of divine positions. Only those with extraordinary talents are eligible to participate in the divine trials. Attaining the 99th level merely qualifies one for divinity. I know little else about the divine trials. Of course, if one ascends to godhood through the divine trials, their descendants' martial souls will not transform into divine martial souls. After articulating the second method, he turned to Tang Hao and said, "Once I have settled all matters, I too shall seek the divine trials, for creating my own divine position is far too arduous." With that, Tang Chen closed his eyes and channeled his soul power to continue his healing. Upon absorbing his grandfather Tang Chen's revelations about the divine, Tang Hao stared into the flickering flames of the campfire, his gaze reflecting the fierce glow, lost in contemplation. An air of profound darkness enveloped him, marking a stark transformation in his demeanor. Tang Chun sensed this change in Tang Hao, but thought little of it, believing that this failure would only fuel Tang Hao's ambition in his cultivation. Little did Tang Chun realize that from this moment forth, Tang Hao would gradually morph into a self-serving villain, pursuing his goals by any means necessary. This ultimately led to the downfall of the Haoyan sect, the abandonment of its 4 affiliated sects, the manipulation of his wife's soul rings, and even the untimely demise of his son due to Tang Hao's actions. At that time, he had already become a sacrificial pawn in the trials of the Shura god, powerless to avert the impending calamity. Chapter 10. The Triad of Tai Chi Training. Knight Zifeng's Heart Tribulation. Meanwhile, beneath the luminous moonlight in the backyard of the Forget Worry Pavilion, the 3 siblings faced off against Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng quietly inscribed a circle upon the ground and stood within it. "For this test, I shall remain within this circle. Should any of you force me to leave, you will be deemed the victors. Moreover, I will only defend and not attack, and I will not utilize my soul power. You are free to unleash your attacks upon me. I wish to witness the fruits of your recent endeavors." The 3 siblings exchanged glances, summoning their martial souls in unison. Martial soul. Moonlight Zither, soul power level, 67. The eldest sister, Yi Hanyue, conjured an ancient zither, her body emanating 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Martial soul, purple heart begonia, soul power level, 53. The second sister, Yi Hanyue, manifested a begonia blossom, her form encircled by 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Martial soul, spirit eye, soul power level, 50. The youngest brother, Yi Zifeng, ignited his eyes, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, surged forth from him. "Please guide us, master." With that, the trio unleashed their respective soul skills. 4th soul skill, purple light blessing. 7-stringed invisible sword, fire meteor of the departed. The second sister, Yi Hanyue, began by amplifying the attributes of her siblings, who then employed their signature techniques against Li Changsheng. In an instant, the sound of the zither and the fiery onslaught converged upon Li Changsheng. Observing this, Li Changsheng utilized Tai Chi's principles to adhere the incoming zither sound and sword energy to his hand, rotating it to redirect the fire towards his attackers. The siblings exchanged glances and adapted their strategy to continue their assault. After 2 hours, the trio sat despondently on the ground, their faces etched with despair. No matter how they attacked, Li Changsheng would alter his direction, evading their every strike and rendering their efforts futile. Li Changsheng regarded their defeated expressions. "Your coordination was commendable. Xiao Shui, while assisting, released toxins that slowed my movements, and both Xiao Yu and Xiao Feng attacked in succession. Ultimately, you managed to corner me effectively. Consider this a pass, albeit a tenuous one." Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with joy. "Xiao Yu, I will provide you with additional musical scores and related soul techniques to enhance your learning. Your 7-stringed invisible sword possesses form without intent." Li Changsheng presented several tomes to Yi Hanyue. "Yes, master," she replied respectfully as she accepted the books. "Xiao Shui, some of your toxins do not take immediate effect and merely serve to indirectly influence. When facing danger independently, you must be prepared. I shall give you a tome on toxins and a soul skill for mobility to address your shortcomings." Li Changsheng handed 2 books to Yi Hanyue. "Thank you, sir," she said with a beaming smile as she accepted the texts. "Xiao Feng, regarding you, I still wish to inquire about that initial question. Can you let go of the past? If so, I will impart the complete Feng Ho Chi Minh to you. If not, I can offer you an alternative path. I fear that merely glimpsing the complete Feng Ho Chi Minh might ensnare you forever." Li Changsheng gazed intently at Yi Zifeng. "Sir, I do not know." Yi Zifeng hesitantly lowered his head. "Once you have made your decision, inform me." With that, Li Changsheng departa. Yi Zifeng watched his master's retreating figure in silence before returning to his room. Yi Zifeng's sister, Yi Hanyue pursued him. Do not follow. This is his own path, and it is best we do not interfere. Let him contemplate his choices, Yi Hanyue interjected. In the deep of night, within the forget-worry pavilion, Yi Zifeng sat on his bed, lost in profound reminiscence. Several years prior, within the orphanage. Director, I have come to see you. How have you been lately? Yi Zifeng addressed the director. Ah, I am well enough. We recently received another batch of orphans, so I've been quite busy. The director replied with a smile. That is good to hear. By the way, how has your investigation into the matter I asked you about progressed? Any news? Yi Zifeng inquired with concern. Well, we did uncover some information. The director hesitated as he looked at Yi Zifeng. What is it? I know my parents were slain by evil soul masters. I merely wish to understand what you are worried about. Observing Yi Zifeng, the director sighed deeply, turning to retrieve a document from the bookshelf and offering it to him. Here, this is what we have managed to uncover. I hope it does not bring you sorrow. Sorrow? What sorrow? Yi Zifeng questioned as he accepted the document, subsequently sitting on a nearby chair to peruse it. The document revealed that the parents killed by the evil soul masters were not Yi Zifeng's biological parents. They were a couple who had been childless and had purchased Yi Zifeng. As for his biological parents, they had perished in a famine several years prior. Realizing that the parents he believed to be his own were merely adoptive, and that his biological parents had abandoned him, Yi Zifeng's heart shattered in an instant, plunging him into darkness as he fainted. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Wake up, wake up! The director rushed to Yi Zifeng, who had collapsed after reading the document, and quickly helped him onto the nearest bed. Oh, poor child. Someone fetch his two sisters from the forget-worry pavilion. The director called out to the doorway. A day later. What has happened to me? Sisters, why are you both here? Lying in bed, Yi Zifeng opened his eyes to behold his two elder sisters at the bedside. Upon hearing of your unconsciousness yesterday, we hurried over, remarked his second sister, Yi Hanyue, with concern. We are aware of your parents' situation, so do not fret. We shall always be by your side. Indeed, I, your eldest sister, echo her sentiments. You must gather your strength and recover swiftly, affirmed Yi Hanyue, the eldest. Yes, I will. You need not worry, replied Yi Zifeng, gazing at the warmth emanating from his sisters. In that moment, he felt the comforting embrace of the world and vowed to protect these two sisters with his very life, if necessary. As the years rolled by, Yi Zifeng found himself reminiscing about his past. His experience of abandonment sent chills coursing through him. Although he had seemed to have moved on, deep down, he knew he had never truly let go. The fear of being abandoned once more was a burden he had concealed until today, when it was uncovered by his mentor. Just as Yi Zifeng's thoughts spiraled, Li Changxing entered the room. Yi Zifeng immediately rose and greeted him. Greetings, master. Ah, Xiaofeng, Li Changxing replied. The past is irretrievable, yet the future is yours to reshape. Do not confine yourself to bygone days. Face the future with courage. You are not alone anymore. We will not forsake you, so do not be afraid. Observing the young man feigning composure, Li Changxing spoke softly in comfort. Past mistakes cannot be undone, yet the future can be altered. Yi Zifeng murmured these phrases repeatedly, even as he drifted into slumber, his dreams echoing the same words. Li Changxing glanced outside the door, smiled gently, and then turned to leave. The two figures outside hastily followed suit. Chapter 11. Yi Zifeng's Heart Trial. In the early morning at the worry-free pavilion, Yi Zifeng rose early and approached Li Changxing's door. Just as he was about to knock, a voice called out, "Come in, the door is not locked." Startled, Yi Zifeng pushed the door open. Li Changxing regarded the rejuvenated Yi Zifeng with approval. Have you made your decision? Yes. Then let us commence. With that, Li Changxing began to channel his spiritual energy, crafting intricate designs in the air. Within moments, a complete diagram of the wind behind the strange gate materialized. Li Changxing, Varnit Yi Zifeng. This diagram will exist for but an hour. I will stand guard beside you. Should you fail to emerge from your inner demons within this time, I shall forcibly extract you from this realm, and you shall forfeit your chance at the wind behind the strange gate. I will then select another suitable technique for you. Do you understand? I understand. I will not disappoint you, master. With that, Yi Zifeng gazed at the diagram, and in an instant, he was plunged into the depths of his inner demons. Within this realm, Yi Zifeng envisioned his biological parents, as he imagined them, showering him with love and care, willing to offer him the world. Whenever he faced harm, they would rush to protect him without hesitation. Yi Zifeng gradually succumbed to this idyllic illusion, convinced that all prior experiences had been mere dreams, and that this existence was the true reality. However, as time passed, he sensed an underlying discord. The beauty of this life felt too surreal. Just as he began to resist, another version of himself appeared before him, tempting him with words. What do you seek? Here lies everything you desire. Why face the harsh truths of the outside world? Those people are not your true family. To this, Yi Zifeng replied calmly. No matter how enchanting this may seem, it remains but a fantasy devoid of reality. The world outside is genuine. Though my biological parents abandoned me, and I witnessed the brutal demise of my adoptive parents at the hands of a wicked soul master, I have endured a grim existence in the orphanage. Yet, I encountered two sisters who illuminated my dark world, bringing warmth and hope. I cherished that deeply. Furthermore, I met my master, who granted me the strength to protect all that I now hold dear. As my master has said, the past cannot be reclaimed, but the future is malleable. While I cannot undo the tragedies of my past, I shall wield my strength to safeguard what I possess now. Upon witnessing Yi Zifeng's acceptance of his past, the inner demon did not lash out like others had. Instead, it approached and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, to be honest, had you chosen to linger here, even I, as your inner demon, would have felt disappointment, for I am you, and you are me. I am but a fragment of your being. Thankfully, you have not succumbed to this illusion. You have chosen to confront reality. As it spoke, the inner demon began to fade, offering its final words. Go now. There are those awaiting you outside. Remember to protect them. Should any harm befall them, I shall not spare you. With that, the inner demon vanished entirely from the realm of inner turmoil. Once it disappeared, the surroundings began to dissolve, and Yi Zifeng stood resolutely in place, shouting in the direction of the fading demon, I will accomplish this. As he exited the realm of inner demons, a familiar voice echoed, remember your words. Yi Zifeng smiled at the recognition of the voice before completely departing the realm. Outside the realm of inner demons, Yi Zifeng slowly opened his eyes to find his elder sisters present. Any ordinary person would feel immense joy at seeing their kin upon successfully overcoming a trial. However, Yi Zifeng felt only frustration. Is this some kind of joke? I nearly became trapped in my inner demons, and yet you two show no concern for me. And what is more, you are both engrossed in a game of Go. You two may be oblivious, but master, you are idly munching seeds while watching. Did you not claim to be my guardian during this trial? The three turned at the sound of Yi Zifeng's voice and were taken aback to see him awake, their expressions tinged with guilt. Ah, Xiaofeng, once I noticed your furrowed brow relax, I was certain you would succeed, Li Changxing remarked, feigning calmness. I knew you would prevail. Yi Hanyue added, her tone steady yet laced with relief. Oh, I knew you would succeed. Just don't interrupt this game. I'm on the verge of winning. Yi Hanyue waved dismissively, though her other hand subtly moved a piece on the board. Smack! Yi Hanyue leaped up joyfully, exclaiming, eldest sister, I have won. No more of your cooking for me. Let's go out for lunch. The trio exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter at Yi Hanyue's exuberance. Yi Zifeng surveyed the absurd scene and internally lamented, I'm exhausted. Let the world perish. I long to return. The four of them ventured into a high-end restaurant in the city of Tiando. Yi Hanyue enthusiastically introduced. This is the restaurant established by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in Tiando City. It is renowned as the finest establishment in the area. I visited once before, and the food was exquisite. With that, she led her companions into the restaurant. Upon entering, Yi Hanyue selected the most luxurious private room and, as they settled in, declared loudly, the proprietor ordered the finest wines and dishes for you, and additionally requested a takeout for us to enjoy later. Upon witnessing such extravagance, Li Changsheng turned to Yi Hanyue and remarked, do take it easy. My finances are rather limited. Should I be unable to settle the bill later? I wonder how you will manage. Upon hearing his words, both Yi Hanyue and Yi Hanyue glanced towards their third brother, Yi Zifeng, who was gazing up at the ceiling. Yi Zifeng, feeling a pang of desolation, thought to himself, O heavens, O earth, who will take responsibility for my spendthrift second sister? She rarely invites me to dine out, yet now seeks my assistance when it comes to finances. Even as the one who manages the money, I cannot bear such extravagance. If it were not for the wealth I have accumulated over the years, I might have to resort to selling myself. Contemplating this, he lowered his gaze towards his second sister, wishing to refuse her and teach her a lesson. However, upon noticing a pouch of medicinal powder suddenly appear in her hand, he promptly shifted his stance, exclaiming, Oh, it's but a trifling sum. I have managed finances for many years, accumulating untold wealth. Allow me to cover this minor expense. But please put down that pouch. Yi Hanyue, recognizing her younger brother's expedience, gradually tucked away the medicinal powder. Chapter 12. A Duel of Swordsmanship. After the four of them had satisfied their appetites, Yi Zifeng departed the private room to settle the bill at the counter. Just as he was about to retrieve his money, a voice interrupted him. "Young friend, please wait. We shall cover your meal." From a distance, an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man approached, both clad in luxurious robes, exuding an imperceptible aura of sword energy. "I am Yi Zifeng. I extend my gratitude to you both for covering my expenses. May I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with?" Upon his first glance at the pair, Yi Zifeng sensed their extraordinary status. Their willingness to pay suggested they had ulterior motives, prompting him to remain vigilant. "Dear youth, there is no need for alarm. I am merely a well-off elder. The cost of the meal is insignificant. I simply wish to meet Mr. Li and hope you might facilitate an introduction." The elder replied with a warm smile. "May I ask what business you have with my master?" Yi Zifeng inquired cautiously. "I'm a lover of the sword, devoted to its pursuit, and yesterday I witnessed your master's remarkable techniques during the sparring session with a leader of Haotian's sect, which filled me with admiration. Thus, I wish to engage in a duel of swords with him." The elder responded leisurely. "Bring them up. I trust they harbor no ill intentions." Yi Zifeng was about to inform his master when Li Changsheng's voice resonated in his ears. Changing his demeanor, he respectfully addressed the elder. "If that is the case, please follow me." He led the two men to the room where Li Changsheng and the others were gathered. Upon entering, the elder bowed to Li Changsheng, stating, "Mr. Li, in our first encounter, I have little to offer but a modest gift." The elder produced a black card from his robe and slid it across the table towards Li Changsheng. "Dear elder, you honor me too greatly. How can one of your years bow to me?" "Please have a seat," Li Changsheng replied, rising to invite the elder to sit, despite their differing customs. "No need for such formalities. Your swordsmanship is exquisite, and you have traveled further on the path of the sword than I. A master is one who surpasses others." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "What brings you here, esteemed elder?" "It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to spar with you. Should you have the time?" The elder replied. A simple matter indeed. No problem. We can engage now. I can sense the profundity of your understanding, and I shall share my insights on sword intent," Li Changsheng stated, launching into a discourse on his comprehension of the sword path. As Li Changsheng elucidated his thoughts on sword intent, the elder and the middle-aged man felt their own auras intensifying, the essence of swordsmanship thickening around them, until the discourse concluded, at which point their energies gradually subsided. Noting this, Li Changsheng proposed, "Why don't we have a friendly contest?" "Excellent. I have long wished to experience Mr. Li's prowess," the elder exclaimed with enthusiasm. In an open space, Li Changsheng and the elder faced off, wielding wooden swords as they engaged in a rapid exchange of strikes. Their speed was so swift that the observing siblings and the middle-aged man struggled to keep pace. Their duel continued until sunset, ultimately leading the elder to concede defeat. "Dear elder, I observe that our sparring seemed to follow your family's ancestral sword techniques, primarily emphasizing fluidity between strikes," Li Changsheng remarked. "I must inform you that your swordsmanship has reached a plateau. These techniques have become a constraint. To advance further, you must abandon the confines of mere techniques and begin cultivating sword intent. Techniques are but manifestations of our sword intent. If our intent is strong enough, every movement will embody it. What need do we have for techniques then?" Li Changsheng adbiza. Having said this, Li Changsheng turned to leave with his siblings. The elder watched the departing figures of Li Changsheng and his disciples, lost in contemplation. The middle-aged man rushed to his father's side. "Father, are you well?" he inquired with concern. The elder merely shook his head in silence, yet his thoughts lingered on the effortless mastery displayed by Li Changsheng during their exchange. Despite the duration of their duel, the elder understood that had Li Changsheng desired to defeat him, he could have concluded the spar with a single move. Instead, he was merely honing his own swordsmanship. As the foremost swordsman of the Chun family for centuries, the elder's talent was beyond question. However, it had also led him to his current impasse, without guidance on how to proceed on the sword path. No one in the Chun family had comprehended sword intent before him. He had only chanced upon a fragment of the 7-kill sword intent. Thus, he had been left to navigate his future alone, repetitively practicing and refining the family's 7-kill sword technique. Yet today, Mr. Li had illuminated for him that he had reached a bottleneck. Techniques had become an invisible constraint, and to break through, he must relinquish the shackles of technique and embark on the cultivation of sword intent. With this realization, the elder felt a surge of clarity, the fog on his sword path dissipating in the light of understanding. He raised his head, resolutely declaring, "It seems I must once again refine my sword path. Chen Air. From today onward, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate my sword intent. Until I achieve mastery, I will not emerge." The elder's spirit ignited, reminiscent of his youth. "Father, I understand. I too shall strive diligently in my training." Chen Xian chimed in with equal determination. Upon their return to Wanyu Pavilion, the four of them settled around table. "Master, what status do those two hold?" The second sister, Yi Hanyue, inquired with curiosity, looking to Li Changsheng for clarification. "If my conjecture is correct, they are likely from a seven-treasure glazed tile sect, and that elder is probably the sword Douluo of their sect," Li Changsheng speculated. The siblings were taken aback by this revelation, and Li Changsheng, sensing their surprise, continued, "In a few days, I shall depart for the sea to hunt a soul beast." "You intend to hunt a soul beast yourself? How old is it?" 1,000,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Indeed, a 1,000,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. Li Changsheng, unfazed by the astonished expressions of his disciples, smiled at them and asked, "So, are you prepared for the rigorous training that lies ahead?" "We have been ready." The night was cold, and Shui, filled with excitement, echoed the sentiments of her two siblings, though they soon regretted their impetuous behavior. Chapter 13. Li Changsheng departing. Yi Hanyue pursues her master. On a morning several days later, Li Changsheng presented a jade pendant to Yi Hanyue. "From this day forth, you shall be my personal disciple," he declared. "This talisman will protect you, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from titled Douluos of levels 91 and 95. Yi Hanyue, upon receiving the pendant, hastily tucked it away with great care. Then, from his hands, a guqin materialized, which he gifted to Yi Hanyue. "This is the Moonlight Guqin," he explained. "Its strings are crafted from the silk of the 1,000,000-year soul beast, the Dream-Eye Silkworm, while the body is made from branches of the 500,000-year soul beast, the king of all demons. The other components consist of rare materials I have collected over many years. This instrument will significantly enhance your offensive capabilities, allowing you to unleash more powerful attacks with minimal soul power, rendering your strikes more enduring." Overjoyed by Li Changsheng's description, Yi Hanyue eagerly accepted the guqin, a radiant smile gracing her face. Not wishing to linger, Li Changsheng produced 2 soul bags and handed them to her. "These are for those 2 little rascals. Once they awaken, give them these. They contain gifts I prepared for them." "Thank you, master. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my younger siblings." Yi Hanyue replied respectfully as she accepted the soul bags. "Well, I must take my leave now." With that, Li Changsheng turned and walked into the distance. As she watched him depart, Yi Hanyue remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, 2 teasing voices broke the stillness. "What are you staring at, big sister? So captivated. The master has already left. These are the gifts he left for you. Infuse them with your soul power to access their contents." With that, Yi Hanyue handed the 2 soul bags to her siblings, who were eagerly inspecting their treasures. "By the way, why did you refuse to accept Master's offer yesterday?" Yi Hanyue inquired, observing the excitement of her siblings as they explored the contents of the soul bags. Her second sister, Shui, waved dismissively, saying, "We would prefer to call him master rather than teacher. After having called him master for so long, it feels strange to switch." Her younger brother, Zifeng, chimed in, "Exactly. What difference does it make? Everything we have comes from him. Why covet the title of disciple?" Seeing her siblings' nonchalance, Yi Hanyue wished to continue, but was interrupted by her second sister. "Big sister, enough talking. You should hurry after him. He just left. You can still catch up." Yi Hanyue felt her cheeks flush at the suggestion. Zifeng, noticing her embarrassment, teased, "Yes, big sister, hurry. You've been utterly enraptured by the master these past few days. Seize the chance before he gets too far." With a bashful smile, Yi Hanyue turned and dashed towards Li Changsheng, disappearing from their view in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Zifeng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no." Big sister ran out without taking anything. Shui, unfazed, merely chuckled, "What's the rush? She has the master's provisions. I wonder when she'll manage to mount a challenge to her master and achieve greatness." Encouragingly, Zifeng cheered, "Big sister, you can do it. You will surely win him over. May the heavens bless you." As Li Changsheng strolled along a forest path towards the seaside, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully accepted a personal disciple. Reward, 2 lottery chances. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 2 random doors. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Lingshao Sacred Pool. Random door. The host can randomly traverse to another world for a duration of 3 minutes. Lingshao Sacred Pool. derived from the life tree in the Yadin Nebula Cave of the Star of Sire. It possesses the miraculous ability to purify evil energy and rapidly restore energy, providing endless life energy. After reading the descriptions of the rewards, Li Changsheng began to formulate a preliminary plan. The random door's unpredictability was too great. Venturing into a perilous world could lead to dire consequences. He decided to explore it only after reaching the 99th level and ascending to immortality. As for the Lingxiao Sacred Pool, he planned to procure some celestial herb seeds after this hunting trip and cultivate them beside the pool, thus ensuring an inexhaustible supply of celestial herbs. Just as he envisioned the abundant celestial herbs he would possess, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. "Master, slow down. Wait for me. I wish to accompany you." Turning around, Li Changsheng was surprised to see Hanyue sprinting towards him. "Hanyue, why did you follow me?" he questioned. In a nearby inn, Li Changsheng looked at Yi Hanyue, who stood awkwardly with her head bowed, and sighed. "So, those two little rascals told you they could manage on their own, and you decided to chase after me? And you came unprepared, without even any money." With her head lowered like a child caught in wrongdoing, Yi Hanyue murmured, "I came to take care of you, but I suppose I was too hasty." Hearing her soft complaints, Li Changsheng rubbed his temples, thinking, "You came to take care of me? It seems more like I'll be taking care of you." Recognizing her as his newly accepted disciple, he reluctantly waved his hand. "All right, I want to hold it against you. Tomorrow, we will go out together to gather the supplies you need. I booked a room for you as well. Go rest in there for now." In his room, Li Changsheng lay on the bed, contemplating. Back in the Forgetfulness Pavilion, I relied entirely on Zifeng. Hanyue spends her days either cultivating or playing the guqin. I hope my personal disciple Isnt, just skilled at music and cultivation. Surely she must have some practical skills. Meanwhile, in her own room, Yi Hanyue buried her face in her blanket, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing. "Oh dear," I rushed out without preparation. Now I must trouble Master for everything. And those two insufferable rascals didn't even remind me. They must be laughing at me back at the Forgetfulness Pavilion. When I return, I'll make sure they understand what it means to face the love of an older sister. Chapter 14. Journey to Sea God Island. The following morning, Li Changsheng and Yi Hanyue set out early to procure the necessary supplies in a nearby town. After completing their shopping, the master and disciple arrived at an inn. The innkeeper, delighted to see them, approached with a smile. "What can I get for you two? Our dishes are renowned far and wide." Li Changsheng, hearing this, instructed, "Innkeeper, bring us your famous breakfast quickly. We have a journey ahead." He then led Yi Hanyue to a table near the entrance. "Understood. I'll fetch it right away." The innkeeper hurried off. Before long, he returned with the breakfast. Bowing respectfully, "I wish you both a pleasant meal. I won't disturb you further." Li Changsheng waved dismissively. "That will be all. Thank you." Beside them, the charming Night Hanyu was markedly different, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, her mind preoccupied solely with the innkeeper's address to the master and disciple. Sir, madam. Observing his apprentice lost in thought, Li Changsheng gently interjected, "What are you pondering, little you? It's time to eat. The food will get cold. And cold food is unappetizing." "Oh, right. Eating." Startled by Li Changsheng's reminder, Night Hanyu stammered her response. Just as the master and disciple were enjoying their meal, a sudden commotion erupted outside the inn, accompanied by the scornful shouts of the innkeeper. "Where did this beggar come from? Scram quickly and don't linger here. You're disturbing our business." "Brother, I beg you, I haven't eaten in days. My home was destroyed by a sinister soul master, and my family was killed by them. Please, have pity on me and give me something to eat. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll make you regret it." "Brother, please." Night Hanyu turned to Li Changsheng and said, "Master, I'll go take a look." "Go ahead." With Li Changsheng's permission, Night Hanyu stepped outside the inn, where she beheld a filthy little girl clinging to the innkeeper's leg, weeping uncontrollably, while the innkeeper showed no sign of compassion, raising his hand to strike her. "Stop!" Night Hanyu exclaimed, stepping in to intervene. Upon recognizing her, the innkeeper immediately switched his demeanor. "Dear guest, I'll have her removed at once, so she won't offend your eyes." In response, Night Hanyu promptly approached. Scooping up the girl, "This child is with us." Without waiting for the innkeeper's reply, she strode back into the inn. Returning to the table, Night Hanyu placed the girl on a nearby stool and gently said, "Please eat. Don't hold back." Hearing this, the girl immediately seized the breakfast on the table and devoured it ravenously. Watching the child, Li Changsheng turned to Night Hanyu. "What's the story?" This child was outside begging the innkeeper for food, who not only refused but threatened to hit her. "I found her pitiful and decided to bring her back." Night Hanyu explained, her heart filled with compassion for the girl, who is now voraciously consuming her meal. We'll be leaving shortly, and the destination is not suitable for bringing her along. Seeing her plight, I'll purchase a house for her. Once we conclude our business and return, we can take her with us. Recognizing the child's unfortunate situation, Knight Hanyu felt reassured by her master's plan. After the trio finished their breakfast, Li Changsheng arranged for a house for the little girl, saying, "Little one, the place we are heading to is perilous, and we cannot take you with us. You will stay here for the time being. We have made all necessary arrangements for you." "Okay, I understand," the girl replied, acknowledging her own frailty and the potential burden she might pose to them. Seeing her maturity, Li Changsheng gently tapped her forehead, transmitting the 9 Yin manual and a diagram of human acupuncture points directly into her mind. "This is a gift for you. Train diligently. I hope that when we meet again, you'll have become a soul master." "Thank you, big brother. I will earnestly train to become a powerful soul master." The girl responded resolutely, silently encouraging herself, "You can do it." After bidding farewell to the girl, Li Changsheng and Knight Hanyu set off. As they walked, Knight Hanyu expressed her confusion. "Master, it's so sad for her. Was it really necessary to impart her the martial arts? I examined her while I was with her. Her physique is remarkably strong for her age. Her deceased parents must have been high-ranking soul masters. I can sense a considerable innate soul power within her, along with a familiar aura. With proper cultivation, her future accomplishments will be remarkable," Li Changsheng explained patiently. Having said this, Li Changsheng and Knight Hanyu hastened onward. The following day, at the seaside, dozens of large ships were anchored in the port, where Qian Xuanji stood with several soul masters. "Father, all the warships and supplies are prepared. We can board and set sail now," Qian Xuanji proudly announced to Qian Douluo. "Excellent. During my absence, I entrust the Spirit Hall to you. Do not disappoint me," Qian Douluo replied with satisfaction. "Rest assured, father, I will manage the Spirit Hall well, and one tea bring you shame," Qian Xuanji assured him. "Enough talk. We must depart. Then I wish you a successful expedition and a victorious return." "All right, let us set sail." As Qian Dalu's voice echoed, a multitude of soul masters began to board the ships, which soon glided into the ocean, disappearing from view, watching the team depart until they vanished. Qian Xuanji and the remaining soul masters gradually left the port, returning to the Spirit Hall. After Qian Xuanji and the others had departed, Li Changsheng and his disciple arrived at the port, only to find no ships from the Spirit Hall. They approached a fisherman and inquired, "Good sir, I heard the Spirit Hall was supposed to set sail today. Why haven't we seen their ships?" The fisherman replied, "The Spirit Hall's ships left the port not long ago. You are too late." Upon hearing that the ships had already set sail, Li Changsheng lamented, "Had I known, I would have hurried. I thought I could board a ship of the Spirit Hall." He continued to ask, "Sir, do you know of any other vessels that can take us to that distant, mysterious island?" "I do. Do you see that large ship? That belongs to the Z family. They are also aware of the route to that island." The fisherman merely indicated a single ship. "Thank you, good sir." With that, Li Changsheng and Knight Hanyu made their way towards the vessel. After conversing with the captain, Li Changsheng and Knight Hanyu successfully boarded the Z family's large ship, learning that the Z family frequently engaged in trade with the mysterious island, which is why they were familiar with the route there. Chapter 15. The Young Girl, Z Pearl, and the Night of Change. A night passed without incident. The following morning, the sun gradually rose from the east, casting shimmering reflections upon the sea surface, where the weather was splendid and the waters were calm, with numerous seagulls flying in the distance. Li Changsheng stood at the ship's bow, marveling at the breathtaking ocean. He mused, "The beauty of the sea is truly magnificent. If one has never truly experienced it, they could never grasp the grandeur of its waves." At that moment, Captain Z approached Li Changsheng from behind, gazing out at the sea. "How is it, Mr. Li? Did you sleep well last night?" Li Changsheng responded, "Yes, I slept very well. Thank you for your hospitality." "Captain Z, without your assistance, my disciple, and I would have been at a loss on how to reach that unfamiliar island." Captain Z replied, "It was a mere trivial matter. Coincidentally, my daughter also intends to test her abilities on that island. I've heard that many titled Douluos reside there, even a 99th level limit Douluo. If my daughter possesses sufficient talent, she may be able to join them." Li Changsheng asked, "Oh, the captain's daughter is going to test her abilities there? May I inquire how old she is and her current level?" Captain Z hesitated. Noticing this, Li Changsheng realized his inquiry might have been impolite and quickly added, "I apologize. I forgot that such information is not easily disclosed." Captain Z waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Such information can be found in certain places. My daughter's name is Z Pearl. She is 15 years old and recently hunted her third soul ring, currently at level 31. Upon hearing the captain's daughter's name, Li Chongsheng paused for a moment. I wish your daughter the best of luck in successfully joining that island. In his heart, he thought of the character Purple Pearl from the original work, sighing, I fear you shall be disappointed. Your daughter ultimately did not join the Sea God Island, and, in the future, will lead the Spirit Hall to assault the Sea God. Upon hearing Li Chongsheng's well wishes, the captain replied joyfully, Surely, she will succeed. My daughter possesses remarkable talent. At that moment, a young maiden rushed in, exclaiming, Father, why are you wandering about again? Just then, she noticed Li Chongsheng standing nearby. Who is this handsome older brother? I don't recall him being on our ship, she said in astonishment. He is our guest, traveling with us to that island, the captain explained. Then, with pride beaming from his face, he introduced Mr. Li. This is my little girl, Purple Pearl. Li Chongsheng gazed at Purple Pearl and remarked, The girl is beautiful. She is destined to blossom into a great beauty. The captain chimed in, of course. With my striking looks, my daughter is bound to be stunning. Observing her father unabashedly extolling his own appearance, Purple Pearl candidly retorted, With that face of yours, please. If it weren't for my mother, I would be so mortified to resemble you that I might seek a place stand at all. Upon hearing his daughter's blunt dismissal, the captain coughed awkwardly and continued to defend himself. Li Chongsheng, noticing their exchange, turned his gaze towards the sea. Suddenly, a powerful surge of soul power emanated from the cabin, interrupting their conversation, prompting the father and daughter to rush inside to investigate. Arriving at the door of Li Chongsheng and Yi Hanyue's room, Purple Pearl turned to her father and asked, Dad, whose room is this? The captain replied, It's Mr. Li's and his disciple's room. Mr. Li was just outside. That surge of soul power must have come from his female disciple. I never expected such a young woman to possess such formidable soul power, but Mr. Li is no ordinary person either. Purple Pearl agreed, You're right, he didn't accompany us. So he must have anticipated the source of the soul power. The captain reassured her, But there's no need for concern. We have no rare treasures aboard. If they intended to cause trouble, they would have done so long ago. They are likely just hitching a ride with us. Reluctantly, Purple Pearl conceded, All right. Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Hanyue, spotting the father and daughter, asked in confusion, Why has the captain come to my room? The captain wasted no time and directly conveyed the reason for their visit. Yi Hanyue, feeling embarrassed, replied, I apologize for the interruption. I just experienced a breakthrough in my soul power and couldn't contain it hence. No need to worry. It is our ship's honor to have you both aboard. The captain quickly interjected. Yi Hanyue, sensing the awkwardness, chose not to speak further and walked past the father and daughter towards the deck. Outside the cabin, Li Chongsheng continued to gaze at the tranquil sea, aware of footsteps approaching from behind. Without turning, he stated, You've broken through to level 70? Yes. My efforts over the past few days have borne fruit, and I have just reached level 70, Yi Hanyue responded. Li Shanxing Smilat Aksalin. Among your siblings, your talent is the highest. Now that you've surpassed level 70, I will find time to procure a 10,000-year soul beast for your 7th soul ring. The 7th soul ring is crucial for a soul master, as it grants the manifestation of the martial spirit, significantly impacting future combat capabilities. Yi Hanyue expressed her concern. Will my body be able to withstand a 10,000-year red ring? Li Chongsheng waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured. Haven't you all been using the body-refining potions I left you over the years? Moreover, apart from your first soul ring, haven't the other 5 rings surpassed the current maximum age for soul rings? Hearing her master's words, Yi Hanyue fell silent, simply choosing to stay by Li Chongsheng's side. On a calm night, the pearl ship floated lonely upon the sea when suddenly fierce winds arose, causing the crew to cling to their belongings to avoid being thrown overboard. Just then, Li Chongsheng appeared at the bow, stamping his left foot. Instantly, his soul power was released, calming the ship and rendering it unaffected by the surrounding gales and waves, sailing smoothly across the surface of the sea. The captain hurried over and inquired, This is impossible. What on earth is happening, Mr. Li? Based on my years of sailing experience, I checked the wind direction and predicted calm weather for tonight. How could there suddenly be such a tempest? Li Chongsheng, unhurried, explained, According to your predictions, it should indeed be calm tonight. However, we inadvertently encroached upon the territory of a little creature, which seems quite irked and has created some minor disturbances for us. But fear not. I've already intimidated it with my soul power, and it should not trouble us further. Chapter 16. Encountering a soul beast in distress. Saving the Song High Dragon King. After Li Changshang finished speaking and was about to turn to head back to the cabin, he suddenly glanced back at the sea. Ah, this little creature isn't fleeing, it's swimming closer. How intriguing, he remarked. On the stormy surface of the sea, a colossal head emerged, its eyes glowing like lanterns, strikingly visible against the dark night sky. However, this old beast did not continue its attack. Instead, it fixed its gaze upon the pearl ship, or rather, upon Li Changsheng at the bow. Li Changsheng, sensing the surge of mental energy, reached out to probe the soul beast. Upon gaining clarity, he recognized it as a dragon soul beast nearing the age of 10,000 years. Despite Li Changsheng exerting immense pressure to intimidate the sea dragon soul beast, it remained, staring blankly at him. Just as Li Changsheng was filled with confusion, a childish voice suddenly echoed from within. Big brother soul master, please save my mother. I beg you. Save my mother. Li Changsheng was taken aback by the voice, quickly realizing that the soul beast was pleading for his help. He responded through soul power. What has happened? Little one, the dragon soul beast, upon hearing Li Changsheng's response, recounted its plight. Its mother was a 700,000-year Song High Dragon King who recently had unknowingly obtained a drop of true dragon blood. Somehow, this information reached the million-year soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, which attacked its mother early that morning. Although she reacted swiftly and engaged in a life-and-death duel with the deep-sea demon whale king, the latter, being a nearly million-year soul beast, was far beyond the capabilities of the 700,000-year Song High Dragon King. After a brief skirmish, the mother was injured by the deep-sea demon whale king. Realizing she was no match for it, she secretly entrusted the drop of true dragon blood to her offspring, instructing it to flee in a specific direction without looking back. She then attacked the deep-sea demon whale king, diverting its attention to buy her child more time to escape. The deep-sea demon whale king, fixated on the true dragon blood, paid no heed to the fleeing offspring, believing the blood remained with its Song High Dragon King, thus pursuing her relentlessly and allowing the child to escape. Having hidden in the depths of the sea, upon seeing Li Changsheng's ship, it attempted to drive them away. But after being intimidated by Li Changsheng, it sensed that his pressure was not inferior to that of the deep-sea demon whale king, and, feeling a trace of auspicious energy emanating from him, dared to risk asking for his assistance. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, Li Changsheng sensed a faint aura of auspiciousness emanating from the creature before him. Instantly, an image of a gluttonous little golden retriever surfaced in his mind, reminiscent of the creature's long companionship with him, as it seemed to have absorbed a trace of the essence of a mythical beast. After this realization, Li Changsheng chose not to assist as the creature had anticipated. Instead, he quipped with a teasing smile, "While I have no fear of the abyssal sea demon whale king, what reason do I have to aid you? Offending it without cause would be unwise. There is nothing to gain, only harm." The dragon-like soul beast, upon hearing his words, hastily replied, "Woo-woo, if you can save my mother, I shall become your beast from henceforth. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply, even if it means sacrificing myself. I implore you, please save my mother." Realizing he may have frightened the creature excessively, Li Changsheng feigned reluctance. "Very well, I shall assist you." With that, he ascended atop the dragon soul beast and called back to Yi Hanyue. "Hanyue, I will return shortly. Let's rendezvous on that island." With those words, he vanished slowly from the sight of the others, riding the dragon soul beast. "By the way, what is your name?" Li Changsheng inquired suddenly during their flight. "My name is Ali, a name bestowed upon me by my mother." The young beast continued, "Big brother soul master, do you think my mother will be all right? She's all I have left." Woo-woo. The following morning, a serene expanse of ocean lay before them, yet the surrounding atmosphere was eerily tranquil. Not a single flying soul beast graced the skies, nor was there any sign of life beneath the waves. Suddenly, from the distance, two soul beasts surged forward, one pursuing the other. The two beasts radiated terrifying auras, but the one in pursuit, a whale-like creature, exuded a more formidable and dreadful presence compared to the dragon-like beast ahead. "Ganghai Dondong Empo, Suvinda, hand over that drop of pure blood, and perhaps I shall spare you, even take you as my concubine," the abyssal sea demon whale king taunted. "Dream on. I would rather die than relinquish the true dragon's blood to you. I have concealed it well. You shall never find it. Your sins are countless. The many soul beasts you have devoured over the years shall come back to haunt you. You will not die a peaceful death." The Songhai demon dragon emperor roared in fury. "Umph, obstinate fool," retorted the abyssal sea demon whale king. In an instant, it gathered energy in its maw, unleashing a devastating energy beam toward the Shanghai Demon Dragon Emperor, inflicting grievous wounds upon it. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal the location of the hidden true dragon's blood, or I will devour you, leaving you in pieces, and then pursue that little soul beast that fled yesterday. Do you think I would disclose such a precise hiding place? The Shanghai Demon Dragon Emperor spat angrily. Then you shall meet your demise. The Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King once again began to gather energy for another assault. As it prepared to strike, the Shanghai Demon Dragon Emperor felt a deep sorrow. Ali, if your mother is no longer here, you must learn to fend for yourself. Take the true dragon's blood far from here and live well. Do not seek revenge for me. Just as the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King was ready to unleash its attack, a powerful sword aura suddenly sliced through the air from the distance. The Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King was forced to redirect its assault towards the source of the attack. The collision of the sword energy and the energy beam resulted in a tremendous explosion. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? The Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King bellowed. It is I. Li Chongqing approached on Ali's back, unperturbed. Human, I advise you against intervening in this matter, the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King warned, eyeing Li Chongqing, who bore no discernible aura, remaining cautious due to the earlier display of power. Ah, big fish, I have no desire to meddle, but alas, I made a promise to this little one, Li Chongqing replied, playfully mocking the creature. One must not be untrue to their word. Don't you agree? All right. You're not human. You're a soul beast. Li Chongqing disregarded the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King's intimidation, merely toying with it. Impudent. Chapter 17. Li Chongqing vs. Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King. Impudent. Li Chongqing showed no fear of the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King, stepping forward and floating gracefully in the air. He turned to Ali and said, Go, check on your mother. I shall handle things here. Ali nodded. Then I shall leave it to you, and swam towards her injured mother. How dare you ignore me? Then perish together. The Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King roared, swiftly gathering energy in its mouth, unleashing a merciless beam of energy towards Li Chongqing. This attack concentrated half of the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King's power. Even Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, would treat it with caution. Yet, facing this formidable strike that threatened even a titled Douluo, Li Chongqing exhibited not a flicker of fear. He did not even bat an eyelash, as if the attack were merely a gentle breeze. He silently recited the golden light incantation. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of myriad energies. Cultivate through countless tribulations to validate my divine powers. The energy beam from the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King reached Li Chongqing. Boom! The energy beam struck Li Chongqing, and a thick cloud of smoke erupted in the air. Sir! Ali exclaimed in alarm beside her mother. Do not worry. He is unharmed, the Shanghai Demon Dragon Emperor said weakly. The Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King, well aware that this attack would not inflict any meaningful damage on Li Chongqing, merely aimed to test his strength. From within the smoke, Li Chongqing's teasing voice emerged. Big fish, is that all you've got? Put in some effort. I know you haven't gone all out yet. Hearing Li Chongqing's mocking tone, the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King resolved to unleash its full power, letting out a fearsome roar. Deep sea pressure. In an instant, the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King amplified its attributes 100-fold, drastically enhancing its control over water elements, and its aura surged to new heights. The surrounding weather transformed dramatically. Dark clouds enveloping hundreds of miles, followed by thunder and lightning, culminating in a torrential downpour. Oh, a domain soul skill, and a weather domain skill at that. Very good. Very good. This is how one should fight, by unleashing their full power, Li Chongqing mused, observing the Abyssal Sea Demon Whale King's growing strength without interrupting its technique. As the storm intensified, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. Once the creature reached its peak state, he remarked with interest, I hear that soul beasts dread the tribulation. Allow me to bring you one today. Observe, big fish, the 5 thunder techniques of Longhu Mountain. Li Chongqing calmly raised his right hand, revealing 9 soul rings. Black, 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 red, 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 red. A primordial energy surged around him as he leisurely formed an intricate seal. This seal, ancient and profound, seemed to embody the ultimate principles of nature, resonating with the might of the universe. He silently recited the incantation of the 5 thunder techniques. Mother of Thunder, Lord of Lightning, swiftly descend to grant your powers. Accompany me to heal, pain, boom, 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 boom. I beseech the great supreme old Lord. Urgently as per the law. As the final word echoed like thunder, bearing undeniable authority. The weather in this realm shifted once more. The skies darkened ominously. The once violent storm intensified, gathering boundless thunderclouds. Within those clouds, lightning roiled, spreading rapidly and wresting control of the weather from the abyssal sea demon whale king. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura, imbued with an overwhelming and unyielding power reminiscent of celestial might, surged forth like a tumultuous tide, instantly enveloping the entire region. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, causing even the distant 10,000-year-soul beasts to tremble in fear beneath this magnificent celestial authority. The excitement and cruelty that had once adorned the countenance of the deep-sea demon whale king were abruptly frozen in the wake of this divine presence, replaced by boundless terror and astonishment. He could distinctly sense the tremors emanating from the depths of his very soul, a primal fear instilled by the soul beast's absolute dread of heavenly thunder and the overwhelming suppression of their existence. It was an instinctual fear that arose from the innermost recesses of their being. Before the vast and formidable might of the thunder, his once proud soul skill, the weather domain, had been stripped of its dominion over the elements, rendered as insignificant as mere dust upon the earth. How could this be possible? You are not human. You are a deity. How could a mortal possibly command such heavenly thunder? He cried out in shock, his mind flooded with intense fear, his voice becoming sharp and distorted. He yearned to flee, to escape the terrifying expanse of thunderclouds, but his body remained paralyzed. Curse it! Why can't I move? He struggled desperately to shift his form, yet it felt as if countless invisible chains held him fast, rendering him utterly immobile. He could only watch helplessly as he awaited the descent of the white divine thunder, a manifestation of inexorable destruction. Boom! Boom! In mere moments, the sky coalesced into a tempestuous thundercloud spanning hundreds of miles, as if governed by the very laws of the universe, unleashing its own sovereign thunderous wrath. In an instant, a multitude of lightning bolts crashed down, illuminating the darkened sky and converging upon the deep-sea demon whale king below. Faced with the imminent onslaught of heavenly thunder, the deep-sea demon whale king summoned every ounce of his soul power to counter the strike, immediately channeling his energy anew in hopes of fortifying himself to withstand the impending assault. Boom! In the area where the deep-sea demon whale king resided, the sea boiled violently, producing a thick veil of steam, while the air was saturated with the terrifying essence of thunder. As the steam gradually dissipated, the massive form of the deep-sea demon whale king began to emerge before all eyes. His body, cloaked in darkness, exuded a life force that was faint and ghostly, as if death were but a heartbeat away. Li Changsheng, witnessing this scene, was equally astounded. Indeed, as expected of a million-year soul beast on the brink of divinity, its vitality is remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, it still clings to life. Remarkable. With that thought, Li Changsheng raised his right hand once more, the white lightning swirling in his grasp, ready to deliver the final blow to the deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing this, the deep-sea demon whale king cried out in desperation, "Soul Master, spare me. I will relinquish all my treasures to you. I know you covet soul bones. I possess many, including those of 10,000 years." As he spoke, the deep-sea demon whale king expelled a plethora of rare treasures and numerous soul bones from his maw, including several pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Observing the vast array of treasures and soul bones being offered, Li Changsheng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The deep-sea demon whale king is indeed wealthy beyond measure. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion of his hand, Li Changsheng gathered all the precious items and soul bones into his devouring pouch, silently observing the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king, witnessing this, lamented, "Master, now I have lost everything. That was all I possessed." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng recalled something and suddenly inquired, "What about the whale glue? Do you have whale glue?" Chapter 18. Li Changsheng misunderstood. The deep-sea demon whale king pushes his wife to block the blade. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's inquiry about whale glue, Ali, along with the severely wounded Song, High Demon Dragon King, and the 10,000-year soul beasts observing from a distance, all cast strange glances in Li Changsheng's direction. This formidable human, could it be that he is lacking in physical prowess? Ali's mind began to spiral with wild thoughts. How could my master so brazenly request such a thing in this setting? I shall become my master's beast, and even if he falters, I will remain by his side. Flushing, she further pondered, if I were to transform into a human, would he also regard me? Ah, how embarrassing. Should I accept? Or should I accept? Upon hearing this, the deep-sea demon whale king beamed with joy. Yes, yes. I possess a great many. After consuming it, Soul Master, you will undoubtedly feel invigorated and revitalized. He then produced a veritable mountain of whale glue, some of which dated back 1,000 years, while others spanned tens of thousands. Li Changsheng, listening to the deep-sea demon whale king's somewhat lascivious remarks, paid them little heed, swiftly gathering all the whale glue into another devouring pouch. However, it was only then that Li Changsheng became aware of the peculiar gazes surrounding him, realizing that his previous actions might lead to unfortunate implications about his character. The deep-sea demon whale king was on the verge of death by his hand, and while the creature's misunderstandings were inconsequential, the perceptions of those around him were not. Should word spread, he would never again be able to show his face in these waters. Thus, Li Changsheng quickly shook his head in explanation. It is not as you think. I use whale glue for alchemical purposes. The resulting elixirs can enhance a soul master's physique. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. The deep-sea demon whale king eagerly concurred. Indeed, Master is using it for alchemy. It is I who have misjudged you. The surrounding sea creatures, upon hearing the deep-sea demon whale king's insistence, became even more convinced of their earlier speculations, whispering amongst themselves. Who would have thought that such a powerful soul master would be lacking in physical ability? Indeed, I too did not expect this. He is even weaker than I. Do you think we could offer whale glue to curry favor with this esteemed soul master? Hey, you're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? With that, numerous 10,000-year soul beasts began to showcase their own collections of whale glue, sending them forth to Li Changsheng with their soul power, transmitting their intentions telepathically. These are some small offerings from us. Li Changsheng's expression darkened upon seeing this. Yet he still accepted the whale glue. He thought to himself, alas, my lifelong reputation is tarnished, but I cannot forsake these benefits that lay before me. As the multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts witnessed Li Changsheng accepting the whale glue, their resolve only strengthened. The deep-sea demon whale king, seeing Li Changsheng collect the whale glue without noticing his darkening expression, also beamed. Soul Master, how about it? May I take my leave? Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, was filled with an overwhelming rage. It was this very creature's thoughtless words that had led to the ruin of his reputation. Today, I shall put an end to you. With that thought, Li Changsheng bellowed, Beast, it is because of you that my reputation is in ruins. Today, I shall slay you. With that, Li Changsheng raised his right hand once again, unleashing a violent surge of white lightning aimed directly at the deep-sea demon whale king. Human, you are untrustworthy. The deep-sea demon whale king, robust in form, swiftly maneuvered to evade the domineering lightning strike. Li Changsheng, witnessing this, roared in fury. When did I ever declare that I would let you go? You, vile creature, have devoured countless oceanic beings. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated. Today, I shall strike you down and avenge those whom you have consumed. As Li Changsheng once again activated the 5 thunder rites, the white, tempestuous lightning surged forth from his hands, racing towards the deep-sea demon whale king. Upon witnessing this renewed onslaught, the deep-sea demon whale king was taken aback, igniting his lifeblood and channeling an immense surge of soul power to propel himself away with all his might. The white, furious lightning was mere moments away from striking his back when, unexpectedly, a white demon whale materialized. This ethereal creature unleashed a formidable energy beam from its maw, intercepting the white lightning and ultimately sparing the deep-sea demon whale king from a fatal blow. Observing this turn of events, Li Changsheng was perplexed, exclaiming, To think that the deep-sea demon whale king has allies. You should not be so reviled by other beasts, having consumed so many sea soul beasts. At the moment of his demise, it is astonishing that a soul beast would come forth to shield him from death. With this thought, Li Changsheng released his mental energy to probe the age of the white demon whale. To his astonishment, he discovered that this creature was an astonishingly ancient soul beast, boasting an age of 800,000 years. This revelation led Li Changsheng to recall the original narrative, where 2,000 years after Tang San ascended to divinity, the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king, the Sea Emperor, sought vengeance. She was a formidable figure who, in a bid to prevent the annihilation of her kin, emulated her husband's path by devouring sea soul beasts and soul masters to elevate her own power, ultimately breaking through the 100-level barrier to become a true God-level entity without a divine position. However, through his mental investigation, Li Changsheng discerned that the Sea Emperor bore no trace of the murderous karma attributed to her in the original tale. Instead, she was a genuine soul beast who had diligently cultivated for 800,000 years. This showcased her extraordinary talent, explaining her ability to surpass her husband and break through to become a true god-level powerhouse. In light of this, Li Changsheng retracted his previous indifference and addressed the Sea Emperor, stating, "Sea Emperor, I understand the hardships you have endured in your cultivation, and I see that you do not indiscriminately shed blood. I can grant you a reprieve, allowing you to depart from this place unharmed." The white demon whale, taken aback by his words, replied, "I do not comprehend why you address me as Sea Emperor, nor do I grasp why my husband has offended you. But I implore you to spare him." Li Changsheng, hearing her plea, coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe that is possible?" With that, he once again summoned the 5 thunder rites, launching a powerful white lightning bolt towards the deep-sea demon whale king. In response, the deep-sea demon whale king, his eyes glinting with malice, swiftly maneuvered behind his wife, pushing her forward to intercept the lightning as he made his escape. The white demon whale, witnessing such a callous act from her husband, reflected on the sacrifices she had made for him over the years, only to be met with such heartlessness. Overwhelmed by despair, she prepared for the worst, but just as the white lightning was about to strike her, it suddenly veered away, redirecting its wrath towards the deep-sea demon whale king, sending him hurtling through the air once more. Li Changsheng, incensed by the deep-sea demon whale king's heartlessness, exclaimed, "Beast, to sacrifice your own wife to save yourself." The gravely injured deep-sea demon whale king, unfazed by the accusation, coldly retorted, "If she dies, then so be it. I can always find another. If I perish, I lose everything." Hearing such callous words from her husband, the white demon whale trembled, frozen in shock. Li Changsheng, enraged by this display, once more activated the 5 thunder rites, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the deep-sea demon whale king. At that moment, a voice rang out from a distance, commanding stop. Chapter 19, The Arrival of Poseidon, Qian Douluo versus Tang Chun. Stop. Li Changsheng gradually lowered his arm, retracting the lightning as he turned to gaze into the distance. There, he beheld a stunning woman and a handsome man approaching. The woman was adorned in a flowing crimson robe, her azure hair cascading down her back, with a countenance that suggested she was no older than 30. Her beauty was accentuated by an air of nobility and grace, radiating warmth akin to the ocean itself. Her eyes, a crystalline blue, were deeper than the sea, reflecting the weight of ancient wisdom. She held a 3-meter-long golden scepter, intricately carved with magical runes, its tip adorned with a diamond-shaped golden gem. Li Changsheng could only compare her beauty and grace to that of the Snow Empress and the yet unmet Silver Dragon King. Turning his gaze to the handsome man, Li Changsheng noted his golden armor and hair, impeccably groomed and exuding a serene, tranquil aura that was profoundly comforting. His golden eyes, imbued with a sense of judgment, seemed to seek out all wickedness. Grasping a golden holy sword, intricately designed with a 6-winged hilt and a magnificent diamond embedded in the blade, the weapon emanated an aura of divine sanctity. "Greetings, esteemed friend. I am Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island." The beautiful woman spoke softly. "I am Qian Douluo, the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall," the handsome man replied earnestly. As they turned their attention to Li Changsheng, they realized that he was enveloped in a tempestuous aura of lightning, his power resonating with, if not surpassing, their own. Both were taken aback, recognizing him as an extreme Douluo of equal might. Li Changsheng responded, "I am Li Changsheng, merely a wanderer in this world." Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged a quarter of an hour prior in the far distance from Li Changsheng's battlefield, where sea soul masters from Sea God Island clashed with land soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Although the Spirit Hall's titled Douluos outnumbered their opponents, many were ill-suited for combat in the ocean. Initially, they managed to suppress the titled Douluos from Sea God Island, but as time passed, the latter adapted, gradually tipping the scales of victory in their favor, shifting from one-on-one engagements to 1-against-2. In a matter of moments, the Spirit Hall faced heavy casualties, with only a few soul Douluos remaining and barely a tenth of the soul masters beneath them surviving. The titled Douluos had already suffered significant losses. Observing this dire situation, Qian Douluo shook his head and decided to intervene personally. Channeling his soul power, his angel spirit manifested, surrounded by 9 soul rings. Black, 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 and red. The full might of a level 99 extreme Douluo erupted, and in an instant, he was able to send several titled Douluos from Sea God Island flying with a single strike, thus turning the tide of battle and granting the Spirit Hall a moment to regroup. As the members of the Spirit Hall rejoiced in the prospect of imminent victory, a sudden surge of formidable soul power erupted from Sea God Island, catching Douluo and the others off guard. The titled Douluos who had been struck down were caught by this overwhelming force, which emanated an oppressive aura rivaling that of Douluo himself. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, all eyes turning towards Sea God Island. Douluo frowned deeply, sensing the profound power behind the aura. It was evident that its master was not beneath him in strength, and the pressure he felt was formidable. He sensed an overwhelming force, divine in nature. In an instant, Douluo recalled that during the previous battle, he had sensed a familiar aura, yet he had paid it no heed. However now, with the sudden eruption of this soul power pressure, as the earthly representative of the angel god, he could distinctly perceive that his opponent was a fellow limit Douluo of the 99th rank, a divine envoy like himself, infused with divinity within their soul power. At that moment, the inhabitants of Sea God Island also cried out in unison, "The Grand Priest has arrived. Go, Grand Priest! Surely you will uphold the dignity of our Sea God Island." Amidst this, a beautiful woman floated forth from Sea God Island, instantly captivating Douluo with her appearance and grace, even drawing the attention of Tang Chun, who was concealed in the shadows. Both men were enraptured, their eyes brimming with fervent admiration for her. "I am Poseidon, the Grand Priest of Sea God Island. I invite you both to join me in battle elsewhere." So as to avoid harming the innocent, her gentle voice reached the ears of Douluo and Tang Chun. "That sounds reasonable," Douluo remarked, glancing at the area where Tang Chun was hidden before following Poseidon into the distance. From the very beginning, Douluo had sensed Tang Chun's presence. The reason he had refrained from making a move was to guard against Tang Chun. Had it not been for the emergence of a losing situation, he would have continued to be vigilant against him from the shadows. Realizing his cover was blown, Tang Chun followed the two as they ventured further away. On a stretch of ocean far from Sea God Island, Poseidon, Douluo, and Tang Chun floated above the waves. "This beautiful lady, I am Douluo. Upon your appearance, I was struck by love at first sight. Might you be inclined to accept my proposal of marriage?" Douluo boldly expressed his feelings. Tang Chun, seeing this, echoed, "I am Tang Chun, the sect master of the Yin sect, and I too have fallen for Lady Poseidon at first sight. Would you consider marrying me?" Surprised by the sudden declarations of affection from both men, Poseidon contemplated whether to incite a conflict between them, allowing her to reap the benefits. "I appreciate your kind sentiments. However, my life is devoted solely to serving the sea god, and thus I would only seek a partner of greater strength," she stated. Upon hearing this, Douluo and Tang Chun exchanged glances, both feeling slighted. "I have long wished to experience the prowess of the Yin sect's master," Douluo declared. "Likewise, I have heard of the great strength of the Grand Priest Douluo. I too wish to engage in a contest," Tang Chun replied. With that, both summoned their respective martial spirits for a friendly spar. Although both harbored affection for Poseidon and aspired to be her partner, they were acutely aware that she was a formidable opponent of equal standing. During their exchange, neither utilized their full strength. Chapter 20. Poseidon vs. Douluo and Tang Chun. Ultimately, the contest concluded with Tang Chun narrowly triumphing over Douluo. He confidently soared before Poseidon, proclaiming, "I have bested Douluo. Might you acknowledge my strength and consider becoming my partner?" Poseidon, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of inevitability. She had hoped for a scenario where the clam and the heron contend, allowing her to benefit, yet the two had not exerted their full might. The sparring had not resulted in significant losses for either party. "Grand Priest, we have defeated all members of the Spear Hall. The enemy has suffered heavy casualties and has completely retreated from the waters governed by Sea God Island," came a report just then. Upon receiving news of their victory, Poseidon recognized that it was time for her to take decisive action. It appeared that to extricate herself from this predicament, she would need to engage personally. However, to contend against both the sect master of Yin and the Grand Priest of the Spear Hall, she would have to wield her full power and harness the strength of the ocean. Poseidon mused internally. With that thought, she softly replied, "Your strength is indeed formidable. But to win my hand, you must first defeat me." "Very well. If it is your intention to test my abilities, I shall gladly oblige," Tang Chun responded, realizing that winning the affection of such a powerful and beautiful woman would not be an easy feat, but would also provide an opportunity to gauge her true strength. Poseidon then added, "The esteemed Douluo may join Tang Chun in this contest. Should fortune favor me and I emerge victorious, I would ask for one condition. Agreed. Since Lady Poseidon has proposed it, I shall comply, Douluo replied, albeit with a scowl, as he had just received news of the Spirit Hall's defeat. Hearing Poseidon's words made him realize she merely sought to divert his attention, leaving him in a foul mood. The unexpected agreement from Douluo astonished both Poseidon and Tang Chun. Throughout their interactions, he had maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, and now he had consented to a duel where two men would battle a single woman, which was quite remarkable. Understanding she might have overstepped, Poseidon felt little regret. After all, they were currently in the ocean, where she could draw upon the endless support and enhancement of the sea's soul power, instilling confidence that she could triumph even against two opponents. With that, Tang Chun and Douluo summoned their Hao-Ian hammer and angel martial spirits, respectively. Poseidon summoned her own martial spirit, the sea god, instantly exerting pressure upon both men. The trio unleashed their soul skills. First soul skill, Raging Waves. Poseidon intoned softly. First soul skill, Blade of Carnage. Dang Jian Zhao. First soul skill, Angelic Assault. Douluo declared. In an instant, they exchanged several blows, scattering the surrounding clouds, creating turbulent waves upon the sea, causing the marine life nearby to flee in terror. It is time to conclude this. Fourth soul skill, Blessing of the Sea God. Ninth soul skill, Deep Sea Strike. Poseidon unleashed her fourth and ninth soul skills in rapid succession. Tang Chun, seeing this, erupted with his own self-created soul skill, the Great Sumeru Hammer, activating his fifth and sixth soul rings. Fourth soul skill, Angel S Descent. Ninth soul skill, Angelic Radiance. Douluo followed suit, releasing his fourth and ninth soul skills in turn. With a thunderous roar, Poseidon, having maintained the support of the ocean's soul power throughout the preceding battles, remained in peak condition, merely staggering back a few steps. In contrast, Douluo and Tang Chun were at a significant disadvantage. Their soul power had been substantially depleted from previous encounters, lacking the continuous replenishment of soul power, rendering their final skills considerably less potent, ultimately causing them to be sent reeling backward. Poseidon, witnessing this, chose not to pursue further. Although she had bested both men, it had been a narrow victory. Without the ocean support, she could not have possibly triumphed against two opponents. Even with the sea's assistance, she doubted she could contain both of them simultaneously. If she pressed the advantage and attempted to subdue them, they might reveal their trump cards and escape, leading to future complications. Thus, it was wiser to forego pursuit and forge an alliance, ensuring they would never again trespass upon Sea God Island. Before long, Douluo and Tang Chun swiftly returned. We have lost. Please, state your conditions, they admitted awkwardly, recognizing the embarrassment of two men battling a woman of equal standing, only to be dominated by her throughout the encounter. Very well. I hope that you both will henceforth refrain from encroaching upon my Sea God Island, Poseidon stated firmly, having seen their swift acknowledgement of defeat and expressing her terms. I, Douluo, solemnly swear by my martial soul that I shall henceforth refrain from any transgressions against Sea God Island. Likewise, I, Tang Chun, take the same oath by my martial soul, vowing to avoid any offense towards Sea God Island from this moment forth. Both Douluo and Tang Chun nodded in agreement. For what other recourse did they have? To refuse would be futile, as they could not contend with such formidable opponents, leaving them no option but to acquiesce. They held no doubts regarding Poseidon's victory. After all, she had the advantage of the terrain and the ocean support. Yet, it was still a 2-on-1 scenario. One of them was the High Priest of the Spirit Hall, endowed with angelic powers, while the other was the esteemed leader of the Hao-Ian sect, renowned for his remarkable talents in creating explosive rings and the Grand Shumi Hammer. Both men harbored their own sense of pride. A defeat is a defeat, and they sought no excuses. As they uttered their oaths, a smile blossomed on Poseidon's face. Enchanted by her smile, Douluo and Tang Chun wished for time to stand still in that moment. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of thunder resonated from the distant sky, shattering the tranquil ambience. The trio, Poseidon, Douluo, and Tang Chun, turned their gazes towards the source of this dreadful thunderous phenomenon. They exchanged glances, and a chilling realization dawned upon them. The tempestuous aura of thunder extended for hundreds of miles. What could possibly be transpiring there? Recognizing that Sea God Island had recently endured a fierce battle and was likely still recuperating, Poseidon felt compelled to investigate for the sake of its safety. She addressed Douluo and Tang Chun. I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot accompany you further. With that, she swiftly departed towards the source of the ominous energy, prompting the two men to follow closely behind. Chapter 21. Poseidon's Intervention, the Will of the Sea God. Upon reaching a vantage point, they concealed themselves in the shadows and beheld an unforgettable sight. A young man of ethereal grace and striking features stood before them, his countenance calm and gentle, with eyes that seemed to harbor countless stars. His flowing white hair cascaded down his back, and his pristine white robes billowed without the slightest breeze, giving him the appearance of a deity who had descended to the mortal realm. Suddenly, the young man radiated a soul power of black and white, which abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by a tempestuous white lightning in his grasp. The clouds above seemed to celebrate his arrival, swirling with bolts of white lightning that danced joyfully around him, rather than attacking. The once ferocious lightning transformed into a gentle embrace, with only select arcs gradually flying towards him to amplify the power of the white lightning in his hands. The young man appeared to be favored by the heavens, entrusted with the dominion over thunder. Before him lay a grievously injured sea demon whale, thrashing desperately as it tried to flee. In that moment, Poseidon recognized the creature as the sea god island's archnemesis, the deep-sea demon whale king, an evil sea spirit beast from the era of the sea god. It had narrowly escaped after suffering the loss of an eye at the hands of the sea god before the latter ascended to divinity. Since then, it had wreaked havoc across the oceans, consuming countless marine beings. After years of cultivation, it had reached an age of 999,000 years, nearing the million-year mark, rendering it nearly invincible among beings below the divine level. Having achieved such power, the deep-sea demon whale king had repeatedly attacked Sea God Island. Were it not for the divine protection of the sea god, even someone as formidable as Poseidon, a rank 99 ultimate Douluo, would have found it impossible to contend with the creature. Yet now, this once invincible ocean sovereign lay wounded, emanating the aura of heavenly thunder, with scorched wounds and remnants of crackling thunder surging from its body. Upon witnessing the white lightning in the young man's hands, Poseidon immediately understood that he had vanquished the deep-sea demon whale king. Observing the creature's inevitable defeat, she felt no pity. Rather, she rejoiced. If this young man were to slay the deep-sea demon whale king, Sea God Island would no longer face its sudden assaults, thereby eliminating a significant threat. However, as the deep-sea demon whale king faced its impending doom, the image of the creature pushing its mate to shield it from the heavenly thunder flashed through Poseidon's mind. She deemed the deep-sea demon whale king deserving of death and contemplated intervening to ensure its escape. Just as the onlookers believed the creature was about to elude capture, a bolt of thunder suddenly veered off course, bypassing its mate to strike directly at the deep-sea demon whale king, leaving it on the brink of collapse. Sighing deeply, Poseidon mused, "It appears that the deep-sea demon whale king cannot escape its fate today." Yet just as the young man raised his hand to deliver the final blow, Poseidon was abruptly compelled by the sea god's decree to intervene, urging her to save the deep-sea demon whale king. "Halt! Spare the whale," she cried out, her voice resonating with authority. Douluo and Tang Chun, who had been riveted by the spectacle of this epic clash, were taken aback by Poseidon's sudden declaration. A chill ran down their spines at the thought of her obstructing such a formidable opponent. Tang Chun, upon recognizing the young man, Li Changsheng, immediately sought to retreat, wishing to avoid confrontation with someone whose power was beyond his grasp. Having already incurred Li Changsheng's wrath at the Wanyu Pavilion, he knew he was ill-equipped to face him. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his remaining soul power and fled towards the mainland, casting aside any doubts. Douluo, noticing Tang Chen's hasty departure, pondered, "Why is Tang fleeing? He has not provoked the young man. How cowardly! Such a demeanor could never make him a worthy adversary. Otherwise, the spirit hall would surely face dire consequences." He resolved to invite Tang Chun to the spirit hall for a visit later. Returning to the present, Poseidon felt a pang of doubt regarding her own beauty, as Li Changsheng seemed indifferent to her allure, unlike Douluo and Tang Chun, who regarded her with admiration. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, she had always possessed both strength and beauty, exuding confidence in her appearance. However, Li Changsheng was a figure of renown, having made a name for himself even in the perilous beast realm. Aside from a silver dragon king, he had encountered other formidable beings, such as the hellish dragon king, the enchanting purple princess, the gentle and kind Biji, and even the ice empress, whose icy elegance surpassed her own. It is not that Poseidon lacks beauty, but rather that Li Changsheng has encountered numerous enchanting women, elevating his aesthetic standards to an extraordinary level. Poseidon promptly turned around, contemplating the matter at hand, seeking to prevent Li Changsheng from slaying the Sea Demon Whale King. Mr. Li, she implored, might you consider sparing the Sea Demon Whale King this time, for my sake? He has his own mission. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Li Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. He was indifferent to her plea, yet he discerned that her request for mercy towards the Sea Demon Whale King was not solely her own intention, but rather a directive from the deity behind her. The Sea God. The so-called mission of the Sea Demon Whale King was likely merely a test and a soul ring prepared by the Sea God for his successor. After all, if the Sea God had attained divinity, why had he not directly eliminated the Sea Demon Whale King, but instead allowed him to remain? With this thought, Li Changsheng pondered deeply. In the 22nd chapter, Li Changsheng sets his price and collects Shui Rou. Now, Li Changsheng was unperturbed by the Sea God. The divine entity could not descend to the mortal realm, at most dispatching a mere avatar. However, he regarded such an avatar with disdain. Yet, for the sake of the broader scheme, Li Changsheng did not wish to draw the attention of the divine realm so soon. He had also sensed a formidable mental force earlier, undoubtedly the Sea God probing him. Nonetheless, he was not concerned, bearing the 6 treasures of the immortal thief. Even if the Sea God attempted to investigate him from the divine realm, he could not easily discern all his secrets. At most, the Sea God would become aware of his existence. However, for Li Changsheng to release the Sea Demon Whale King simply because of Poseidon's words would diminish his own stature. Therefore, unless Poseidon offered something of value, he would not easily concede. As Poseidon observed, Li Changsheng lost in thought. She couldn't help but recall the specifics of the Sea God's decree. The Sea Demon Whale King was a soul beast intentionally left behind for the Sea God's successor, a test and a soul ring. Thus, the Sea Demon Whale King could not perish. She had to immediately thwart this young man from killing him. Poseidon silently lamented, "Oh, Sea God, with my current strength, I cannot contend with him. My beauty has failed to captivate him. How can I possibly hinder his intentions?" Just as Poseidon was lost in her thoughts, Li Changsheng replied, "I could consider it, but for your single utterance, are you suggesting I release the Sea Demon Whale King? That would indeed be a blow to my pride. Look at my mount's mother. What a state she is in. Furthermore, he has seized the great opportunity of the Songhai Dragon Emperor, the blood of the true dragon." As he spoke, Li Changsheng pointed towards the severely injured Songhai Dragon Emperor. The Songhai Dragon Emperor, who had been quietly observing, suddenly froze upon hearing Li Changsheng mention her. She had been there for her daughter, peacefully enjoying the scene, only to have the focus shift to her. Moreover, do you have any idea how many treasures I expended to defeat the Sea Demon Whale King? Those rare and wondrous items that rapidly restore my soul power, I used an unimaginable quantity. Without them, I would never have stood a chance against the Sea Demon Whale King. If you wish to save him, what shall be done about my losses? Will you compensate me? Li Changsheng continued, lamenting his fate after what happened with the whale glue. I have already lost my sacred domain. What pride do I have left? Let's maximize my benefits. I desire as much as I can get. The Sea Demon Whale King and Songhai Dragon Emperor, who were privy to the entire situation, looked on in disbelief. You, the Sea Demon Whale King, incensed by Li Changsheng's shamelessness, was about to call him out when he met the cold, piercing gaze of Li Changsheng, which seemed to warn, "Dare to speak again, and I shall ensure you remain forever silent." The Songhai Dragon Emperor and her daughter thought simultaneously, "What audacity! How shameless!" Upon hearing this, Poseidon turned pale. She was uncertain if Li Changsheng spoke the truth. Having arrived midway through the events, she was unaware of what transpired before her arrival. Hearing Li Changsheng's demand for substantial compensation filled her with despair. She had hoped that, after revealing her identity, Li Changsheng would grant her some leniency and spare the Sea Demon Whale King, or that he might be swayed by her beauty. Yet, it seemed he had no interest in her at all, offering her no consideration. He made it clear that his sacrifices for the Sea Demon Whale King were significant, and she could not expect to sway him with mere words. To secure the Sea Demon Whale King's release, she would have to present something that could compensate for his losses. Well, since Mr. Li desires compensation to release the Sea Demon Whale King, we shall cover your losses. Might I request, then, that Mr. Li release him? Poseidon sighed deeply, her words laced with resignation. In this world of soul masters, strength reigned supreme. She was no match for the Sea Demon Whale King, who was at Li Changsheng's mercy. This demonstrated Li Changsheng's overwhelming strength, rendering him invincible beneath the level of divinity. In such circumstances, one could only appeal to him, for he held the power to respond with overwhelming might. "Very well, if you insist. I shall release the Sea Demon Whale King." Having received the answer he sought, Li Changsheng waved his hand, dispelling the thunderous prison that ensnared the sea demon whale king and his consort. Upon witnessing the removal of his confinement, the sea demon whale king abandoned his wife without a second thought, hastily swimming away, fearful that Li Changsheng might change his mind and turn him into a lifeless fish. The sea demon whale king's consort stood frozen in place, watching as her mate gradually vanished from her sight, only to unexpectedly swim towards Li Changsheng. What is happening? Why are you not leaving? Li Changsheng gazed at this peculiar scene, puzzled as to why the sea demon whale king's wife was approaching him instead of following her mate. Lord Soul Master, she declared, the sea demon whale king has treated me with such cruelty that I wish to sever all ties with him. I beseech you, Mr. Li, to take me in. I am willing to transform and serve you as a maid. With that, a brilliant white light enveloped her, her massive form gradually fading within its radiance. When the light dissipated, it revealed a woman clad in a flowing blue gown, with deep blue hair and warm, gentle eyes. This woman, elegant and statuesque, possessed a delicate and fair complexion, a gentle visage, and tender red lips that exuded a soft beauty, instantly garnering affection. She approached Li Changsheng and knelt before him, saying, I pay my respects to my master. Li Changsheng, witnessing this transformation, smiled and replied, Very well. You shall accompany me from now on. Do you have a name? The woman in the blue gown responded, I humbly inform my master that I do not possess a name. Please bestow one upon me. Li Changsheng, recalling that the original text did not mention her name either, and that everyone referred to her as the Demon Empress, mused that he had now captured the future Demon Empress 2 millennia ahead of time. Then you shall be called Shui Ro, he declared. Shui Ro responded respectfully, Thank you for the name, my master. Seeing her demeanor, Li Changsheng sighed in resignation. From now on, please refer to me as Sir. There is no need for such formalities. Yes, sir, Shui Ro replied, rising to her feet. Chapter 23. The Sovereign of the Azure Sea Dragon and the Dragon Essence observing her mother, the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign, Allure, who stood by her side, mumbled sulkily, Humph. After transforming, this old fish's appearance is rather mediocre. My cultivation is nearing 100,000 years. Once I prepare to break through in a few days, my transformation will surely surpass hers in beauty. The Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign, having sensed her daughter's murmurs, inquired, What is it, my dear? Startled by her mother's sudden voice, Allure hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, Nothing, nothing at all, not giving her daughter's words much thought. The Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign began to contemplate her own future. I am now on the brink of breaking through to 800,000 years of cultivation. Even if I were to consume that drop of true dragon's blood, the probability of success remains below 30%. This soul master accompanying my daughter, who excels in lightning magic and commands the thunder, if I could follow him as that fish did, with his assistance, the breakthrough to 800,000 years would be considerably more attainable. Moreover, he bears the auspicious aura of imperial spirit beasts for my kin, indicating he frequently associates with them. Thus, his attitude towards soul beasts is likely distinct from others. Furthermore, judging by his appearance, he cannot be over 30 years old, yet possesses such extraordinary cultivation. If he continues his training methodically, he is bound to reach divinity, and by aligning myself with him, I too may aspire to achieve the same. Realizing the considerable challenge soul beasts face in attaining divinity, the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign resolved to seize this opportunity presented by the gentleman before her. Without hesitation, she soared toward Li Changsheng. Mother, what are you doing? Why are you flying towards Mr. Li? Is it to express your gratitude? Allure questioned, perplexed by her mother's actions. I beseech you, sir, to aid me in transcending the tribulation of 800,000 years. Should you deem my passage through this tribulation worthy of your attention, I shall willingly follow you henceforth. Moments later, Allure heard her mother's voice and turned to see the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign before Li Changsheng, who fell into contemplation upon her plea for assistance. It became clear to him that he would not be fighting alone. His true companions were limited to the trio of the Forgotten Worry Pavilion, the Snow Empress, and the three-eyed Golden Eye, the other ferocious beasts of the Lake of Life. Please, after 9 years of neighboring them, only Ziji and Biji had engaged him in conversation. Even with Ziji and Biji, Li Changsheng held reservations, although they had developed some fondness for him over the years. Such sentiments paled in comparison to the future of the soul beasts. Therefore, he must quickly bolster his own power to avoid being overwhelmed in the future. With this in mind, Li Changsheng turned to the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign and spoke with a measured tone. I agree, but you must swear an oath of the soul beast. Without complete trust, I cannot proceed. Upon hearing his words, The Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign did not hesitate and invoked the Soul Beast's oath towards the heavens. By the divine above, I, the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign, vow that after Mr. Lee assists me in transcending the tribulation of 800,000 years, I will follow him willingly, never to betray him, should I violate this. May the heavens unleash their wrath upon me. Upon the conclusion of her oath, a wondrous force connected the two, intertwining their fates. Mr. Lee, I shall return to recuperate for a few days. Once my wounds are healed, I will seek you out to face the tribulation, she declared, preparing to take flight. Wait a moment. There's no need for such formality. You are now under my protection. Take this dragon essence, and your injuries will heal, Li Changsheng interrupted, summoning a glowing sphere radiating dragon energy. If an imperial spirit beast were present, it would instantly recognize this as the dragon essence it had previously requested from Li Changsheng. Observing the dragon essence in his hand, Li Changsheng mused that it was far better to bestow it upon the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign, rather than the unstable and infatuated Silver Dragon King, who had ultimately forsaken the entire Soul Beast clan due to his romantic obsessions, an enigma beyond ordinary comprehension. All dragon-type soul beasts, upon the appearance of the dragon essence, felt their bloodlines surge with fervor, compelling them to possess it. Even Poseidon and Douluo, who had no ties to dragons, could distinctly sense the rich dragon aura emanating from the luminous sphere. The Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign gazed at the dragon essence with her bloodline boiling. Its potency surpassed that of the true dragon's blood she had acquired not long ago. Thank you for this treasure, Mr. Lee, she expressed with utmost reverence. Li Changsheng, in turn, tossed the dragon essence toward her. Without hesitation, the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign opened her mouth to consume it. As the essence entered her, the concentrated dragon energy surged forth, enveloping her in a cocoon of power. Her wounds inflicted by the deep-sea magic whale king began to mend at an astonishing rate, her soul power rapidly restored, and her bloodline steadily elevated. Recognizing that the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign would require some time to fully recover, Li Changsheng understood that her newfound strength would far exceed merely overcoming the tribulation of 800,000 years. He then turned to Poseidon and Douluo, inquiring, "Do you two have any matters to discuss? I expect to be here for a while. If not, I kindly request you to take your leave." In response, Poseidon remarked, "Then I shall await your return at Sea God Island." Li Changsheng smiled, replying, "Yes, I will certainly visit Sea God Island soon. After all, your compensation has yet to be settled." Poseidon, with a twitch of his lips, departed towards Sea God Island. Douluo then said, "I too must take my leave. I hope you might visit the Spirit Hall when time permits. I shall extend my warmest hospitality." Li Changsheng acknowledged, "Thank you, great offering. I would indeed like to visit the Spirit Hall, as I hold great respect for its noble act of awakening soul weapons for the common folk." Douluo brushed it off. "It is but a small matter, no need for such formality." With that, Douluo released his martial spirit and soared towards Sea God Island, recalling that he had nearly forgotten the presence of Spirit Hall personnel in the vicinity. Chapter 24. The Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign Faces Tribulation. Li Changsheng splits the heavens with a sword. A day passed quietly. As noon approached, a colossal dragon cocoon upon the ocean erupted with immense energy, and a massive dragon, exuding a formidable presence, broke free, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Upon witnessing this, Li Changsheng immediately rose from Allur's head, summoning the forces of Yin and Yang to envelop those around him. With his actions, the pressure weighing upon everyone dissipated. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds as the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign's 800,000-year tribulation brewed within. Despite having undergone the purification of the dragon essence, her cultivation had surged past 800,000 years, reaching 830,000, and her bloodline had significantly benefited, enhancing her power. Nevertheless, faced with the overwhelming might of the Thunder Tribulation, radiating absolute Yang and embodying boundless destruction and judgment, the Azure Sea Dragon Sovereign was compelled to lower her proud dragon head. Burdened by the innate fear within her bloodline, no soul beast is unafraid of the Thunder Tribulation. The Sea Dragon Emperor gazed into the distance at Li Changsheng and respectfully declared, "Soon, Mr. Lee will arrive. I wish for your assistance in overcoming the impending tribulation." In response, Li Changsheng, unhurried, replied, "Focus on your tribulation. I have previously set up formations around you. I shall activate those formations, which will aid you. Should you find yourself unable to endure, I will intervene personally." With that, Li Changsheng waved his hand, an intricate, Profound runes began to manifest around the Sea Dragon Emperor's massive form, swiftly coalescing into wondrous formations. Seeing this, the Sea Dragon Emperor placed great trust in Li Changsheng and channeled all of his soul power to confront the forthcoming calamity of 80,000 years. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and a bolt of thunder, laden with divine wrath, surged towards the Sea Dragon Emperor. The strike obliterated everything, inflicting immense pain, prompting the Sea Dragon Emperor to emit a pained roar. "Master, please help my mother. She is in agony and cannot hold on much longer," Ali cried out, her heart aching in despair as she sought Li Changsheng's assistance. Observing her distress, Li Changsheng gently said, "Why do you weep? Look at what your mother is becoming." Upon hearing this, Ali looked up and saw that the formations around the Sea Dragon Emperor were transforming some of the thunder's energy, providing sustenance. The residual lightning, under the formation's influence, served to refine the Sea Dragon Emperor's body, alternating between excruciating pain and fleeting comfort. "Thank you, Master," Ali exclaimed, filled with excitement, recognizing that the formations were indeed aiding her mother. After expressing her gratitude to Li Changsheng, she cheered for the Sea Dragon Emperor. "Mother, keep going. You can do it." As time passed, the Sea Dragon Emperor approached the final calamity, which had the longest gestation period and was accompanied by fierce winds and ominous clouds, tinged with a hint of gold. Even Li Changsheng stood, brow furrowed, gazing intently at the impending thunder. The onlookers were taken aback to see him so unsettled. "What's wrong, Master? Is my mother in danger during her tribulation?" Ali asked anxiously. Li Changsheng, noticing her panic, explained, "It is nothing to worry about. I simply did not anticipate this. The dragon essence not only aids your mother in breaking through to 80,000 years and refining her body, but also enhances her bloodline, ultimately leading to its evolution. However, this evolution has intensified the difficulty of her tribulation. But fear not, for I am here." With that, a powerful sword aura erupted from Li Changsheng, and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. The onlookers were struck by a sudden realization. The master possessed dual martial souls. The subsequent spectacle was even more astonishing, as an extraordinary and seemingly impossible configuration of soul rings emerged around Li Changsheng. 6 red and 3 gold. What are you witnessing this? Felt as if her mind had exploded, especially upon seeing the last 3 golden soul rings. Unlike others, she understood the significance of golden soul rings. Having lived since the era of the sea god, golden soul rings were a testament to at least 1,000,000 years of age, requiring the hunting of 1,000,000-year soul beast to obtain. Even if one succeeded in slaying such a beast, absorption depended on one's physical strength, or else the body would be overwhelmed. Furthermore, where could one find million-year soul beasts today? The only explanation for Li Changsheng's golden soul rings was faith. Yet she had never heard of him acquiring such rings through faith alone, which typically required immense power. Moreover, she recalled that during the sea god's ascension, he only manifested a golden soul ring upon condensing his 10th, while others had undergone transformations due to the power of faith. Yet even with such power, he had only managed to condense a single million-year soul ring. Li Changsheng, however, had 3. Wateryu was left in awe, feeling incredibly fortunate for her earlier decisions. Just as the crowd was marveling at Li Changsheng's soul ring configuration, a thunderous boom resounded through the sky. The final tribulation of the Sea Dragon Emperor descended, and she felt an overwhelming sense of despair, fearing that even Li Changsheng could not save her. 9th soul skill, Heaven's Opening. Li Changsheng raised his and called out. All his soul power surged into the sword, striking fiercely at the descending thunder. In an instant, a colossal sword aura, imbued with the intent of creation, cleaved through the thunder. Upon contact, the lightning was scattered, yet the sword aura continued its trajectory, slicing through the ominous clouds above. In a heartbeat, the clouds were split asunder by the divine blade. The onlookers, including the Sea Dragon Emperor, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. "Why are you all so astonished? There is no need for such surprise," Li Changsheng remarked with satisfaction, feigning nonchalance as if such feats were commonplace. Hearing his casual words, the crowd gradually regained their composure, falling into a contemplative silence. Chapter 25. The Transformation of the Sea Dragon Emperor and the Name Bestowed by Li Changsheng. As the crowd finished their remarks about Li Changsheng's display, their attention returned to the Sea Dragon Emperor's tribulation. The thunder that had been cleaved by Li Changsheng was absorbed by the formations, transforming into gentler energy that nourished the Sea Dragon Emperor. Her cultivation surged once again, reaching 85,000 years. With a triumphant roar to the heavens, the Sea Dragon Emperor began her transformation. Surrounding her, purple draconic energy surged forth, and her dragon form shrank visibly, gradually taking on a human shape. In a brief moment, the Sea Dragon Emperor vanished from sight, replaced by a striking woman with flowing purple hair cascading down her back, reminiscent of starry silk, with flickers of dark gold and deep purple shimmering among her strands. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes slightly upturned, and her golden irises seemed to harbor a cold, reflective pool of molten gold, often exuding an air of languor and aloofness. "Thank you, master. I shall follow you henceforth, never to betray you," the purple-haired woman declared earnestly, flying swiftly to Li Changsheng's side. The onlookers took note of the Sea Dragon Emperor's reverence, understanding that Li Changsheng had essentially saved her twice. Without him, she would have perished long ago. The significance of this tribulation for the Sea Dragon Emperor's life was known only to her. Not only had she surpassed 80,000 years in cultivation, but she had also reached 83,000 years, and following the baptism of the tribulation energy, she now stood at 85,000 years. The refinement she underwent had fortified her physique to match that of the ancient million-year soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, marking an extraordinary leap in her power. The lineage aspect has undergone a remarkable evolution. If the essence of the true dragon's blood had any effect on the Sea Dragon Emperor previously, now that single drop of true dragon's blood bears no influence over the Sea Dragon Emperor in terms of lineage. The strength of its bloodline rivals that of the Dragon Kings, transcending even that of the Emperor of Heaven. More significantly, the Sea Dragon Emperor has awakened the ancestral legacy embedded within the dragon bloodline, the Dragon Emperor's 3 claws. Despite the seemingly modest 3 claws, the final strike possesses the power to rival the dragon god claw of the Emperor of Heaven, highlighting the extraordinary value of this bloodline inheritance. This fortuitous opportunity grants the Sea Dragon Emperor an unobstructed path to cultivation in the future, as long as it follows a systematic training regimen. A breakthrough within 1,000,000 years is attainable. However, the Sea Dragon Emperor is acutely aware that, even so, the greatest opportunity lies in the presence of this man, Li Changsheng. From the moment she encountered him, the power, talent, and methods exhibited by Li Changsheng have been unparalleled among humans since her birth. Even a former sea god could not contend with him. Moreover, she perceives that the power Li Changsheng wielded earlier can scarcely be defined as mere soul power. It resembles the primordial form of strength found within the cosmos. With her vast experience spanning hundreds of thousands of years, the Sea Dragon Emperor quickly realizes that Li Changsheng is destined for divinity, achieving a divine status through the simultaneous mastery of soul power, physical prowess, and mental fortitude, an unprecedented self-created divinity. Unlike the sea god and the angelic god, who attained their divine status through the power of faith, Li Changsheng relies solely on his own strength to achieve immortality, a process often referred to as becoming a god through might. His future as a deity is boundless. Furthermore, he appears to have grasped certain laws of power. It is known that such comprehension typically only occurs post-deification or through divine bestowal. Indeed, some deities cease to make progress in understanding the laws after their ascension. Yet Li Changsheng's grasp of these principles already surpasses that of several gods. Thus, it is conceivable that once he ascends to divinity, his strength will undoubtedly rival that of the divine kings. Following Li Changsheng upon his ascension could lead to a similar elevation in divinity, all while receiving the protection he offers. After all, the divine realm forbids soul beings from achieving godhood unless they are subordinates or companions of powerful beings within that realm, and Li Changsheng is the quintessential candidate. Having contemplated all of this, the Sea Dragon Emperor naturally embraces the notion of becoming Li Changsheng's subordinate. Similarly, Shui Rou, who is of comparable stature, likely harbors similar intentions, which is why she voluntarily chooses to accompany him. After all, both beasts have lived for countless years and possess knowledge beyond that of ordinary beings. Well, you understand? So there is no need to call me master. Just refer to me as sir. I have no strict rules here. By the way, do you have a name? Li Changsheng inquired, unaware of the Sea Dragon Emperor's inner thoughts. Of course, even if he were aware, it would hold little significance. After all, what advantages could a masterless master offer? I do not have one. Perhaps you could grant me a name? The Sea Dragon Emperor replied. Observing the majestic figure of the Sea Dragon Emperor, Li Changsheng suggested, "Since you are a dragon, henceforth your surname shall be Ao, and your name shall be Ao Shuang. Very well, from now on, I shall be called Ao Shuang, the Sea Dragon Emperor affirmed. She did not mind her new name. All that mattered was being by Li Changsheng's side. Hearing this, Li Changsheng mused silently. It seems I possess a certain prowess in naming. She did not refuse. Heck. Listening to the exchange between her master and her mother, Ali suddenly interjected, Master, why? I can't help but feel that Mother's name is far superior to mine. Can I have a new one? Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng, considering Ali's youthful psyche, playfully responded, You are still quite young. Your name shall remain Ali, confused. Ali sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate her thoughts, simply responding with an O. Then she turned to Li Changsheng and said, Master, I want to transform too. I want dragon essence. Li Changsheng, not indulging Ali, replied curtly, No. Do you think dragon essence is something trivial? Hurry and glide. We have to go collect debts from Sea God Island tomorrow. Ali attempted to argue, but Ao Shuang pulled her aside and whispered, Ali, stop causing trouble. Be good and transform. Sir will not neglect you in the future. Upon hearing this, Ali's mood brightened, and she cheerfully stated, Then I shall go and transform. With that, she began to radiate a white light as she initiated her transformation. As for Ao Shuang's subtle intentions, Li Changsheng paid them no mind, already contemplating opportunities for Ali in his heart. Chapter 26. Entering Sea God Island, Poseidon's Thoughts. The following morning, Li Changsheng, accompanied by Shui Rou and Ao Shuang, soared towards Sea God Island at remarkable speed, soon catching sight of the island in the distance. As they approached, the verdant expanse of Sea God Island gradually came into view. Stepping onto the island revealed a lush landscape, evoking the sensation of returning to the mainland. With no end in sight, the island flourished with a myriad of plants, many of which Li Changsheng could not name. The air was infused with the refreshing, gentle aroma of the sea, filled with whispers and murmurs that evoked the ocean's tenderness. The beach, illuminated by sunlight, sparkled like countless grains of crystal, casting a radiant glow. Glancing back, he observed numerous seagulls engaging in aerial acrobatics. The sky, a vivid shade of blue, intertwined seamlessly with the universe, imparting a sense of comfort. Gazing upon this breathtaking scenery, the excitement that had previously consumed Li Changsheng, who had remained cloistered for years, was gradually supplanted by sheer enchantment. Sir, what is the matter? Why do you appear so entranced? Have you never witnessed such scenes before? The three women, noticing his rapture, expressed their curiosity. Sir, what is it? Why do you look so spellbound upon seeing Sea God Island? You seem to be a stranger to such sights, they inquired, with Ali being the youngest, ultimately prompting Li Changsheng to return to reality to avoid delaying their entrance into the island. Upon regaining his senses, Li Changsheng, hearing Ali's innocent words, felt a wave of frustration and playfully smacked her on the head, causing her to crouch down in pain. Sir, you're a bad person. Hitting my head is not good. It might make me silly. She whimpered. Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, could only helplessly explain his earlier state of rapture. I have been in seclusion for many years and seldom venture out. The few times I did, they were brief. It is rare to encounter such beautiful scenery. So upon seeing this exquisite landscape, I was momentarily lost in it. My purpose for coming out this time is merely to seek opportunities for further breakthroughs. Ali responded with an O and stood up. Meanwhile, Shui Rou and Ao Shuang exchanged knowing glances. Their suspicions about Li Changsheng being there to seek divine opportunities solidified. Indeed, they must follow him closely. There was a chance they too might ascend to divinity in his wake. What the two women were unaware of was that Li Changsheng had never aspired to become a deity. Rather, his ambition lay in achieving immortality as an immortal being. Deities are bound by their divine positions, reaching the pinnacle of their own ranks and becoming incapable of further cultivation. This is akin to the likes of the Shura god and the Sea god, who have already attained the zenith of their divine levels. Should they wish to continue their cultivation, they must relinquish their divine statuses, which is no simple task. A successor must be appointed to inherit their divine position before they can hand it over. Initially, a divine position may assist one's cultivation, but once one reaches its apex, it transforms into a shackle that hinders further advancement. Hence, Li Changsheng had never contemplated ascending to divinity. In contrast, the path of an immortal diverges significantly. Although immortals do not receive the same support from divine positions initially, they enjoy unparalleled freedom, existing in a state of great liberation and ease. Moreover, Li Changsheng yearned to achieve a complete fusion of soul power, physical prowess, and mental strength, aspiring to become a quintessential immortal. Once he attains immortality, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of the God Kings, given his profound foundation. Returning to the narrative, when Mr. Li arrived, he did not provide any prior notice, leaving the others unprepared to greet him at the city gates. As Li Changsheng was elucidating matters to the three companions, a familiar and gentle voice suddenly resonated from afar. The four turned their heads to see Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, approaching them with a retinue of devotees. Upon reaching Li Changsheng and his companions, Poseidon respectfully addressed Li Changsheng, saying, "Welcome, Mr. Li, to Sea God Island." Li Changsheng, waving his hand in a gesture of modesty, replied, "Ah, esteemed high priest, you are too kind. Even if I had no business, I would often visit this beautiful Sea God Island, for its picturesque scenery is truly enchanting." Poseidon, appreciating Li Changsheng's praise of Sea God Island, humbly responded, "If Mr. Li has leisure in the future, you are most welcome to visit Sea God Island often. I shall extend a warm reception." Poseidon harbored a strong desire to befriend Li Changsheng, recognizing that the young man had achieved the title of Douluo at the tender age of 20, which explained his unchanged appearance. A 20-year-old title Douluo. What remarkable talent that must be. It was certain that he had reached the pinnacle of the 99th level, a realm in which he could easily overpower soul beasts nearing 1,000,000 years in age, such as the deep-sea demon whale king. His prowess and innate gifts were evident, and forging a bond with him might offer Poseidon a chance to escape her own destined path, the sacrifice required to inherit the sea god's legacy and undertake the 9th trial. After all, who wishes to die when life remains? Realizing her current situation, Poseidon guided Li Changsheng and the others into the inner sanctum of Sea God Island. Following closely behind Poseidon, the 7 holy pillars of the sea dragon Douluo exchanged whispers among themselves as they observed Poseidon's interaction with Li Changsheng. "Who do you think this Mr. Li truly is?" one inquired. "How would I know? But their relationship is certainly extraordinary. That is evident. Did you not notice the high priest's demeanor towards that youth? Yet, I cannot sense any soul power emanating from him. He appears to be an ordinary person. Alas, your intellect is concerning, sea dragon. Indeed, you should all be aware that I can hear the thoughts of others," solemnly stated the sea maiden Douluo. The remaining 6 holy pillars nodded, having first-hand experience with the sea maiden's ability to discern others' thoughts. Even the mightiest sea dragon would be susceptible to her insight. The sea maiden Douluo continued, "Just now, I attempted to eavesdrop on his thoughts, yet I could discern nothing, and my mental energy was even repelled. Thus, I am convinced that his strength far surpasses ours. Observing the high priest's attitude towards him only reinforces my belief that his power is beyond our comprehension, which is why we cannot perceive any fluctuations of soul power from him." Suddenly, the sea maiden Douluo shifted her tone, asserting with certainty, "Therefore, it is clear that our high priest harbors feelings of admiration for him. Who does not admire the strong?" The 6 holy pillars were left in astonishment. Meanwhile, Poseidon, walking ahead, could overhear the hushed discussions behind her. Her delicate hands clenched tightly together as she mused, "Sea maiden, how could you speak such truths? While I do hold a fondness for Mr. Li, your words make me feel rather embarrassed. It seems I must foster the bonds of sisterhood." She pondered whether Mr. Li could also hear her thoughts and what he might feel in return. Stealing a glance back at Li Changsheng, she was taken aback to find him smiling directly at her. Blushing, Poseidon quickly turned away, her heart racing. "Oh no, he must have heard me. What to do?" Chapter 27. Visions of the future. Li Changsheng gazed at Poseidon with a smile, watching as she turned her flushed face away. "Why are these people so gossipy?" he mused. Nevertheless, Poseidon was indeed quite captivating. After all, what else could explain the attention of Qian Douluo and Tang Chun? Indeed, with Li Changsheng's vast mental energy perpetually enveloping him, even Poseidon could hear the whispers exchanged behind her, let alone Li Changsheng himself. As Poseidon and her companions introduced the various sites of Sea God Island to Li Changsheng and his group, the native inhabitants observed with curiosity. Who are those for? They are receiving such esteemed treatment. Indeed, they are being escorted by the high priest and the 7 holy pillars. I heard they were personally welcomed by the high priest. The native people of Sea God Island engaged in hushed discussions as they watched the scene unfold. By evening, Poseidon led Li Changsheng and his companions to a hotel that had been meticulously prepared. In the largest banquet room, tables were laden with delicacies unique to Sea God Island and fine wines. To accommodate Mr. Li's palate, Poseidon had summoned all the island's chefs, using ingredients derived from ancient soul beasts, and even the wine was exceptionally rare. Once everyone was seated, Poseidon and her companions stood, raising their glasses in a toast to Li Changsheng and his group, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Li, and your companions to Sea God Island." They then drank heartily. Li Changsheng and his companions also stood, lifting their glasses in return, saying, "You are too kind, High Priest," before downing their drinks. Poseidon then set her glass down and announced, "Let us commence our meal." The guests began to savor the exquisite dishes from Sea God Island. After dinner, Poseidon instructed her attendants to lead Li Changsheng and his companions to their prepared guest rooms. Watching Li Changsheng depart, Poseidon felt a pang of regret, wishing she could have spent more time with him. After all, he was the most perfect man she had ever encountered, excelling in appearance, demeanor, talent, and strength. However, Poseidon had never engaged in prolonged conversation with anyone, spending her days confined to the Sea God Temple, and felt she could not find common ground with Li Changsheng. Remaining together would only lead to awkwardness. Once back in her chamber, Poseidon quietly sat by the window, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. "High Priest, we have escorted Mr. Li and his companions to their designated rooms. Do you have any further instructions?" Came the voice of the sea dragon Douluo from the doorway. At the sound of his voice, Poseidon snapped back to reality, responding without turning, "Today, you are tasked with guiding Mr. Li to the treasure vault of Sea God Island, allowing him to choose freely without obstruction." Upon hearing the words, the sea dragon Douluo promptly replied, "High Priestess, that treasure trove has been amassed by us on Sea God Island over many years. Allowing him to choose would result in catastrophic losses for us." In response, Poseidon could only sigh in resignation. "Alas, what can be done? Let him take as he pleases. After all, I made a promise. And this also aligns with the wishes of the sea god. Let us ensure that we do not jeopardize the sea god's intentions. Remember to treat them well in the days to come. You may leave now." Upon learning that the sea god's wishes were involved, the sea dragon Douluo ceased to voice further objections. If even the sea god permitted this, what could a mere titled Douluo like him argue about? After all, the entirety of Sea God Island belonged to the sea god. If the deity was indifferent to the matter, who was he to care? After the silence from outside, Poseidon gazed into the distance, lost in thought. When Li Changsheng arrived at the guest quarters, he instructed the three women to retreat to their respective rooms for rest. He then approached the window, casting his gaze toward the distant coastline, pondering to himself. Calculating the time, Moon and the others should be nearing their arrival. They are likely to reach Sea God Island by tomorrow. I wonder how she has fared alone these past few days. After a moment of reflection, he dismissed the thought and turned his attention toward the Sea God Temple, contemplating the divine soul rings. Li Changsheng's understanding of the divine soul rings was limited, but based on the information from the original text, he speculated that these rings were intrinsically linked to faith. Most of the inhabitants of Douluo continent worshipped the Spirit Hall, and very few knew of the angel god, resulting in minimal belief in the angel god. The same applied to the Rakshasa god within the city of Slaughter. Even the evil soul masters were oblivious to the existence of the Rakshasa god, let alone their worship. Thus, in the original narrative, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong did not receive the divine soul rings during their test for the angel god and the Rakshasa god, merely gaining affinity with divine artifacts and ranks, alongside an enhancement of their soul ring lifespan. In contrast, Sea God Island was different. All its inhabitants venerated the sea god, continually providing him with a wellspring of faith. Consequently, Tang Sen's rewards from the sea god trials were unparalleled, granting him not only affinity with divine artifacts and ranks, but also the divine soul rings, laying a solid foundation for his ascension to divinity. In the eventual divine battle, even without the Shura god, Tang Sen could confidently withstand the assaults of both foes. After all, the strengths of the angel god Qian Rinxue and the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong were heavily diluted in their divine trials. Moreover, Li Changsheng surmised that the absence of divine soul rings for the two was due to another reason. The angel god had long since perished, though the specifics remained unknown. It was implausible that a successor would be so mistreated without intervention. As for the Rakshasa god, it was likely they were still alive. Li Changsheng speculated that the reason they did not aid Bibi Dong was that they understood she could not triumph over Tang San, even with her inherited Rakshasa divinity. Thus, they chose not to provide her with the divine soul rings, perhaps merely to vex the Shura god. Once Bibi Dong inherited her divine rank, she would be free to pursue greater realms and seek vengeance against the Shura god, though it was likely she would ultimately meet her end at the hands of the Shura god, who had also gained freedom. Contemplating his future adversaries, or potential allies of dubious character, Li Changsheng pressed his forehead in exasperation. Both mother and daughter were infatuated. How could they possibly contend with the hypocritical and double-standard Tang San? However, the hour was still early. Bibi Dong had only just joined the spirit hall, and Qianren Xue had yet to be born. Tang San had not yet made his entrance, and the sea god's position remained ripe for ambition. The future outcomes were still uncertain. With this in mind, Li Changsheng resolved to visit the sea god temple when time permitted, as the sea god's consciousness should reside there, and he intended to converse with the deity. After all, he felt no trepidation toward the sea god at present. Chapter 28. Cold Moon's reverie. Meanwhile, aboard the distant vessel, the Pearl, Yi Hanyue sat cross-legged at the bow. Her eyes gently closed as she played a series of enchanting melodies. The moonlight bathed her form, and the tranquil, harmonious notes floated delicately into the hearts of the crew, creating ripples of serenity within them. The keys trembled with a soothing resonance, infused with the tenderness of moonlight. Each note, enveloped in a gossamer veil of luminescence, gently caressed the crew's weary spirits, alleviating their recent tribulations and bestowing upon them a sense of calm and peace. Surrounding the ship were numerous small sea spirit beasts, encircling the Pearl in a serene manner, neither agitated nor hostile, simply entranced by the soothing melodies. The music allowed the crew within the cabin to forget the hardships they had endured at sea, calming their anxious hearts and ushering them into sweet dreams. The final piece, imbued with profound longing, conjured images of a cherished figure in the minds of all crew members, whether they were resting or laboring. As the last note faded, Yi Hanyue opened her eyes and gazed into the distance, her heart filled with longing for her master. Master, how I miss you. How have you fared these past days? Tomorrow, I shall arrive at the island. Will you be there? You must be, for you promised me. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Yi Hanyue pondered her master in the distance, a round of applause erupted from behind her, accompanied by a voice tinged with curiosity and affirmation. Miss Yi Hanyue, your music is truly delightful. Were you thinking of your master during the last piece? Turning to see that it was Zi Zhenju, Yi Hanyue chose not to respond to the inquiry, instead returning her gaze to the moonlit sea. Zi Zhenju, undeterred by her silence, approached the bow and sat beside her, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she teased. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for your master? Yi Hanyue, possessing remarkable composure, revealed little on her face even when her inner thoughts were laid bare. She merely replied with a cold indifference. That is of no concern to you. Seeing Yi Hanyue's aloof demeanor, Zi Zhenju grew increasingly animated. She found the notion of a disciple having feelings for their master quite amusing, especially since Yi Hanyue had been so stoic, spending her time either eating, sleeping, or playing her instrument at the bow. Zi Zhenju was eager to witness a change in her expression. Oh, do not deceive me. Your expression these past days, aside from while playing, has only shown a look of longing, and rather than simply longing, it resembles the countenance of a wife missing her husband, does it not? You do like your master. Do not deny it. Listening to Zi Zhenju's deductions, a subtle shift occurred on Yi Hanyue's face. However, she quickly regained her composure. Though Zi Zhenju had already caught on, with a playful giggle, she leaned in closer to Yi Hanyue's ear and whispered mischievously, If you speak to me again, I shall tell your master that you like him. You would be a rebellious disciple. At this, Yi Hanyue's expression finally shifted, panic overtaking her as she grasped Zi Zhenju's shoulder tightly, her face betraying her distress. No, please don't, she implored. Noticing Yi Hanyue's alarmed demeanor and the pain from her shoulder, Zi Zhenju quickly concealed her playful excitement. Let go, let go. You're hurting me. Night Hanyu did not release the purple pearl, but insisted, Promise me you won't tell master, and I will let go. The purple pearl, increasingly pained by Night Hanyu's grip, could only helplessly concede. All right, I promise you. Please let go. Upon hearing that the purple pearl had her own demands, Night Hanyu finally loosened her hold and gazed into the distance once more. The purple pearl, seeing this, looked at Night Hanyu with excitement and said, Can you tell me the story of you and your master? Night Hanyu turned her head again to face the purple pearl, realizing that if she didn't share, the purple pearl would not relent. Thus, she began recounting her tale. At that time, my brother, sister, and I were hunting for the second soul ring in the Stardow forest when an unforeseen incident occurred. A soul beast suddenly emerged, gravely injuring all three of us. It was at that moment that my master appeared and drove the beast away. Upon hearing this, the purple pearl's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, a hero saving the beauty. Night Hanyu, growing impatient at the interruption, retorted, Do you want to hear more or not? If you want to listen, don't interrupt. Otherwise, I want to continue. Noticing Night Hanyu's irritation, The purple pearl quickly responded, "Please go on. I promise I won't interrupt again." Seeing this, Knight Hanyu resumed her narrative. "Afterward, my master took me under his wing as a disciple. Over the years, my feelings for him have not diminished with his absence. Rather, they have only deepened. Just a few days ago, my master finally came to see us, rescuing us from a formidable foe. When it was time to leave, I came here without his consent, and my master had no choice but to bring me along." As she reached this point in her story, Knight Hanyu fell silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The purple pearl, contemplating for a moment, said earnestly, "Such unrequited affection will ultimately lead to no resolution." Without turning her head, Knight Hanyu replied, "And so what? As long as I love my master, that is enough." The purple pearl, exuding an air of frustration, continued, "You can boldly confess your feelings to him." Knight Hanyu pondered the purple pearl's words for a while before responding in a calm, measured tone. "I fear my master might reject me, and I dread the thought of how to interact with him afterward. For now, this situation is quite satisfactory." Listening to Knight Hanyu, the purple pearl reflected, "I believe your master must sense the uniqueness of your feelings for him. Perhaps he perceives it merely as a master-disciple bond, not considering it in a romantic light." At that moment, a spark of realization flickered in Knight Hanyu's eyes. The purple pearl, noticing this, added, "I have a solution to your current dilemma. Would you like to hear it?" Knight Hanyu remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed her answer. Seeing this, the purple pearl stood up and whispered her suggestion into Knight Hanyu's ear before departing. As the purple pearl left, Knight Hanyu's face flushed crimson, her expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. Even after returning to the cabin to rest, Knight Hanyu found herself unable to sleep throughout the night. Aside from Knight Hanyu and the purple pearl, no one knew what had been whispered in her ear. Chapter 29, Tidal Body Training, Treasure Vault of Sea God Island 1. The following noon, a young man with white hair floated in the depths of the ocean, amidst the towering silver pillars, as waves surged violently around him. Despite the formidable onslaught of the waves, the white-haired youth remained unfazed, seemingly impervious to their power. After an indeterminate period, the young man rose to his feet, stepping out of the tumultuous waters onto solid ground. He glanced back at the spot where he had been training and sighed, "Alas, the tidal body training within the Sea God's trial is of little benefit to me. After an entire night, my physical progress is negligible." Indeed, the young man was Li Changsheng. Last night, unable to sleep, he recalled the tidal training mentioned in the original text trials, which was designed to enhance physical strength. He had ventured to the silver pillars in the dead of night to engage in this training, yet the results were minimal after a whole night. This was understandable, for Li Changsheng was already at the threshold of becoming an immortal, and, as such, his physique was extraordinarily robust. The tidal training was primarily suited for mortals, and for someone of his semi-immortal stature to derive any benefit was already commendable. With this realization, Li Changsheng felt a sense of relief and contemplated. Since the tidal training is ineffective, I must devise another method. The challenge of unifying soul power, physical strength, and spiritual energy to achieve immortality was daunting. As Li Changsheng pondered, a voice suddenly called from behind, "Mr. Li, what are you doing here? We've been searching for you everywhere. Everyone is worried." Turning to see the sea dragon Douluo, the leader of the 7 holy pillars, approaching, Li Changsheng waved awkwardly. "I was bored and decided to take a stroll. I passed by the deep-sea silver pillars, felt curious, and spent the night training here." Upon hearing this, the sea dragon Douluo's heart surged with astonishment. Li Changsheng had not participated in the sea god's trial, which meant there was no divine protection nearby. The tidal training had been conducted purely through his own physical prowess for what must have been 12 hours. This was unprecedented. Li Changsheng remained unfazed by the surprise on sea dragon Douluo's face, calmly asking, "What's the rush? Is there something I need to attend to?" Snapping back to reality, Sea Dragon Douluo quickly replied, "Oh, right. Today, I'm here to escort you to the treasure vault of Sea God Island to select the items you need. We couldn't find you this morning and have been looking for you all morning. Shall we go now, or wait until after lunch?" Sea Dragon Douluo inquired. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng replied, "Let us eat first. We can select treasures anytime. We can go in the afternoon." With this response, Sea Dragon Douluo led Li Changsheng to the dining area. Upon arrival, the 3 ladies of Water Gentle were already waiting. They stood and greeted, "Greetings, sir." Li Changsheng, accustomed to this, waved them to sit down, even persuading Sea Dragon Douluo to stay and dine with them. Sea Dragon Douluo readily accepted. After all, who would refuse a meal with a powerful individual? After lunch, Li Changsheng excused the 3 ladies, suggesting they explore the bustling commercial district for shopping, which delighted them immensely. As they departed, Li Changsheng inwardly sighed. Indeed, regardless of the world, a woman's innate love for shopping never wanes. At that moment, Sea Dragon Law approached Li Changsheng and said quietly, "Mr. Li, let us proceed." Li Changsheng nodded in agreement, remaining silent as he followed Sea Dragon Douluo to the treasure vault of Sea God Island. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at a hidden palace. Sea Dragon Douluo stepped forward, channeling his soul power, and waved his hand casually. The invisible barrier surrounding the palace dissipated. The Sea Dragon Douluo pushed open the grand palace doors and addressed Li Changsheng regarding the aftermath. "Mr. Li, I have lifted the barrier. This is the treasure vault of Sea God Island. You may enter and select at your leisure. I shall refrain from accompanying you inside, for my role is merely to guide you here." Considering that Li Changsheng would likely seize an abundant haul from the vault, the Sea Dragon Douluo opted against entering, choosing instead to avoid witnessing the sight of Li Changsheng extracting treasures one by one. The treasures within belonged to Sea God Island, accumulated over the years with great care. Observing the pained expression on the Sea Dragon Douluo's face, Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He maintained a neutral demeanor, merely acknowledging with a sound before stepping into the treasure vault of Sea God Island. Inside the vault, Li Changsheng faced several doors, each marked with inscriptions: Herb Repository, Ore Repository, Metal Repository, and Soul Bone Chamber, among others. Standing before these doors, he contemplated for a moment before heading toward the herb repository. Unlike the other treasures, herbs could be cultivated anew from seeds, allowing for repeated utilization, and he felt confident in his agricultural skills. Upon entering the herb repository, he was enveloped by the aromatic scent of medicinal herbs. Before him stood rows of cabinets, each housing various herbs, all sealed with a unique method of soul power. As Li Changsheng observed this, his mental energy surged, and he established a connection with the repository. The herbs began to flow toward him, and his mental energy effortlessly penetrated the soul power seals to examine the contents. After meticulously inspecting each herb, Li Changsheng couldn't help but marvel at the impressive wealth of Sea God Island, which had unified vast ocean territories. Many of the herbs had reached the status of divine herbs, including rare specimens like spirit water root, wind spirit fruit, blood dragon grass, and Songmu immortal grass, all of which were at least a millennium old, rivaling the divine herbs nurtured within the ice and fire wings. However, the surrounding dust indicated that this place had long been abandoned. It was evident that the inhabitants of Sea God Island had a superficial understanding of divine herbs compared to those from the mainland. Even if they sensed the benefits, they were likely too intimidated to utilize them, resulting in the silent neglect of these thousand-year-old treasures. With this in mind, Li Changsheng waved his hand decisively, collecting all the millennium-old divine herbs into his storage pouch, reassuring himself that their neglect rendered them worthless. He was merely reclaiming what had been discarded. Thus, he continued to comfort himself, dispelling any lingering guilt from his heart. Chapter 30. The Treasure Vault of Sea God Island 2. Regarding the author's transformation, there are 3 types. The first type, burning cultivation transformation. For example, in the original work, characters like Xiao Wu and her mother, Yin, abandoned their soul beast cultivation, no longer affected by heavenly tribulations, transforming into human form to cultivate anew, possessing human cultivation talents to reach level 70 while completely concealing their soul beast aura. The second type, form transformation only. Examples include Dtion, Baiji, and ZG, who retain their soul beast cultivation and are still affected by heavenly tribulations, capable of freely switching between human and soul beast forms. The third type, perfect transformation elixir, which the protagonist may acquire in the future. There are no examples. This type preserves soul beast cultivation, is not affected by heavenly tribulations, enjoys human cultivation talents, and can freely switch between human and soul beast forms without any repercussions. After thoroughly scouring the herb repository, Li Changsheng proceeded to the metal repository, where rare metals piled high like mountains. The sight of rare metals scattered haphazardly filled him with exhilaration. Although Li Changsheng possessed the skill of divine crafting, the process was costly, and due to a shortage of materials, he had only managed to forge a handful of artifacts since arriving on the Douluo continent, including his current spatial artifact, the Devouring Pouch. This pouch could contain objects far exceeding its size, even living beings, though it could not directly hold sentient creatures. If forced, they would be expelled. Reflecting on his own strength, Li Changsheng felt a sense of inadequacy, as he had yet to produce several useful artifacts despite his prowess. Even his disciple, Yi Hanyue, had only received a protective talisman as a gift, which Li Changsheng considered rather meager. Resolving to act, he turned his attention to the abundant rare metals before him and, with a sweeping gesture, filled an entire devouring pouch. Observing the pouch brimming with rare metals, he sighed, "Alas, this is all I can take. I still have other chambers to explore for treasures." With that, he reluctantly departed the metal repository, glancing back with a tinge of regret. Upon reaching the soul bone repository, he was greeted by rows of cabinets, each displaying powerful soul bones suspended in midair. Much like the herbs in the herb repository, these soul bones were sealed with a special method to prevent energy leakage. Li Shanshin Undatarat unleashed his formidable mental energy to pierce through the soul power seals and assess the age and quality of the soul bones within. His exploration revealed 3 soul bones aged 100,000 years, 5 high-level millennium soul bones, and 8 low-level millennium soul bones, with the remainder comprised of 1,000-year and 100-year soul bones. Despite the impressive collection, Li Changsheng felt little greed. Having previously visited the treasure trove of the three-eyed golden lion in the Stardew forest, where he encountered numerous soul bones, including several of 100,000 years, he was accustomed to the sight. Thus, he selected only a few soul bones that suited his own attributes. While selecting soul bones, Li Changsheng suddenly discovered a unique millennium soul bone emanating intriguing energy fluctuations. Curious, he unleashed his mental energy to probe this special winged external soul bone. Noticing that his soul disciple, Yi Hanyue, had yet to acquire an external soul bone, he wasted no time, decisively sweeping the millennium external soul bone into his devouring pouch, along with several other soul bones that matched his physical attributes before turning to exit the soul bone repository. As for why he did not take the 300,000-year soul bones, he understood the value of courtesy. Given their scarcity, it would be inappropriate to seize them. Additionally, one of those soul bones was suitable for either himself or those close to him, and while it contained immense energy, it would not serve him significantly, so he chose to leave them be. After leaving the soul bone repository, Li Changsheng made his way to the ore repository, where he found an array of ores, predominantly of water and wood attributes, with other types being scarce. After wandering around and selecting a few necessary ores, he departed from the repository. Deeming the selection process unnecessary as most were water and wood attributes, he needed only a few with substantial energy. In the ensuing time, Li Changsheng explored the remaining chambers of the vault, collecting a few precious treasures, and ultimately prepared to leave the treasure vault of Sea God Island. As Li Changsheng was about to depart from the treasure vault, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a concealed door. To describe it as hidden would be an understatement. It had simply not been cleaned for such a long time that it had seamlessly blended into the surrounding wall. Had it not been for Li Changsheng's fortuitous discovery, it would certainly have gone unnoticed. Observing the door, Li Changsheng contemplated his unrivaled prowess and resolutely opened the door, stepping inside. The room beyond the door was in utter disarray. In stark contrast to the previous treasure chambers, this one was a chaotic mess, with items haphazardly strewn about. It was evident that the inhabitants of Sea God Island had collected various objects, but, unable to ascertain their value, had carelessly discarded them into this room. Reflecting on the limited knowledge of the people from the Douluo continent, Li Changsheng surmised that they might have overlooked some treasures, mistaking them for mere refuse. With this thought in mind, he once again focused his spiritual energy, probing the heaps of debris ahead. Despite the abundance of items within the room, after a prolonged search, he detected nothing of worth, leading him to believe he had perhaps overestimated the potential treasures hidden here. Just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual energy, he sensed a mysterious box and an ancient zither that eluded his scrutiny. Li Changsheng extended his hand, drawing the box and zither towards him with his soul power. The box bore an extraordinarily formidable seal. Yet, for someone of Li Changsheng's unparalleled strength, it posed little challenge. He invoked the 5 Thunder technique, employing the ferocity of lightning to shatter the seal upon the box. Upon opening it, Li Changsheng's pupils constricted in astonishment, for within lay a deep blue inner core, the inner core of a spirit beast. Moreover, the energy emanating from this core assured him that it belonged to a beast that had existed for 100,000 years. Instantly, he thought of his disciple, Yi Hanyue, who had recently broken through to the 70th rank and urgently required a 100,000-year spirit ring. This inner core would be perfect for his disciple's needs. Hastily, Li Changsheng secured the box, pondering that the individual who had discovered it must have been unable to unlock it, yet recognized its value, and, feeling it was too precious to discard, had carelessly thrown it into this room. Chapter 31. The failure of Yu Shaojiang's awakening. Let us rewind time a few days prior to a significant event about to unfold at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect on the mainland. During a ceremonial gathering, Yu Yuan's eldest son, Yu Shaojiang, stood among numerous direct disciples, all of whom wore expressions of excitement. Today marked the most pivotal day in their lives, the day of martial soul awakening. The awakening of one's martial soul is the most critical event for all soul masters, and thus the disciples buzzed with anticipation. Do you think I can awaken the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul? Absolutely. Your father possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, and your mother is also from the dragon lineage. You are bound to awaken it. Indeed, have faith. Even if you don't awaken the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, you will likely evolve in a direction favorable to it. Right, yes, just being overly anxious. He may even possess considerable innate soul power. Exactly, you're all correct. I have my eye on one among us. You mean Yu Shaojiang, right? Is there any doubt? The sect leader's eldest son is naturally endowed with abundant resources for cultivation. Amidst the crowd, a youth clad in resplendent attire towered above the rest. Hearing the praises directed at him, Yu Shaojiang's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart swelling with joy. Humph. Today is the day I will create a chasm between us. He envisioned a future where his name would overshadow that of the sect leader's son. On the high platform, Yu Yuan gazed at his son below, filled with boundless hope that Yu Shaojiang would awaken the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The sect's grand elder, observing the murmurs among the disciples, gathered his soul power and addressed them. Stand in formation and prepare for your martial soul awakening. Seeing this, the disciples promptly aligned themselves, with Yu Shaojiang positioned at the rear. He believed that, as the sect leader's eldest son, he should be the last to awaken, culminating in a spectacular revelation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, thus astonishing all. A level 50 soul master approached the assembled disciples, channeling his soul power to manifest the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon behind him, adorned with 5 soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. He instructed the disciples to approach the awakening array one by one. Yu Feng, martial soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, innate soul power, level 7. Yu Lin, martial soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, innate soul power, level 6. Yu Xiaohua, martial soul, fire dragon, innate soul power, level 7. Yu Xiaoshan, martial soul, earth dragon, innate soul power, level 5. As the awakening master called out the results of each disciple, they finally arrived at the last and most anticipated candidate, Yu Shaojiang. Yu Shaojiang, please step forward. The soul master respectfully invited him up. Yu Shaojiang felt his vanity swell as he approached, maintaining an impassive facade, merely responding with a nonchalant HM as he entered the awakening array. Once inside, the soul master commenced Yu Shaojiang's martial soul awakening. Countless specks of light enveloped Yu Shaojiang, and a magnificent figure of a golden dragon began to materialize in his hands. The golden sacred dragon. It is indeed the golden sacred dragon. The senior members of the sect erupted in exclamations. Yu Yuan stood, exclaiming, "Ha ha! The heavens favor our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. My son has awakened the golden sacred dragon martial soul. Our sect has a promising future." The crowd echoed in unison, chanting, "Yu Shaojiang! Yu Shaojiang!" Witnessing this scene, Yu Shaojiang's lips curled upward as he envisioned a future of grandeur, fame across the continent, and legions of admirers, ascending to the pinnacle of life. However, just as the crowd was swept up in excitement, an unexpected anomaly struck the awakening array. The golden dragon's phantom abruptly became indistinct, dimming until it vanished entirely, transforming into a small purple pig. What on earth? Why did the golden dragon's phantom disappear, turning into a pig? The spectators below began to murmur anxiously. The elders on the platform were engulfed in despair, lamenting the loss of the glorious golden sacred dragon, now reduced to a mere pig martial soul, collectively crying out, "Heaven does not favor the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Yu Yuan, in utter despair, collapsed onto his seat, crying out to the heavens, Why must this happen to my son? Why is this fate so unjust?" At that moment, Yu Shaojiang's mother stood and addressed the crowd. What was all the fuss about? So what if the awakening failed? We still have the innate soul power to measure. If my son possesses high innate soul power, then his martial soul must be extraordinary as well. The higher-ups of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect began to regain their composure, and the fourth elder called out to the soul master below, "Immediately measure Yu Shaojiang's innate soul power." The soul master, responding to the command, softly called to the seemingly entranced Yu Shaojiang. Yu Shaojiang, place your hand on the soul power testing crystal. We shall commence measuring your innate soul power. Yet, Yu Shaojiang appeared oblivious, as if entranced, continuously murmuring, Why? Why did my golden sacred dragon transform into a pig? Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd fell into a profound silence. On the stage, Yu-Yin, observing the unfolding events, bellowed, Yu Shaojiang, what are you dawdling for? Test your innate soul power. The sudden shout from his father jolted Yu Shaojiang back to reality, igniting a flicker of hope within him. He continually reassured himself, surely, I can awaken a higher innate soul power, ideally reaching full capacity. With a glance at his stern father and his mother's expectant gaze, Yu Shaojiang confidently placed his hand upon the crystal designed for testing innate soul power. Yet, to the collective anticipation of the audience, the crystal flickered momentarily before revealing only a barely perceptible glimmer. The soul master responsible for the awakening, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, stating, Yu Shaojiang, your martial soul is the dragon boar, with an innate soul power of merely 0. 5. The addition of dragon before boar was a subtle attempt by the soul master to preserve some semblance of dignity for Yu Shaojiang. The soul master's disheartened words struck the audience like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring a tempest of murmurs among the crowd. It's over. Yu Shaojiang is finished. Indeed, what should have been a golden sacred dragon has turned into a mere pig. Yu sighed in disappointment, while Li Shaojiang's mother fainted at the news. Yu, noticing her condition, instructed for her to be assisted back to their quarters. Chapter 32. Li Shaojiang's mother seeks the method of martial soul evolution. You Shaojiang exclaimed, pointing at the onlookers. Overwhelmed by their skepticism and his father's disappointment, he could no longer bear the weight of their gazes and fled the scene. In the days that followed, the once promising Yu Shaojiang became a mere shell of his former self, enduring daily ridicule from the disciples within the sect. He dared not voice his anger, and since that fateful day of his martial soul awakening, he had entertained dreams of achieving greatness despite his meager innate soul power of level 0. 5. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. His cultivation progressed at a painfully slow pace, even slower than that of the ordinary disciples within the sect. Gradually, Yu Shaojiang succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, his mother, witnessing her son's gradual decline, felt an unbearable ache in her heart. Unable to bear his suffering, she tirelessly sought methods to facilitate the evolution of Yu Shaojiang's martial soul. Eventually, she uncovered a tale regarding martial soul evolution. 2 years prior, a severely injured poison-type soul master wandered in search of healing. After facing numerous setbacks, even the renowned healer Yi Jijimu, with his martial soul of 9-heart begonia, was unable to assist him. In a final bid for recovery, the poison master sought treatment at the Wanyu Pavilion. Remarkably, he remained there for several days, and when he finally emerged, he was not only healed of all his wounds, but had also undergone an evolution of his martial soul, transforming from the emerald-scaled serpent into the emerald-scaled serpent king, with his soul power soaring to level 70. In the following days, the poison soul master often returned to Wanyu Pavilion with his son, always leaving with a smile. Consequently, rumors began to circulate that Wanyu Pavilion possessed methods for martial soul evolution, creating quite a stir within the Tiando Empire. However, most were deterred from taking action due to the formidable entity lurking behind Wanyu Pavilion. Ultimately, the poison soul master publicly declared that it was his own hard work, combined with the miraculous treatment from Wanyu Pavilion, that allowed him to overcome this crisis, and that the evolution of his martial soul was merely a fortunate coincidence. He urged others not to trouble Wanyu Pavilion further, warning that any such actions would mean enmity with the Douluo family. As a result, the majority of the populace in the Tiando Empire quelled their greed, and the news of Wanyu Pavilion's ability to facilitate martial soul evolution gradually faded, though a small faction still harbored hopes. Upon hearing this news, Yu Shaojiang's mother was filled with elation, believing that Wanyu Pavilion represented the last hope for her son's future. Yet, she was torn by the decree her husband had issued years ago, forbidding any harassment of the 3 siblings from Wanyu Pavilion. Caught between her husband and her son, after much internal conflict, she ultimately chose to stand by her son. Even if this hope was faint, she resolved to try, refusing to give up, determined to see her son rise again. With this thought, she hurried to her husband, Yu-Yin. Upon hearing the news, Yu-Yin was equally exhilarated, yet he hesitated, recalling the formidable figure who had unexpectedly appeared at the Blue Electric Tyrant sect years prior. Not long after Yu Yuanjin had just achieved the rank of title Douluo, he felt a surge of pride, believing he had finally secured his place among the continent's elite. However, the arrival of a silver-haired youth, crackling with lightning, shattered all his pride with a single strike, warning him not to trouble the three siblings of Wanyu Pavilion before departing. In the days that followed, Yu Yuanjin clarified the connection between the three siblings and the silver-haired youth, issuing a strict decree to the sect's disciples forbidding any infringement upon Wanyu Pavilion, with violators facing severe consequences. Now, with his son deemed a failure and the only hope for his redemption potentially lying with Wanyu Pavilion, Yu Yuanjin found himself in a dilemma. He wished to avoid any association with Wanyu Pavilion for fear of conflict arising between the disciples of the sect and the three siblings. Yet, considering his son's current plight, he gritted his teeth and consented. Turning to his wife, Yu Yuanjin spoke seriously. "You may seek help for Xiaojiang at Wanyu Pavilion, but do not coerce or threaten the three siblings. Understand?" He added that he would select a soul bone from the sect's treasury as a reward. Upon hearing her husband's agreement, Yu Xiaojiang's mother was overwhelmed with joy. She understood the significance of this decision for her husband. She was aware of the formidable silver-haired youth from years ago and recognized that, as the sect leader, it was improper for her husband to take a soul bone from the sect's treasury for personal use. Nevertheless, his willingness to make such a decision under pressure from the sect indicated that Yu Yuanjin had not given up on their son. He still held a glimmer of hope for Yu Xiaojiang's revival. Seeing her husband make such a significant decision for their sake, she embraced him from behind, whispering her gratitude. Yu Yuanjin, in turn, placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder, softly assuring her, "Rest assured, even if Xiaojiang's martial soul and talents cannot be changed, I will never let you down. Through all these years, you have stood by my side, offering me encouragement. It is because of you that I have achieved my current position as the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Have faith. I shall protect you." Upon hearing her husband's gentle words, Yu Xiaojiang's mother could no longer suppress her emotions and wept in her husband's embrace. The bond between Yu Xiaojiang and his mother was inseparable. During this tumultuous period, she too suffered the consequences of his martial soul awakening failure, enduring countless grievances. Yet, despite everything, her husband had not forsaken either her or their son, still nurturing hope for their future. It was evident how deeply Yu Yuanjin cherished his wife. At this moment, outside the door, a small figure stood, listening to everything within. Observing his mother weeping inside, Yu Xiaojiang felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He resolved with unwavering determination that he would carve out a name for himself. Even if he could not become a formidable powerhouse in the future, he would find another way to leave an indelible mark on the continent, making his mother proud. Chapter 33. The Inheritance of Sea Dragon Douluo. Poseidon falls for Li Changsheng. The scene shifts back to Li Changsheng. After storing away the core of a 100,000-year soul beast, he began to examine another object of curiosity, an ancient zither. Holding the zither in his hands, he intensified his mental probing. Yet no matter how much he amplified his spiritual power, the zither remained unresponsive, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary instrument. Nevertheless, Li Changsheng's intuition whispered to him that this zither was anything but mundane. He simply had yet to uncover its secrets. After several moments of contemplation, with no revelations in sight, he decided to store the zither in his spatial pouch, hoping for a future opportunity to unveil its mysteries. Subsequently, Li Changsheng made his way to the entrance of the treasure vault on Sea God Island. Upon exiting, he encountered Sea Dragon Douluo, who promptly approached him with a respectful demeanor, saying, "Mr. Li, are you satisfied with the treasures of our Sea God Island?" Li Changsheng, taking his time, replied, "Indeed, very much so. It is no wonder that the Sea God Island's treasury is renowned. It is filled with wonders and innumerable treasures. Even I cannot help but marvel at the wealth you possess." In response, Sea Dragon Douluo humbly stated, "Your praise is too generous, Mr. Li. These treasures are merely the fruits of our travels. It is an honor for them to be of use in your hands rather than gathering dust in the vault." Li Changsheng felt a sense of ease at his words. Sea Dragon Douluo was indeed eloquent. He made a mental note to present him with a gift. At that moment, he raised his hand and pointed at Sea Dragon Douluo, unleashing a beam of white light that shot towards his forehead. Before Sea Dragon Douluo could even react, the light had penetrated his brow. Once the light entered, Sea Dragon Douluo felt a momentary daze, shaking his head in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your bestowal. I am profoundly grateful." Li Changsheng, seeing his reaction, merely waved his hand and replied, "This is what you deserve. It's a reward for guiding me. No need for thanks." It is already noon, and I must go for a meal. Understanding that this was a casual act from Mr. Li, yet finding it invaluable. Dragon Douluo realized that the profound technique imparted to him was a rare treasure, the dragon transformation. This mysterious skill could enhance his dragon lineage with continuous practice, potentially elevating it to the level of the black-eyed golden dragon king at its zenith. Moreover, the dragon transformation possessed another function, albeit one that consumed vitality. It could temporarily burn his essence to significantly boost the wielder's combat prowess, enhancing attack, defense, and speed simultaneously. In a contest of equals, such a sudden surge in all three aspects could decisively alter the outcome of a battle, thus illustrating the profound impact of the dragon transformation on Dragon Douluo, who now viewed it as a family heirloom to be passed down. As he contemplated these benefits, his admiration for Li Changsheng deepened, prompting him to respectfully say, "Mr. Li, please follow me. I have prepared a feast for you." With that, Dragon Douluo led the way with utmost respect toward the grandest restaurant on God Island. Li Changsheng smiled subtly, sensing the change in Dragon Douluo's demeanor, which now emanated sincere reverence. "I appreciate your generosity, Dragon Douluo," he replied. "Of course. It is my duty," Dragon Douluo responded eagerly. "The secret technique you bestowed upon me is an immeasurable favor that I will never forget. What is but a mere meal in comparison?" Li Changsheng chuckled at his words. Suddenly, he halted, as if sensing something amiss. He turned his gaze toward a distant mountaintop, where a flash of red darted past, vanishing without a trace. Yet, Li Changsheng recognized who it was and mused inwardly. That was Poseidon. What brings her here? Seeing Li Changsheng pause to gaze at the mountaintop, Dragon Douluo followed his line of sight, but found nothing there. Turning back to Li Changsheng, he inquired, "Is there something there, Mr. Li?" Li Changsheng dismissed the thought of Poseidon's presence and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Nothing of importance. Let's continue on our way." Dragon Douluo nodded, leading Li Changsheng onward to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Poseidon, having returned to her quarters, flung herself onto her bed. Her cheeks flushed like a lovesick maiden. A cacophony of anxious thoughts raced through her mind. What should I do? What should I do? He must have seen me. I was merely yearning for Mr. Li and sneaked a look at him. Will he think I'm a love-struck fool? As Poseidon spiraled into her frantic thoughts, a sudden knock interrupted her reverie, accompanied by a voice. "High Priestess, it's time for your meal. I brought it for you." Startled by the unexpected knock in the servant's voice, Poseidon quickly patted her chest, took a deep breath to calm herself, and called out, "Just leave it at the door. Please hurry and go." The servant, hearing her words, did not question her and departed. Once alone, Poseidon stealthily opened the door, ensuring no one was around, and swiftly retrieved the food left at her doorstep. Placing the meal on her table, she drifted through her lunch, only to realize an hour had passed, and she had barely made a dent in her meal. Losing her appetite, she washed her face and lay down for a midday rest. Yet, as she drifted into slumber, a smile crept upon her lips, radiating happiness like a girl on a romantic date. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would be astounded. The revered high priestess of God Island, perceived as ethereal and pristine, revealed a side akin to a love-struck girl. Unbeknownst to Li Changsheng, he encountered the three ladies returning from their shopping spree on his way to the restaurant. Chapter 34. Night cold moon arrives at God Island. The trials of God Island. Li Changsheng looked at the mountain of goods being transported by the three ladies in their small carts, his lips twitching involuntarily. A sense of dread regarding their formidable shopping prowess gripped him. However, he recalled that they had seemed short on funds when they first transformed and had taken his gold card. Reflecting on this, he thought, how much did all this cost? Am I destined to roam the streets after leaving God Island? As Li noticed the sorrowful expression on Li Changsheng's face, she hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Sir, what troubles you so? Why are you so downcast?" Observing her concern, Li Changsheng suddenly grasped Li's shoulders, shaking her vigorously while exclaiming, "You three prodigal children. Repay my money, repay my money." Ali, feeling a headache from the shaking, quickly retorted, "Sir, don't just shake me. My mother and the other two have also spent a considerable amount." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression darkened as he turned to glare at the other two wayward children. A.O. Shuang and Shui Rou, upon realizing Li Changsheng's sudden shift in attention, awkwardly averted their gazes, one looking down at the ground and the other up at the sky. "Shui Rou, why can't I see my feet? How would I know? Don't disturb me. I'm gazing at the heavens." "Shui Rou, what do you want to eat later?" "Anything is fine." Li Changsheng continued to cast a scowl at the two miscreants, who were babbling nonsensically, before finally relinquishing Ali. He resumed his scrutiny of the three girls, awaiting an explanation from these three spendthrifts. Meanwhile, the sea dragon Douluo, witnessing the unfolding scene, interjected to alleviate the awkwardness, stating, "Mr. Lee need not worry about finances. I shall cover all the expenses incurred by the four of you on Sea God Island." Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing's expression transformed, and he awkwardly replied, "That is quite embarrassing." The sea dragon Douluo, seeing this, promptly waved his hand, saying, "It is my honor to be of service to Mr. Li." Li Chongqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Then I must trouble you, sea dragon Douluo." Having spoken, Li Chongqing turned his gaze back to the three prodigals. The three girls, noticing Li Chongqing's renewed focus, stood up straight, trying to appear obedient. Seeing this, Li Chongqing could only let out a resigned snort and walk into the restaurant. The three girls felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, and after Li Chongqing entered the restaurant, they approached the sea dragon Douluo, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, sea dragon Douluo, for coming to our aid and for your generosity." The sea dragon Douluo, recognizing that these three young women were associated with Mr. Li, was eager to gain their favor and replied, "It was merely a trifling matter. You need not be so courteous." A.O. Shuang, stepping forward from the trio, added, "Sea dragon Douluo, should you encounter any troubles in the future, we will do our utmost to assist." Realizing that his expenditures were not in vain, the sea dragon Douluo promptly led the three young women into the restaurant. Meanwhile, Yihanyu had also arrived at Sea God Island. Hastily disembarking from the ship, she aimed to ascend the island. However, the other 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island promptly obstructed her path, declaring, "To ascend Sea God Island, you must first undergo a qualification test." Yihanyu, seeing this, explained, "I am here to find someone. I do not wish to join Sea God Island." Despite her declaration of not wanting to join the Sea God, they persisted in preventing her ascent, insisting that participation in the qualification test was mandatory. Realizing that she could not ascend without taking the test, Yihanyu acknowledged the reality of the situation, understanding that it was impolite to force her way into someone else's domain. "Very well, I will accompany you for the qualification test," she conceded. At this moment, Zhizhenju hurriedly interjected, "Greetings, 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. I wish to join Sea God Island and would like to participate in the qualification test." The Sea God Island's heir sacred pillar agreed to Zhizhenju's participation. Shortly thereafter, Yihanyu and Zhizhenju were escorted to the qualification testing grounds by the 7 sacred pillars. Before the testing site, the Sea Spear Douluo addressed the two, saying, "In a moment, I will engage you in a spar. Rest assured, I will not utilize my soul power. You shall face me one at a time." Understanding that the trial had begun, Zhizhenju stepped forward first, declaring, "Allow me to go first." With that, she summoned her sea serpent spirit, her body enveloped in 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and launched an attack at the Sea Spear Douluo. Her first soul skill, Sea Serpent's Venom Spike, met with the Sea Spear Douluo's composed demeanor as he effortlessly evaded her attack just before impact, remarking, "A commendable soul skill. Yet the speed of your attack is rather lacking." In response, Zhizhenju activated her 3rd soul ring, unleashing her 3rd soul skill, Sea Wind Enhancement. Her speed doubled, yet she still failed to inflict any harm on the Sea Spear Douluo, who remained untouchable, even when she attempted to utilize her 2nd soul skill. Eventually, the Sea Spear Douluo called for a halt, stating, "You are a control-type soul master. The first 2 soul skills may create some interference, while the 3rd enhances your speed. However, your physical constitution is too weak. Should your opponent seize the opportunity, you could easily be defeated in one blow." Listening attentively to the Sea Spear Douluo's evaluation, Zhizhenju remained focused until he turned to Yihanyu, saying, "It is your turn." Yihanyu stepped forward, summoning her ancient zither spirit, revealing 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 2 from 1,000 years and 1 from 10,000 years. The Sea Spear Douluo gasped in astonishment at the unparalleled combination of her soul rings. Yihanyu, unfazed by his surprise, allowed her last 5 soul rings to illuminate simultaneously, unleashing 5 soul skills that amplified her combat prowess and presence. With a subtle flick of her fingers across the zither strings, she sent forth an invisible sword energy toward the Sea Spear Douluo. The 7-stringed invisible sword, this ethereal blade, imperceptible and intangible, swiftly approached the Sea Spear Douluo. Reacting with urgency, the Sea Spear Douluo, utilizing his formidable mental acuity, swiftly detected the sword energy's trajectory and evaded it. Yihanyu felt no dismay at his rapid response. She continued to strum the strings, launching further assaults against the Sea Spear Douluo. even resonating with the energy within him through her melodies. Observing from the sidelines, Zi Zhenju was taken aback. She recognized Yi Hanyue's strength, but had not anticipated such an overwhelming display. Given their age difference, it was astonishing how vast their disparity in power was. Before long, the Sea Spear Douluo called for a halt, and Yi Hanyue ceased her performance. After the spar, she showed no signs of fatigue or soul power depletion. The Sea Spear Douluo, impressed, remarked, "Your last 5 soul skills are all enhancement abilities. Aside from your first attack skill, the rest must be your original creations. Your offensive capabilities are formidable and enigmatic, managing to resonate silently with my internal energy and inflict harm. I dare say, no soul master of your level can match you. And even those of a higher rank would struggle unless they vastly outclass you." Having concluded his assessment, the Sea Spear Douluo invited the two to enter the Sea God Testing Grounds. Chapter 35. The Red Top Level 8 Trials. Approaching the sanctified pillars, the Sea Horse Douluo stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with reverence as he addressed Yi Hanyue and Zi Zhenju. "Please, one of you may step forward." Seeing this, Zi Zhenju suggested, "Let me go first." Yi Hanyue, unconcerned, recognized that her purpose was to find her master, and the order of testing mattered little as long as she could reach her goal. Zi Zhenju advanced to stand behind the Sea Horse Douluo. He slowly raised his hands, a look of devotion gracing his features, positioning them before him, palms a mere half-foot apart. Before long, a pale blue light began to emanate from the space between his hands, gradually intensifying. As the azure light filled the palm of Sea Horse Douluo, a brilliant blue radiance suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire sacred pillar platform in a shimmering azure glow. Following this, blue patterns began to gradually ascend from the base of the pillar, swiftly reaching its apex in the blink of an eye. Noticing this, Sea Horse Douluo turned to Purple Pearl and gently tapped her with his fingertip. Instantly, a blue beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Purple Pearl's form. Yet she felt nothing from the luminous column. However, moments later, the blue beam began to shift in hue, transitioning from blue to white, then to yellow, and in an instant, transforming into purple. Observing the color transitions surrounding Purple Pearl, Sea Horse Douluo was filled with perplexity. This sea serpent martial soul isn't particularly strong, and this girl's innate talent seems rather modest. How can it resemble my own qualifications from the past, with an equivalent number of assessments? This is illogical. Surely, this girl must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity to enhance her abilities. Contemplating the sanctity of Sea God Island, Sea Horse Douluo refrained from inquiring about the girl's fortune, recognizing that such an opportunity was indeed a stroke of luck for her. At that moment, 4 violet beams shot forth, manifesting before Purple Pearl as a series of luminous screens, each adorned with shimmering golden characters. The first screen's inscriptions shone more brightly than those of the subsequent 3. Gradually, the purple radiance of the sacred pillar began to fade, restoring everything to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired here at all. Observing this, Sea Horse Douluo addressed Purple Pearl in a calm tone. "You have achieved the Purple Rank's 4th assessment, akin to my own experience. You possess the potential of a title Douluo." He then explained to the 2 individuals, "The aptitude test here is not merely a measure of one's abilities. It is also a trial bestowed by the Sea God. Certain assessments correspond in color to the soul rings, ranging from low to high, white, yellow, purple, black, and the pinnacle red assessment. Each test will reward the participant based on their performance, granting them enhancements in soul ring years, soul bones, or divine soul rings." Listening to Sea Horse Douluo's elucidation on the Sea God's trials, they finally understood that there existed a realm beyond title Douluo, known as God. These deities seek out their successors in the mortal realm to pass on their legacies. Knight Hanyue, upon hearing this, stepped forward, approaching Sea Horse Douluo with respect and stating, "Sea Horse Senior, it is my turn. I am prepared to undergo the Sea Goddess test." Observing Knight Hanyue's approach, Sea Horse Douluo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Compared to Purple Pearl, he held greater hope for Knight Hanyue, as he could distinctly sense that she was not merely a soul king, but a near-soul emperor, capable of pushing herself to such extremes at the 6th ring of Soul Sage, a testament to her extraordinary talent. Following suit, Sea Horse Douluo repeated his earlier actions, raising his hands before his chest, where faint blue light began to manifest, growing steadily brighter. He then pointed towards Knight Hanyue with an outstretched hand. Once again, a blue beam appeared, enveloping her entirely. To Sea Horse Douluo's astonishment, the Sea God's light unhesitatingly bypassed the gradual transitions from white to yellow and from yellow to purple, swiftly advancing directly into the realm of black. While the black magical patterns continued their relentless ascent, Seahorse Douluo gasped internally. This girl's talent is truly formidable. How can the talents of soul masters on this continent be so elevated? Have we grown old and are unable to keep pace with the times? While he marveled at Knight Hanyue's prowess, the black magical patterns ascended further, surpassing the central point of the sacred pillar, indicating that Knight Hanyue was undergoing a trial exceeding the black level 6th assessment. Yet, the black magical patterns did not halt. They continued to rise, swiftly reaching 4/5 of the way up. My heavens! Is this for real? How can this generation of youths possess such extraordinary talent? The previous purple assessment left me in awe, and now we have a black assessment. Witnessing Knight Hanyue's exceptional capabilities, Seahorse Douluo displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Just then, the previously halted magical patterns surged upward once more, morphing from their inky black into a vivid blood-red hue. A crimson light shot into the sky, piercing the heavens. The azure of the sky was stained with a deep crimson as countless gazes from Sea God Island turned skyward, while 5 other sacred pillars in the distance also directed their attention to the red beam, their eyes reflecting an incredulous brilliance. Almost in unison, they echoed the same phrase: top tier, 8th assessment. 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 At this moment, Poseidon, who had been enjoying an afternoon rest in her chamber, was startled awake by the sudden appearance of the red light. She opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the distant crimson beam, a look of mild astonishment mixed with delight gracing her features. Gradually rising from her bed, she flew towards the red beam. Simultaneously, Sea Dragon Douluo, who had just finished lunch with Li Changsheng, also noticed the far-off red light. A possibility flashed through his mind, expanding exponentially. He turned to Li Changsheng, bowing respectfully. Mr. Li, I must attend to an urgent matter. I cannot accompany you any longer. I need to investigate the situation surrounding the red beam. Excuse my departure. Li Changsheng, seeing this, cast a deep glance at the suddenly appearing crimson light and waved his hand, saying, Go ahead, do not mind me. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's response, Sea Dragon Douluo swiftly flew towards the red beam, marveling inwardly. Could it be that Sea God Island is about to witness the emergence of a prodigious figure akin to a grand priest? Watching Sea Dragon Douluo depart, Li Changsheng appeared thoughtful, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 36. The Snow Empress Contemplates Eternal Life. Observing Sea Dragon Douluo as he departed, Li Changsheng, lost in thought, allowed a faint smile to play upon his lips. He then beckoned Ao Shuang, instructing her, Ao Shuang, you should also go and take a look. Bring that person along as well. Ao Shuang, upon hearing this, expressed her confusion. What if that person does not wish to come? I cannot forcibly bring her, can I? Li Changsheng, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. No worries, just tell her that the master is seeking her. Indeed, the moment the crimson beam appeared, he sensed the presence of his disciple. Ao Shuang, astonished, exclaimed, Mr. Li, are you saying that the extraordinary phenomenon was caused by your disciple? Li Changsheng regarded Ao Shuang's astonishment in silence, merely smiling without replying. Witnessing his tacit confirmation, Ao Run was profoundly taken aback. She was well aware of the significance of the red beam, having lived for many years and possessing knowledge about the sea goddess trials. The crimson beam represented the pinnacle of the top-tier assessment, and given the aura it exuded, Ao Run surmised it was the top-tier 8th assessment, just one step away from the sea god's 9th assessment. Moreover, the fact that the candidate was Mr. Li's disciple was simply too astonishing. Subsequently, she reflected that now being a part of Mr. Li's circle could only lead to favorable outcomes. Upon reflecting on this, Ao Shuang felt immensely grateful for her previous decision to actively become Mr. Li's companion. Had she missed the opportunity to be with Mr. Li, it would have led to a lifetime of regret. Li Changsheng observed Ao Shuang's dazed expression and playfully smacked her on the rear, exclaiming with mild annoyance, What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up. Startled by the sudden impact on her important area, Ao Shuang snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Oh, I understand. I'll go right now. With that, she blushed as she soared toward the direction of the crimson pillar of light, all the while shielding her charming face. Her heart racing with shyness as she mused, How could Mr. Li have done that? Yet, strangely, I felt no discomfort. In fact, there was even a hint of excitement. How utterly embarrassing. When I left just now, couldn't he possibly think I'm that kind of loose woman, could he? Ao Shuang. How can you exhibit such an excited expression? Surely, Mr. Lee doesn't harbor feelings for me. Ali is my adopted child, and I'm still a maiden. If there ever comes a day when Mr. Lee truly has intentions toward me, should I accept or initially refuse and then consent? Such a difficult choice. Thus, lost in her tumultuous thoughts, Ao Shuang flew toward the distant crimson light. Watching Ao Shuang gradually disappear from his sight, Li Changshang glanced at his hand, reflecting on his earlier actions as somewhat impolite. However, he couldn't help but admire the delightful sensation, thinking to himself, quite bouncy, indeed. The texture is truly remarkable. With this thought, he gazed toward the north, contemplating a certain enchanting woman. Snow Empress, how I miss you. It has been so many years since we parted ways in the Stardew Forest. I wonder how you are faring now. Your touch surpasses that of Ao Run. As Li Changshang reminisced about the beautiful life he shared with the Snow Empress in the Stardew Forest, far to the north. In a splendid yet elegantly crafted ice house, stood a beautiful woman with white hair gazing into the distance. At that moment, the white-haired woman suddenly sneezed, dismissing it without concern as she pondered. Changshang, are you thinking of me? Why haven't you come to find me yet? You haven't been bewitched by those vixens in the Stardew Forest, have you? No matter how many women you have, I will always be the primary consort. After all, I am your first woman. If you dare deny it, I will never speak to you again. Indeed, this beautiful woman was the Snow Empress, the foremost among the 3 sovereigns of the Northern Lands. If anyone were present, they would be unable to fathom that the male soul beast, known for its pride, could exhibit such bashfulness. Suddenly, a figure appeared, her good friend and confidant, the Ice Empress, one of the 3 sovereigns of the Northern Lands. Upon entering, the Ice Empress noticed her friend, the Snow Empress, lost in thoughts of love, and angrily remarked, "Sister, stop thinking about that scoundrel. He hasn't come to find you in all this time. He must have forgotten you already. Those vixens in the Stardew Forest have surely bewitched him beyond recognition." Seeing her sister's agitated demeanor, the Snow Empress remained unfazed, smiling serenely at the Ice Empress without uttering a word. The Ice Empress, sensing her sister's unwavering calm, felt a twinge of guilt and turned her gaze elsewhere, asking, "What's wrong? Am I not speaking the truth? Why do you keep looking at me like that? It makes me somewhat uncomfortable." The Snow Empress, observing her sister's flustered expression, smiled gently and said, "You genuinely only care about whether I think of Changsheng. Not that you are also thinking of him." Hearing her sister's words, the Ice Empress blushed even deeper, stammering, "How could that be? How could I possibly have feelings for that lecher? I only wish to help you drive away those vixens." Noticing her sister's evident embarrassment, the Snow Empress chose to ignore her words, asserting, "How could I think otherwise? Who was it that looked back at every step when we left the Stardew Forest?" With her sister teasing her, the Ice Empress felt increasingly flustered, stuttering without being able to form coherent words. Realizing she could no longer tease her sister, the Snow Empress approached the Ice Empress, embraced her gently, and said, "Changsheng is an exceptionally outstanding individual. His future will undoubtedly transcend the Douluo continent. I cannot bind his heart. Therefore, I have never concerned myself with how many women he may have. As long as I remain the primary consort, that is sufficient. So, if you harbor feelings for him as well, come and assist me. Rather than fight this battle alone, it would be better for us to embark on this journey together." Listening to her sister's words, the Ice Empress reminisced about the days spent with Li Changsheng in the Stardew Forest. Those moments were indeed the most beautiful of her life. During that time, not only did her sister fall in love with Li Changsheng, but she too had developed feelings for him, though she wished not to compete with her sister. Yet now, faced with the situation and her sister's invitation, the Ice Empress resolved, "All right, sister, let us join forces." The Snow Empress, pleased, replied, "Indeed, united we stand, and our strength shall be unbreakable." With that, both the Snow Empress and Ice Empress shared a light-hearted laugh. Meanwhile, far away on Sea God Island, Li Changsheng remained oblivious to the unfolding events, unaware that his primary consort, the Snow Empress, had also managed to win over his sister-in-law. Had he known of the Snow Empress's schemes, he would undoubtedly have praised her, saying, "Well done, my dear wife." Chapter 37. Poseidon's Disciple Rejected. As the crimson pillar of light gradually dissipated, Yi Hanyue began to reveal her form. Like the purple pearl, 8 beams of light shot forth, appearing before the purple pearl. However, unlike the purple hue of the latter, Yi Hanyue emanated a vibrant red light that transformed into a luminous curtain, each layer adorned with shimmering golden inscriptions. The text on the first curtain was significantly brighter than that on the other 3. At this moment, Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, arrived. and the several titled law of Sea God Island offered him a slight bow, exclaiming, "We greet the high priest." Poseidon, disregarding the greetings, approached Yue and smiled, saying, "Child, do you wish to join Sea God Island? If you agree, I will take you as my personal disciple, making you the next high priest of Sea God Island." The surrounding title Douluo gasped in astonishment at Poseidon's words. To be personally accepted as a disciple by the high priest and appointed as the high priest of Sea God Island, a tremendous honor. Even the purple pearl beside Yue was filled with envy. However, the sea spirit stood by with an expression of indifference, as if it were to be expected. He was well aware of Yue's talent. She had already broken through to the 70th level of soul power at such a young age, qualifying as a 6th-ringed soul sage, capable of pressuring a titled Douluo to use their soul power, something that even the high priest of her generation could not achieve. Just as everyone expected Yue to accept the offer. However, Yue merely shook her head apologetically and said, "I am sorry, high priest, but I cannot become your disciple. I already have a master, and I have come to Sea God Island to seek him. Thank you for your kind offer." Upon hearing this, Poseidon and the surrounding titled Douluo were filled with confusion. How could Yue turn down the high priest's offer to take her as a disciple? They all wondered what kind of master could possibly surpass the high priest. Yet, the newly arrived Sea Dragon Douluo, upon hearing Yue's words, suddenly had a flash of insight, conjuring the image of a suave young man with white hair, Li Changsheng. Observing the remarkably talented Yue before him, Sea Dragon Douluo's suspicions grew stronger, convinced that only a powerhouse like Mr. Li could produce such an exceptional disciple. Moreover, he recalled that when the crimson light appeared, Mr. Li cast a deep gaze toward its direction. Just as the crowd was mired in perplexity, a voice suddenly resounded from afar. "Of course, she cannot become your disciple." The crowd turned to see the newcomer, and upon recognizing her, Sea Dragon Douluo's suspicions transformed into certainty. Ao Shuang had arrived before everyone. Poseidon stepped forward to inquire, "Miss Ao Shuang, might I ask why?" Ao Shuang smiled and replied, "It is simply because this young lady, Yue, is a disciple of my master." The crowd gasped in astonishment, but soon acknowledged that it was entirely plausible for a formidable figure like Mr. Li to have produced such a talented disciple. What? A disciple of Mr. Li? Only Sea Dragon Douluo wore a smug expression, reveling in the surprise of the others. Observing his satisfaction, Ao Shuang paid it no mind. Confident that Sea Dragon Douluo had likely guessed Yue was Mr. Li's disciple before her arrival, but had chosen not to disclose this information, perhaps out of uncertainty or merely to witness the spectacle unfold. Upon hearing Ao Shuang's words, Yue's face blossomed with joy, and she hurried over to Ao Shuang, asking, "Sister, who are you to my master? Where is he?" Ao Shuang, unhurried, introduced herself, saying, "I am the maid recently appointed by my master, named Ao Shuang by him." After carefully appraising the beautiful woman before her, Yue sighed with relief, thinking to herself, "Thank goodness, as long as she is not my master's wife, everything is fine. If she were to be my master's wife, what would I do in these final days?" Indeed, Yue was aware that Li Changsheng had a woman in his life. He had mentioned having a wife during their lessons, albeit separated for a brief period. Thus, until Yue succeeded, she wished to avoid meeting her master's wife prematurely. Following this, Yue said, "Then, dear sister, please take me to find my master. It has been so long since I last saw him." Ao Shuang, pleased by Yue's respect and address, responded, "It is no trouble at all. It is my duty." Yue then turned to the crowd on Sea God Island, bowing respectfully as she said, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your kindness. I must go find my master now. Farewell." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Yue's politeness, and soon after, they remarked, "Had we known you were Mr. Li's disciple, this situation would never have arisen. If time permits, we shall pay a visit to Mr. Li." Yue, without further ado, followed Ao Shuang toward Li Changsheng's residence. Once the two had vanished from sight, Sea Dragon Douluo stepped forward, exuding a sense of self-satisfaction as he declared, "Just as I had surmised. It seems I am quite astute." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt several icy glares directed at him. Looking up, he found the high priest and the others casting cold stares in his direction. Trembling, Sea Dragon Douluo stammered, "What's the matter, everyone?" The crowd shifted their gaze toward Poseidon. Realizing that everyone was looking at her, Poseidon understood their intent and, considering Sea Dragon Douluo's excessive behavior, decided that a lesson was warranted. After all, Even she felt a twinge of anger. With a wave of her hand, she said, "You may proceed, but do not cause any serious harm." With the high priest's permission, the crowd began to warm up and stretch their limbs. See Dragon Douluo, upon hearing the high priest's words and witnessing the crowd's actions, finally grasped the situation, and trembling, he called out to the warming up group, "Brothers, do not make a fuss. I truly just found out." See Spear Douluo, unfazed, replied, "Of course we know. We simply haven't sparred in a while and are a bit eager." See Maiden Douluo smiled, adding, "Indeed, indeed." See Ghost Douluo chimed in, "Some of us are merely here for a friendly duel, and it's just one-on-one." At this, See Dragon Douluo felt a sense of relief. After all, in a one-on-one duel among the 7 sacred pillars, he was the strongest. Yet, just as he braced himself for the challenge, the crowd surged forward, and upon witnessing this, See Dragon Douluo fled, exclaiming, "Didn't we agree on a one-on-one duel? Why is everyone attacking me at once?" See Star Douluo swiftly used her soul skill to restrain See Dragon Douluo, smiling as she said, "Indeed. You are facing us 6 alone. Surprised, are you?" See Dragon Douluo quickly retorted, "You're not playing fair." Just as he uttered these words, See Spear Douluo's fist came flying toward his face. Subsequently, the remaining 5 sacred pillar Douluo joined in to deliver a flurry of kicks to See Dragon Douluo. "Ah, take it easy. I was wrong. See Maiden, please don't hit my face." Chapter 40. Yu Xiaojing's Disturbance at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. In a guest house in Heavendo City, a beautiful woman and a boy were seated in a private room, indulging in a feast. The woman incessantly served food into the boy's bowl, urging him, "Xiaojing, eat more." Yu Xiaojing, upon hearing this, did not hesitate to finish the food in his bowl and then said to his mother, "Mother, no more, I have had enough. By the way, could you tell me about the Forgetting Worries Pavilion? Can they really help my martial spirit evolve?" Upon this, Yu Xiaojing's mother set down her utensils and replied, "Absolutely. I have looked into it before. A few years ago, the head of the Douluo family, Douluo, was severely injured and sought treatment everywhere. But even the renowned Yi family was powerless to help him. Ultimately, he was introduced to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, where he stayed for a few days. After that, not only were all his injuries healed, but his martial spirit also underwent an evolution. This incident caused quite a stir in the Heavendo Empire, with numerous factions in Heavendo City coveting the secrets of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. In the end, Douluo himself clarified that the evolution of his martial spirit was merely an unexpected occurrence during the healing process, citing his son as an example. When everyone saw that his son did not experience a martial spirit evolution, they gradually relinquished their greedy thoughts. However, only the higher-ups of many factions were aware that the Forgetting Worries Pavilion possessed certain miraculous opportunities for altering fate. Yet, the pavilion only spoke of fate. Only those who were fated could obtain such opportunities there. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing deduced that the Forgetting Worries Pavilion indeed held miraculous chances for altering fate, and he asked his mother, "Is it so mysterious? Am I truly someone fated for such opportunities?" After listening to his mother's words, Yu Xiaojing's heart was already filled with covetous thoughts regarding the extraordinary opportunities for altering fate offered by the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. He merely concealed his desires well, and the reason he inquired of his mother was to have her seek out these miraculous chances on his behalf during her visit to the pavilion. In fact, Yu Xiaojing believed that such unprecedented opportunities were specifically meant for him, as only he, the second son of the illustrious Blue Electric Tyrant sect, possessed the noble lineage and status required to qualify for such fateful chances. He dismissed the notion that others could lay claim to these extraordinary destinies, perceiving them as firmly in his grasp. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's mother smiled and remarked, "My son is so exceptional. He must indeed be the fated one for the Forgetting Worry Pavilion and shall surely acquire those miraculous opportunities." Encouraged by her words, Yu Xiaojing eagerly indulged in the delicacies laid before him. Observing her son's rejuvenated spirit, his mother promptly served him more dishes. However, unbeknownst to her, Yu Xiaojing had developed an insatiable greed for the opportunities at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, yearning to claim them all for himself. How could the remaining siblings of the pavilion not perceive this? Lunchtime passed swiftly, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Yu Xiaojing, noticing the queue of people, paid them no heed and boldly approached Yi Hanyue, proclaiming haughtily, "My martial soul has encountered an issue, and I have heard that your pavilion possesses extraordinary opportunities for altering fate. I am the fated individual you speak of. Hand over the chance at once." The individuals in line were taken aback by Yu Xiaojing's audacity. They exchanged incredulous glances, some whispering, Did we just hear him correctly? Is he truly asking for something from the Forgetting Worry Pavilion? Others chimed in. Indeed, how dare he demand such extraordinary opportunities? Is he out his mind? A few recognized him, murmuring, isn't he the one who failed his awakening at the Blue Electro Tyrant sect? The one who was supposed to awaken as the Golden Saint Dragon, but instead ended up with a pig? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yu Xiaojiang, feeling the heat of their ridicule, clenched his fists and retorted, what are you all prattling about? I am the second son of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. He then turned impatiently to Yi Hanyue, insisting, hurry up, don't waste my time. Seeing her son's behavior, his mother quickly intervened. Pulling him away as she addressed the crowd, I apologize for my son's behavior. He has recently faced some setbacks and is not in the best of spirits. She then turned to Yi Hanyue, hastily expressing her regrets, aware that the Forgetting Worry Pavilion was not a place they could provoke without consequence. Reluctantly dragged away by his mother, Yu Xiaojiang protested, Mother, why are you pulling me? Aren't they looking for a fated individual? I'm undoubtedly the one they seek. His mother, with a stern expression, admonished him, silence. Under her authoritative gaze, Yu Xiaojiang could only lower his head and fall in line. As normalcy returned within the pavilion, patrons resumed seeking Yi Hanyue's assistance. Time passed quickly, and before long, the guests had departed. Yu Xiaojiang again approached Yi Hanyue, his demeanor unchanged as he declared, I am the fated individual you await. Is the opportunity for altering fate ready? I am eager to utilize it. His mother, hearing this, was utterly at a loss for words, wanting to intervene and curtail her son's unreasonable antics, but it was too late. Yi Hanyue showed no leniency. Without hesitation, she delivered a swift slap, sending him flying out the door, declaring, get out. The Forgetting Worry Pavilion does not welcome you. Turning to Yu Xiaojiang's mother, she instructed, Madam, please escort your son away. You must have seen his attitude. We are not to be trifled with. Yu Xiaojiang's mother, feeling the weight of her son's impropriety, could only express her apologies. I am truly sorry for my son's disrespectful behavior. We shall take our leave now. As she exited, she realized her son was missing, only to discover that the previous patrons had not yet left, but were waiting outside to witness the pavilion's handling of Yu Xiaojiang. As Yu Xiaojiang was forcefully ejected from the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, laughter erupted from the onlookers. Unable to withstand their mockery, Yu Xiaojiang shot them an angry glare before hastily fleeing. After inquiring about the direction he had gone, his mother pursued him. On the second floor of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, Nie Zifeng observed the departing mother and son from the window, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Chapter 38. Absorbing the soul core of a 10,000-year soul beast. Within Li Changxing's chamber, he sat at the table adorned with several plates of pastries and 2 cups of steaming tea. Slowly savoring a cup, he remarked, brewing tea. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Li Changxing called out, enter. A moment later, Ao Shuang pushed the door open, ushering in Yi Hanyue as she addressed Li Changxing, Sir, I have brought your disciple, Yi Hanyue. Li Changxing, unhurried, set down his cup and replied to Ao Shuang, you may leave now. It has been several days since my disciple and I have seen each other. We wish to converse. Understanding the significance of her position compared to Yi Hanyue, Ao Shuang refrained from further comment and promptly replied, very well, I shall take my leave. With that, she closed the door behind her. Once alone, Yi Hanyue promptly bowed respectfully to her master. Greetings, master. Li Changxing, witnessing his eldest disciple's formal demeanor, shook his head in mild exasperation. While he appreciated her qualities, he found her overly serious and emotionally distant, in stark contrast to the vivacious and playful Yi Hanyue. Yet, he recognized that both had their unique traits. With a sigh, he addressed Yi Hanyue, you are far too formal. I am your master, and you have done nothing wrong. Thus, there is no need for such reverence. Consider how lively Hanyue is. While we are not just master and disciple, we are family. As family, there is no need for such formality. Relax a little. Listening to her master's words, Yi Hanyue remained silent, lowering her head as she murmured, understood. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Changxing realized that this matter could not be rectified in a moment's time and decided to take a gradual approach henceforth. Just then, an unexpected, gurgling sound resonated from somewhere. Following the source of the noise, Li Changxing turned to see Hanyue blushing, awkwardly confessing, Master, it wasn't me, I swear. Li Changxing, with a gentle smile, reassured Yi Hanyue, it's all right, let's eat. Please, take a seat. I prepared hot tea and desserts for you. Enjoy. With these words, Yi Hanyue felt less constrained and settled down to indulge in the sweet treats. Li Changxing watched fondly as his disciples savored the desserts. handing her another cup of hot tea while affectionately patting her head. Eat slowly, don't choke. Have some tea to wash it down. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her head, Yi Hanyue accepted the hot tea and began to sip. After finishing the last piece of dessert, she unexpectedly let out a loud belch, causing her previously pale face to flush crimson once again. Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh heartily at her embarrassment. Yi Hanyue, now blushing fiercely, shyly admonished, "Master, please don't laugh at me." Noticing her rosy cheeks, Li Changsheng cleared his throat and shifted his tone, saying, "Well, this is more like it. Why maintain such a cold demeanor every day? Look at you now. You appear delightful." At his words, Yi Hanyue lowered her head, her face still aflame. Li Changsheng continued, "I won't tease you any longer. You should rest for a while. Your 100,000-year soul ring is ready. Once you've had enough rest, we shall begin the absorption process." Without waiting for her response, he waved his hand, urging her to take a break. Acknowledging his words, Yi Hanyue did not object. The tumultuous days aboard the ship had left her weary, and the absorption of a 100,000-year soul ring was a significant endeavor, particularly as it would be her 7th soul ring. After bidding farewell to Li Changsheng, she proceeded to the room prepared by A.O. Shuang for her rest. Time passed swiftly, and as evening approached, within Li Changsheng's chamber, the master and disciple stood together. Li Changsheng addressed Yi Hanyue. "Are you ready? Absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring is no trivial matter, especially since most individuals absorb such a ring at their 9th soul level. Yet you are attempting this at your 7th. The pressure is considerable, but rest assured, I shall be by your side." Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyue nodded solemnly, declaring, "Master, I am prepared." Li Changsheng, acknowledging her readiness, retrieved the soul beast core from the treasure trove and presented it to Yi Hanyue, catching the core as it flew towards her. Yi Hanyue looked at Li Changsheng with confusion. "Master, what is this?" In response, Li Changsheng explained this is the core of a 100,000-year soul beast, containing immense energy and representing its essence. By directly absorbing and refining it, you shall acquire a 100,000-year soul ring. Interestingly, I stumbled upon it in the treasure vault on Sea God Island, and it fortuitously aligns with your need for a 100,000-year soul ring. This signifies a connection between you and it. Listening to her master's words, Yi Hanyue's eyes glistened with tears. A 100,000-year soul ring was rare and invaluable. The thought of not having to endure the arduous task of hunting soul beasts for a ring filled her with overwhelming gratitude. Reflecting on all that her master had provided over the years, she felt an urge to cry. "Master, you have been too kind to me. I promise I will repay you in the future." Seeing her eyes welling up, Li Changsheng recognized that his eldest disciple was overthinking and, with a hint of resignation, urged, "Hurry and absorb it. Your growth and excellence are the greatest rewards you can offer me." Determined, Yi Hanyue resolved to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, striving to become exceptional. Even if they were not together in the end, she vowed to stay by her master's side and care for him throughout her life. With that thought, she began to channel her energy, initiating the absorption of the hard-earned soul beast core. As the core contained a vast amount of energy, Yi Hanyue's face contorted in pain, prompting Li Changsheng to consider intervening, unwilling to let his disciple suffer. However, as time passed, the brilliance of the core gradually dimmed, and Yi Hanyue persevered. A radiant red 100,000-year soul ring materialized around her. Once the soul ring stabilized, Yi Hanyue opened her eyes and immediately spotted Li Changsheng. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Master, I did it. I succeeded." Li Changsheng was taken aback by the sudden embrace, but quickly regained his composure, patting her back. "All right, I understand your excitement, but could you please let go of me?" Realizing her impulsiveness, Yi Hanyue blushed and stepped back. "Master," Li Changsheng, with a gentle smile, gestured reassuringly. "It's nothing. Compared to your previous self, I prefer the person you are now." As Knight Hanyue absorbed the compliment, she understood that her master was not offended. However, she felt differently, joyfully exclaiming in her heart, "Oh yay, Master doesn't reject me." Just as Zizhenju said, I'll help him gradually adapt to my presence. When the time comes, I will win his heart. Encouraged by her thoughts, as she motivated herself, Li Changsheng took a seat and recalled the red light pillar from earlier that day. He casually inquired, "What was your score in the Sea God Island assessment today?" Snapping back to reality, Yi Hanyue proudly declared, "I scored a top-level red 8. Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, recalling that in the original story, Poseidon's talent was merely a top-level red 7, and even Ning Rongrong achieved only that. The fact that his disciple attained a red 8 was remarkable. If he were to procure the Sea God's legacy artifact, the Han Hai Qian Kunzhao, from the Heavendo Empire for her, would she not directly inherit the Sea God's legacy? Contemplating his own arduous path to immortality, which no one else could replicate, he found himself wishing more for his disciple to ascend to godhood, as achieving immortality was an arduous task. He possessed the system and the Lu Zu's sword, two invaluable treasures that fortified his confidence. Yet his disciple lacked such resources. With these thoughts in mind, Li Changsheng turned to Yi Hanyue and asked, "What was the content of your first assessment? Perhaps I can assist you in some manner." Yi Hanyue's face displayed a mix of amusement and restraint as she prepared to explain. Noticing her expression, Li Changsheng furrowed his brow and pressed, "What is so funny?" In response to her master's scrutiny, Yi Hanyue quickly clarified, "Well, actually, I have already completed my first assessment." Li Changsheng was taken aback, recalling the dubious circumstances surrounding Tang San's rapid ascension in the original tale. He urgently asked, "Hanyue, what was the content of your first assessment? Is this assessment truly untainted?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyue understood that Li Changsheng must have been mistaken. She promptly clarified, "The assessment is indeed untainted. It is merely that I have been fortunate." The first challenge involved absorbing a soul ring of 100,000 years within 3 years. Fortunately, you had prepared one for your disciple. Thus, the first challenge has already been completed. Moreover, the rewards for completing the first challenge have fortified my foundation. The age of my first soul ring has even increased by 1,000 years. As she spoke, Yi Hanyue summoned her martial spirit, revealing 7 soul rings surrounding her. Purple, 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 black, 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 and red. Seeing this, Li Changsheng meticulously examined Yi Hanyue's condition and found that her situation was indeed as she described. Her first soul ring had simply gained additional years. Reassured by this realization, Li Changsheng released his inner doubts. Not bad. The first challenge is to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Most would likely give up in the face of Hanyue's predicament. Few dare to attempt the 7th soul ring of such caliber. Moreover, even if they wish to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring for their 8th, the time constraints are insurmountable. Transitioning from a quasi-soul sage to a quasi-soul Douluo in 3 years, without exceptional talent and corresponding techniques, while remaining unaffected by external forces, renders this assessment impossible to complete. It is only through these past years of using the refining elixir I left behind to enhance their physical strength daily that they have managed to endure. Li Changsheng then continued to inquire, "What is the second challenge?" Yi Hanyue, without hesitation, replied, "To remain at the mountain sea silver pillar for 60 days, spending 12 hours there each day." Li Changsheng frowned slightly at this news, pondering, "It appears that we shall not be leaving Sea God Island anytime soon." 60 days. Following this, the subsequent assessments will likely also take place on Sea God Island. We may be bound here for several years. However, this represents a significant opportunity for Hanyue. It must not be squandered. With this in mind, Li Changsheng solemnly stated to Yi Hanyue, "Very well. We shall remain on Sea God Island for the foreseeable future until we can depart. You can take this opportunity to hone your skills." Hearing this, Yi Hanyue was overjoyed. The rewards from the assessment were exceedingly generous, and the thought of relinquishing them was disheartening. With her master's consent to stay on Sea God Island, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Thank you, master." Li Changsheng, observing her delight, affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "All right, go rest now." Yi Hanyue promptly returned to her room and laid down on her bed to rest. Meanwhile, in the bustling Tiando city, events were also unfolding. That morning, while Yi Zifeng was out gathering supplies, he paused at a restaurant. Yu Xiaojiang and his mother entered the same establishment. As Yu Xiaojiang took his seat, he called out to a passing waiter, "Waiter, please bring us your best breakfast and a pot of hot tea." Just then, a soul master walked in, spotted Yi Zifeng, and quickly approached to greet him, but was interrupted by Yi Zifeng. "Enough, you've been following me for 2 months. I shall elucidate your doubts. Your situation is quite normal. You initially cultivated at a rapid pace compared to others, but as you progressed, your cultivation has slowed significantly, which is your current predicament. This is due to the fact that the initial soul rings you absorbed had insufficient age." The soul master, puzzled, asked, "What does the age of my earlier absorbed soul rings have to do with this?" Seeing that he still did not comprehend, Yi Zifeng sighed and explained, "Indeed, when absorbing soul rings, the power of the soul beast not only transforms into soul rings for absorption, but also partially refines the soul master's body, expelling impurities and facilitating swifter cultivation." Your earlier rapid progress was due to your innate level 7 soul power. However, due to your excessive caution, your first soul ring barely exceeded 100 years, and your second likely did not even reach 500 years. This resulted in insufficient energy for body refinement, leading to your lack of training. Those who adhered to the standards for soul ring absorption naturally progress faster than you. You have squandered your talent. Your future achievements will likely only reach the rank of Soul Emperor. The Soul Master, taken aback by Yi Zifeng's explanation, could only let out a bitter sigh. Such is life. After settling his bill, he departed without further ado. Upon finishing his meal and preparing to leave, Yi Zifeng was halted by a voice. Young brother, please wait. I wish to assess my child's condition. Turning to see Yu Xiaojiang's mother earnestly addressing him, she continued, my child has inexplicably failed to awaken his martial spirit, and his cultivation speed is exceedingly slow. I heard you identify the cause of that Soul Master's predicament, so I hope you can offer insight into my child's situation. Touched by the maternal love emanating from the woman, Yi Zifeng agreed. Very well, I shall examine your child. Yu Xiaojiang's mother quickly brought Yu Xiaojiang before Yi Zifeng, who then infused his martial spirit with soul power and took a glance. To his astonishment, he found that nearly 90% of Yu Xiaojiang's meridians were completely blocked. The failure to awaken his martial spirit was a mild concern. The real danger was that he had narrowly avoided a fatal explosion due to the soul power blockage during the awakening process. Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's exclamation, both mother and son grew anxious, quickly inquiring, what is it? Is it serious? Yi Zifeng, recognizing their distress, relayed the harsh truth but softened the details by attributing the blockage to an excess of bodily impurities. He concluded by informing them that without a miraculous opportunity to change his fate, Yu Xiaojiang would remain in this state for life. Having delivered the grim news, Yi Zifeng hurriedly left, not allowing mother and son the chance to detain him. Chapter 41. The Theft of Wanyu Pavilion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, two shadowy figures flitted through Tiando City with remarkable speed, soon arriving near the pavilion of Wanyu. The two shadows engaged in hushed discussion. Boss, is it true that Wanyu Pavilion harbors opportunities for martial spirit evolution? That kid wouldn't deceive us, would he? Unlikely. After all, we are among the top powers of the Douluo Empire. He is merely a soul master, and deceiving us offers him no benefit. You're right, but I've heard that Wanyu Pavilion is not to be trifled with. They have a limit Douluo backing them, and we cannot provoke them. In response to his subordinates' concerns, the older shadow had already devised a countermeasure. He reassured, no worries. Who would suspect that the perpetrators are from the Douluo Empire? In the event of trouble, the first ones to be suspected will be the Tiando Empire. The younger shadow nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The older shadow then smirked. Even if Wanyu Pavilion does not suspect the Tiando Empire, they will likely suspect the Haotian sect, who recently clashed with them. Who would think it was us from the Douluo Empire? Hearing his boss's words, the younger shadow immediately praised, as expected of the boss. Your mind is sharp. The older shadow proudly lifted his head. Of course, I am a soul sage, somewhat renowned in the Douluo Empire. He then inquired, by the way, have we gathered sufficient information on Wanyu Pavilion? Has that limit Douluo truly departed? The shadowy subordinate, upon hearing his leader's words, promptly reported the findings of his investigation. I did not fully trust the information provided by Yu Xiaojiang, so I personally inquired in the vicinity and can now confirm that the limit Douluo has indeed departed, leaving only the two siblings within the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Upon receiving the news of the limit Douluo's departure, the shadowy leader immediately responded with grave seriousness. Return and prepare. We shall commence our actions at the third watch of the night, waiting until they are asleep to proceed. Make every effort not to awaken the two within. The subordinate, upon hearing this, hastily returned to prepare, while the shadowy leader cast a glance at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion before vanishing from sight. However, not far from them, Yi Zifeng stood, observing with keen interest the direction in which the two had departed. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I had merely stepped out for an evening stroll after dinner, and yet I stumbled upon such an event. As for Yu Xiaojiang's words, I shall seek him out tomorrow. For now, there is a splendid show to witness. I must return to inform my sister. These past few days have been dreadfully dull. With that, Yi Zifeng harnessed his soul power, his form flickering as he soared towards the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Time sped by, and the residents of Tiando City had long since succumbed to slumber. Two shadowy figures appeared atop the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, gazing at the extinguished lights below. The shadowy leader instructed his subordinate, action. You shall enter the siblings' chamber and deploy the sleeping gas to prevent any disturbance from our movements. Upon hearing this, The subordinate swiftly entered the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Making his way toward the siblings' room, he discreetly released the gas through the window, and once he confirmed that the two were thoroughly incapacitated by the fumes, he departed, not forgetting to taunt them en route. These siblings of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion are hardly impressive. The outside world has glorified them too much. Speaking of the brother's fortune and the sister's medical prowess. Yet, here they are, succumbing to my sleeping gas. Little did he anticipate that, after his departure, the siblings would awaken. The elder sister, Yi Hanyue, remarked, "This stench is unbearable. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Meanwhile, in another room, the younger brother, Yi Zifeng, stretched lazily and exclaimed with excitement, my first attempt at feigning sleep and performing, still not very adept. I thought I might be discovered. It turned out to be this simple. The shadowy subordinate, now outside, remained blissfully unaware, reveling in his successful incapacitation of the siblings, completely ignorant of the despair that awaited both him and his leader. "Boss, rest assured, I have taken care of it. Everything is under control. The two are now unconscious." The shadowy leader praised, "Well done. You shall not miss out on the rewards from this opportunity." With that, the two brothers ventured into the depths of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion in search of their prize. The subordinate arrived at the first floor of the pavilion. Earlier that day, while surveying the premises, he had observed Yi Hanyue retrieving various pills from the apothecary to administer to severely injured individuals, effectively pulling them back from the brink of death. Thus, he believed that the opportunity he sought must be hidden within that very apothecary. Approaching the door, he pushed it open, only to have a flurry of medicinal powder cascade down from above. Realizing he could not evade it in time, he inhaled the powder, causing his consciousness to waver, his gaze becoming vacant as he fell into a reverie. In his fantasy, the shadowy subordinate envisioned himself discovering the miraculous opportunity within the apothecary, evolving his martial soul into a divine one. Through relentless training, he imagined breaking through to the pinnacle of the limit Douluo rank, commanding countless subordinates as he launched an assault on the Tiando Empire, seizing the imperial throne. Even the emperor of the Xing Luo Empire would willingly abdicate in his favor. Unifying both empires, he would obliterate the Spirit Hall, bending all sects across the continent to his will, while women of beauty would flock to him in droves, vying for his affection. Standing atop a lofty peak, he would survey his dominion and roar to the heavens. Is there anyone else? Yet in reality, he stood foolishly at the threshold of the apothecary, head tilted back in a silly grin, muttering incessantly, it's all mine. One day, I too shall be the boss. The world shall be at my feet. There is no one left. Truly, being invincible is a lonely endeavor. At that moment, Yi Hanyue emerged from the shadows, gazing at the subordinate who stood there with a vacant smile. She pondered, what kind of dream has ensnared this fellow so completely that he cannot extricate himself? Judging by his demeanor, it seems he may never wish to awaken. Is my hallucinogenic powder truly this potent? With that thought, she ceased her musings and turned her attention to the second floor. I wonder how my younger brother is faring. The first floor is where we typically reside, but the second floor is where my elder sister stays. If he mishandles things, he shall face dire consequences upon her return. This thought led Yi Hanyue to reminisce about past instances when they had angered their elder sister. In those moments, she would smile without uttering a word, and even as night fell, she would not take action against them, leading them to believe they had escaped her wrath. Yet, unbeknownst to them, as they drifted into slumber, she would employ her musical talents to disrupt their dreams, resulting in restless nights until she finally calmed down and allowed them reprieve. In her heart, Yi Hanyue resolved, "You must keep a close watch on him, dear brother, or we shall both be doomed." Chapter 42. Siblings play tricks on two thieves. At that moment, on the second floor of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, the shadowy leader peered down the staircase, scanning the darkened surroundings. Aside from a few tables and cushions, there was little else to be seen. Thus, he entered the second floor unguarded, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching him from a concealed shadow. "Finally, you've arrived. I was about to fall asleep," Yi Zifeng declared, activating his wind after mystical gate, enveloping the entire second floor within his domain. Unaware of the trap, the shadowy leader continued his search, lost in fantasies of acquiring opportunities and evolving his martial soul to dominate the continent. Observing this, Yi Zifeng silently intoned, "Sunghua wind rope." Suddenly, a transparent rope composed of wind appeared in midair, forming a trap at the leader's feet. The shadowy leader, believing the siblings to be subdued, did not bother to use his spiritual power to investigate, and thus, he unwittingly stepped into the trap devised by Yi Zifeng. Feeling a sudden and powerful tug from below, The shadowy leader was yanked forward, followed by another pull that drew him backward. Not good, a trap. He cursed, his body contorting into an awkward split as pain shot through him. He swiftly covered his mouth to stifle any cries, lest he awaken the two still under the influence of the sleeping gas. Once the pain subsided, he quickly regained his composure, using his soul power to break free from the wind rope's grasp. However, even after liberating himself, a lingering ache persisted. Damn it! I was careless to fall into a trap. This is unbearable, he groaned. I will not rest until I have thoroughly plundered the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. With these words, he persevered through the pain and continued his inspection of the second floor, now cautious, emanating his spiritual power to survey the area around him. With the probing of mental power, the surrounding scenery manifested vividly in the mind of the shadow leader, who, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of relief. However, his mental exploration failed to detect the presence of Yi Zifeng, hidden in the darkness. My goodness, how painful must that be? I felt a twinge beneath me at the thought, hastily covering my mouth to stifle any sound. You are indeed a formidable person. Yet, having chosen to proceed, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, Yi Zifeng, concealed in the shadows, unleashed a barrage of various techniques to ensnare and torment the shadow leader. Fire, earth spikes, water, orbs, wooden stakes, an array of magical traps emerged one after another. Since Yi Zifeng had turned to the inner mirror of his heart demon, he had gained a rudimentary mastery of the rich and intricate arts, enabling him to wield the elemental forces of the surrounding Bagua trigrams in combat. After enduring such traps, the shadow leader began to question his mental prowess, realizing he had failed to detect these traps. He surmised that this was the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, and there must be some treasure nearby capable of cloaking mental perception. However, his attention was soon captured by the sight of 3 exquisite ancient zither hanging on the wall, igniting a greedy desire within him as he hurriedly approached them. Yi Zifeng, watching him move towards the 3 zither, felt a cold sweat break out in his heart. Those were the 3 zither most cherished by his elder sister. Crafted by their master and gifted to her, even I and the second sister dared not touch them. The last time we had taken one without her consent to play, we had faced a wrath and spent over a week bettered in agony. If she discovered that someone had dared to touch her zither, the consequences would be dire. Recalling the memory of his sister's terrifying smile after their previous misdeed, Yi Zifeng shuddered, vowing to protect her possessions with unwavering resolve, determined not to let that intruder lay a finger on the zither. Who could have imagined that the ice-cold sister, pursued by countless nobles from the Tian-Do Empire, would bear such a fearsome smile? Without further delay, Yi Zifeng ceased concealing his aura, directly invoking the character Zhen, as lightning crackled in his hands, sending a strike towards the shadow leader. Taken by surprise by the sudden onslaught of electricity, the shadow leader was hurled out of the second-floor window. On the first floor, the second sister, Yi Hanyue, heard the thunderous noise from above and thought to herself, "Oh no, something has gone awry." With that, she discarded the restrained minions of the shadow leader and hurried up to the second floor. Upon entering, she quickly spotted her brother, Yi Zifeng, and inquired, "What happened? Wasn't I supposed to toy with him first? Why did you resort to lightning magic?" In response to her question, Yi Zifeng chuckled. Initially, that was the plan, but what he attempted to steal was of such immense significance that I feared we might receive some rather special treatment afterward. Yi Hanyue, puzzled, asked, what was he trying to steal that warranted such concern? Hearing her inquiry, Yi Zifeng glanced at the 3 zither on the wall, falling silent. Following his gaze, Yi Hanyue's breath caught, her pupils constricting as she inwardly lamented, "Goodness, those are the elder sister's zither. That scoundrel dared to attempt to steal them. We wouldn't even dream of touching them. Yet he had the audacity to try. If he succeeded, our elder sister would certainly enact righteous retribution upon him." Remembering her sister's terrifying smile from before, Yi Hanyue shivered and urgently asked her brother, "He hasn't touched them, has he?" Seeing the panic in his sister's expression, Yi Zifeng understood she had grasped his intent. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, "Fear not, he hasn't laid a finger on them. For our own sake, I would never allow that to happen." Relieved by her brother's words, Yi Hanyue's anger surged as she declared, "Let us go eliminate him. It's one thing to steal from Forgetting Worries Pavilion, but to dare touch our sister zither? He doesn't know what he's getting into." With that, she leaped out of the window, and feeling the same rage boiling within him, Yi Zifeng followed suit, determined to ensure that the trespasser faced the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, the shadow leader, having been blasted out of the second floor, regained his footing at the entrance of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. suddenly realizing he had been exposed. He understood that the brother and sister duo had not been incapacitated and that all his misfortunes were due to their machinations. He resolved to flee. However, just as he made a move, a swiftly flying silver needle struck him, immobilizing him as the toxin coursed through his body, rendering him powerless. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed in the air. The audacious thief dares to steal from Forgetting Worry's pavilion. Hearing the furious shout, the shadow leader looked up in terror to see Yi Hanyue and Yi Zifeng descending, exuding an intimidating aura. Yi Hanyue was surrounded by 5 soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, while Yi Zifeng bore the same. Yuayon Nidol Technique. Li character Fire Meteor. As the flying needles and flames approached, the shadow leader was taken aback, hastily concentrating his energy to expel the silver needles from his body, recovering a small fraction of his soul power and swiftly evading the siblings' attack. Clang! Boom! Turning to look at the spot where he had just stood, he was met with a massive crater, sending shockwaves through his mind. Could such power truly be wielded by 2 soul kings? Even an average soul sage would struggle to produce such force. It was utterly terrifying. As he pondered this, he forced himself to remain calm and raised his gaze to the siblings. Ladies, I meant no offense. I was merely hired to retrieve something. This does not concern you. Yi Hanyue, hearing this, retorted angrily, Humph, hired to retrieve something? To audaciously frame your theft in such a shameless manner is remarkable. What do you take Forgetting Worry's pavilion for? With that, Yi Hanyue sent another Huayang needle flying towards the shadow leader. Seeing this, the shadow leader could only dodge. Threatening Yi Hanyue, little girl, I am a soul sage. If you push me too far, neither of us will come out unscathed. Why don't we both take a step back? Though he appeared calm, in reality, he was desperate. After being toyed with in the Forgetting Worry's pavilion for so long, and now succumbing to severe poisoning, he recognized that despite their youthful appearances, the siblings were extraordinarily formidable. His sister's poison and flying needles were too powerful, and judging by his earlier experiences, her brother likely possessed elemental control abilities. If these 2 siblings teamed up, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, especially since he was not a battle-type soul master, but rather an agile type. Hearing the shadow leader's words, Yi Hanyue hesitated, contemplating his proposal. However, the most astute of the trio, Yi Zifeng, quickly assessed the situation. You've already been toyed with in Forgetting Worry's pavilion for quite some time and sustained injuries. Just now, you were struck by my sister's Huayang needle, and I presume you are already poisoned. Your soul power must be nearly depleted by now, correct? Upon hearing his brother Yi Zifeng's words, Yi Hanyue immediately reacted, angrily shouting towards the shadow leader, How dare you deceive me? Prepare to meet your demise. With that, she hurled the Huayang needle once more, aiming to pierce the shadow leader. Realizing his intentions were exposed, the shadow leader hastily summoned all the soul power at his disposal, causing his 4th soul ring to illuminate. I will fight to the bitter end, he declared, unleashing his 4th soul skill, Dark Devouring Claw. In an instant, countless massive black claws manifested around him. Lunging Tewad Yi Hanku. Seeing the shadow leader's counterattack, Yi Zifeng feared for his elder sister's safety and promptly intervened. Thunderstrike, he shouted, releasing a brilliant bolt of pure white lightning towards the shadow leader, which surged ahead of the Huayang needle. With a resounding crash, the black claws were obliterated by the white lightning, which continued its relentless assault on the shadow leader. In truth, given Yi Zifeng's current strength, his lightning would not have easily dispelled the shadow leader's 4th soul skill. However, due to the malevolent nature of the shadow leader's technique and his insufficient soul power, its full potency could not be realized. Furthermore, the essence of lightning, being of utmost purity and strength, naturally repelled evil, thus effortlessly countering the shadow leader's 4th soul skill. As the white lightning struck the shadow leader, the Huayang needle followed closely behind, resulting in an explosion at the point of impact, accompanied by the shadow leader's agonized screams. Boom! Whoosh! Once the smoke cleared, Yi Hanyue and Yi Zifeng gazed towards the center of the explosion. They beheld the shadow leader, barely clinging to life. His body charred and riddled with injuries, 3 Huayang needles embedded in vital points, his life force steadily ebbing away. Ultimately, he was left gasping his last breath in front of the 2 siblings. Yi Zifeng, witnessing this, addressed the surrounding onlookers, esteemed neighbors. Our Forgetting Worry's pavilion has been beset by thieves tonight, causing quite a commotion. My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with his sister, Yi Hanyue. She stepped forward proclaiming, however, The Forgetting Worries Pavilion is not a place where one can come and go at will. I implore you not to provoke trouble out of boredom, for the consequences shall rest upon your own shoulders. Should any further disturbances arise, you shall meet the same fate as these two. With that, Yihan Shui spat a drop of venom onto the bodies of the Shadow Leader and his subordinate, who instantly dissolved into pools of blood. Having completed their task, the siblings exchanged glances and made their way back to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Upon their return, Yi Zifeng immediately sought a chair to collapse into. I'm utterly exhausted. My soul power is completely drained. Indeed, facing a formidable opponent like a soul sage required him to exert himself to the utmost, leaving him utterly depleted. Yihan Shui, upon hearing this, swiftly seated herself across from him. I'm perfectly fine. Aside from using soul power for the Huayang needle technique, I spent the rest of the time employing medicine. By the way, how did you ascertain that someone was undoubtedly watching us? Responding to his sister's curious inquiry, Yi Zifeng adjusted his posture, poured himself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped it, elongating his words, naturally. Yihan Shui's expression lit up with anticipation. Of course, I cannot be certain, he continued. Sensing her brother's jest, Yihan Shui's irritation escalated significantly. Yi Zifeng then casually remarked, he created quite a ruckus. Don't you find it unusually quiet around us? I merely suspected something after we dealt with those two. If someone is indeed watching, consider it a warning. If not, then even better. After all, caution is the mother of safety. Leave the strategic matters to me. Your walnut-sized brain, one tea suffice for high-stakes affairs. Now, I'm going to sleep. I'm utterly spent. Please refrain from disturbing me. With that, he strolled towards his room, entirely oblivious to the fact that his sister, seething with rage, was approaching him, placing a hand on his shoulder to prevent his escape. Chapter 44. The Reactions of Various Factions. Sensing the icy aura of malice behind him, Yi Zifeng shivered, slowly turning to see his second sister, Yihan Shui, smiling at him. However, this smile offered no comfort, for he recognized it as the same expression that had adorned his eldest sister's face during a particularly painful episode that left him bedridden for several days. With a woeful countenance, he stammered, "Sister, I am sorry. Please forgive me this once." Upon witnessing her brother's plea for mercy, Yihan Shui replied sweetly, "What have you done wrong? I'm not aware of any mistakes on your part. You're absolutely right. My intellect is lacking. My mind akin to that of a walnut. I simply wish to express my concern for you. Your second sister loves you dearly." With that, she released him, playfully pinching Yi Zifeng's cheek, and, feeling unsatisfied, she proceeded to express her sisterly affection more vigorously. Within the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, the air was filled with anguished cries. "I'll never do it again. Sister, please. Soda. You're too pretty to hit." Due to the soundproofing artifacts within the pavilion, no sounds escaped to the outside world. However, not far from the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, various factions were dispatching messages regarding the events that had transpired. Indeed, Yi Zifeng's suspicions were correct. Numerous spies surrounded the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. They had not intervened with the two thieves, but were solely responsible for monitoring and relaying information. Thus, the details of the night's events swiftly disseminated in various directions. By the early morning, all significant factions had received the news. Within the Haotian sect, Tang Chun sat in the sect master's seat, holding the newly received reports concerning the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. A deep frown etched across his face. Li Changsheng is far too powerful. His disciples are exceedingly strong. How can our Haotian sect survive this? It seems I must embark on a journey to seek divine opportunities for advancement. I must break through quickly. Otherwise, the future of the Haotian sect appears bleak. With that thought, Tang Chun rose, addressing the disciples nearby with gravity. From this day forth, the position of sect master shall be passed to Tang Tian. I shall embark on a journey to seek breakthroughs. With that declaration, he vanished from their sight, preparing for his expedition. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the current sect master convened numerous elders in the hall to discuss the recently acquired information. Take a look and share your insights regarding the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the gathered elders examined the intel in their hands, their expressions rife with astonishment. What? Two soul kings battling against a soul sage and a soul emperor? How can this be possible? Indeed, and the soul emperor went mad while the soul sage perished? This is simply unbelievable. Surely this cannot be true. Chun Jianjun, observing the scene, maintained a stoic demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at his fellow colleagues. Unbelievable? How could Mr. Li's disciple possibly be a fraud? Just a few days ago, Mr. Li provided me with invaluable guidance, prompting me to retreat into seclusion immediately upon my return. Although I currently stand at the pinnacle of level 97 as a Douluo, with my present cultivation and mastery of swordsmanship, I am confident even against those at level 98. In due time, I shall seek to engage in a friendly duel with those at level 99. Observing the doubts of the sect leader Ning regarding their own offerings, he turned to Chun Jianjun, the sword law, for insight, asking, "Military uncle, what are your thoughts? Your expression suggests a differing opinion." Chun Jianjun, upon being queried by the sect leader, recounted his previous visit to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion to consult with Li Changsheng. Not long ago, I was fortunate enough to witness the sparring match between Mr. Li and Tang Chun, the leader of the Haotian sect. I found myself profoundly captivated by Mr. Li's swordsmanship. It was during this encounter that I discerned the remarkable soul power levels of the three siblings involved. The eldest had already attained a formidable realm, while the other two were either approaching or had reached the Soul Emperor level. Mr. Li himself is an enigma of immense depth. Therefore, I believe it prudent for us to cultivate a positive relationship with the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, as their future prospects appear exceedingly promising. The assembly was taken aback by Chun Jianjun's words. After all, he was a super Douluo of level 97 from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, renowned for his unparalleled offensive capabilities. Very well, let us heed military uncle's counsel and foster goodwill with the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, the sect leader agreed. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yunjin scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression marred by the emergence of veins upon his forehead. News had reached him from his disciples that the wayward son, Yu Xiaojing, had returned. Unable to contain his wrath, Yu Yunjin seized a whip and stormed toward Yu Xiaojing's quarters. Along the way, Yu Xiaojing's mother attempted to intervene, but her disappointment in her son's performance at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion quelled her resolve. "Unfilial son, you wretched child," Yu Yunjin bellowed. "Father, please spare me. I understand my mistakes. Begone. If I do not discipline you properly today, you shall no longer be my son. Help. Mother, save me." Ultimately, it was Yu Xiaojing's mother who could no longer bear to watch and stepped in to halt the confrontation. Faced with his beloved wife's intervention, Yu Yunjin could only huff in resignation and depart, casting a cold glance at his son. Within the spear hall, the newly enthroned Qian Xuanji had recently welcomed his defeated father, Qian Douluo, back from battle. On the very day of his return, Qian Douluo commanded him to gather all information pertaining to Li Changsheng. To his surprise, this morning he received relevant intelligence, which he promptly presented to Qian Douluo. In the offering hall, Qian Douluo perused the information in hand, exhaling a weary sigh. Truly, it is no wonder that Mr. Li's disciples are unrivaled among their peers. Observing his brother, express such sentiments about Li Changsheng, Qian Xuanji and the other offerings were left in a state of bewilderment. "Father, brother, who is this Mr. Li?" Witnessing the confusion of his son and brethren regarding Mr. Li, Qian Douluo began to recount his fateful encounter with Li Changsheng. "This tale must commence with our expedition to Sea God Island. Hence, I assert that Mr. Li's disciples are indeed exceptional. Only he could nurture such formidable talents." With that, Qian Douluo closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The offerings listened intently as he painted a vivid picture of the young man in white, who had vanquished the 99,000-year sea soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king. Upon hearing his father's words, Qian Xuanji was struck by inspiration regarding his own disciple, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dawn. Perhaps she could venture to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion for enlightenment and discourse. Chapter 45. Bibi Dawn and the Three Siblings. Exiting the offering hall, Qian Xuanji made his way to the papal hall, where he took his seat upon the lofty throne of the Pope. Closing his eyes, he rhythmically tapped his fingers upon the armrest, his mind replaying the vivid descriptions of Mr. Li as narrated by his father, Qian Douluo. Time slipped by unnoticed until Qian Xuanji finally opened his eyes and turned to his attendant. Speaking softly, "Summon the saintess. I have matters to discuss with her." The attendant nodded and departed promptly. Before long, a beautiful young woman with purple hair entered, her steps light as she approached Qian Xuanji. Performing a respectful bow and inquiring softly, "Master, did you call for me?" Qian Xuanji regarded his proud disciple, reminiscing about their first encounter. At that time, he had been dispatched by his father to eradicate a branch of evil soul masters. Upon dismantling their operation, he ordered the rescue of all children abducted by the soul masters, but due to their ruthless nature, they arrived too late, and among that group, only Bibi Dawn had survived. Initially, Qian Xuanji thought her an ordinary child and paid her little heed, simply instructing that she be sent to the orphanage established by the spirit hall. However, shortly thereafter, on the day of her awakening, he learned that she had manifested the rarest twin martial souls and possessed innate full soul power. Upon receiving this news, Qian Xuanji rushed to take her as his disciple, never suspecting that she was the very child he had rescued from the grasp of the evil soul masters. At first, he did not recognize her, but Bibi Dawn, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt before him, pleading to be taken as a disciple to repay her life debt and seek vengeance against the evil soul masters. It was only upon hearing her words that Qian Xuanji recognized her and inquired about her name. With excitement, Bibi Dawn revealed her identity. Subsequently, he accepted her as a disciple and often kept her close. Bibi Dawn, in turn, did not disappoint Qian Xuanji's expectations, diligently pursuing her cultivation. By the age of 8, she had broken through to level 20 and attained the rank of Great Soul Master. At 12, she surpassed level 30 to become a Soul Master. And by the age of 13, her soul power had reached level 35. Her cultivation talent was unparalleled. Even Qian Xuanji, who possessed the divine martial soul of the angel, could not compare to her at that age. Had it not been for the practitioners within the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, Bibi Dawn would undoubtedly stand as a towering figure among her contemporaries in this era. Furthermore, throughout these years, she frequently undertook missions to eradicate evil soul masters, harboring a profound disdain for them. At a tender age, she proposed several policies for the Spirit Hall, including the humane treatment of orphans and the provision of free soul awakening for common folk, significantly enhancing Qian Xuanji's reputation within the world of soul masters. Yet, beneath her formidable exterior, Bibi Dawn retained a kind heart. Privately, she often brought gifts to the orphanage, visiting the children who had suffered at the hands of evil soul masters. Qian Xuanji valued her deeply for her exceptional cultivation talent, dual martial souls, political acumen, and kind disposition. Prior to his ascension as Pope, he personally mentored her and allocated resources for her benefit. However, after assuming the papacy, the weight of the Spirit Hall's affairs fell heavily upon Qian Xuanji, inundating him with daily responsibilities from across the continent, which gradually diminished his involvement in Bibidan's training. Nevertheless, Bibi Dawn did not slacken in her efforts. Instead, she redoubled her resolve, understanding that she must not become a burden to her master. In light of this, Qian Xuanji gazed kindly upon his disciple, his tone gentle as he spoke. "Each child, during this period, my neglect towards you has been evident. You do not hold it against me, do you?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dawn promptly shook her head in denial. No, my mentor is now the Pope and has far less time to spend with me. All matters concerning the Spirit Hall require his attention. He is so remarkable. How could I possibly blame him? Upon listening to Bibi Dawn's words, Qian Xuanji felt an immense sense of relief. This disciple had indeed been worth his care and affection, demonstrating such understanding towards her master. He then swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "How much do you know about the 3 siblings of the Wanyu Pavilion?" Noticing her mentor's change in tone, Bibi Dawn responded with utmost seriousness. "In response to your question, Master, I am quite familiar with the 3 siblings of the Wanyu Pavilion. When I was an orphan at the Spirit Hall's orphanage, they were also there." Qian Xuanji, intrigued by the revelation that these exceptionally talented children had once resided in the Spirit Hall's orphanage, probed further. Then why did they ultimately leave? Did the caretaker responsible for awakening their spirits not invite them into the Spirit Hall? In the face of her mentor's curiosity, Bibi Dawn explained calmly. This had nothing to do with the caretaker at the time. Their talents were not particularly remarkable. Thus, they were not invited to join the Spirit Hall during the awakening process. I occasionally heard news of the 3 siblings from the orphanage director. After leaving the orphanage, they encountered a recluse in the Stardoe forest who took their eldest sister as a disciple, imparting knowledge and accelerating their cultivation speed. I once considered inquiring about their training methods, but ultimately decided against it, feeling it inappropriate to pry into what was taught to them by their own master. However, a year ago, I did have an encounter with them. Upon hearing that his disciple, Bibi Dawn, had met the 3 siblings, Qian Xuanji's interest was piqued. "Pray, tell me more about this encounter." Bibi Dawn, however, remained silent, bowing her head, aware that her master had formed certain thoughts regarding them, likely about the mysterious techniques that had hastened their cultivation. Qian Xuanji, noticing her reticence, inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something you cannot share? Rest assured, my intentions are benign. I may simply wish to visit them in the future." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dawn felt a wave of relief wash over her. "No, master. The 3 siblings have been kind to me, They often looked after me during our time in the orphanage and, a year ago, assisted me in overcoming the backlash from my twin spirits. I owe them a great debt. She felt a twinge of guilt as she spoke. King Sunji, responding with a smile, reassured her there is no need for such concern. I merely wish to pay them a visit. Iervo no intentions. Chapter 46. Night Star hearing her mentor's words. Bibi Dong felt a flush of shame, scolding herself internally. How could she doubt such a kind-hearted person as her master? Master has done so much for you. How could you question him, Bibi Dong? You should be ashamed. Observing his disciple lost in her thoughts, King Sunji sighed. In due time, I plan to visit them. Since you are acquainted with them, why not accompany me? Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong replied joyfully, yes, master. Seeing her disciple's innocence, King Sunji felt a pang of guilt. His visit to the Wanyu Pavilion was not merely a casual endeavor. He intended to leverage Bibidong's relationship with the three siblings to uncover the secrets behind their rapid cultivation. Little did he know, Bibi Dong was already privy to the significant reasons for their transformation, choosing to remain silent as her master had not inquired further. Meanwhile, in a distant town, a 6-year-old girl jumped from her bed, stretching her limbs. After a night of training, how many days have passed since my teacher and sister left? Surely they haven't forgotten about me. This girl was none other than the beggar child rescued by Li Chongsheng and Yi Hanyue, whom Li Chongsheng had named Yi Xing'er. Since their departure, Yi Xing'er had diligently pursued her training. Once she could no longer cultivate her inner strength, she began to focus on agility and techniques. Yesterday, she dismissed all those Li Chongsheng had entrusted to care for her, as today was the day of her spirit awakening. The moment she encountered Li Chongsheng and Yi Hanyue, she sensed their greatness. If her own strength were inadequate, she would be unfit to accompany them, much less assist them in the future. Thus, this day was of paramount importance to Yi Xing. With that in mind, she left her dwelling, heading towards the Spirit Hall's sub-hall for her spirit awakening. Inside the sub-hall, many children stood, their eyes alight with hope. For these commoners, awakening a powerful spirit and possessing high innate soul power was their only chance at a better life. Without such gifts, they would remain as ordinary mortals in this small town for the rest of their lives. At that moment, the caretaker responsible for the spirit awakenings entered, observing the excited children with an impassive expression. Enough chatter. Today is your spirit awakening day. I hope you all awaken a formidable spirit. With that, he summoned his own spirit, activated the awakening array, and instructed the children to step forward one by one. Blackie, spirit, wooden stick, no innate soul power. Dog egg, spirit, dog, innate soul power, level 1. Lieria, spirit, sheep, no innate soul power. Long Batian, spirit, kitchen knife, innate soul power, half level. As each child awakened their spirits, their reactions varied. Some beamed with joy while others hung their heads in despair. Soon, it was Yi Xing'er's turn. She calmly approached the awakening array. As the ceremony commenced, no tangible spirit appeared. Instead, her body radiated with flickering white lightning. Even the caretaker in charge of the awakening was taken aback. What spirit has she awakened? It is neither a corporeal spirit, nor a beast spirit, nor one of the 7 elemental spirits, nor even a plant. What on earth is this? Once Yi Xing'er completed her awakening, the caretaker approached her, asking, child, what spirit have you awakened? With remarkable composure, Yi Xing'er replied, I have awakened the elemental lightning. The caretaker, puzzled, thought to himself, elemental spirit? What is that? In all my years of awakening spirits for others, I have never encountered a type called elemental spirit before. I must feign familiarity. I cannot lose face. The person in charge of awakening the martial souls finally regained his composure and calmly addressed Yi Xing'er, saying, so it is an elemental martial soul. I have read about it in books. Such martial souls are exceedingly rare, and most people are unaware of their existence. Well then, let us proceed to test your innate soul power. With that, the official produced a soul power crystal ball and instructed Yi Xing'er to place her hand upon it. In an instant, the crystal ball radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire awakening hall. The official's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, innate full soul power. Unbelievable. Is indeed full innate soul power. At this point, he eagerly grasped Yi Xing'er's shoulders and excitedly inquired, child, would you be willing to join the soul hall? Yi Xing'er, maintaining her calm demeanor, replied, I apologize, esteemed official, but I must first go to Tiando City to find my relatives, who have shown me kindness. After I repay my debt of gratitude, I shall consider visiting the martial soul hall. The official, understanding her situation, assured her, No problem at all. I shall write you a letter of recommendation. When you decide to join the Martial Soul Hall in the future, simply present this letter. For the official. As long as he discreetly reported this news upwards, it would serve him well. Once Yi Xing'er joined the Martial Soul Hall and distinguished herself, his prospects would be bright, and he would have no cause for concern. It would also be advantageous to befriend the yet-to-emerge Yi Xing'er, yielding a double benefit. Before Yi Xing'er departed, the official even provided her with travel expenses to Tiando City. Once outside the branch of the Martial Soul Hall, Yi Xing'er took out a note. The note read, "Little Xing'er, if we do not return for an extended period, please go to a place called Wanyu Pavilion in Tiando City. My younger siblings will take care of you." This note was intentionally left by Li Changsheng, fearing they might not return for a long time, ensuring that Yi Xing'er would have someone to look after her. As for whether those two siblings at Wanyu Pavilion would indeed care for Yi Xing'er, that was beyond their control. If they could not even care for a child, Knight Hanyue indicated that she would let those two experience the essence of sisterly love. Chapter 47. Knight Hanyue assists Poseidon. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have passed. In the evening at the marketplace of Sea God Island, Li Changsheng and Poseidon, disguised, strolled through the streets. After 2 months of companionship, Poseidon had grown comfortable enough to no longer feel shy around Li Changsheng. Throughout this period, Poseidon had consistently invited him out, whether to discuss martial arts, show him around, or indulge in local delicacies. Li Changsheng was aware of Poseidon's intentions. After all, her advances were abundantly clear. If he failed to recognize them, it would surely reflect poorly on him. However, he maintained an attitude of neither initiating nor rejecting, exuding a magnetic charm. They continued to wander until the night market concluded. On their way back, Poseidon walked alongside Li Changsheng. Though her mind seemed preoccupied, her gaze cast downward in contemplation. Tomorrow marked the final day of Knight Hanyue's second examination, and once it concluded, Li Changsheng would have less time to spend with her. Moreover, her sixth sense hinted that Li Changsheng's female disciple harbored feelings for him, though he seemed oblivious. Initially, she had appeared somewhat resistant to Poseidon, yet now they had 2 months to secure Li Changsheng's affections. Time was slipping away, and today represented her last opportunity to make a decisive effort for her own happiness. Go for it, Poseidon. You can do it. With these thoughts in mind, Poseidon's reflections turned back to the evening before Knight Hanyue's second examination. Knight Hanyue had approached Poseidon directly, broaching the subject forthrightly. "High Priestess, do you harbor feelings for my master?" Upon hearing this, Poseidon's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, "I do not. How could I possibly like Li Changsheng?" Seeing Poseidon's evident embarrassment, Knight Hanyue felt assured and responded, "What does that expression signify? Your guilt is written all over your face. Who do you think you are fooling?" Realizing she could no longer conceal her feelings, Poseidon confessed, "Indeed, I do like Li Changsheng. From the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I was smitten. However, I feel unworthy. He is younger than I, and I am merely a priestess of Sea God Island. What right do I have to pursue someone of his caliber?" With this, Poseidon slowly lowered her proud head. Witnessing this scene, Knight Hanyue smirked, concealing her expression and slowly luring Poseidon. "I can assist you. I will share with you everything I know about my master's preferences, habits, and interests. However, you have just 2 months to win his heart before my second examination concludes. Once you succeed, you will owe me a favor. Of course, you need not worry. I will not use that favor to compel you into actions you do not wish to undertake. If, by the time is up, you have not captured my master's heart, I shall deem you incompatible with him and will intervene." After laying out her plan, Knight Hanyue let out a long breath. To seek a rival in love? Knight Hanyue, you must be out of your mind. Yet, this is the only way to alleviate my master's burdens. Coincidentally, Poseidon could serve as her ally, but it would depend on whether she possessed the capability to win over Li Changsheng. Furthermore, as a disciple, Knight Hanyue believed she was acting in her master's best interest. He had been so lonely without companionship. It was a filial duty for a disciple to find him a partner. What disciple in the world could match her level of devotion? No one could ever find a disciple as dutiful as she. Yes, Knight Hanyue, you are doing the right thing. Do not harbor any guilt. All of this is for your master. After contemplating numerous comforting thoughts, Knight Hanyue gradually regained her composure, acknowledging that this plan had its pros and cons advantages. First, having another person to share the burden of her master's affection, thus gaining an ally. Second, securing a future ally, ensuring she would not be isolated. Third, laying a foundation for her eventual inclusion. Disadvantages. The presence of another person would mean sharing her master's affection, which caused her a twinge of discomfort. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, and she resolved to implement the plan. It was important to note that this plan had initially been suggested by Zizenzu, who had presented her with two strategies. This was one of them, aimed at alleviating pressure and paving the way for her own inclusion. Upon first hearing the plan, Knight Hanyue's mind had exploded with possibilities, as her innocent thoughts were tainted by the complexities of society. She had never considered such an approach could be viable, and it left her feeling overwhelmed. Yet, beneath that turmoil, a flicker of excitement ignited within her. Perhaps she had entered a rebellious phase, finding both plans to be feasible. If she were to continue following her master in this manner, when would she ever have the chance to be with him? Perhaps, in the end, he would regard her solely as his disciple, and by that time, it would be too late. While she still had not been his direct apprentice for long, it was imperative to take action now and strategize for her own future happiness. Contemplating this plan, Yi Hanyue confidently lifted her gaze to look at Poseidon. Little did Li Changshang expect that in just a few days' absence, his newly appointed disciple, Yi Hanyue, would be led astray by Zizenzu, who was audaciously preparing to take action against him, her master. Had Li Changsheng known, he would have surely made Zizenzu aware of the consequences of corrupting his disciple. At that moment, Poseidon's mind was in disarray. When Yi Hanyue uttered those words, it was as if her thoughts had exploded. She could not fathom that Yi Hanyue, a disciple of Mr. Li, would dare to speak in such a manner. Her thoughts were consumed with the notion of keeping outside women away from her master. Or perhaps she had summoned Yi Hanyue to straightforwardly express her desire for her to distance herself from Li Changsheng. Yet, she never anticipated that the situation would unfold in this manner. This direct disciple of Mr. Li was blatantly assisting an outsider in pursuing her master. However, Poseidon was no fool. Having served as the high priestess for many years, she quickly considered a possibility that was difficult to believe. Yet it seemed to be the only explanation. Chapter 48, Capturing Poseidon. The only reason Mr. Li's direct disciple would act in such a manner was due to some underlying feelings for her master, thus seeking her as an ally. Moreover, she understood that Li Changsheng had a wife, though she was likely not present at the moment. With this thought, Poseidon smiled at Yi Hanyue and extended her hand. Very well, let us cooperate joyfully. Yi Hanyue was momentarily taken aback by this scene before quickly regaining her composure and shaking Poseidon's hand. She was aware that Poseidon had guessed her intentions, but what of it? Reflecting on past moments, Poseidon felt her face flush with determination. The success of her resolve hinged on this night. Unbeknownst to her, she had unwittingly led Li Changsheng to a rather unique hotel, standing at the entrance lost in thought. Li Changsheng, upon realizing he had been brought to such an unusual establishment, was astonished, silently contemplating, is she really this straightforward? Not only that, but why is she standing there blushing and smiling like a fool? Surely, she hasn't lost her mind? Thinking this, Li Changsheng approached Poseidon and gently patted her shoulder. Hey, High Priestess, what's the matter? Where have you brought me? Poseidon snapped back to reality, realizing she had inadvertently led Li Changsheng to this peculiar hotel. Her face turned as red as an apple as she stuttered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Seeing her flustered state, Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle, eager to tease her. What's wrong? Does the High Priestess have something to say to me? Or perhaps something else in mind? Upon hearing Li Changsheng's teasing words, Poseidon seemed to gather her resolve and abruptly turned to him, exclaiming, Mr. Li, I like you. Li Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by Poseidon's unexpected confession, standing there in a daze. Seeing him frozen, Poseidon misinterpreted his silence as rejection, her eyes welling with tears. Mr. Li, don't you like me? From the very first moment I saw you, I felt drawn to you. Over these past 2 months, haven't you felt anything for me? Mr. Li, I like you. With that, Poseidon boldly declared her feelings once more. Li Changsheng, regaining his senses, was astonished. Was this truly the gentle high priestess he knew? She was so brazen, confessing her feelings without allowing him a moment to react, catching him completely off guard. Seeing Li Changsheng still silent, Poseidon stepped forward, embracing him while tearfully saying, I know you might think I'm too old for you, but I truly love you. I understand your exceptional talent signifies that you are destined for greatness, and I may not be worthy of you. Yet, I cannot help my feelings. As Poseidon spoke, tears streamed down her face, prompting Li Changsheng to gently wipe them away, murmuring, Foolish girl, why are you crying? How could I possibly not like you? It's just that I have a wife and cannot offer you my whole heart. I fear disappointing you. Upon hearing his words, Poseidon lifted her gaze to meet his. I'm not afraid. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, that is enough. You are so exceptional. You are bound to have more than one woman in your life. I can understand. With that, Poseidon disregarded whatever Li Changsheng was about to say next, taking his hand and leading him into the hotel. Upon entering, the receptionist beamed as they booked a double room. Oblivious to the identity of the woman who had just walked in, if they had realized it was Poseidon, the high priestess of the sea god island, rumors would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Poseidon checked into a hotel with someone. The love story of the high priestess, who has captured the high priestess's heart. Inside the double room, Poseidon immediately embraced Li Changsheng. Just as he was about to speak, she silenced him with a kiss, leaving him momentarily speechless. As the kiss lingered, a flame ignited within Li Changsheng, who thought, as a man, I cannot allow you to take the lead. It's humiliating for me, as a man, to relinquish control. With that thought, he began to assert himself, gradually regaining the upper hand in the kiss. Poseidon's eyes had already become glazed with desire, witnessing her entranced state. Li Changsheng could no longer restrain himself. As the kiss deepened, he swept Poseidon off her feet and carried her to the bed, gently laying her down. Seeing this, Poseidon, clinging to her last shred of rationality, said, Mr. Li, I love you. Hearing her words and observing the alluring sight before him, Li Changsheng felt the last remnants of his reason evaporate, replaced entirely by desire. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension, almost suffocating. Poseidon, feeling the weight of his gaze, nervously closed her eyes. Yet even with her eyes shut, she could sense the intensity of his stare. A scorching heat brushing over her brow, her eyes, and her tightly pressed lips. The invisible weight of his gaze was more compelling than anything else. An aggressive force that made her feel breathless. Finally, Poseidon snapped her eyes open, her gaze ablaze with a fervor that seemed to consume everything in its path. The fingertips of Poseidon unconsciously delved into his collar, teasingly provoking the remnants of rationality within Li Changsheng. His body trembled slightly from the proximity and the silent dominance she exerted. Her gaze was hazy, glimmering with a watery sheen, embodying a reckless madness and a silent acquiescence. Changsheng, I love you. Upon hearing Poseidon's words and witnessing her alluringly tempting demeanor, the last vestiges of reason evaporated from Li Changsheng's mind, replaced by insatiable desire. They kissed once more, but this time it was Li Changsheng who initiated the kiss with Poseidon. In a fleeting moment, their garments were scattered throughout the room. The two figures intertwined upon the bed, and throughout this intimate encounter, neither spoke a word, yet their actions conveyed everything. Chapter 49, Li Changsheng and Poseidon 1. The following morning, in a unique hotel, sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow upon their faces. Li Changsheng slowly opened his eyes on the double bed, intending to rise, when he suddenly felt a heavy weight pressing down on him. Glancing down, he found Poseidon, like an octopus, tightly clinging to him, her blue hair in disarray cascading across his chest, her breathing soft and even, occasionally punctuated by faint murmurs. As Li Changsheng recalled the events of the previous night, astonishment filled his heart. Oh my, I was with Poseidon. No, I was the one with Poseidon. I actually managed to win over Poseidon. Sure, forgive me. Don't blame me. Who could resist such charm? A remarkable man is bound to captivate beautiful women. Don't blame me, Schwerer. And Poseidon, who would have thought she could be so fierce? Usually so shy. Yet last night, she was utterly wild. After pondering for a while, Li Changsheng attempted to gently shift Poseidon's arm. However, the moment he moved, she instinctively nestled closer into his embrace, mumbling, "Don't disturb me." Her sultry demeanor leaving Li Changsheng parched with desire. Just as he was at a loss, Poseidon slowly opened her eyes, her drowsy gaze initially bewildered, before the memories of the previous night flooded her mind like a tidal wave. Yesterday, how embarrassing. How am I to face anyone now? With that thought, she buried her head deeper into Li Changsheng's embrace, stealing a glance at him. Seeing this, Li Changsheng could only shake his head helplessly and teasingly whispered in Poseidon's ear, "Do you realize your current posture is enticingly provocative? If you don't get up soon, I might have to punish you again." Upon hearing his words, Poseidon, still with her head buried, became acutely aware of her alluring position, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She shot up, as if jolted by electricity, snatching the blanket from the bed to envelop herself, concealing her form within its folds. Li Changsheng watched this scene with a resigned smile. Was she hiding now? Hadn't I seen everything last night? What purpose does hiding serve now, right? Our gentle high priestess. Hmm? Poseidon, still hidden under the blanket, shyly responded, don't say that, don't say that. If you do, I won't talk to you anymore. You only know how to tease me. Witnessing this, Li Changsheng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He attempted to put on his clothes, only to discover that his garments had been torn to shreds the night before. As a result, he could only retrieve another set of clothes from his spatial soul guide. After tidying his hair and attire, he turned to Poseidon on the bed and said, if you don't get up, I might just stop caring about you. Poseidon remained silent at his words. Then, with a loud bang, Li Changsheng exited the room. Once Li Changsheng had left, Poseidon emerged from the blanket, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, they felt weak and unsteady. Quickly, she braced herself against the foot of the bed to stabilize her balance, glancing towards the door and muttering softly, brute, rogue. She then regarded the scattered remnants of clothing in the room, recollecting the events of the previous night, a faint blush rising to her cheeks once more. Ultimately, she retrieved a garment from her spatial soul guide. After calming her pain with her soul power, she turned her gaze towards the vibrant scarlet plum blossom on the bed. Blushing, she cut out the crimson plum blossom design and stored away. In the bathroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she marveled at how she appeared to have regressed a few years, her skin considerably smoother, and even her soul power seemed to have made strides, with a long stagnant 99th level peak showing signs of loosening. Who would have thought that engaging in such activities with Mr. Lee would yield such benefits? What if this continues? Hee. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted her reverie, as Poseidon was lost in her thoughts. She turned to see Li Changsheng entering with breakfast he had just purchased from downstairs, placing it on the table before beginning to eat. After a while, noticing that Poseidon had yet to emerge from the bathroom, he called out with an air of resignation, come on, you can't stay in there forever. If you don't come out soon, I might just have to come in there. And who knows what might happen then? In the bathroom, Poseidon, considering all the possibilities that could arise from Li Changsheng entering, hurriedly stepped out. Upon exiting, her gaze flickered as she dared not look at him. Clearing her throat to feign calmness, she said, good morning. Li Changsheng sighed softly, walking directly to Poseidon and pulling her to the table, gently saying, I bought you quite a bit of breakfast. I even got you some rice porridge. You lost quite a bit of water last night. You should replenish now. Hearing his words, Poseidon's cheeks flushed as she picked up the breakfast and porridge, muttering softly, it's all your fault. You were so vigorous last night. I thought I was going to fall apart. How could you say that? Despite her whispering, the deeply perceptive Li Changsheng heard her. He moved behind Poseidon, leaning down to blow softly into her ear before teasingly asking, did you enjoy it? I recall someone being even more fervent than I was at times. What was it you said? As Li Changsheng's breath brushed against her ear, Poseidon's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Upon hearing him mention the events of the previous night, she turned into a ripe prawn, lowering her head to eat her meal. Recognizing that the teasing had gone far enough, Li Changsheng decided to temper his jesting before he completely overwhelmed her. Thus, he stood behind Poseidon, watching her eat. When she finished the last morsel of her breakfast, he mysteriously produced a cup of soy milk, took a sip, and then set it down. He extended a hand to tilt her chin, turning her face towards him, and then pressed his lips to hers, feeding her the soy milk from his mouth. In the entire process, Poseidon remained as motionless as a puppet. In truth, the moment Li Changsheng initiated the kiss, Poseidon's mind erupted like a thunderclap, leaving her in a state of utter blankness. Chapter 50, Li Changsheng and Poseidon 2. After the kiss concluded, Li Changsheng once again swept Poseidon off her feet, gradually making his way back to the battlefield of the previous day. Witnessing this scene, Poseidon, filled with trepidation, exclaimed, what are you planning to do? I warn you, you must not act recklessly. If you dare to do so, I will scream. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng chuckled softly and responded with righteous indignation. What am I planning? Naturally, I intend to pursue my desires. How could you take the initiative yesterday? It was quite humiliating for me. I prefer to maintain control from beginning to end. Furthermore, if you feel the urge to scream, then go ahead. The soundproofing in this hotel is superb. No one heard you yesterday, no matter how loudly you called. So, let yourself go. Scream to your heart's content. I am eager to relive the battles of yesterday, and you shall receive a proper reward, my little woman. With that, Li Changsheng tossed Poseidon onto the bed and prepared for another round of combat. Upon witnessing this, Poseidon, with a pitiful expression, pleaded for mercy. Please don't. You've already left me in pain. Allow me to rest. I beg you. Li Changsheng, gazing at Poseidon's alluring figure, leaned in closer to her ear and teased. Fear not. I shall be gentle this time. Yet, As Poseidon attempted to plead once more, "No, please," Li Changsheng silenced her with a kiss, causing her to soften immediately. Soon, their bodies intertwined once more, rekindling the fervor of the previous night's encounter, only to be interrupted at noon when they finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a peaceful slumber. As dusk approached, Poseidon awoke first, casting a glance at Li Changsheng, who had exhausted her throughout the day. Blushing, she chastised him playfully, "You scoundrel! How dare you torment me for so long? Just wait and see how I will deal with you." With that, she playfully tousled his hair, causing Li Changsheng to slowly awaken, his nose tickled by her touch. Upon realizing this, Poseidon quickly ceased her antics, though her swift action did not escape Li Changsheng's notice. He seized her in a playful embrace, regarding her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Startled by his sudden move and recalling the previous events, Poseidon stammered, "No, please. I truly cannot endure any more. If this continues, I shall be undone. Besides, my absence will worry the sea dragon and the others. Please, spare me, Mr. Li." With a pitiful look, she gazed at him. Yet, Li Changsheng was unmoved by her feigned helplessness. Instead, he inquired delicately, "What did you just call me? After all we've shared, you still refer to me as Mr. Li? From now on, you are my woman, and you shall address me as Changsheng or husband. Do you understand?" As he spoke, a domineering tone emerged, tightening his hold on Poseidon. However, she no longer trembled in fear. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she buried her face in his chest, softly murmuring, "Yes, husband." Li Changsheng acknowledged her with a soft then released her to tidy his hair and clothing. Poseidon, feeling relieved that he would not press her further, began to arrange her own appearance. However, just as she stood, her legs suddenly wobbled. Li Changsheng swiftly reached out to steady her. "Are you all right?" To which Poseidon rolled her eyes in response. "This is all your fault. You've left me in such pain." Li Changsheng, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose. He recalled that during his time with the Snow Empress, she too had expressed her grievances regarding his vigor. Yet, he justified it to himself. After all, who would ensure the future happiness of these women if he were not strong in that regard? Before long, the two had composed themselves and made their way to the front desk to check out. Unbeknownst to them, during their transaction, they had neither donned makeup nor disguises. Their true appearances were revealed to the receptionist. The receptionist, recognizing Poseidon's identity at first sight, displayed a moment of astonishment, though she quickly masked her reaction. In the aftermath of their departure, she changed into civilian attire and headed towards the residence of Sea Dragon Douluo. That evening, as Sea Dragon Douluo attended to his duties at home, a guard entered. "Lord Sea Dragon, I have urgent news to share." Upon hearing this, Sea Dragon Douluo set aside his work and addressed the guard. "Let him in." Moments later, the individual entered. Seeing him, Sea Dragon Douluo inquired sternly, "What is it? Speak quickly. My time is limited." The man glanced around nervously before Sea Dragon a gesture for the nearby guards to leave. "You may speak." The man quickly relayed. "Lord Sea Dragon, today I witnessed the High Priestess enter our hotel with a man." After the man finished his report, Sea Dragon Douluo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Wow, the High Priestess has managed to capture Mr. Li. How delightful." No, it should be the High Priestess who has finally ensnared Mr. Li. This is a momentous occasion for our Sea God Island. Determined, he thought to himself, "I must prepare some gifts to present to Mr. Li tomorrow. It is imperative that the others do not learn of this matter." With this in mind, Sea Dragon Douluo addressed the man with gravity. "This matter must remain confidential. That individual is a guest of Sea God Island, merely engaged in discussions with the High Priestess, especially from the other sacred pillars. Do you understand? Very well. You may go now and collect your reward." He waved the man away, who promptly exited the office. Clearly, the heavens are assisting me. I, Sea Dragon, am destined for greatness. It seems I possess the potential to reach the pinnacle of the 99th level of Douluo within my lifetime. I have not wasted these past 2 months orchestrating opportunities for the High Priestess and Mr. Li to be alone together, bustling about behind the scenes. At last, the High Priestess has fulfilled her promise and captured Mr. Li. As he reveled in this thought, laughter erupted from Sea Dragon Douluo, resonating throughout his office. He resumed his work, yet a smile lingered on his lips, one he could not suppress. Chapter 51, Tales from the Divine Realm, 1. Within the Douluo Divine Realm, at the very heart of the celestial domain, a luminous orb gradually awakened. In the past, I indulged in merriment. Now, has that little fellow sent to the Douluo continent imparted any teachings? Allow me to observe. Upon uttering these words, the celestial path of the divine realm directed its consciousness into the Douluo continent, swiftly locating Li Changsheng. Noticing that there had been little change in Li Changsheng and the continent, it leaped with astonishment. To my surprise, this individual has not engaged in any importation here. Without such teachings, how can he facilitate the conversion of soul power within the Douluo world? Without conversion, the soul power of deceased soul masters merely returns to the cosmos, only to reincarnate within other soul masters. After all this time, soul power remains as it is. This will not do. I must seek out this young man. Furthermore, there lies within him a sword of immense strength, which may hold the key to resolving the impending crisis in the divine realm millennia hence. A qualified celestial path must possess aspirations for ascension. Otherwise, how can it be deemed a proper celestial path? With this thought in mind, the celestial path of the divine realm promptly took action, forcibly establishing a connection with Li Changsheng's consciousness. On Sea God Island, Li Changsheng, in the midst of summer, strummed his zither outdoors when he suddenly felt a shift in his spirit, as if his mind was momentarily adrift, and a voice echoed within his mind. "Greetings, traveler from another realm." Startled by this voice, Li Changsheng was taken aback. His current strength rendered him nearly invincible on the Douluo continent. Yet someone had managed to establish a covert connection with him and directly revealed his identity. In light of this situation, Li Changsheng responded with caution. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into his sea of knowledge, where he beheld a luminous orb. Observing this orb, Li Changsheng spoke cautiously. "Who dares to invade my sea of consciousness?" The orb responded, "Greetings, traveler from another realm. I am a celestial path of the divine realm. I bear you no malice. I merely seek your assistance." Li Changsheng's heart raced with astonishment. The term celestial path is recorded within Taoist texts as the embodiment of universal law, immutable in its grand design, yet capable of bending minor forces. The celestial path always perceives matters from a holistic perspective. Unless a significant event arises, it remains dormant. Despite being merely the celestial path of the Douluo divine realm, it is still a force beyond his reckoning. And its immediate revelation of his identity suggested that it had detected him upon his entry into the Douluo world, though for reasons unknown, it had not intervened. Contemplating the scenario, Li Changsheng respectfully bowed to the celestial path, stating, "I am unaware of your descent, but I shall do my utmost to assist you." The celestial path, pleased by Li Changsheng's politeness, felt a surge of joy, though it maintained an air of authority. "In truth, I had already observed you long before. The favor I seek from you traces back to the origins of the divine realm. At that time, the divine realm was but a shattered world, on the verge of being consumed by chaotic energies. Yet, at this juncture, a being arrived, recognizing the potential of the divine realm, far surpassing that of your Douluo world. Thus, he began to restore the divine realm with his formidable powers. As the divine realm gradually healed, I too began to awaken. Subsequently, I detected this individual's presence. He remained oblivious to me. Upon learning of his contributions to the divine realm, I coalesced the essence of the world to create the first divine position, which I bestowed upon him. With this divine position, his strength surged, and he proclaimed himself the dragon god. Thereafter, he diligently continued to mend the divine realm, enriching its foundation, while I fully awakened, manifesting further essence of the divine realm and creating numerous divine positions. I even fashioned 2 primordial deities, though I concealed their existence, naming them Life and Destruction. Following the emergence of divine positions, the dragon god summoned his kin and subordinates to the divine realm, distributing divine positions amongst them. Subsequently, powerful beings from other realms began ascending to the divine realm, with beast deities aligning themselves with the dragon god, while human deities formed their own faction. These 2 factions clashed, though at that time, the beasts, led by the dragon god, held the advantage, while the human deities lacked a foothold in the divine realm, leaving them in a position of weakness. It was not until 3 exceptional human deities emerged, each possessing extraordinary talents, that I took notice and granted them 3 formless divine positions, allowing them to cultivate their own divine statuses through personal enlightenment. Remarkably, they succeeded in forming their own divine positions, attaining the status of divine kings. Among them was one named Azura. Upon realizing that he and the dragon god held the same divine king positions, believed he had the opportunity to challenge the dragon god's supremacy in the divine realm. Thus, he led the human deities into a fierce battle against the dragon god and his beast forces. However, the dragon god, with his deep-rooted strength amassed over countless years, swiftly subdued Azura with a single strike of his claw, leaving even the other 2 divine kings unable to alter the outcome. In the aftermath of Azura's defeat, the dragon god, recognizing Azura's previous existence in the same world, refrained from imposing severe penalties. As he departed, he cast a disdainful glance at Azura, perceiving them as mere novices attempting to contend with an experienced player. Consequently, the dragon god regarded them with indifference. Following this, Azura began to accumulate strength, dedicating himself to training, seeking to surpass the dragon god and usurp his position in the divine realm. The other two divine kings, witnessing the dragon god's overwhelming power and understanding the depth of his foundation, chose to live their own lives, realizing they could not surpass him. Until that fateful day, when the two primordial deities I had concealed were born, emerging as divine kings with formidable strength, far surpassing that of the other three. Azura, recognizing their power, extended an invitation for them to join him. However, life and destruction, newly awakened and unfamiliar with the divine realm, understood only that their mission was to protect the realm and declined Azura's offer. In the ensuing days, life and destruction forged a bond with the dragon god, the foremost figure in the restoration of the divine realm. Chapter 52, Chronicles of the World, Part 2. Thereafter, life and destruction frequently engaged in discussions with the dragon god regarding the development of the divine realm. The dragon god entrusted the internal affairs of the divine realm to them, assigning them the task of addressing the chaotic energies while he confronted the external chaos, mitigating its encroachment upon the divine realm. Observing their orderly division of responsibilities, I believed this arrangement would endure. Thus, I began to retreat into a state of dormancy, returning to the heart of the divine realm, convinced that in my slumber, the realm would gradually strengthen, potentially even ascending in status. I was filled with joy, believing I would be the fortunate celestial path. Little did I know that an unforeseen calamity was about to unfold, occurring with startling abruptness. I awakened briefly, witnessing a battle where human deities, under Azura's leadership, clashed once more with the dragon god's forces. Observing this inevitable confrontation, I thought little of it and returned to my slumber. After all, who was the dragon god? Though the wind god is indeed a deity of the highest order, his journey along the path of divinity far surpasses that of any other. Even with the precarious nature of existence and a mere 50% chance of triumph against the dragon god, contending with the likes of Ashura and others seems almost futile. Thus, I paid little heed to the unfolding events and allowed myself to drift back into slumber. The battle persisted for an extensive duration, and it was not until a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire divine realm that I gradually awakened from the heart of the divine nexus. The outcome of the conflict was utterly astonishing. The dragon god, that formidable being, had been defeated, vanquished by the Shura god, a scenario I had never anticipated. Utilizing the powers of time within the divine nexus, I summoned the entire sequence of the battle and discovered that the ultimate method of subduing the dragon god was a fusion technique I had bestowed upon life and destruction. The combined might of life and destruction, alongside the other three divine sovereigns, manifested in the form of the three realms judgment sword, which delivered a devastating blow to the dragon god. The Shura god even cleaved the dragon god in twain, imprisoning the golden dragon king within the divine realm, while the silver dragon king, grievously wounded, fled to the mortal world. Afterward, I inquired of life and destruction as to why they had chosen to assist the Shura god in defeating the dragon god. According to their account, they were engrossed in researching the chaotic ether when news arrived that human deities, under the leadership of weakened gods, had engaged in conflict with the dragon god's forces. Initially, they were disinclined to involve themselves, as their primary duty was to safeguard the divine realm, compounded by their previous camaraderie with the dragon god and shared objectives. Thus, they dismissed the messenger and returned to their studies of the chaotic ether in hopes of discovering a method to counter it. However, further reports soon indicated that the dragon god had inexplicably gone berserk, launching a relentless assault on the divine realm and wreaking havoc. Alarmed by this turn of events, the two deities realized they could no longer remain indifferent. Despite their prior friendship with the dragon god, his destructive rampage against the divine realm was intolerable. Yet, even with the assistance of life and destruction, two primordial deities, the coalition of 5 human sovereigns was still incapable of vanquishing the dragon god. Ultimately, to ensure the safety of the divine realm, life and destruction had no choice but to resort to the fusion technique I had once granted them, the three realms judgment sword. This formidable technique required the concerted effort of 5 individuals to unleash its full potential, powerful enough to defeat the dragon god. Subsequently, the majority of human deities stood against the dragon god, providing the sovereigns with the time needed to master the fusion technique. At long last, the five divine sovereigns succeeded in wielding the three realms' judgment sword, uniting their strength to ultimately defeat the dragon god. Following the dragon god's downfall, the Shura god commenced a campaign against all beast deities within the divine realm. Those proud beings, fierce and defiant, fought valiantly. The outcome was a bittersweet victory for the human deities, who suffered significant losses themselves, while the divine beasts were eradicated. The majority of human deities also perished in the struggle. Consequently, the five sovereigns began to facilitate the ascension of lower realm beings into the divine realm to replenish their ranks. However, the ramifications of this cataclysmic battle were profound. With the dragon god no longer guarding the divine realm, the chaotic ether began to encroach unchecked, causing extensive damage to the divine sword and depleting portions of the realm's essence. Despite the five sovereigns' relentless efforts to restore the divine realm, they were unable to mend the profound losses inflicted by the conflict. I found myself at a loss, pondering the adage that misfortune often strikes while one is at rest. Yet, I could not forsake my duties as the embodiment of the heavenly path within the divine realm. I had to seek a means to revive hope for the realm. It was on that fateful day that I stumbled upon you, adrift within the chaotic ether at the heart of the divine nexus. The terrifying chaotic currents shattered into fragments whenever they approached you. Intrigued, I extended my divine consciousness to investigate, soon discovering the sword within you that radiated the principles of swordsmanship. This sword was ceaselessly safeguarding you amidst the chaos. While I could not fathom how a seemingly fragile being like you could possess such a formidable treasure, it might very well represent a glimmer of hope for the divine realm. Thus, I cast you into the Douluo world, the very birthplace of the dragon god. I also sensed that the Silver Dragon King had escaped into this realm, given the dragon god's past assistance to the divine realm. I hope that you will bring a spark of vitality to the soul beasts of this world. I wish for you to aid the divine realm in navigating this perilous crisis. As I listened to the tale recounted by the divine path of the realm, Li Changxing's mind was overwhelmed. Goodness, is it truly so exhilarating? The divine realm has endured so much history. Moreover, the sword of Lu Zhu was indeed powerful, impervious even to the chaotic ether. Regaining his composure, Li Changxing recalled the request of the divine path and respectfully addressed it. My lord, I fear my meager strength may not suffice to assist you in this matter. It seems insurmountable. If even you cannot resolve it, how could I possibly succeed? The divine path, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile, aware that the young man was seeking benefits. Yet, there was little recourse, as he was the one in need. Very well. If you can assist me, I shall grant you a boon that will greatly enhance your cultivation. You are familiar with the concept of merit, are you not? Surely your previous world contained references to it as well. Understand that I have not even bestowed this gift upon the beings I created. At the mention of merit, Li Changxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, who among practitioners of Taoism was unaware of its significance. My lord, I shall endeavor with all my might and not let you down. Chapter 53. Li Changxing's desire to transmit the doctrine. Observing Li Changxing's avaricious demeanor, the divine path could only chuckle in resignation. Suddenly, another thought struck him, and he addressed Li Changxing once more. I hope you can share your teachings in this world, imparting your cultivation methods. Of course, if you prefer, you may merely convey foundational practices sufficient for converting soul power into the energy within. Upon hearing the divine path's words, Li Changxing instantly comprehended the implications. The concept of converting world energy was widely known, and it implied that he should encourage the inhabitants of this world to cultivate qi, a form of energy that far surpasses soul power in rank. Should the denizens of this world cultivate qi upon their passing, their qi would return to nourish the realm. Presently, Li Changxing's cultivation appeared as soul power, but it was, in essence, qi. This was a significant reason for his prowess exceeding that of his peers. Li Changxing paid little heed to the divine path's minor request and readily replied, absolutely no problem. Pleased with Li Changxing's response, the divine path expressed satisfaction. Excellent. I shall await your good news in the divine realm. Best of luck, young one. With that, the consciousness of the divine path departed from Li Changxing's mind, returning to the divine nexus. As Li Changxing stood in a daze, contemplating the events that had just transpired, he marveled at having encountered the divine path. Though it was merely the path of small world, it was still a divine path. Had anyone from the world of one beneath one claimed to have encountered the divine path, they would have surely been dismissed as mad. Such an entity was elusive, without a trace to follow. Yet, he was different. He had met the divine path, which had even sought him out. Reflecting on the recent events, Li Changsheng recalled the task he had just committed to. Regarding the chaotic energy flow, it was beyond his current capabilities, especially since he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the Lu Zhu sword. Moreover, he sensed that within the Lu Zhu sword lay an inheritance that had not been entirely unlocked, if he could obtain the components of that inheritance. He believed he would find a solution. For now, the only course of action available to him was to impart his knowledge in this world. With this thought in mind, Li Changsheng resolved to organize all the martial arts and techniques he had memorized, contemplating what he could pass down the following day. Given that the Sea God Island was his wife's domain, he felt no hesitation in ensuring he left behind something of true value, especially since the High Priest had dedicated herself entirely to him. Thus, Li Changsheng began to meticulously arrange all his martial arts and techniques. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed into Li Changsheng's room, gracing his face. He rubbed his eyes and woke up, having stayed up late the previous night organizing his techniques. Had he not taken a nap during the day 8 days prior, he would have certainly needed more rest. Just then, a knock echoed at his door, accompanied by a voice. "Mr. Li, it is Hai Long." Upon hearing the voice of the sea dragon Douluo, Li Changsheng rose from his bed and called out to the door, "Come in." Upon entering, Hai Long Douluo looked at Li Changsheng, who was seated on the bed, and respectfully said, "I have heard that Mr. Li is adept at alchemy, so I've brought some medicinal herbs I collected at home to present to you." Li Changsheng nodded appreciatively and accepted the herbs. As Hai Long Douluo turned to leave, Li Changsheng interrupted him. "Hai Long, I've been on Sea God Island for quite some time now. Today, in a good mood, I wish to impart some knowledge to you all at noon. Please gather the High Priest, the other sacred pillars, and some of the other powerful beings from Sea God Island together. As for what I intend to teach, you should already have an idea. Additionally, prepare a first-floor attic for me." With that, Li Changsheng gave Hai Long Douluo a knowing glance and then closed his eyes. Seeing the situation, Hai Long Douluo felt an overwhelming excitement. What could Mr. Li possibly impart? Surely, it would be those extraordinary techniques. In recent days, he had experienced a significant increase in power due to practicing the divine dragon transformation, even feeling a slight enhancement to his bloodline. The other sacred pillar Douluos had expressed their envy, frequently inquiring about the reasons behind his newfound strength. Each time he recalled the envious gazes from the sacred pillar Douluos, Hai Long Douluo was filled with joy. However, he remained perplexed about the meridians and acupoints associated with the divine dragon transformation. The benefits he had received thus far were merely from operating soul power according to the diagrams of the technique. He had considered asking Mr. Li about it, but felt that such a question would reveal his own naivety, so he refrained. Today, however, Mr. Li was genuinely in high spirits, intending to hold a teaching assembly on Sea God Island. This was not only a monumental opportunity for him, but for the entire island as well, as he could gain insights into the knowledge of acupoints and meridians during this gathering. As for why Mr. Li was so pleased, who could say? That was not for him to ponder. Certainly, it had nothing to do with the herbs he had presented. With these thoughts in mind, Hai Long Douluo suppressed his excitement and respectfully bowed to Li Changsheng. "I understand, Mr. Li. I shall prepare immediately." With that, Hai Long Douluo exited Li Changsheng's room, and as he closed the door, he vanished in an instant. The scene shifted to a conference room on Sea God Island, where 6 sacred pillar Douluos had convened, bustling with discussions. Even the High Priest Poseidon had arrived. Hai Long sent us a message to gather here. What could it possibly be for? Someone wondered. Who knows? His power has been on the rise lately. He is probably just trying to show off, another replied. Speaking of which, it irritates me. I don't know what happened, but he managed to pin me down in less than 10 moves during our sparring the other day. How humiliating. I know. It's because he has been practicing the techniques given to him by Mr. Li, which is why he has become so formidable. At that moment, Hai Long Douluo entered the room, and the others turned to him with inquiries. "Hai Long, why did you call us here?" "Yes. Do you have any idea how busy we are? If you're just here to show off, you might as well leave." Unfazed by their remarks, Hai Long Douluo cast a glance at the radiant Poseidon before slowly taking a seat. He then placed a hand over his heart and said, "I originally intended to share a monumental opportunity with you all, but given your current attitudes, I am uncertain how to proceed." Chapter 54, The Teaching Assembly. Upon hearing Hai Long Douluo's insincere words, the crowd expressed skepticism. "You would think of us if there was something good to share." "Exactly. You've received benefits from Mr. Li, but haven't shared any with us." In response to their misunderstandings, Hai Long Douluo continued to feign sincerity. "I swear on my conscience, the techniques I possess are only beneficial to those with dragon bloodlines or dragon martial spirits. They were given to me exclusively by Mr. Li for dragon-type soul masters. Moreover, I truly bring you a momentous piece of news. This will be the greatest opportunity for Sea God Island in centuries. Despite his insincere claims, the crowd remained doubtful until the High Priest Poseidon finally spoke up. How long? Stop joking around and just tell us the good news. Upon hearing the High Priest, Douluo felt a pang of confusion. Had Mr. Li not informed her? Regardless, he dismissed such thoughts. With a serious demeanor, he cleared his throat and said, "As you command, High Priest. Today, I spoke with Mr. Li, and he expressed great satisfaction with our hospitality on Sea God Island. Feeling quite cheerful. Thus, Mr. Li has decided to impart some teachings here. As for what he will share, it is likely to be some form of cultivation technique. Whatever it is, I assure you it will be invaluable." After Douluo finished speaking, the room fell silent as if time had stopped, and then an explosive wave of excitement surged through the crowd. What? Mr. Li is going to impart teachings? Mr. Li is being exceedingly generous with us. Long, you've done well. You truly are my brother. Everyone on Sea God Island now had the potential to advance in their cultivation. Moreover, it became evident that Mr. Li's techniques not only enhanced cultivation, but strengthened them in every aspect. While the others fervently discussed this news, only Douluo noticed the faint blush on the face of the High Priest Poseidon as she contemplated this fellow, Changsheng. To keep such significant news for me, I shall see how I handle him later. Immediately, High Priest Poseidon regained his composure, gently tapping the table and clearing his throat as he spoke. All right, let us cease our discussions and prepare to gather our people at the Sea God Island Plaza. We must not squander our time. By the way, Sea Dragon, at what time did Mr. Li say he would impart his teachings? At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Sea Dragon Douluo. Noticing the attention directed at him, Sea Dragon Douluo casually waved his hand and replied, "This noon." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly sprang into action. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Someone exclaimed. "Indeed, we've wasted so much time here. He must have already prepared his people before informing us. Let us hasten back to get ready." "You're right, let us go." Observing the commotion, Poseidon returned to his quarters to change into a set of soft and graceful attire, a gift from Li Changsheng himself. Before long, noon arrived, and the plaza of Sea God Island was thronged with hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals, each possessing at least a modicum of soul power. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, while seated before them were the High Priest of Sea God Island and the other 7 Holy Pillar Douluos, along with the mother-daughter duo of Yi Han Yue, Shui Ro, and Ao Shuang. At that moment, Li Changsheng abruptly appeared on the high platform of the plaza. He exchanged a glance with Poseidon and then signaled to Sea Dragon Douluo. Understanding the cue, Sea Dragon Douluo summoned his soul power and bellowed, "Silence. Today, Mr. Li is here to impart teachings, which is a fortunate occasion for Sea God Island. The extent of your understanding will depend on your own aptitude." With that declaration, the entire plaza fell into silence. Li Changsheng, witnessing this scene, nodded in satisfaction. He then commenced his discourse on the depiction of Qi, proceeding to elaborate on the body's 7 meridians and 8 vessels, elucidating the functions of various acupoints. Subsequently, he introduced some foundational methods of Qi cultivation and finally unveiled his own creation, the Yin and Yang canon. This canon was a synthesis of the 9 Yin manual and the 9 Yang manual, encompassing essential martial arts fundamentals. The assembly continued until dusk, with Li Changsheng gradually concluding his teachings. The audience left with profound insights, many experiencing a newfound clarity regarding their own abilities, with some exceptionally gifted individuals managing to cultivate Qi on the spot. Li Changsheng marveled at the scene, recognizing that those present were indeed the elite of Sea God Island, possessing remarkable comprehension and talent. Contemplating this, Li Changsheng communicated telepathically with Sea Dragon Douluo. "Have you prepared the loft I instructed you to ready?" Sea Dragon Douluo, who had been practicing dragon transformation, paused his training to respond. "It is already prepared." Li Changsheng then rose, channeling his soul power to address the gathered crowd. "I have several techniques and martial skills to leave here at Sea God Island, which shall be entrusted to your High Priest. As for how they will be distributed, that will be at the discretion of your High Priest." With a nod to Sea Dragon Douluo, he followed him and the High Priest to the already prepared loft. Once inside the loft, with a mere wave of his hand, Li Changsheng conjured dozens of martial manuals before the eyes of the assembly, including titles such as Heart-Crushing Palm, Soul Shifting Method, 2 Dragons Play with Pearls, Diamond Guardian, and Still Water Sword Technique. The 7 holy Douluos eagerly sought out the techniques suited to their abilities. Poseidon wished to join in, but was halted by Li Changsheng, who leaned in close to her ear, exhaling warm breath as he whispered, "I have already prepared your techniques. There is no need for you to search among them. Come to me tonight, and I will personally deliver them to you." How does that sound, our beloved high priest? At his words, Poseidon's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. After a soft, acquiescent murmur, she remained by Li Changsheng's side, akin to a devoted wife standing by her husband. Chapter 55, System Optimization. Li Changsheng's closed-door training. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Changsheng was suddenly greeted by a long-forgotten voice echoing in his mind. Ding, ding. Noticing that a multitude of individuals have been personally instructed by the host, and none of them are the hostess disciples. Ding. System functionality is undergoing optimization. Ding. System optimization successful. Each time the host imparts teachings to 100 individuals, an opportunity for a lottery draw will be awarded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 18 lottery draw opportunities. Overjoyed by the system's thoughtful enhancements, Li Changsheng was elated, especially as he was notoriously stringent in selecting disciples, particularly regarding their character, fearing he might end up with ungrateful disciples akin to those he had read about in novels prior to his crossing. Now, with the system's self-optimization, Li Changsheng found matters to be considerably more convenient. He inwardly intoned, "System, draw the lottery." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Pokemon egg. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Qingyun Dao's true formula for slaying gods and demons from the world of Zhuxian. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Qingyun Dao's true formula for controlling thunder with the divine sword from the world of Zhuxian. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an insight into array techniques. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the flame of life from the world of Do Pa Songqion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the void devouring flame from the world of Do Pa Songqion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a bottle of transformation pills from the world of Do Pa Songqion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an insight into the 9-tiered alchemist's techniques from the world of Do Pa Songqion. Finally, Li Changsheng organized the rewards from his lottery draw, which included several Pokemon eggs, with predetermined ones being Shiny Diamond, Puchina, Magikarp, and Dratini, while the remaining 2 would be random. The Qingyun Dao techniques, true formula for controlling thunder with the divine sword, and true formula for slaying gods and demons. The flame of life and void devouring flame. An insight into array techniques, insights into the 9-tiered alchemist's techniques, insights into the 9-tiered artifact master's techniques, 3 bottles of transformation pills, and various cultivation techniques. Beholding such a bountiful array of rewards, Li Changsheng could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Today is a fortuitous day, a day of great harvest." Gazing at the system's lottery rewards, particularly the 3 insights, he recognized that although he possessed alchemical skills, they were merely rudimentary methods practiced on Wudong Mountain, lacking substantial utility. The insight into the 9-tiered alchemist would significantly enhance his alchemical techniques and experience. As for the formulas, he lacked only the experience and methods for refining. The formulas were abundant, given Wudong's status as a major Taoist sect. Moreover, the insight into the 9-tiered artifact master's techniques, while he had the divine machine refined, was limited to the methods of the end of the law era and vastly different from those of the 9-tiered artifact master. The final insight into array techniques was even more extraordinary. In an era where spiritual energy was nearly depleted, many advanced array formations required spiritual energy for maintenance, and those feng shui formations had excessively high limitations. This insight into array techniques could be employed at any time, being from the era of spiritual energy. Perhaps within these 3 insights lay methods to resolve the chaotic energy flows. Immediately, Li Changsheng rose from his seat and made his way to the door, calling out to inform Seed Dragon Douluo of his impending seclusion, requesting not to be disturbed unless there was a matter of utmost importance. After delivering his message, he returned to his room and closed the door. Li Changsheng was acutely aware that those lurking in the shadows outside had undoubtedly heard him, and he believed the news would swiftly reach Seed Dragon Douluo. As a precaution, he personally crafted a small formation around the vicinity to isolate himself from the outside world. Settling onto his bed, he began to crush the luminous orb that encapsulated the insights of 9th-grade alchemist. In an instant, a torrent of profound memories surged into Li Changsheng's consciousness, revealing an elderly figure engaged in the art of alchemy. Every movement of the elder was executed with remarkable precision, drawing Li Changsheng deeper into the intricacies of the alchemical techniques. The alchemist's every gesture, mental focus, and control over the flames were executed flawlessly, captivating Li Changsheng entirely. Meanwhile, outside, the hidden soul masters swiftly relayed Li Changsheng's declaration to Sea Dragon Douluo. Upon receiving this information, Sea Dragon Douluo issued an immediate command. No one was to disturb Mr. Li. Violators would face severe consequences. In the chamber of the High Priestess, Poseidon was preoccupied with her preparations, intending to visit Li Changsheng shortly. Suddenly, she received word from her attendant that Li Changsheng had unexpectedly announced his seclusion. On hearing this news, Poseidon felt a mixture of indignation and annoyance. Why must he choose this moment to enter seclusion? Just yesterday, their conversation had flowed so smoothly. She had planned to seek him out this evening, but was thwarted by his sudden announcement. Was he toying with her? Once his seclusion concluded, she would ensure he faced the consequences. With a huff of irritation, Poseidon returned to her bed, seizing a pillow and envisioning it as Li Changsheng's visage. She began to pound it vigorously. After a while, feeling fatigued, she embraced the pillow and drifted into slumber, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In the adjacent room, Yi Hanyue also heard Li Changsheng's voice. Rather than inquiring about his abrupt seclusion, she contemplated another aspect of his retreat. Her master's seclusion surely signified a moment of profound enlightenment in his cultivation. Thus, she resolved to diligently complete her red top-tier 8th examination, striving to finish the 3rd assessment before her master's return. Strength was paramount. Only by enhancing her power could she stand beside her master more effectively in the future. As his most cherished disciple, she understood that her master would inevitably take on more students, and the thought of being surpassed by a junior was intolerable. Her master was growing stronger, and she too must cultivate her strength. Furthermore, it appeared that Poseidon had succeeded in her endeavors with her master. Part of her plan was already set in motion, a promising beginning, indeed. As for how to face the official consort, that was a matter for her master to resolve. With these thoughts, Yi Hanyue felt a sense of ease wash over her, planning to seek out Poseidon the following day to discuss the 3rd examination. She wondered if Poseidon, now her ally, could provide any insights from her own experiences in the provincial examination. After all, she needed to elevate her strength rapidly, and the divine examination was the optimal pathway. Time passed swiftly, and morning arrived. High Priestess Poseidon began selecting candidates for the Scripture Pavilion based on their contributions to Sea God Island, issuing a decree that prohibited the unauthorized removal of scriptures, allowing only for borrowing. The 7 sacred pillars de Douluo, having found suitable scriptures the previous day, began taking turns to study them. Yi Hanyue sought to consult Poseidon regarding the divine examination, but was soon drawn into assisting Poseidon with various matters, remaining occupied until evening. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tiando City, Qian Xuanji arrived near the Wanyu Pavilion with Bibi Dong. The elegance of the ancient-style pavilion was pleasing to their eyes, and both felt a sense of relaxation, both mentally and physically. They exchanged glances and approached the entrance of Wanyu Pavilion. Qian Xuanji glanced at Bibi Dong, who stepped forward to knock on the door. Inside the pavilion, the 2 siblings engaged in their cultivation paused upon hearing the knock, exchanging puzzled looks. Zifeng, did you invite someone today? Knight Hanyue inquired. No, sister, Knight Zifeng replied. Then who could it be? I haven't invited anyone either. And today, isn't even a time when the Wanyu Pavilion is open, Knight Hanyue mused. True, whoever is here clearly wishes to discuss something privately with us. As they pondered this, a familiar voice called from outside. Brother Feng, Sister Shui, it's Bibi Dong. Please open the door. I'll come to see you. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a smile spread across Knight Hanyue's face. After days of rigorous training, even her usually laid-back brother had been preoccupied, leaving him without company. Today, a familiar face had finally arrived, Bibi Dong, whom they had recently assisted with her twin martial soul training issues. They had known each other since their time at the orphanage, and their relationship was quite amicable. With a smile, Knight Hanyue approached the door. Oh, it's you, Bibi Dong. I'll open the door right away. In contrast to Knight Hanyue's warmth, Knight Zifeng maintained a more cautious demeanor. Although Bibi Dong had been on good terms with the siblings during their time at the orphanage, years had passed since then. Their last encounter, where they helped her with her twin martial soul problem, had merely been an anomaly in their years apart. Time could change a person, and one could never be certain of how someone might have evolved. If it weren't for his sister's vivacious personality and her strong bond with Bibi Dong, they might not have even assisted her. Moreover, He had recently heard that Bibi Dong had been appointed as a saintess by the new pope of the Spirit Hall, and now she was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, something to be wary of. Additionally, given the recent events surrounding the Wanyu Pavilion, which was rumored to hold significant opportunities, Bibi Dong's arrival felt ominous. He suspected that others might have accompanied her, and he would need to be adaptable. Relying on his overly naive sister could lead to trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Knight Zifeng stood to observe the door as Knight Hanyue cheerfully opened it. The first sight that greeted her was Bibi Dong at the threshold, followed closely by a middle-aged man with golden hair. Bibi Dong, what a surprise. But, may I ask who is this gentleman behind you? Knight Hanyue inquired. Bibi Dong, eager to introduce her master Qian Xuanji, was interrupted as he placed a hand on her shoulder and introduced himself. I presume you're the second miss of Wanyu Pavilion. Knight Hanyue, I am Qian Xuanji, the newly appointed pope of the Spirit Hall and also Bibi Dong's mentor. I noticed that she has been missing you both and, concerned for her well-being, decided to accompany her to visit you. Additionally, I have long wished to see the renowned Wanyu Pavilion for myself. As the chill of the night enveloped the surroundings, Yi Hanyue, with a polite demeanor, addressed the master and disciple duo. Indeed, I am Yi Hanyue. You have been standing at the entrance for quite some time. Please come inside. With that, she graciously invited the two into the residence, embodying the essence of hospitality. For a guest is always welcome. Qian Xuanji, noticing her courtesy, responded, Then we shall impose upon you. With this, he ushered Bibi Dong into the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Once inside, both Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong were captivated by the elegant ambience of the pavilion, where the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs that soothed the spirit, offering an immediate sense of tranquility. This marked their inaugural experience within the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, and Qian Xuanji felt the weariness accumulated from his recent endeavors gradually dissipate, as if the burdens of the outside world were momentarily cast aside. Although Bibi Dong was familiar with the three siblings, it was her first visit to the pavilion. She had heard whispers of its existence during her time in the Spirit Hall, tales of how it could aid individuals in shedding their worries and sorrows. While Qian Xuanji relished the comfort of the moment, he swiftly turned to Bibi Dong, gently rousing her from a reverie. He then regarded Yi Hanyue with a look of curiosity. Miss, what was that sensation we just experienced? Why do we feel such an overwhelming sense of comfort? Yi Hanyue, upon hearing his inquiry, patiently explained, This is due to a special calming powder I often sprinkle within the pavilion to promote relaxation among visitors, many of whom carry their own troubles or ailments. Furthermore, please refrain from calling me miss. Simply refer to me as Hanyue. At that moment, Yi Zifeng descended from the upper floor, smiling warmly at the duo. Sister is correct. You are Bibi Dong's master. And since Bibi Dong shares a close bond with us, you are indeed one of our elders, so there is no need for such formality. Therefore, feel free to call me Zifeng. Qian Xuanji looked up to see a young man descending the stairs, and he surmised that this must be the third young master of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Since both young masters have expressed such sentiments, I shall adopt your names henceforth, Hanyue, Zifeng. The conversation flowed effortlessly among the three, each enjoying the exchange thoroughly. Bibi Dong, witnessing their camaraderie, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been apprehensive about her master's visit, fearing a potentially awkward encounter. However, the current atmosphere spared her from the discomfort of being caught in between. Chapter 57, Qian Xuanji's Lament. The trio engaged in conversation for quite some time, with Bibi Dong sitting quietly beside them. Eventually, Qian Xuanji interjected, Hanyue, Zifeng, my visit to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion today is not solely for pleasantries. There is a matter I wish to discuss. Upon hearing this, both siblings felt a sudden tension. The main topic had arisen. Qian Xuanji continued, I would like to extend an invitation for you both to join our Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, who had been sipping tea, was so taken aback by her master's bold declaration that she inadvertently spat out the tea, prompting the trio to look at her in surprise. Bibi Dong awkwardly waved her hand, saying, It's nothing, nothing at all. Please, continue as if I were not here. The others paid her no mind, as Qian Xuanji's invitation took precedence over the minor incident. Yi Hanyue remained silent, understanding that such matters were delicate and perhaps beyond her eloquence. She recognized her own shortcomings in this regard and felt it best to leave the heavy discourse to her younger brother, Yi Zifeng. Upon hearing the invitation, Yi Zifeng was taken aback. He found it hard to believe that this so-called pope could be unaware of the formidable presence behind the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Yet, if he were indeed aware, why would he make such an audacious proposition? After all, should they join the Spirit Hall, their loyalty could not be guaranteed, and it might even invite danger. Even if the spirit hall trusted the siblings, Mr. Li would certainly create a rift between them and the hall, potentially leading to dire consequences. This was the perplexing conundrum that occupied Yi Zifeng's mind. After much contemplation, he could only express his regrets to Qian Xuanji. I apologize, Your Holiness, but we cannot accept your invitation, as it may displease Mr. Li, who stands behind our pavilion. Yi Zifeng's words served as a reminder to the esteemed Pope present. We have someone backing us. Do not entertain thoughts of entangling us in your ambitions, lest the repercussions be severe. Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's cautionary statement, Qian Xuanji sighed deeply, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Ah, very well. If it might upset Mr. Li, then I shall withdraw my request. He then appeared, quite troubled. But what are we to do now? A great war looms over the continent, and when that time comes, the lives of the common folk will hang in the balance. How shall I face the ancestors of the Qian family? He reminisced about the days when his forebears, witnessing the suffering of the populace, rallied their kin to aid the common people, combating evil soul masters and instilling a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, the ancestors of the Qian family garnered the faith of the entire continent, enabling them to transcend the limitations of the 99th level title Douluo and ascend to divinity. Before his ascension, the elder imparted a legacy to them, to protect the lives of the common folk and to provide them with better welfare. However, it seemed that all of this would come to ruin under his watch. How wretched I am, Qian Xuanji. The siblings, upon hearing his tragic lament, were filled with confusion. Is the continent truly that perilous? Is the spirit hall facing annihilation? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, seated beside Qian Xuanji, displayed no outward reaction, yet internally a tempest of thoughts surged. Is this truly the same authoritative and formidable master I have known? Has he been replaced due to the infiltration of the other two empires? Or is he fabricating such grandiose tales to protect the secrets of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion? If that is the case, it is utterly shameless. While Qian Xuanji continued to bemoan his fate, the kind-hearted Yi Hanyue inquired, What on earth has transpired? Your Holiness, you are the Spirit Hall, a force of great strength. How could you allow the continent to descend into such despair? Yi Zifeng nodded in agreement, as his sister's sentiments mirrored his own. How could such a powerful entity as the Spirit Hall be brought to ruin? It is inconceivable that the continent could fall into such dire straits. As Qian Xuanji observed the situation, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. He understood that the objective of the Wanyu Pavilion had made significant progress. He then sighed and said, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. Such matters are typically known only to the upper echelons of our establishment, and given the current circumstances, we may soon run out of time to discuss them. The reality is, the situation within the Spirit Hall is dire. Recently, my father, the esteemed Qian Douluo, who currently serves as the Grand Priest of our Spirit Hall, led half of our strongest members to Sea God Island with the intent of conquering it. Initially, our plan was straightforward. With half of our strongest warriors and my father's unparalleled strength as a level 99 ultimate duh, subjugating Sea God Island should have been a mere formality. Although the Spirit Hall's influence on the continent has waned, we still believed that, bolstered by my father's prowess and the might of our strongest members, the conquest would be swiftly accomplished. However, no one anticipated that Sea God Island was also home to a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Under the leadership of this formidable opponent, they exploited their geographical advantage to defeat our forces, significantly crippling the Spirit Hall. Of those who ventured out, aside from my father, only 3 titled Douluos returned, while the rest met their demise upon Sea God Island. Although we quickly sealed off the news upon my father's return, I am convinced that it will not be long before the various sects across the continent become aware of this development. At that point, our Spirit Hall will undoubtedly suffer unprecedented setbacks, rendering us incapable of fulfilling our true role on the continent. Currently, the undercurrents of the continent are tumultuous, and I trust that you both are somewhat aware of this. I believe Zifeng has a deeper understanding of our Spirit Hall's genuine purpose in today's world. After hearing Qian Xuanji, Yi Hanyue pretended to nod in understanding. However, she knew nothing of the Spirit Hall's true role. Her days were spent sequestered in her room, either studying medical texts or practicing the Huayang needle technique, leaving her utterly oblivious to the larger issues at play. In contrast, Yi Zifeng furrowed his brow. As the intellectual pillar among the 3 siblings in the Wanyu Pavilion, he possessed an exceptional intellect. Bolstered by his heritage from the Fengho Chimin and the intelligence he often gathered during his excursions, He soon grasped the essence of Qian Xuanji's words regarding the current function of the Spirit Hall on the continent. The true role of the Spirit Hall today is one of constraint. With its esteemed status and strength within the world of soul masters, the Spirit Hall has managed to restrain the two great empires. Thus, the current peaceful coexistence of these empires is merely a result of their trepidation towards the Spirit Hall, fearing that should they engage in mutual destruction, the Spirit Hall would emerge as the victor. As for the other sects, the two empires do not regard them with the same seriousness. Although these sects possess considerable strength, they are lacking in titled Douluos, with genuine soul masters being exceedingly rare. Furthermore, these sects are not united, rendering them incapable of inflicting significant damage upon the two empires. Take the Haoqian sect, for instance. Aside from their leader Tang Chun, they have only 3 titled Douluos, all below level 95. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has only the super Douluo Chun Jianjun, along with Gu Cheng and Chen Xian, who have only recently achieved titled Douluo status. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has but 1 titled Douluo, its leader. Other factions lack even a single titled Douluo. In stark contrast, the Spirit Hall resembles a gathering ground for titled Douluos, boasting dozens of them, including the level 99 ultimate Douluo Qian Daolu. In the realm of soul masters, the Spirit Hall holds a position that no other sect can rival. Therefore, in summary, aside from the 2 superpowers of the empires, the Spirit Hall stands as a formidable force in its own right. While the titled Douluos of other sects are indeed powerful, their numbers are far too scant, and the sects themselves lack unity. Should the 2 empires truly exert their might, even titled Douluos would succumb to the overwhelming numbers of soldiers, as even they experience moments of exhaustion in their soul power, leading to their demise. Hence, the 2 empires maintain their uneasy peace, fearing that a conflict between them would ultimately benefit the Spirit Hall. This precarious balance has allowed the common folk of the continent to enjoy a semblance of peace in their lives. As for the notion that a titled Douluo could directly infiltrate a royal palace and slay an emperor to intimidate him into an action, such ideas are far-fetched. The emperors of the great empires remain vigilant towards these sects, but do not perceive them as a direct threat. This is evidenced by the character Ning Jifeng from the original work, who merely served as a guest elder and tutor to the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, showing him respect rather than issuing threats. After all, should the empire truly unleash its full power, it is likely that aside from a few titled Douluos and some soul Douluos, everything else would be obliterated, leaving behind nothing but ashes. Without wealth, resources, or promising disciples, a sect loses all hope and faces inevitable dissolution. In a scenario where the sects are stripped of their foundational resources for cultivation, and even their outstanding disciples are gone, the very essence of a sect evaporates, leaving little but despair. Those sect powerhouses and guest elders, with the sect no longer providing even the most basic resources for cultivation, would find no reason to remain. It would not be long before most would scatter, save for a few die-hard loyalists. As a businessman, Ning Jifeng surely understands this principle. The same could be said for the Haoqian sect in the original narrative. Tang Yuehua established the Yuexian in Tiando City to provide the sect with cultivation resources and wealth. Therefore, the true leaders of these sects do not regard the empires with threats or arrogance stemming from their own strength. Rather, they are compelled to consider a multitude of factors. Yi Zifeng, too, comprehended the implications of a war between the 2 empires. It would lead to widespread suffering and devastation, while the malevolent soul masters remain a lurking threat. If the 2 empires were to engage in battle, and the Spirit Hall lost its capacity to restrain, the malevolent soul masters would seize the opportunity to wreak havoc, plunging the continent into chaos. He pondered the images of countless individuals rendered homeless, families torn apart, and innocent orphans left to fend for themselves, and his heart ached with sorrow. Observing Yi Zifeng's expression, Qian Xuanji realized that he had grasped the gravity of the situation and sorrowfully addressed him. Since you, Zifeng, are reluctant to join our Spirit Hall, might you be willing to lend us some assistance? Even if it is merely to aid the common folk of this continent. Upon hearing Qian Xuanji's words, Yi Zifeng wrestled with his inner conflict. Prior to his departure, Li Changsheng had cautioned them to avoid entanglements in external affairs to prevent unforeseen calamities. However, given the current turbulent situation on the continent, if the true circumstances of the Spirit Hall were to come to light, the potential for conflict between the 2 great empires was imminent. Just as Yi Zifeng was at a loss for what to do, his usually absent-minded sister, Yi Hanxue, posed a question. Your Holiness, does the Spirit Hall not still possess a level 99 ultimate Douluo? With such a powerhouse, along with the remaining half of the Spirit Hall's strong members, surely they could manage to contend with the two great empires? Qian Xuanji was momentarily taken aback by her question, glancing at the seemingly dim-witted Yi Hanxue, his mind racing with confusion. Just as I was about to impress upon Yi Zifeng, you, dear sister, have brought forth yet another problematic query, and one riddled with flaws at that. Based on my observations, it appears that among the three siblings, the most astute is indeed Yi Zifeng, while the second sister seems to lack intellect, as evidenced by her rather perplexing question. Subsequently, Qian Xuanji hesitated momentarily, but swiftly concocted an excuse. In truth, my father, Qian Douluo, has been recuperating in seclusion since the battle on Sea God Island, and it will take some time before he can emerge. In my haste, I momentarily overlooked this detail. After expressing this, Qian Xuanji silently apologized to his father, hoping he would not hold it against him, as it was all for the sake of the Spirit Hall. A small sacrifice from him would suffice. Meanwhile, within the Angel Hall of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo, kneeling before the angelic statue, suddenly sneezed. Which rascal is speaking of me? He pondered. No, one must not utter foul language in the presence of the angelic statue. One must remain devout. He then resumed his earnest cultivation before the statue, intensifying his mastery over the angelic powers, as the high priest of the angel is capable of wielding a portion of such divine strength. Observing this, Yi Hanxue chose not to dwell on her doubts, but instead placed her trust in Qian Xuanji's explanation. However, Yi Zifeng was different. He discerned Qian Xuanji's momentary hesitation and realized that he was certainly concealing something. Chapter 59, A Bountiful Return. Yi Zifeng then rose and bowed respectfully to Qian Xuanji. Please, esteemed members of the church, wait here for a moment. My sister and I shall retrieve some gifts for you. Upon finishing his words, he took Yi Hanxue's hand and led her towards the inner chamber. Watching their departing figures, Qian Xuanji's lips curled into a slight smile, knowing that he had achieved his objective. Beside him, Bibi Dong glanced at her master, Qian Xuanji, and then at the departing siblings, letting out a gentle sigh. Inside the inner chamber, Yi Zifeng whispered to his sister, Sister, please bring out those body-refining formulas. And remember, do not take the important ones. Yi Hanxue, upon hearing this, did not question his reasoning. Yi Zifeng, being the most intelligent among the three siblings, certainly had his reasons for such actions. She merely needed to comply. Soon, Yi Zifeng produced some techniques for soul power manipulation. Before long, the siblings emerged from the inner chamber, presenting their findings to Qian Xuanji. Receiving the items from their hands, Qian Xuanji looked at Yi Zifeng with curiosity. Zifeng, what does this signify? Yi Zifeng replied, Since we cannot join the Spirit Hall, we shall extend our assistance to the Spirit Hall instead. These tomes contain methods for cultivation, breath regulation, that far surpass the contemporary techniques known in the Soul Master world. They can enhance the cultivation speed of Soul Masters and purify the soul power they generate. And with prolonged practice, they can even nourish the physical form. This map, gifted to us siblings by Mr. Li, illustrates the acupoints of the human body, highlighting the major meridians and crucial points. The remaining books comprise various techniques for soul power manipulation. In truth, even the Haotian school's chaotic wind hammering method is merely a technique of soul power manipulation. It is not particularly sophisticated. It simply relies on the accumulation of sheer numbers to amplify offensive power. Regarding my duel with Tang Hao, I believe the esteemed Pope is already aware. Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's words, Qian Xuanji nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have heard of it. According to others, Tang Hao's soul power level was significantly higher than yours at that time, yet you ultimately triumphed. Yi Zifeng affirmed, Yes, I did defeat Tang Hao. At that moment, I had discerned the fundamental principles underlying his chaotic wind hammering method. They merely increased their hammer strikes to augment power, relying on inertia and soul power manipulation techniques. Therefore, I directly interrupted their accumulation, rendering his method ineffective. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji understood the significance of the books he held. After collecting the tomes, he stood and expressed his gratitude to Yi Zifeng with a smile. Thank you, Zifeng. You have been a tremendous help. Yi Zifeng promptly replied, It is my duty. Qian Xuanji glanced at the sky outside, then stood to bid farewell to the siblings. It appears it is getting late. We should take our leave. Yi Hanxue, noticing this, quickly urged, Shall we not dine at Worry-Free Pavilion before departing? Qian Xuanji recognized that Yi Hanxue's true desire to retain him was, in fact, to keep Bibi Dong with them. Throughout their lengthy conversation, Bibi Dong had not engaged much. Subsequently, Qian Xuanji affectionately ruffled Bibi Dong's hair, saying, Donger, stay behind. The affairs of the Pope are numerous, and I have already spent considerable time away. I must return to handle my duties. I shall grant you a few days' leave. It has been a while since you have seen them, so enjoy some time together." Upon hearing Qian Xuanji's words, Bibi Dong's face lit up with joy. She indeed had many things to share with the siblings, but her master had monopolized the conversation. Now that her master had kindly suggested she stay, she was overjoyed. "Thank you, master. You are the best." With that, Bibi Dong embraced Yi Hanyue's arm, akin to a close friend. Qian Xuanji, observing this, shook his head in resignation, saying, "Spirit Hall, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. And you, young lady, do not indulge too recklessly. Remember to return home." Bibi Dong obediently replied, "Understood, my good master." After receiving her response, Qian Xuanji departed worry-free pavilion, boarding the carriage of the Spirit Hall as he left. Once Qian Xuanji's figure had completely vanished, Bibi Dong joyously exclaimed, "At last, I am free. Now we can truly have fun. Sister Hanyue, you must accompany me for some enjoyable days. I have been so bored at the Spirit Hall without anyone to talk to." Seeing Bibi Dong so exuberant, Yi Hanyue nodded in agreement. You only think of play? I have diligently cultivated for so many days and am exhausted. I suppose I shall begrudgingly accompany you for a few days." Meanwhile, Yi Zifeng, overhearing his sister's words, interjected with a teasing tone. "Oh, really? Exhausted? You seem to have been napping while practicing. You truly are a marvel." In response to her brother's jest, Yi Hanyue huffed in annoyance. "Do not speak nonsense. That was my self-created dream cultivation method." Yi Zifeng, losing interest in his sister's ramblings, headed towards the kitchen. Yes, your daydream technique is the most impressive. Nevertheless, I am currently famished. I must prepare a meal. If I do not cook soon, there will be nothing to eat tonight." Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyue quickly ran to catch up with Yi Zifeng, exclaiming, "What are you cooking?" "Today, my little sister Bibi Dong has arrived. Therefore, I hereby declare that we shall dine out today, enjoying a fine feast." With that, Yi Hanyue pulled both of them towards the largest restaurant in Tiandao City. Bibi Dong and Yi Zifeng exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. This sister of ours is quite something. Meanwhile, the various faction spies surrounding Worry-Free Pavilion relayed all that they had witnessed back to their respective sections. Upon receiving the news, the various sects promptly dispatched their intelligence personnel to investigate the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Forgetfulness Pavilion. Meanwhile, on the journey to the Spirit Hall, a voice suddenly emerged from outside Qian Xuanji's carriage. "Your Holiness, why do we not eliminate the spies surrounding the Forgetfulness Pavilion? They will undoubtedly relay information back. Could this not adversely affect our Spirit Hall? Moreover, why is the Saintess still there? Will hidden enemies not take action against her? What if she is harmed?" Chapter 60, Li Changsheng emerges. Listening to the words of his subordinate outside the carriage, Qian Xuanji subtly raised his gaze, looking through the carriage at his attendant. The authoritative aura of the Pope emanating from him in an instant. Sensing the weight of his superior's presence, the subordinate hastily lowered his head. Though separated by the carriage, he could still feel an imposing gaze fixed upon him, followed by a voice echoing in his ear. "Are you questioning my decision?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate outside quickly replied, "I dare not. I recognize my error. I should not have questioned your Holiness's directives." Upon hearing these words, Qian Xuanji let out a cold snort. How could he not have contemplated these concerns raised by his subordinate? Eliminate the spies? Removing the eyes of the various sects would be unwise. Instead, those very spies could be utilized to confuse the major powers, leading them to speculate about the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Forgetfulness Pavilion. Would it truly affect the Spirit Hall? What kind of impact? Letting the other sects believe that the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Forgetfulness Pavilion is extraordinary would deter them from rash actions, thus granting the Spirit Hall precious time to recuperate. This is a beneficial influence. As for why Bibi Dong is retained among the Spirit Hall, she is the only one with a significant connection to the Forgetfulness Pavilion. What manner of person is she? Surely I know her well. Moreover, who is Bibi Dong? She is my cherished disciple, nurtured since childhood, and the saintess of our Spirit Hall. Let the other factions speculate why the saintess of the Spirit Hall enjoys such a harmonious relationship with the Forgetfulness Pavilion. Whatever their conjectures, the outcome will ultimately favor our Spirit Hall. What is there to fear? Furthermore, allowing Bibi Dong to remain in the Forgetfulness Pavilion for a few more days will deepen her ties with them. When Bibi Dong encounters difficulties in the future, the Forgetfulness Pavilion will surely extend their assistance. In fact, once the friendship between Bibi Dong and the Forgetfulness Pavilion reaches a certain depth, She may even gain access to some of their profound teachings. The items previously provided by the Forgetfulness Pavilion are clearly related to the core teachings they offer. Yet they have only presented the basics thus far. According to the intelligence gathered by the Spirit Hall, the Forgetfulness Pavilion possesses a complete inheritance of self-created soul techniques. What if one day Bibi Dong truly learns these unique soul techniques? And since she is a member of the Spirit Hall, anything she learns will effectively be an asset to the Spirit Hall itself. Thus, allowing Bibi Dong to remain in the Forgetfulness Pavilion for a few days is undoubtedly the wisest choice. As for what others may think, Qian Xuanji is unconcerned, as long as it ultimately benefits the Spirit Hall. The defeat at Sea God Island was devastating for the Spirit Hall. Only the tactical expert returned, along with his father and 3 titled Douluos, while the rest perished on Sea God Island, inflicting a severe blow to the Spirit Hall's strength. Consequently, Qian Xuanji must implement measures to stabilize the current state of the Spirit Hall. He must restore the Spirit Hall's former glory and facilitate its development. With this in mind, a fierce fire ignited in Qian Xuanji's eyes, and he gripped the spatial soul guide in his hand tighter. Within it lay treasures that could augment the Spirit Hall's power. Time flew by swiftly, and a year had elapsed. In a hotel room on Sea God Island, Li Changxing slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. The depth of these 3 insights is truly immense and remarkably intricate. Even someone of my comprehension requires such an extensive duration to fully assimilate them. After speaking, Li Changshang glanced at his current self, inwardly sighing. Truly, the adage holds, knowledge is power. Over the past year, Li Changshang has completely digested those 3 insights, transforming them into his own profound foundation. A true powerhouse is not merely defined by strength, but also by a vast breadth of knowledge and insight. If one were solely powerful, they would be but a simple-minded brute, lacking intellect. Now, standing ready, Li Changshang laid out a grand formation, harnessing the power of the formation. He could easily surpass the pinnacle of his previous strength from a year ago. After stretching his limbs, Li Changshang exited his room, probing the mental energy towards his disciple Yi Hanyue's quarters. Noticing that his disciple was absent, he immediately deduced that she was likely engaged in her assessment. Considering this, Li Changsheng paid it no mind. As for whether his disciple might encounter danger, how could that be? His old companion Poseidon was present here. Even in an assessment, he would undoubtedly lend his support. Thinking of Poseidon, Li Changsheng suddenly recalled that a year prior, after transmitting his teachings, he had invited Poseidon to his room at night to impart skills. However, due to the system's optimization and the rewards he received, this had been delayed for an entire year, leaving him with a tinge of guilt, overshadowed only by his yearning for Poseidon. Snow Empress, you scoundrel, do you not think of me? If you dare, do not step into my bed again. Li Changsheng, Schwerer, how could I not think of you? It is merely that distance separates us now. Snow Empress. In an instant, Li Changsheng's figure flashed as he made his way to Poseidon's chamber. Meanwhile, those who had awaited Li Changsheng's emergence around his quarters immediately spread the news of his return. Inside Poseidon's room, Yi Hanyue was engaged in a discussion with Poseidon regarding the details of her 5th assessment. During Li Changsheng's seclusion, Yi Hanyue had successfully completed her 2nd, 3rd, and 4th assessments, advancing to the 5th, and her strength had surged to the realm of an 8th-level quasi-soul, Douluo. This 5th assessment required the hunting of a 10,000-year soul beast, and as a land-based soul master who could not fly, she faced considerable challenges in maritime combat. Yi Hanyue, Sister Poseidon, have you thought about it? Is there truly such a place? Poseidon, where the location you seek is exceedingly difficult to find. It must not only be a stable ground that does not impede your abilities, but it must also harbor a 10,000-year soul beast. How can I possibly locate such a place for you? Yi Hanyue, what should I do then? I am currently only a quasi-soul Douluo and cannot fly, rendering me incapable of exerting my full strength in the sea. Poseidon, there is no alternative. It appears Sea God Island does not have 10,000-year soul beasts. Only the ocean does. Yi Hanyue, if I were on land, I would have ventured to the Star Doe Forest to slay a 10,000-year soul beast long ago. But this is the sea. I cannot fully unleash my strength here. If only I could fly, it would be much easier. Just as the two were in distress, the door suddenly swung open, accompanied by a familiar voice. What are you two troubled about? Share it with me. Chapter 61, Solutions. In the midst of their throbbing headaches, Poseidon and Yi Hanyue were startled by a familiar voice that beckoned them to rise and glance towards the door. Master, you've emerged from seclusion. Changsheng, you've returned. Upon hearing their exclamations, Li Changsheng retorted playfully, indeed, I have just come out. By the way, what were you two lamenting about for so long? I knocked for an eternity, and when I was about to leave, I overheard voices inside. Yi Hanyue, upon receiving Li Changsheng's inquiry, divulged the details of her 5th trial. Master, my 5th trial involves hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. However, it takes place at sea, and since I cannot fly, I am unable to unleash my full potential to combat the 100,000-year sea soul beasts. What am I to do? Meanwhile, Poseidon stood silently beside them, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Changsheng, seemingly unable to tear her eyes away, her expression tinged with a hint of unvoiced grievance. Li Changsheng, Poseidon Poseidon's Gaza, understood the reason behind her discontent. His abrupt retreat into seclusion without prior notice had left her feeling neglected. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was his disciple Yi Hanyue's 5th trial. Other concerns could be set aside for the moment. Well, that is indeed a challenge. Perhaps you could attempt to lure a 100,000-year soul beast into regions replete with substantial reefs or near small islands. Yi Hanyu seek hit in resignation. That is easier said than done. Soul beasts of that age possess intelligence and are exceptionally cunning. They would never approach such areas. Li Changsheng then inquired. So the 5th trial requires you to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast all on your own? Yes. Yi Hanyu affirmed. Hearing her response, Li Changsheng began to rummage through his possessions for anything that might assist her. Soon, he unearthed an external soul bone. Gazing at this artifact, he fell into contemplation. Indeed, this external soul bone was the wing-type one he had acquired from the treasury of Sea God Island. It felt rather serendipitous that this very item, which had remained and used in his soul pouch, was now pertinent to his disciple's 5th trial. Li Changsheng chuckled at the irony of utilizing an item from Sea God Island for the very trials conducted there. With a bemused smile, he presented the external soul bone to Yi Hanyue, explaining its origin. This winged external soul bone was retrieved from the treasury of Sea God Island. Since it proved of no use to me, I kept it stored away, never anticipating it would be needed so soon, especially for a trial on Sea God Island. What a remarkable twist of fate. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Poseidon's expression morphed into one of intrigue. Mihide, Yi Hanyu, elatet, embranjet Li Changsheng taitli. Thank you, Master. I knew you would have a solution. You are the best. Li Changsheng was taken aback by this sudden display of affection from his disciple. She had never been so openly affectionate before. Could it be that, turning to Poseidon, he cast her a questioning glance, and she, understanding the implication, merely smiled knowingly. Realizing the influence Poseidon had on Yi Hanyue's transformation, Li Changsheng felt a sense of relief. He preferred this more lively and open version of Yi Hanyue over the previously overly reverent one. He then patted Yi Hanyue's back, urging her to leave so he could enjoy some private time with Poseidon. All right, off you go. Take this external soul bone and start absorbing its essence. I have matters to discuss with the high priest. Yi Hanyue, without hesitation, expressed her gratitude and exited, oblivious to the playful glint in Li Changsheng's eyes directed at Poseidon. Once Yi Hanyue had departed, Li Changsheng dropped his pretense, casting a soundproof barrier before he approached Poseidon, enveloping her in his embrace, burying his face in her silken hair, inhaling her fragrance deeply. Sierra, did you miss me? In response to his affectionate gesture, Poseidon playfully punched him a few times, a mixture of shyness and annoyance coloring her words. You rascal. You suddenly went into seclusion without a word. I even dressed up specially for you that night, and then you pull this stunt. You're incorrigible. Her playful punches only stoked the flames of longing within Li Changsheng. He leaned closer, whispering sweet nothings in her ear while gently nibbling on her earlobe. So, my dear Sierra, do you delight in my mischief? The sensation of his warm breath and the intimacy of his words rendered Poseidon weak, her body melting into his embrace, her eyes glazing over in a haze of desire, radiating an alluring aura. Unable to withstand the enchantment any longer, Li Changsheng sank to his knees, lifting Poseidon into a princess carry as he made his way toward her grand bed. Poseidon, now utterly powerless to resist, surrendered herself to his every step. Upon reaching the bedside, he gently laid her down, shattering her garments with a wave of his soul power, and began to caress her like a precious work of art, her hair, her face, her delicate limbs. With her gaze already clouded with longing, Poseidon uttered a phrase laden with desire. Changsheng, I feel hot. The last vestige of rationality within Li Changsheng dissipated, consumed by his fervor. as he tore away his own clothes and lunged toward her. Their bodies intertwined on the bed. Words became superfluous as their actions spoke volumes of their yearning for one another. The room was enveloped in a soft pink ambience, punctuated by Poseidon's sultry whispers. Chapter 62. Entering the Sea God Temple. The following morning, within Poseidon's boudoir, Li Changxing stirred from his slumber, slightly dazed, only to realize the weight of a figure pressing down upon him. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Poseidon sprawled across his chest, embracing him like an octopus. With a resigned sigh, he gently shook her. "Sierra, rise and shine. The sun is already up." Upon hearing his voice, Poseidon stirred awake, gradually opening her azure eyes to meet his gaze. Last night's memories surged in her mind like a tidal wave. Now, upon seeing Li Changxing again, a flicker of fear gripped her heart, apprehensive that he might once more toy with her. "Husband, please do not torment Sierra any longer. I am utterly exhausted. I can barely move." She had reached her limit. Upon hearing Poseidon's plea for mercy, Li Changxing cast a mocking glance at her and retorted, "The question is not whether I will spare you, but rather whether you will release me. Your current state is truly tempting fate." Sierra, realizing the implications of his words, suddenly noticed that she was still clinging tightly to Li Changxing. At this realization, her cheeks flushed crimson, and with a newfound strength, she relinquished her hold and retreated to the other side of the bed, enveloped in the blankets. Seeing that Poseidon had finally let go of him, Li Changxing began to rise, dressing and grooming himself. Once he was presentable, he turned back to observe Poseidon, who remained in a daze, her eyes still fixated on him. Though fatigue lingered in her gaze, she remained vigilant, fearful that he might yet disturb her again. Noticing her wary expression, Li Changxing shook his head in resignation and approached her bedside. Beneath her watchful eyes, he gently caressed her flowing hair and spoke softly, "I understand you are weary. I was quite pleased with your performance yesterday, so I shall not trouble you this morning. Rest well." Upon hearing his reassuring words, Poseidon exhaled deeply, responding with a soft acknowledgement before slipping back into a deep slumber, utterly drained from the previous night, fearing that Li Changxing might not restrain himself. As Li Changxing gazed at the beauty before him, lost in her fatigue, he fell into contemplation. His thoughts drifted to another matter, the final mission of the High Priestess of the Divine Examination, to sacrifice her life to unlock the 9th trial for the heir to the divine throne. The very thought of it made him hesitant. He was not eager to engage with the divine realm just yet. While he held no fear of the sea god, he was profoundly wary of the unscrupulous god-king of the divine realm, the Shura god. In the world of Douluo, the Shura god was orchestrating plans to ensure that Tang San, the hypocritical male, could inherit both the sea god and Shura god thrones. Li Changxing was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to contend with the Shura god, a fact he could not deny. In the original narrative, the sea god conspired with the Shura god, facilitating Tang San's dual ascension to godhood. Even after Tang San's demise, it was likely that the god of food and the 9-colored goddess resurrected him at the behest of these two, a clear case of divine favoritism. If the Shura god were to learn of the unpredictable variable present on Douluo continent, he might shamelessly intervene to suppress him. And Li Changxing knew he was not yet a match for the Shura god. Thus, he feared the sea god, who was already in collusion with the Shura god. Yet, having spent considerable time on Sea God Island, Li Changxing believed it improbable that the sea god had not sensed his presence. He was confident that the sea god had indeed noticed him, but the absence of any trouble from the Shura god indicated that perhaps the sea god was not yet complicit in their wicked schemes. This presented an opportunity, granting Li Changxing some leverage. Moreover, he had now attracted the attention of the celestial forces of the divine realm. Should he encounter danger, they would surely intervene, for they awaited his assistance in resolving their own issues, ensuring that he would not face life-threatening peril. With this realization, Li Changxing felt emboldened. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Poseidon, he resolved to take a risk for the sake of his beloved. He strode purposefully out of Poseidon's chamber. His mind immediately turned to the place where he could contact the Sea God Temple. Not only was it the most significant location on Sea God Island, but also housed the Sea God's sacred artifact, the trident of the Sea God. Therefore, Li Changxing was convinced that if there were any place on Sea God Island where he could reach the Sea God, it would undoubtedly be the Sea God Temple. Recalling the memories from when the sea dragon Douluo had given him a tour of Sea God Island, he made his way towards the temple. Upon arriving at the base of the grand staircase leading to the Sea God Temple, he ascended without hesitation. The 7 holy pillars, observing his ascent, began to murmur among themselves. "Is that Mr. Li? It must be him. What brings him to ascend the sea god steps? Wait, the sea god's light should still be active, right? Of course it is. The pressure from the sea god's light on those steps is not to be trifled with. Look, he has climbed over 500 steps already. Li Changsheng paid no heed to the chatter below, continuing his ascent. As he reached the final step, the 1001st, he beheld the magnificent sea god temple before him. The temple was flanked by colossal stone pillars, each intricately carved with a variety of sea creatures and flora. Upon entering the temple, he found it shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light from outside. Yet, with his formidable spiritual perception, he discerned every detail within. The vast hall was empty, lacking any architectural embellishments, simple in its ancient elegance. His gaze shifted to a central platform, elevated several meters above the others. Tapering as it rose, adorned at its pinnacle with a long black pole, the trident of the sea god. In the original tale, Tang San's seventh trial involved extracting it from its place. As Li Changsheng stood before the trident, he understood its immense weight, an astonishing 80,000 pounds. Only those recognized by the sea god, like Tang San, or divine beings could hope to lift it. Just then, as he contemplated the trident, it erupted in radiant light, blinding him until the brilliance enveloped him entirely, causing his figure to vanish from the temple. The 7 holy pillars, arriving shortly thereafter, noticed the glow emanating from the sea god temple and entered just in time to witness Li Changsheng's disappearance. The sea dragon Douluo then instructed the others. What transpired inside the sea god temple must remain confidential. Maiden of the Sea, summon the high priestess. It seems the sea god has summoned Mr. Li. Do not panic. As the sea dragon Douluo calmly directed the proceedings, he secretly mused. The sea god taking Mr. Li away may indicate that he recognizes Mr. Li's exceptional talent and strength, perhaps considering him as a successor to the sea goddess throne. If that is the case, my future is indeed bright. As the sea dragon Douluo envisioned his splendid future, the sea maiden Douluo arrived at Poseidon's abode and roused Poseidon from slumber, recounting the events that had transpired in their entirety. Initially filled with indignation upon being awakened, Poseidon was taken aback to learn of Li Changsheng's sudden disappearance. Gripping the shoulders of the sea maiden Douluo and shaking her. What did you say? Changsheng vanished upon entering the sea god's hall. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and then he was gone. Repeat that. The sea maiden Douluo, feeling dizzy from Poseidon's vigorous shaking, nonetheless answered her query. Indeed, we witnessed Mr. Li's disappearance at that very moment. It was the sea dragon Douluo who instructed me to inform you. High priestess, you must hurry. Upon hearing the sea maiden Douluo's words, Poseidon wasted no time, hastily rising from her bed only to feel a sharp pain in her lower body, causing her legs to weaken and nearly topple her. That scoundrel has no sense of delicacy. After muttering under her breath, Poseidon harnessed her soul power to suppress the pain and weakness, hastening towards the sea god's hall. Entirely oblivious to the peculiar gaze of the sea maiden Douluo trailing behind her. It has long been rumored that the high priestess has captured Mr. Li. It seems the whispers were not unfounded. This Mr. Li is truly formidable. Look at how he has exhausted our high priestess, nearly causing her to collapse as she disembarked. Hith hith. If that is the case, perhaps I too might. The sea maiden Douluo's mind began to wander. Meanwhile, as Li Changsheng opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an extraordinary realm. Surrounding him was an endless ocean, with a faint golden light shimmering in the distance. Upon his descent, he discovered that the surface of the sea was as solid as ground beneath his feet. Just as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Young friend, there is no need to look further. I am right behind you. Startled, Li Changsheng turned around to behold a handsome middle-aged man seated upon a chair crafted from water, a water table before him. The man, with silver hair cascading to his waist like moonlight, donned a deep blue robe, his features exquisitely chiseled, with a faint indigo symbol shimmering at his brow. His eyes, darker than the deepest ocean trench, held a regal authority despite the smile gracing his lips. In that instant, Li Changsheng discerned the man's identity, Poseidon. An urgency welled within him as he sought to contact his system. System, what is the meaning of this? Did you not assert that with my strength I could contend with a first-tier god on equal footing? How is it that he has forcibly summoned me to this peculiar space? Ding. The assessment of this system is infallible. Under normal circumstances, the host would indeed be able to negotiate an even exchange with the sea god. What does that imply? Ding. The host may interpret it as they will. With that, the system fell silent. Li Changsheng called out to the system in vain, realizing he could only proceed step by step. Observing Li Changsheng's immobility, Poseidon, lost in thought, extended his hand, causing the water beneath them to coalesce into a chair opposite him. "Young friend, do come and sit. I harbor no ill intentions towards you." Hesitantly, Li Changsheng approached and seated himself, aware that even if the system suggested he could negotiate with Poseidon, it would still be a daunting challenge. As he settled down, Poseidon willed 2 cups of tea to appear upon the water table. "Do not be anxious, young friend. Please enjoy the tea." With that, Poseidon leisurely sipped from one of the cups. Following suit, Li Changsheng took a sip from the other cup. At the moment the tea touched his lips, he felt a lightness in his body, his consciousness sharpening, even sensing a gradual enhancement of his strength. "This tea from the divine realm is indeed extraordinary." Poseidon observed Li Changsheng's reaction with a smile. "This tea, my dear young friend, has been a cherished secret of mine for many years. I seldom indulge in it myself, and many old friends have sought it, yet I have withheld it from them. This tea is so rare, harvested only a few times every century, and possesses remarkable properties that invigorate the mind and enhance one's spiritual power. Were it not for your visit, I would never have brought it forth." Li Changsheng, taken aback by Poseidon's generosity, placed his cup back on the table, responding with respect, "I am truly honored to be granted such a rare treasure. After savoring this tea, I can indeed feel a notable enhancement in my spiritual power." Poseidon, surprised, remarked, "Your spiritual power is truly formidable. To possess such terrifying strength even before ascension to godhood is remarkable. Even this tea's effect upon you seems but a mere increment. Li Shanshin, Umlad, Rapliya. Your praise is unwarranted, esteemed one. I am merely a fortunate soul who has encountered a few opportunities. Without these, I would be no different from my peers and would not possess my current strength." Poseidon smiled subtly but remained silent, refilling their cups. The two continued to sip their tea in silence for several hours, the atmosphere thick with unspoken thoughts. Eventually, Poseidon, unable to contain himself any longer, broke the stillness. "I have long wished to invite you here, yet circumstances have prevented me. Were it not for your presence before my artifact left on the mortal plane, I might never have been able to summon you. This invitation, in truth, is to request your assistance with a matter." Li Changsheng sighed inwardly at the old god's inability to maintain composure. "Had it not been for my 6 heavenly treasures, I would have long since been overwhelmed. Yet fortunately, I emerged victorious," and he faltered first. With this thought, Li Changsheng smiled respectfully. "What task could someone of your stature require my assistance with?" Poseidon, grinning, replied, "This task is one you can surely assist with, and in the world of Douluo, only you possess the capability to aid me." Curiosity piqued, Li Changsheng asked, "What is it that you require my help with? However, I must clarify that I cannot guarantee my ability to assist you. After all, Poseidon's might in the divine realm was formidable. Apart from the 5 great gods, few could contend with him. The fact that he wielded an ultra-artifact, a standard among god-kings, hinted at his unparalleled strength." Poseidon, beaming at Li Changsheng's words, replied, "It is quite simple, really. I wish for you to personally cultivate a successor in this world of Douluo. This should not pose a significant challenge for you." Li Changsheng was momentarily taken aback by Poseidon's request for him to cultivate a successor. Why, he pondered, would this deity not undertake the task himself? Unable to contain his curiosity, he voiced his confusion. "Your Excellency possesses the means to nurture a successor. Why delegate this responsibility to me?" Upon hearing this, Poseidon let out a resigned sigh and replied, "Had you asked me 10 days prior, I would indeed have been able to cultivate a successor, but alas, I am now unable to excessively intervene in the affairs of the lower realms." Intrigued, Li Changsheng recalled that in the original narrative, the sea god had often intervened on Tang San's behalf. Why was he now restricted? Understanding Li Changsheng's inquiry, Poseidon elucidated 10 days ago. The 2 mightiest among the 5 great deities, the god of life and the god of destruction, convened a divine assembly, decreeing that no god may interfere with the lower realms, under the threat of severe punishment. Following this assembly, both the god of life and the god of destruction intensified their oversight of the pantheon, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized interference in the development of the lower realms. Even I, at present, dare not act against this decree. Li Changsheng's mind began to race with conjectures regarding the sudden increase in monitoring by the god of life and the god of destruction. The timing was significant. 10 days prior corresponded to 10 years in Douluo's timeline. Both deities were born of the celestial Tao, and recalling his conversation with the Tao, a realization struck him. By heavens, I must have arrived in Douluo continent 10 years ago. The god of life and the god of destruction began their scrutiny of the gods only after my arrival. Moreover, as previously stated by the Tao, I was drawn into the Douluo world from the chaos. Clearly, this was to provide me with time to develop. It is evident that the celestial Tao instructed these two innate gods to act in this manner. Contemplating these revelations, Li Changsheng could not help but marvel at the unintended consequence of his presence, which had rendered the gods impotent to interfere with the lower realms. However, given his understanding of the god of Shura, a deity not known for his adherence to rules, he surmised that it would not be difficult for him to clandestinely maneuver around the restrictions set by the god of life and the god of destruction. This predicament had inadvertently placed Poseidon in a position of dependency, aligning him with Li Changsheng's objectives, which would greatly benefit his future plans. Yet, Li Changsheng recognized the need for prudence in his response to Poseidon. After all, the sea god had been a deity for many years, undoubtedly possessing substantial resources. He must extract some benefit from this arrangement. With a feigned reluctance, he remarked, "Oh, esteemed sea god, mentoring a disciple is no trivial matter. One must oversee their cultivation techniques, ensure they have ample resources, and, at times, test their character. It is quite the daunting task, and I fear I may not be up to the challenge." Observing Li Changsheng's troubled demeanor, Poseidon couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, this little rascal, who once addressed me with such formality, now refers to me as the venerable sea god. And to add insult to injury, he has snatched my high priest from the Douluo world. I could very well be tempted to give him a thrashing. Nevertheless, recognizing his need for assistance, Poseidon continued, No, my young friend, your talent is extraordinarily rare. At such a tender age, your strength is remarkable and your character exemplary. Your ability to teach is formidable. The young girl tested on Sea God Island is indeed your disciple, and her cultivation talent is exceptional. Had her martial spirit not been that of a lute, I might have bestowed upon her the sea god's 9 trials and granted her divinity directly. Therefore, you need not be so modest. Upon hearing Poseidon refer to the girl, Li Changsheng immediately recognized that he was speaking of his disciple, Yi Hanyue. Her martial spirit had been enhanced through the consumption of divine herbs, and her physique had been nurtured with potions passed down by Richard, allowing her to cultivate at an accelerated pace. Thus, it came as no surprise to him that she possessed the potential for divinity. However, Li Changsheng was still reluctant to acquiesce to Poseidon without first securing tangible benefits, as cultivating a successor required considerable investment on his part. Chapter 65. Poseidon's tearful generosity in his pursuit of advantages. Li Changsheng incessantly lamented the difficulties of cultivating a disciple, all the while seeking to extract more from Poseidon. The seasoned deity, perceptive to the young man's intentions, recognized that he was angling for some form of compensation. Yet, Poseidon remained reticent, wary of offering too much without first gauging Li Changsheng's demands. As their banter continued, it eventually became untenable for Li Changsheng to remain silent any longer. With a resigned tone, he finally stated, "Esteemed sea god, surely you require a successor who is personally cultivated by me as your direct disciple?" Poseidon nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is imperative that you do not merely appoint a random disciple. It must be one you have devotedly nurtured." Li Changsheng seized the opportunity. Then it stands to reason that cultivating a disciple entails a significant expenditure of resources, time, and my youth, does it not? Poseidon found himself at a loss for words, as he recognized the truth in Li Changsheng's assertion. Seizing this moment, Li Changsheng pressed on, "You mentioned that the girl in question is indeed my disciple. Yet you hesitated to choose her due to her martial spirit, correct?" "Correct," Poseidon confirmed. Li Changsheng continued, "This disciple is one I have painstakingly raised from infancy. She was quite the handful in her youth, causing me no small amount of trouble. Initially, her martial spirit was unimpressive, but I used divine herbs to facilitate her evolution. In the subsequent days, I imparted numerous self-created soul techniques to her, and she has been utilizing the refining potions I provided. The energy and effort invested in her development are immense." Poseidon listened attentively, though uncertain how much of Li Changsheng's narrative was embellished. Nevertheless, he remained silent, letting the young man pour out his grievances. Finally, Li Changsheng, observing Poseidon's expression, implored, "Given the magnitude of the task you have entrusted to me, it is only fair that I receive some form of motivation." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, forming a universally understood gesture. Realizing that Li Changsheng had finally articulated his true objective, Poseidon's mouth twitched in resignation, acknowledging this audacious young man, after all that preamble, has ultimately come to demand something for himself. As he contemplated this, Poseidon composed himself and, with a calm demeanor, spoke, "I can offer you some assistance and resources for cultivation, but you must ensure proper training." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's heart leapt with joy, though he maintained a stoic expression. After taking a sip of tea, he replied, "Of course." Li Changsheng continued, "Now, let me articulate my desires. As the sea god and a deity of great strength, surely, what I request could be procured with minimal effort on your part. I seek 10,000 stalks of celestial herbs, 100 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and 1,000 divine soul rings." Before Li Changsheng could finish, Poseidon erupted, spewing tea in surprise and hastily interrupting, "Stop right there. Do you hear yourself? 10,000 stalks of celestial herbs. Are you planning to consume them as sustenance? What you propose is not training a disciple. It resembles raising livestock. And 100 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Are you intending to host an exhibition? As for these divine soul rings, while their absorption is indeed convenient and safe, hunting soul bees for their rings is a form of training as well. Do you even grasp the significance of divine soul rings? Do you think I can conjure them in abundance? I am Poseidon, not a deity of wealth. Even a god of fortune would be impoverished by your demands." Li Changsheng realized his earlier requests may have been somewhat exaggerated. However, he believed that in negotiations, one often starts high and then settles. It was a common practice. Understanding that Poseidon could not possibly meet such lavish demands, Li Changsheng adjusted his requests, saying, "Then let us revise that to 1,000 stalks of celestial herbs, 50 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, and 100 divine soul rings, along with various other resources for cultivation. Please, do provide generously. The more, the better. After all, I shall not complain about surplus." Observing Li Changsheng's audacious damiano, Poseidon disregarded his words and stated his limits directly. 100 stalks of celestial herbs, and as for 10,000-year soul bones, I possess none. Those are too rudimentary. I have only one piece of a 50,000-year and one of an 80,000-year soul bone, along with a 20,000-year external soul bone. I can offer you 50 divine soul rings. That is all I can provide. Take it or leave it." Upon hearing Poseidon's offer, Li Changsheng felt a surge of delight. After all, his final request had been for 50 stalks of celestial herbs, a handful of soul bones, and 30 to 40 divine soul rings. This outcome was more than satisfactory. One must learn to be content and avoid greed. Yet, he still feigned a look of disappointment. "All right, fine. While it is somewhat lacking, a mosquito's leg is still meat. One should not refuse what is offered." Witnessing Li Changsheng's feigned disappointment, Poseidon felt an overwhelming urge to strike the young man. Yet years of self-discipline quelled his agitation. He took a deep breath, reminding himself not to succumb to anger, for it would only harm himself. "You are Poseidon. You must be magnanimous and possess a heart as vast as the ocean." After countless moments of self-reassurance, Poseidon's tumultuous emotions settled, and the urge to chastise Li Changsheng dissipated. Finally, after sipping his tea, Poseidon managed to suppress his ire, as if the beverage extinguished the flames of his annoyance. With a tranquil demeanor and a smile, Poseidon addressed Li Changsheng. "Since you seem so pleased with the rewards I've outlined, I shall entrust you with the task of finding a worthy successor." Li Changsheng, gradually emerging from his fantasies of wealth, solemnly assured Poseidon, "Rest assured, esteemed sea god, I shall devote all my efforts to finding you a satisfactory successor. I will not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, Poseidon felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he was soon jolted by the title that would cost him dearly. "Esteemed sea god." Startled by this financially burdensome address, Poseidon shot Li Changsheng an incredulous glare and snapped, "What is it now, you little rascal? Is there something further? Must you endlessly pester me?" Noticing Poseidon's strong reaction, Li Changsheng remained unfazed. He understood the sea god's displeasure given the magnitude of his earlier demands. "Esteemed sea god, you mentioned that divine soul rings were scarce. What do you mean? Are they not something you can fabricate at will?" Poseidon, not overly perturbed, explained, "While we can indeed condense divine soul rings, they're a product of faith's essence, not simply something to be conjured without cost." Li Changsheng paused, reflecting on Poseidon's explanation regarding the origin of divine soul rings. He contemplated that once he ascended to immortality, his power would rival that of the divine kings, and he would no longer be bound by divine restrictions, allowing for further cultivation. Yet, he pondered whether he would possess the means to utilize the divine strategies employed by deities. This thought troubled him. After all, some of the divine methods would be invaluable to his journey. After much deliberation, he resolved to seek answers from the heavenly path upon his ascension. Surely, after aiding it significantly, he would be granted some privileges. Redirecting his focus to Poseidon, Li Changsheng pondered the sea god's thoughts. Startled by Li Changsheng's sudden gaze, Poseidon mused, "What on earth does this impudent boy want now?" Regardless, he decided to seize the initiative and questioned, "What are you staring at, young one? Speak your mind. Once you finish, I shall expedite your return." Li Changsheng, feeling the urgency to depart, scratched his head awkwardly and posed another question. "Esteemed sea god, having been a deity for many years, how well do you understand the laws of space and time? Could you enlighten me?" Li Changsheng's comprehension of the laws was minimal. In his previous world, although many profound cultivation techniques existed, it had long entered an era of spiritual depletion, rendering the laws nearly inaccessible. Now, in the Douluo continent, the spiritual energy was considerably richer, and while the deities here did not exhibit the grand powers attributed to the celestial beings of Taoist texts, some formidable gods could indeed create small spaces akin to the Shura and Rakshasa gods, who concealed their legacies in a small space within the city of slaughter, awaiting those of destiny. Li Changsheng aspired to establish a similar sanctuary after his ascension. Poseidon, reassured by Li Changsheng's inquiries, replied with composure, "This matter is trivial. In truth, my understanding of the laws of space stems primarily from hunting soul beasts with spatial abilities and my early experiences upon attaining divinity. With these insights, I created the 13 Seas of Poseidon." As Poseidon began to elucidate his comprehension of the laws of space, it was evident that, although his insights were scarce, even a mere whisper of such a paramount principle was indeed commendable. After all, in the realm of fantasy literature, a saying persists: among the myriad paths, strength is secondary. Time reigns supreme, space holds dominion, fate is elusive, and causality is sovereign. Within the vast array of 3,000 pathways, the law of space occupies a venerable third position, underscoring its formidable nature. In this fantastical underworld, even the sea god is but a first-tier deity. Thus possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the laws of space is quite remarkable. Therefore, despite Poseidon's scant grasp of the spatial laws, which could be described as infinitesimal, Li Changsheng never expressed disdain. After all, it was the law of space, profoundly enigmatic. While numerous exalted realms of fantasy boasted practitioners of spatial laws, the number who genuinely manifested substantial understanding was exceedingly rare. As Poseidon shared his insights into the laws of space, Li Changsheng entered a legendary state of enlightenment. After 2 hours, Poseidon had finally articulated all his perceptions and understandings of the spatial laws. Upon glancing at Li Changsheng, who was immersed in contemplation, he was momentarily taken aback, secretly astonished. Good heavens, I was so engrossed in explaining the laws of space that I failed to notice this unremarkable youth. Yet, he has managed to enter a state of enlightenment purely from my discourse on the laws of space. His aptitude is truly unparalleled. While a lack of perseverance can be rectified through training, insufficient cultivation can be compensated with resources. A feeble physique can be bolstered through techniques and regular exercise. If one's innate talent for cultivation is lacking, celestial herbs can expedite growth. Even flawed temperament can be refined through external experiences and the trials of society. These aspects can all be influenced by external forces. However, a deficiency in enlightenment is an innate limitation, unalterable by any means. Thus, Poseidon quietly observed Li Changsheng's epiphany regarding the laws of space, silently safeguarding him. An hour later, Li Changsheng gradually emerged from his state of enlightenment, slowly opening his eyes and exhaling a breath of clarity. Seeing Li Changsheng awaken, Poseidon hastily inquired, "Young friend, your level of enlightenment is truly extraordinary in my long service. You are the most perceptive individual I have encountered. Merely from listening to my insights on the laws of space, you have entered this legendary state of enlightenment, a feat I have only achieved once upon becoming a deity. I am genuinely envious." Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Li Changsheng offered a slight smile and respectfully bowed to the sea god. After all, it was the generosity of the esteemed elder, had it not been for Poseidon's insights. Even with his remarkable potential, Li Changsheng might not have attained such accomplishments in the realm of space. Indeed, Poseidon had inadvertently provided Li Changsheng with a fortuitous opportunity for understanding spatial concepts, which filled Li Changsheng with profound respect and admiration. This moment of enlightenment had indeed expanded Li Changsheng's grasp of the laws of space, instilling him with the confidence to eventually create his own small domain. Chapter 67. Poseidon's Embarrassment. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's praises, Poseidon felt a surge of joy and instinctively inquired, "Do you have any other matters to discuss?" At this, Li Changsheng's eyes sparkled, and he promptly voiced the purpose of his visit. "Actually, I came here primarily to discuss a matter with you. I would like to request that you entrust Posey to me." Poseidon, upon hearing this, was instantly incensed. It was merely a habitual query. Yet this audacious youth dared to make such a request. "Get lost." With a wave of his hand, Poseidon expelled Li Changsheng from the sea god's domain, unwilling to indulge another word from him, as it was far too brazen. Within the sea god palace, Posey and the sea dragon Douluo had been waiting for 3 days. Ever since Li Changsheng vanished, they had delegated the affairs of Sea God Island to their subordinates and remained in the palace, awaiting his return. Posey, in particular, was restless, unable to find solace in food or drink, anxiously waiting as if she were a wife longing for her husband, almost becoming a stone of yearning. Just as Posey was consumed with thoughts of Li Changsheng, the divine trident of Poseidon glowed brilliantly, and Li Changsheng suddenly appeared before it. In that moment of emergence, Li Changsheng was momentarily disoriented, but upon regaining his senses, he found himself outside the sea god's domain. Gazing at the divine trident, he muttered, "How stingy. It's just one person." The sudden appearance of Li Changsheng left everyone in the sea god palace momentarily stunned. Among them, Posey reacted the quickest, dashing towards him. As Li Changsheng turned, he was enveloped in an embrace before he could even discern who it was. Initially taken aback, he soon recognized the familiar scent and relaxed. "Posey," holding him tightly, "Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was during your absence? What would I do if you vanished? Become a widow? You scoundrel." As she spoke, she clutched him even tighter. The onlookers in the sea god palace, including the sea dragon Douluo, were taken aback by the scene. While many had already speculated about the nature of Posey and Li Changsheng's relationship, they were still astonished by her display of emotion. "What's happening here? Can someone explain this to me? Can't you see? The leader hasn't heard the rumors that have circulated on Sea God Island. Your information is far too outdated. Indeed, we have long been aware of this matter. Besides, this situation is entirely normal. Do you not see the celestial match between the High Priestess and Mr. Li? Absolutely. The High Priestess and Mr. Li truly exemplify a harmonious pairing. How enviable. Ah, Sea Maiden, you ought to be envious. Why not take action? Don't even mention it. If the High Priestess inquires, I shall say it was your idea. What do you think? Goodness, you are setting me up." Meanwhile, Li Changsheng had already begun to comfort Posey. It's all right. I have returned, haven't I? I was just occupied with matters concerning the sea god. He even rewarded me handsomely. I also discussed with him the conditions for you to offer yourself to unlock the 9th trial of the sea god. Do not be distressed. As he spoke, Li Changsheng tenderly stroked Posey's hair, soothing her emotions. Posey, upon hearing his words, was momentarily taken aback and cautiously looked at him, asking, "How do you know about the conditions for unlocking the 9th trial of the sea god? You aren't upset with me for keeping it from you, are you?" "I didn't intend to hide it. I merely wished to spare you worry and avoid burdening you." Listening to Posey's words, Li Changsheng gently lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes with tenderness. "You are mine. Your life belongs to me. Do you understand? Without my permission, I shall not allow you to engage in any matters." Having spoken, Li Changsheng domineeringly kissed Poseidon. The moment she was kissed, Poseidon's entire being quivered. Her body felt as though it had been drained of all strength, and she instantly melted into Li Changsheng's embrace, utterly unable to rise again. After releasing Poseidon, Li Changsheng further asserted, "Are you aware of what transpired just now?" Upon hearing his authoritative yet affectionate inquiry, Poseidon's heart warmed, and she shyly murmured an affirmative response. With a smile gracing his lips at her reply, Li Changsheng felt satisfied. However, just then, a stern voice resonated throughout the Sea God Palace. "Leave. The Sea God Palace is a place of solemnity and gravitas. Can't you see there are others present? You two lovebirds, do you not feel ashamed? Hurry up and vacate the premises. Do not tarnish my Sea God Palace. Begone." As Li Changsheng and Poseidon heard the stern voice, they instantly deduced its owner, Poseidon himself. It then dawned on Poseidon that others, including the sea dragon Douluo, were present in the Sea God Palace, and her earlier leap into Li Changxing's arms had not gone unnoticed. The fact that even the deity she revered had witnessed it made her cheeks flush crimson, akin to a young woman caught in a clandestine affair by her father. In contrast, Li Changxing, being a brazen and oblivious man, was entirely unperturbed by any sense of embarrassment. As long as he remained unashamed, the awkwardness belonged to others. Instead, he tightened his embrace around Poseidon, casting a glance at the sea god's trident, conveying a look that seemed to say, "Look at this forlorn bachelor." The sea dragon Douluo and others, upon hearing Poseidon's words, were left in astonishment. Indeed, Mr. Li must have been with the sea god earlier. I did not perceive any anger in the sea god's tone just now. It felt as though a prize cabbage they had nurtured was being uprooted by a pig. Moreover, from the sea god's demeanor, it appeared he had a favorable relationship with Mr. Li. What do you suppose the sea god sought Mr. Li for? How would I know? But I am certain that the relationship between the sea god and Mr. Li is extraordinary. Obviously, we are not deaf. It was clear that the sea god's words bore no substantial reproach. It seems he was urging them to leave swiftly. Indeed, Chapter 68, The Alliance of Poseidon and Yi-Han-Yue. Listening to the discussions among the sea dragon Douluo and others, Poseidon felt increasingly bashful. Burying her head deeper into Li Changxing's embrace, unwilling to lift it. Observing this, Li Changxing turned to the sea god's trident and boastfully remarked, 1,000 years of being a lonely bachelor, after so many years in the divine realm, still without a partner. How embarrassing. Look at my shear. What a wonderful companion she has found. You, 1,000-year-old bachelor, can only envy. With that, Li Changxing wasted no time and swiftly embraced Poseidon, his body crackling with thunderous energy as he bolted from the sea god palace. In the instant Li Changxing exited the sea god palace, a furious roar echoed within. Get out. The farther, the better. And you lot, leave as well. The sea dragon Douluo and others, initially trembling in their spots, scrambled in disarray to apologize to the sea god's trident. Forgive us, sea god. We shall take our leave at once. Yes, yes, we will depart immediately. Please do not be angry, sea god. With that, the sea dragon Douluo and others hurriedly fled the sea god palace. As tranquility returned to the sea god palace, Poseidon, far away in the divine realm, proudly uttered a few words. What use is this scoundrel without a woman? Women only slow down my strikes. What does this rascal understand? Subsequently, Poseidon also seized his divine observation of the Douluo world, choosing to avert his gaze and avoid the vexation of witnessing Li Changxing, which caused him both headache and heartache. At the entrance of Poseidon's chamber, a flash of lightning erupted, revealing Li Changxing's figure cradling Poseidon. He then entered the room and closed the door behind him. Feeling Li Changxing's movement, Poseidon assumed he was about to engage in mischief once more and quickly shut her eyes in fear. Noticing Poseidon's flushed cheeks, Li Changxing teased, "We have arrived. You ought to let go now. Surely, you do not intend to cling to me for a lifetime. I might be able to endure it, but the consequences, I fear, may be beyond your capacity to bear." Hearing his words, Poseidon promptly opened her eyes and slipped down from his arms. It was only then that she recognized Li Changxing's playful expression and realized she had been tricked, causing her to huff at him in annoyance. Finding her irritated demeanor utterly adorable, Li Changxing felt a desire to tease her further. He approached Poseidon, lifted her chin gently, and compelled her to meet his gaze. "What troubles my dear Shia? Are you disappointed by my earlier actions? Did you perhaps hope for something different to unfold?" Caught off guard by Li Changxing's playful remarks, Poseidon felt her composure falter, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she struggled to find her words. I. Although Poseidon had lived longer than Li Changxing, being chosen as the sea god's high priestess from a young age, she had rarely interacted with others, save for the likes of the sea dragon Douluo. Thus, in matters of love, she remained a naive bunny, utterly oblivious and subject to Li Changxing's playful whims. Just as Poseidon neared her breaking point, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Yi-Han-Yue's voice. "Sister Sheer, are you in there? I heard the dragon Douluo say the master has returned. I couldn't find him in my room, so I came to see if he was here. Are you inside?" Upon hearing Yi-Han-Yue's voice, Poseidon urged, "Let go of me quickly. It would not be good if you ever finds out." Understanding the implications of the scene, Li Changxing sighed in resignation, releasing Poseidon and moving to pour himself a cup of tea. With Li Changxing's release, Poseidon exhaled in relief, tidying her appearance before addressing the doorway. "Both the master and I are here. You may enter." Shortly thereafter, Yi-Han-Yue pushed open the door to Poseidon's chamber, only to find her master, Li Changxing, seated at the table enjoying tea. She hurried over, brimming with concern. "Master, how are you? Are you hurt?" I heard you vanished from the Sea God Palace, and I was so worried. I was just about to bring you good news regarding the 5th trial when I received the news of your disappearance. I felt like the sky was falling. Master, could you please give a heads up before engaging in such matters? Your actions are quite alarming. Li Changsheng gazed at his disciple, Yi Hanyue, who was meticulously examining his body, and felt a deep sense of gratitude. After all, it was heartening to see such concern emanating from his disciple. In stark contrast to the ungrateful disciples often depicted in other novels, who take their master's sacrifices for granted and may even betray them, Yi Hanyue was a refreshing exception. He felt utterly secure knowing that she harbored no ill intentions. With calm composure, Li Changsheng gently ruffled Yi Hanyue's hair and said, all right. There's no need for further inspection. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. I merely wish to have a word with the sea god regarding a matter of importance. Furthermore, during this conversation, your master has come into considerable fortune. I have acquired valuable treasures from that old sea god. From this day forth, I shall be quite affluent, and you shall no longer lack for cultivation resources. Li Changsheng then gently pushed Yi Hanyue away, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with her hands on him, though he could not quite articulate why. Meanwhile, Poseidon, observing the exchange between master and disciple, couldn't he help but smile. While Li Changsheng remained oblivious to Yi Hanyue's true intentions, Poseidon was keenly aware. Yi Hanyue was clearly taking advantage of the situation under the guise of concern for her master's health. If it were any of Li Changsheng's other women, they might have intervened, but Poseidon remained indifferent, content to let the moment unfold. After all, she and Yi Hanyue were now allies in the quest for Li Changsheng's attention. In the days to come, Poseidon would have to find ways to help Li Changsheng understand Yi Hanyue's intentions and embrace her as his disciple. With Yi Hanyue striving diligently, Poseidon certainly had no intention of hindering her progress. When Yi Hanyue, having been pushed away, broke into a playful grin and exclaimed, does this mean I shall no longer be deprived of high-grade cultivation resources? Li Changsheng, straightening his posture proudly, responded, of course. As your master, I shall feast while you, my dear disciple, will certainly have your share of the broth. With excitement, Yi Hanyue cheered, long live the master. May you strive to ensure that your disciple also gets to feast. Seeing Yi Hanyue's newfound vivacity brought immense joy to Li Changsheng. She had previously been overly earnest and rigid, akin to a Na'vi child. However, since arriving at Sea God Island, she had blossomed into a lively individual. No longer silent and unyielding, but rather adaptable and quick-witted, showcasing significant growth in her character. Reflecting on this, he felt that bringing her along was indeed a wise decision. Had he known, he would have brought along the remaining siblings from the Wanyu Pavilion as well. As he thought of the 2 siblings left behind, Li Changsheng's worry began to surface, especially concerning Yi Hanyue's sister, Yi Hanyue, who was somewhat Na'vi and prone to causing trouble. Among the 3 sisters, she was the most likely to stir up issues. However, he held no such concerns for the brother, Yi Zifeng, who, though appearing lazy, was exceptionally shrewd and cautious, adept in strategies and never taking risks without certainty. He had also inherited Li Changsheng's unique skills, excelling in the art of avoiding calamity and seizing fortune, often deceiving those who misjudged him based on his appearance. While Li Changsheng was preoccupied with thoughts of the siblings from Wanyu Pavilion, Yi Hanyue noticed Poseidon chuckling to herself. Understanding that Poseidon was likely amused by her playful antics at the master's expense, Yi Hanyue felt no embarrassment and proudly winked at Poseidon. Poseidon, unimpressed by Yi Hanyue's gesture, silently mouthed a few words. Humph, you little brat. While you're reveling in your small gains, I'm feasting every night. You, who can barely sip broth, dare to compare with me. Initially perplexed by Poseidon's expressions, Yi Hanyue soon grasped their meaning, and a wave of indignation washed over her. Yet, she felt powerless, for Poseidon had indeed aided in her pursuit of Li Changsheng. This duality of emotions left her feeling both elated to have an ally in this endeavor and frustrated by Poseidon's incessant boasting before she could even establish her own standing among Li Changsheng's companions. In a fit of annoyance, Yi Hanyue directed a fierce glare at Poseidon, as if her eyes alone could launch an attack. Poseidon, sensing the fury in Yi Hanyue's gaze, merely smiled, a gesture that could infuriate her even further. Just as the two engaged in their silent duel of glances, Li Changsheng emerged from his reverie, turning to Yi Hanyue and inquiring, by the way, my dear Yuer, is there something else you wish to discuss? I trust it's not merely concern for my well-being. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's question, Yi Hanyue ceased her silent confrontation with Poseidon and earnestly replied, indeed, I have 2 matters to address. The first is that the rewards for the 5th assessment have been distributed. My 2nd and 3rd spirit rings have each been enhanced by 5,000 years. As she spoke, 8 spirit rings materialized around her. Purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. The overwhelming surge of spirit power emanated from her. And while she currently stood at the level of a soul Douluo, her extraordinary spirit, ring configuration, and innate energy positioned her strength on par with an ordinary title Douluo. As Li Changsheng would say, sometimes one's rank does not equate to their combat prowess. Li Changsheng, witnessing this display, felt a swell of pride and commended, "Excellent, excellent. My disciple truly is a genius." The 17-year-old soul Douluo would surely leave others astounded. And what is the second matter? He inquired, glancing at Poseidon, who shared in his admiration of Yi Hanyue's spirit ring configuration. After all, this was a 17-year-old soul Douluo, and Poseidon had observed Yi Hanyue's tireless efforts during this period, consistently exceeding expectations in her assessments, often to the point of exhaustion. It was this relentless pursuit of improvement that had led Yi Hanyue to her current achievements. Responding to Li Changsheng's query, Yi Hanyue continued, "The second matter concerns my 6th assessment, which involves breaking through to level 90 and reaching the threshold of a quasi-title Douluo. The exam is set for 3 years from now. After absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring, my spirit power level has risen to 83. Given my talents, advancing from 83 to 90 in 3 years will be quite challenging. Thus, I seek your assistance in acquiring high-grade cultivation resources to expedite my progress." As Li Changsheng contemplated the contents of Yi Hanyue's 6th assessment, he fell into a deep reflection. Indeed, reaching level 90 within 3 years from level 83 would be an arduous task. Although his disciple possessed the advantage of a unique cultivation technique and had received foundational training directly from him. However, the path of cultivation is indeed fraught with increasing difficulty and slowing progress as one advances. This is particularly evident at the title Douluo level, akin to the characters Zhu Guei and Douluo from the original narrative, who remained stagnant for a lifetime without breaking through to the ranks of Super Douluo. The latter stages of cultivation increasingly test the foundational skills, resources, innate talents, and qualifications accrued in the earlier phases. To transcend the title Douluo realm and attain divine status, one must possess not only the aforementioned attributes, but also a profound understanding. Ultimately, in the divine realm, aside from the naturally born deities like the god of destruction and the god of life, every other deity has ascended from humanity through their own endeavors, merely mastering a fragment of the laws of the universe. This elucidates why the god of destruction and the god of life can subdue the other 3 divine kings. Their command over the celestial principles far exceeds that of the others, having been nourished by the very essence of the cosmos. Even Li Changsheng, in his quest to break through the title Douluo level and become that ethereal immortal, requires a serendipitous opportunity. At present, he lacks nothing but the chance to ascend to immortality. Witnessing his disciple encounter hardships, Li Changsheng contemplated and retrieved the cultivation resources he had previously acquired from a sea god, placing them into the devouring bag and handing them to Yi Hanyue. Shortly thereafter, he produced the Xiantian Gong from his bosom and presented it to Yi Hanyue, advising, "Utilize these cultivation resources for now. This technique, Xiantian Gong, will enable your acquired qi to infinitely approach the innate qi, thereby imbuing your acquired qi with some of the capabilities of innate qi. I trust this will suffice." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Yi Hanyue was overjoyed, hastily accepting the cultivation resources and the Xiantian Gong. "Thank you, master. I shall take my leave now," she declared, cradling her bounty as she departed. After Yi Hanyue's exit, only Li Changsheng and Poseidon remained in the room. Noticing the time, Li Changsheng took his leave from Poseidon. "Well then, I'm off." Poseidon, seeing this, did not hinder him, having lost her mood after Yi Hanyue's abrupt interruption. Watching Li Changsheng's retreating figure, Poseidon resolutely resolved, "Sister Yu is progressing so swiftly, it seems I must also commence my own rigorous training. Otherwise, how can I be worthy to stand by your side, Changsheng?" With that, Poseidon returned to her chamber to enter seclusion for cultivation. Chapter 70, Alone I Shall Hatch Eggs. Since Li Changsheng disseminated those exquisite techniques and skills on Sea God Island, a fervor for cultivation has swept across the island, with everyone striving to convert their soul power into qi, albeit all as acquired qi. The physical prowess of Sea God Island has surged dramatically, particularly among the 7 sacred pillars, with their strength notably amplified. Among them, The sea dragon Douluo achieved the most significant breakthrough, successfully advancing from level 95 to 96, thus stepping into the realm of Super Douluo. Poseidon, too, has not been idle. As the Grand Priestess of Sea God Island, her innate talent ensures that she would not fall short of becoming a level 99 limit Douluo. Her soul power has long since transformed, granting her even more formidable acquired chi. Furthermore, due to her frequent dual cultivation with Li Changsheng utilizing the Yin-Yang secret arts, Poseidon's acquired chi has gradually begun to transition towards innate chi. In addition, owing to Poseidon's sea god martial spirit, Li Changsheng imparted several advanced spear techniques to her, such as the Dragon's Fury Spear technique, dual dragons ascending from the sea, and the 3 piercing shots, among others. However, the downside is that since Poseidon acquired these remarkable techniques and spear skills, she has continuously ventured out to the sea for training, leaving little time to accompany Li Changsheng. Yet, he cannot dissuade her. For each time he attempts to do so, Poseidon employs the same reasoning. You are so exceptional. If I do not grow stronger, how can I catch up to you and stand by your side? Do not disturb my training. Each time Li Changsheng hears these words, he finds himself at a loss. Reflecting upon himself, and realizing that being exceptional may not be as advantageous as it seems. Unable to find Poseidon, Li Changsheng sought solace in conversation with his devoted disciple, only to find that Yi Hanyue, having just completed her 5th trial, was preparing for the 6th and had no time to spare for her master. Observing his disciple's diligence, Li Changsheng relinquished the notion of interrupting her and turned instead to seek his 3 subordinates. To his surprise, Shui Rou, Ao Shuang, and Li were also preoccupied, each diligently immersed in their cultivation. Ever since Li Changsheng bestowed the transformation pills he obtained from the system upon Shui Rou and Ao Shuang, they had achieved perfect transformation, seamlessly adapting their strengths and entirely concealing their soul beast essence. With their human forms, they have begun fervently practicing the techniques bestowed by Li Changsheng, particularly Shui Rou, possessing the cultivation of an 800,000-year soul beast, ascended directly to the realm of a 99 level limit Douluo before her transformation. If one were to categorize this stage into early, mid, late, and peak phases, Shui Rou has comfortably reached the mid-level of 99. Ao Shuang is no less impressive. Being an 850,000-year soul beast, her dragon lineage has been further enhanced by the dragon essence granted by Li Changsheng. After consuming the transformation pill, her strength has advanced to the early perfection stage of 99, mere steps away from the mid-level. Among the trio, the one most adversely affected was Li. Having opted to forego her cultivation for the sake of transformation, found her 10,000-year cultivation untouched, merely obscured by the transformation pill. Upon receiving this disheartening news, Li wept bitterly, clinging to Li Changsheng and imploring him to restore her cultivation. Li Changsheng, however, found himself powerless, ultimately requiring Ao Shuang to intervene and pull Li away from him. Since that incident, Li has devoted herself to relentless training, spending her days solely on cultivation. Save for sleep and meals, even soaking in the body-refining elixir prepared by Li Changsheng each night. Overall, her fervor for training is akin to madness. Were it not for Li Changsheng's steadfast demeanor, one might suspect she had succumbed to the perils of obsession. Thus, for several days, Li Changsheng endeavored to reach out to everyone, only to discover that all were engrossed in their training, leaving him adrift and aimless on Sea God Island, akin to a wanderer with no purpose. However, this solitary period did not linger for long, as Li Changsheng finally stumbled upon an endeavor of his own. As was customary, Li Changsheng reclined on the sandy shores of Sea God Island, shaded by an umbrella, gazing out at the vast ocean before him. Observing the diminutive soul beasts leaping from the waves, an amusing thought struck him. I recall that I drew Pokemon eggs during the system lottery. Since there is no one to accompany me, why not hatch a little creature to keep me company? Surely, a creature born of his own efforts would surpass those women who were solely focused on cultivation. Resolute, he set about the task. With that, Li Changsheng retrieved 3 Pokemon eggs from the depths of the system space. Contemplating the trio of Pokemon eggs before him, Li Changsheng had previously inquired of the system about the delightful creatures that might emerge from them, but had received no satisfactory answer. The system merely indicated that the eggs he had drawn were entirely random, with any number of possibilities for hatching. Moreover, the potential for the Pokemon hatched from these eggs was exceedingly high, ranging from the likes of Pikachu to the illustrious Arceus, with the only drawback being the randomness of the Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng had once fantasized about hatching Arceus. After all, Who is Arceus? It is a being capable of creating entire worlds. With Arceus by his side, Li Changsheng could effortlessly create his own little world without lifting a finger. A mere gentle stroke on Arceus's head and a few whimsical, dramatic utterances were all it took. You shall be the one, Arceus. Go forth and forge my realm. Thereafter, he could simply observe as Arceus crafted his world, directing the deity while occasionally petting it. Just imagine, Arceus, the very embodiment of creation itself. Who in the Pokemon lore has ever had the privilege of such an intimate interaction? However, recalling his extraordinary luck from childhood, Li Changsheng ultimately relinquished this dream, resigning the notion of hatching Arceus to the realm of fantasy. Following this, he relegated the Pokemon eggs to the recesses of the system space. Had it not been for the recent days of solitary training, when no one was available to alleviate his boredom, he might have forgotten the existence of so many Pokemon eggs within his system. Gazing at the 3 Pokemon eggs before him, he silently implored the 3 pure ones. O revered ancestors, grant me your favor. I ask for little, only that from these 3 eggs, one may yield a demigod. If that is too much to ask, then merely an EV will suffice. As he prayed to the 3 pure ones, he arranged a spirit-gathering array, drawing energy from the surrounding environment. The 3 Pokemon eggs were placed within the array, substituting it as an incubator to provide them with the necessary energy for hatching. 1 divine, 1 demigod, and 1 of striking beauty, 2 water types, and 1 dragon type. Chapter 71. The Hatching of the Ugly Fish. The 3 Pokemon eggs continuously absorbed the energy of the world within the spirit-gathering array, while Li Changsheng vigilantly stood guard, safeguarding the nascent lives. As time flowed steadily on, 1 month later, Li Changsheng found himself on the beach, watching the sunrise. During this month, he had conveniently rented an entire inn near the beach for rest, bringing along the 3 Pokemon eggs and the spirit-gathering array, checking the array daily while enjoying the coastal scenery in utter leisure. As Li Changsheng sat on the beach, savoring the sunrise, Sea Maiden Douluo approached with breakfast in hand and casually settled beside him. Mr. Li, it's time for breakfast. Noticing her casual demeanor, Li Changsheng felt no need for formality and greeted her as though it were a common occurrence. Oh, Sea Maiden, why sit on the ground? Come, sit here. As he spoke, he retrieved a table and chairs from his pouch and set them on the sand. Sea Maiden Douluo smiled softly, unreserved, and took her seat at the table Li Changsheng had arranged. In recent days, most of the inhabitants of Sea God Island had been engrossed in training, including Sea Dragon Douluo, leaving Li Changsheng without company. Hence, Sea Maiden Douluo voluntarily took it upon herself to attend to him, sacrificing her own training time. Initially, Li Changsheng felt a twinge of guilt, having advised her that she need not cater to him, given his prolonged stay at Sea God Island. Yet, Sea Maiden Douluo always responded with a smile, saying, "It is an honor for a Sea Maiden to serve Mr. Li." Li Changsheng could not dissuade her, as she willingly offered her companionship. During moments of boredom, he even provided guidance on her training to ensure she did not fall too far behind. As Sea Maiden Douluo settled down, she glanced at the Pokemon eggs within the spirit-gathering array and then at Li Changsheng, feeling a surge of self-doubt regarding her own appearance. Am I not beautiful as well? Why do I feel inferior to these 3 eggs? Mr. Li seems to gaze at them longer than he does at me. In his eyes, am I even less significant than these eggs? Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Sea Maiden Douluo exclaimed, "Mr. Li, could you not spare a glance for me? Here I am, a stunning beauty sitting beside you. Yet your eyes are fixated solely on those eggs. Are you hatching a bride? You are so serious about this. Aside from when you guide me, your attention is entirely devoted to these eggs." Hearing her exasperated outburst, Li Changsheng scratched his head and began to explain, "These eggs are no ordinary eggs. They are Pokemon eggs. Confused, Sea Maiden Douluo incroyable Pokemon eggs? Or Pokemon? Aren't these just soul beast eggs?" With patience, Li Changsheng elaborated. "Due to certain fortuitous circumstances, I stumbled into a small world where beings, akin to soul beasts, possess innate and formidable powers. These beings are collectively known as Pokemon. They possess remarkably high intelligence, akin to that of a newborn human child. They are not comparable to soul beasts, which can only attain consciousness under special bloodlines or after 10,000 years. Moreover, most Pokemon are incredibly friendly toward humans, coexisting harmoniously in that small world. Many Pokemon are also highly combative and powerful, equipped with numerous enhancement abilities, such as increasing attack, speed, or defense. They possess their own thoughts." Li Changsheng continued to recount tales of the Pokemon world, while Sea Maiden Douluo listened intently, as if the world he described materialized before her eyes. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, both immersed in their own realms. Li Changsheng narrating the fantastical world, and see Maiden Duo tenderly watching over the man she cherished. However, this idyllic scene was abruptly interrupted by the sound of cracking eggshells. Both Li Changsheng and see Maiden Duo turned their heads towards the source of the sound, witnessing a fissure appear on one of the Pokemon eggs. Alarmed, Li Changsheng rushed to the array. The cracks on the egg multiplied, radiating brilliant light. In mere seconds, the glow enveloped the entire egg, and when it finally dissipated, a rather unremarkable fish materialized before them. It was a fish-shaped Pokemon, adorned with brown spots. Its fins ragged and its gaze vacant. Stranded on the dry sand, it flailed helplessly. Seeing this, Li Changsheng swiftly scooped it up and dashed toward the sea, with Sea Maiden Douluo trailing closely behind. Once at the water's edge, he gently placed the Pokemon into the ocean. The moment it touched the water, it sprang to life, swimming around joyfully while occasionally surfacing to glance at Li Changsheng. Though it bore no expression, he could sense its delight through its playful actions. At that moment, the Sea Maiden Douluo flew over and approached Li Changsheng, gazing in astonishment at the ugly fish swimming in the sea. She exclaimed, "Is this the Pokemon you mentioned? Did you not just say that Pokemon are adorable when they are young?" Perhaps the ugly fish felt insulted by the Sea Maiden Douluo's words and, overwhelmed by insecurity, sank dishearteningly into the depths of the ocean. Observing this, the Sea Maiden Douluo hastily apologized to Li Changsheng, saying, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I did not mean it." Li Changsheng, noticing that the ugly fish remained submerged due to the Sea Maiden Douluo's remark, patiently explained, "Its name is Ugly Fish, a water-type Pokemon. It is indeed quite unique among Pokemon. While they may appear somewhat unattractive at birth, this does not detract from their inherently kind hearts. Moreover, their appearance is not something they can control, and it is unjust to judge them based on looks alone, as their feelings can be quite fragile. And who is to say that our ugly fish will remain ugly forever? Isn't that right, ugly fish? Besides, with my support, you can surely become beautiful." The first part of this speech was directed at the Sea Maiden Douluo, while the last two sentences were intended to encourage the submerged ugly fish. Perhaps spurred by Li Changsheng's encouragement, the ugly fish slowly poked its head above the water surface. Seeing it finally emerge, Li Changsheng extended his hand to gently stroke the top of the ugly fish's head, speaking softly, "Little one, my name is Li Changsheng. From this day forth, I shall be your friend." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the ugly fish's tail began to wag vigorously as it leaped joyfully in the water before returning to Li Changsheng, nudging its head against his palm. "Cheap." Li Changsheng, noticing this, lifted the ugly fish, gazing earnestly into its eyes. "We will surely succeed, won't we?" The ugly fish nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, the Sea Maiden Douluo, witnessing the interaction between Li Changsheng and the ugly fish, also offered an apology. "Ugly fish, I am truly sorry. I did not mean to offend you. I will help you become beautiful." As she apologized, the Sea Maiden Douluo reached out her hand to gently pat the ugly fish's head. However, just as her hand was about to touch the ugly fish, it suddenly wriggled free from Li Changsheng's embrace and leaped into the sea, using its only skill to splash seawater precisely onto the Sea Maiden Douluo, turning its head to call out defiantly, "Cheap. Bad woman. Calling me ugly and still want to touch me? Not a chance." Finally, the ugly fish swam proudly back to Li Changsheng, raising its head as if seeking his approval for its accurate splash. The Sea Maiden Douluo, witnessing this, felt her temper rise. After all, she was the Sea Maiden Douluo, a title Douluo of formidable strength, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Few dared to provoke her, yet this fish had the audacity to challenge her. Sensing the Sea Maiden Douluo's anger, the ugly fish hurriedly swam to Li Changsheng, calling out pitifully, "Cheap, master, please save me. Cheap, this bad woman wants to harm me." Though Li Changsheng could not comprehend the exact words of the ugly fish, he could sense its desire for help through its actions. He patted the ugly fish's head with a grin, teasing, "You little rascal, did you provoke her? Cheap, that bad woman called me ugly, an old and ugly bad woman." Li Changsheng could discern the defiance in the ugly fish's calls, though he could not fully grasp their meaning. However, it seemed the Sea Maiden Douluo understood, as her expression indicated. Li Changsheng then moved beside the Sea Maiden Douluo and gently patted her shoulder, saying with a chuckle, "How old are you? Are you really going to bicker with a freshly born fish? Imagine if others found out that you, the illustrious Sea Maiden Douluo, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, were bullying a fish. They would surely laugh at you." Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, the sea maiden Douluo's eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented, "Mr. Li, do you know what it just called me? It said I'm a bad woman and that I'm old." Li Changxing retorted, "Who told you to call it ugly first?" The sea maiden Douluo stammered, "I." Seeing her about to argue further, Li Changxing decided to change the subject. "Can you understand what the ugly fish is saying?" Upon his change of topic, the sea maiden Douluo began to reassure herself. Be a lady. Be a lady. Anger is a devil. One must not be angry. Must not be angry." After calming herself, the sea maiden Douluo replied, "I can indeed understand its meaning. Rather than saying I can understand it, I can directly hear its thoughts." "Surely, Mr. Li has heard some rumors about me?" Li Changxing responded, "I have indeed heard some idioms regarding you, suggesting that you can hear others' thoughts." The sea maiden Douluo affirmed, "I can indeed hear the thoughts of others." Hearing this, Li Changxing regarded her with caution, fearing that she might overhear his thoughts. After all, possessing such an ability was rather intimidating, leaving no room for secrets. Seeing his wary expression, the sea maiden retorted indignantly, "Mr. Li, what kind of expression is that? Do I seem like the sort who would eavesdrop on others' thoughts? Besides, my ability to overhear thoughts has its limitations. I can only hear the thoughts of those whose mental strength is weaker than mine. With your vast mental prowess, Mr. Li, how could I possibly eavesdrop on you? However, I can indeed hear the thoughts of a newly born little fool." As she mentioned the term little fool, the sea maiden Douluo cast a glance at the ugly fish, her eyes conveying a clear message. "Yes, I am referring to you, little fool." Although the ugly fish was newly born, it could discern that the sea maiden Douluo's words were directed at it, causing it to glare at her with its naive eyes and exclaim, "Cheap. You wicked woman." Not one to back down, the sea maiden Douluo retorted, "Little fool." Thus, a verbal sparring match ensued between the fish and the maiden before Li Changxing. "Cheap. You old woman. You little fool. Cheap. You wicked woman. You little fool. Cheap. You shameless old hag. You little fool. Cheap. Can you not change your words?" Changing the words would yield the same result. "You little fool. Cheap. Ultimately, the exchange concluded with the ugly fish retreating to Li Changxing, seeking solace. "Cheap. Master, that wicked woman bullied me. Cheap. Wah." The sea maiden Douluo, observing the ugly fish seeking comfort from Li Changxing after being bested, teased, "You little green tea fish," always looking for support. In response to the sea maiden Douluo's jibe, the ugly fish squeezed out a few tears and cried to Li Changxing, "Cheap. Master, look, she's just standing there, and you still want to criticize me. Cheap. She's a bad egg, a bad egg." Li Changxing, recognizing that the fish was merely putting on a show, chuckled softly, knowing it was still naive in its infancy, and gently patted the ugly fish's head. "You mischievous little fish. Why didn't you seek my assistance when you were embroiled in that exchange earlier? Now that you've lost, you come to me for solace. Your current playful demeanor warrants a touch of hardship, lest you cause me trouble in the future." Upon hearing Li Changxing's words, the Cho fish, albeit somewhat reluctant, obediently lowered its head. Nearby, the sea maiden-in-law observed the reprimand directed at the Cho fish and nearly laughed out loud. However, Li Changxing swiftly turned his gaze toward her, delivering a playful rap on her forehead, admonishing, "Do not laugh, for you too are not exempt. At your age, is it not embarrassing to compete with a mere newborn? You were quite proud just moments ago." Upon hearing her also being chastised, the Cho fish raised its head in delight, but as it met Li Changxing's gaze, it promptly lowered it once more. Li Changxing sighed softly at this scene. In a fleeting moment, as he remained oblivious, both the person and the fish exchanged a glance. Oof, chirp. Chapter 73. The Birth of the Mini-Dragon. As the two exchanged glances, a familiar voice echoed in Li Changxing's mind. "Ding! Host has successfully hatched a Pokemon, Cho fish. System optimizing automatically. Ding! System optimization successful. Reconnaissance Eye and Universal Communication installed. Reconnaissance Eye can view information related to living beings. Universal Communication can freely converse with all living things." Listening to the system's voice in his mind, Li Changxing activated the Reconnaissance Eye on the Cho fish. Pokemon, Cho fish. Level, LV10, Intermediate. Status, Healthy, Angry. Gender, Female. Type Water. Height, 0.6 m. Weight, 7 for kilograms. Ability, Adaptability, power of moves of the same type is enhanced. Nature, Playful. Held item, None. Skills, Bounce. Inherited skills, Water Gun, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Hypnosis. Evaluation, due to absorbing high-level energy during hatching, possesses tremendous potential. Gazing at the Cho fish's panel, Li Changxing nearly dropped his jaw upon seeing its initial level and inherited skills. 10 levels at birth. Moreover, it possesses 4 inherited skills, including 2 dragon-type moves, Dragon Pulse and Dragon Breath. Such remarkable potential indeed speaks of a masterful lineage. Truly, it is my fish, Li Changsheng. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips as his gaze fell upon the Cho-Cho fish. In the subsequent month, as the Cho-Cho fish could not be away from water for long, Li Changsheng made it a point to visit it daily. Not only that, but he also dedicated considerable time to training the Cho-Cho fish, aiding it in mastering and applying its skills. The Cho-Cho fish, in turn, appeared genuinely delighted by Li Changsheng's visits, eagerly anticipating his arrival, as if it had become an indispensable part of its life. However, had it not been for the uninvited sea maiden Douluo, the Cho-Cho fish's joy might have been even more untainted and enduring. Each time the Cho-Cho fish caught sight of the sea maiden Douluo, it would rush forward without hesitation, challenging her to a duel. Regrettably, despite its commendable courage, the disparity in strength rendered it consistently defeated. Each duel ended predictably, with the Cho-Cho fish retreating in disarray, returning to seek comfort and protection from Li Changsheng. Yet, on this seemingly ordinary day, the Cho-Cho fish and the sea maiden had no quarrel. Instead, they peacefully stood with Li Changsheng, gazing at the spirit array before them. Indeed, rather than focusing on the array itself, their attention was riveted upon the Pokemon egg nestled within. Just moments prior, upon their encounter, the atmosphere had grown tense, suggesting an imminent argument. However, at that crucial moment, an unexpected event transpired. The Pokemon egg began to tremble, as if something inside was desperately striving to break free. Subsequently, a fine crack appeared on the eggshell, rapidly spreading like a spider's web across its surface. As the fissure widened, a radiant light emanated from within the egg, growing increasingly brilliant until it culminated in a dazzling white glow. After a few seconds, the light abruptly vanished as if drawn away, leaving the Pokemon egg completely shattered, for which a small figure emerged. It was an adorable blue serpent, its body still glistening with moisture, evidently just hatched. The little serpent's eyes remained tightly shut, seemingly unaccustomed to this new world. Its body quivered slightly, eliciting a wave of affection. At that moment, all three uttered in unison, "Mini Dragon, what a charming little snake." "Chirp, is this my little sister?" Li Changsheng promptly activated the reconnaissance eye to gather information about the Mini Dragon. Pokemon Mini Dragon. Level, LV10, Intermediate. Status, Healthy, Confused. Gender, Female. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale. If it becomes affected by a status condition, Marvel Scale activates, enhancing its defense. Nature, Optimistic. Skills, Water Gun. Inherited skills, Glare, Dragon Dance. Dragon Rage, Water Pulse. Evaluation, due to absorbing high-level energy during hatching, possesses tremendous potential. Li Changsheng meticulously examined the Mini Dragon's information, a wave of emotion washing over him. The Mini Dragon's innate talent was undeniably impressive, rivaling that of the Cho-Cho fish. Furthermore, it was inherently a quasi-divine Pokemon, its potential and strength beyond reproach. It was easy to envision that in the days to come, this Mini Dragon would undoubtedly achieve remarkable feats, far surpassing those of the Cho-Cho fish. Moreover, the Mini Dragon belonged to the Dragon type. In the fantastical world of Pokemon, Dragon-type Pokemon have long been recognized as symbols of power. They typically possess unparalleled strength and unique abilities, making them coveted companions for countless trainers. However, the situation would be vastly different if faced with Fairy-type Pokemon. After all, Fairy-type Pokemon possess a special ability that renders them immune to Dragon-type moves, granting them a distinct advantage when confronting dragons. At that moment, the newly hatched Mini Dragon found everything around it bewildering and alien. Upon opening its eyes, the first sights it beheld were three entities, yet upon closer inspection, it discerned that one of them was a fish. Nevertheless, the Mini Dragon did not feel fear or unease. Instead, guided by its acute sense of smell, it slowly crawled toward Li Changsheng. Originally, the aura emanating from Li Changsheng was profoundly familiar to the Mini Dragon. During its gestation phase, Li Changsheng had diligently cared for it, fostering an innate sense of closeness within the Mini Dragon. Upon seeing the Mini Dragon crawl before him, Li Changsheng bent down and gently patted its head. "Hello there, little one. Henceforth you shall be my family." In response, the Mini Dragon nodded. It climbed up Li Changsheng's arm and affectionately rubbed its face against his, exuding an endearing warmth. Chapter 74. The Daily Affection of One Man and One Fish. A surge of indescribable joy welled up within Li Changsheng as he distinctly felt the mini-dragon's affection towards him. He gazed at the mini-dragon with a heart full of delight, tenderly stroking its scales, while the mini-dragon joyfully wriggled its body, seemingly reveling in this moment of intimacy. Eventually, Li Changsheng ambled towards the sea maiden Douluo and the Cho-Cho fish, with the mini-dragon in tow. Upon spotting the mini-dragon on Li Changsheng's shoulder, the Cho-Cho fish's eyes widened in surprise, as if captivated by something extraordinary. Its gaze fixated on the mini-dragon, revealing a blend of curiosity and astonishment. The fish's mouth opened slightly, emitting a crisp chirp. Chirp. This sound seemed to convey the Cho-Cho fish's admiration and affection for the mini-dragon, as if to say, "Truly, my little sister, you are utterly adorable. Yet, in comparison to my future self, you still fall a tad short." The sea maiden Douluo, initially eager to approach and caress the charming mini-dragon, found her hand halted abruptly as she caught the sound emitted by the Cho-Cho fish. This interruption caused her to regard the Cho-Cho fish with disdain, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Huh, you think you can?" Her tone dripped with contempt, as though dismissing the Cho-Cho fish's words as mere folly. Without hesitation, the sea maiden Douluo continued her scornful tirade. "Stop daydreaming. This is all you'll ever be. Even if you were to evolve, who knows what you'd turn into?" The Cho-Cho fish, clearly incensed by her derision, retaliated with a series of sharp cries. Chirp. Its cries resonated with evident anger and discontent, seemingly a retort to the sea maiden Douluo's condescension. Unperturbed, the sea maiden Douluo grew increasingly brazen, taunting, "Oh, dare you speak back to me?" The Cho-Cho fish, unyielding, responded with another sharp shriek. Chirp, as if to assert, "What of it?" This time, its cry bore an even greater intensity. Finally, the sea maiden Douluo reached her breaking point, seething with rage as she bellowed, "Very well. Today you shall understand why the flowers bloom so red." Before her words faded, she swiftly conjured a soul power attack aimed directly at the Cho-Cho fish. Taken aback by her sudden aggression, the Cho-Cho fish let out a terrified squeal. Chirp, its voice laced with fear and helplessness, as though pleading for aid from those nearby. However, the sea maiden Douluo's assault was swift, leaving the Cho-Cho fish no time to evade. Forced to witness the impending strike. Chirp, the Cho-Cho fish emitted one final anguished cry before the soul power attack struck with tremendous force. The impact sent the Cho-Cho fish spiraling through the water, ultimately rendering it weak and floating helplessly at the surface, a pitiful sight. Nevertheless, it defiantly declared towards the sea maiden Douluo, "Chirp, you old hag. Wait until I grow up. You'll see how I deal with you." In its desperation, the Cho-Cho fish called out, "Chirp, help me, master. Save me. Someone else trying to kill the fish." Hearing the Cho-Cho fish's plea for assistance, the sea maiden Douluo quipped, "Your master is currently soothing the newly hatched mini-dragon. He has no time to save you. Today I shall feast on grilled fish. Prepare yourself, little fool. Next year on this day will mark your demise." As she spoke, the sea maiden Douluo began her playful torment of the Cho-Cho fish. From a distance, one could observe the dramatic clash between the man and the fish, a truly breathtaking spectacle. The mini-dragon, wide-eyed with curiosity, watched the duel unfold before turning its gaze toward Li Changsheng, questioning with its expression, "Chirp, master, aren't you going to intervene?" Upon hearing the mini-dragon's call, Li Changsheng turned with a smile, waving his hand reassuringly. "It's all right, don't worry about them." His tone was casual and composed, as if he were accustomed to such skirmishes. He elaborated, "Their antics are not new. They bicker like sworn enemies. Yet they both understand their limits and would never truly harm one another." His words revealed his understanding and trust in this peculiar duo. "Chirp, all right, I understand." The mini-dragon responded cheerfully, seemingly in agreement. It then shifted its focus back to Li Changsheng, continuing their interaction. Li Changsheng settled on the beach, smiling as he fed the mini-dragon. The enticing aroma of the food in his hands captivated the mini-dragon, which eagerly opened its mouth, devouring the delectable morsels. Meanwhile, the exchange between the sea maiden Douluo and the Cho-Cho fish took on a unique dynamic. The Cho-Cho fish appeared to shower the sea maiden Douluo with a form of affection, albeit one that was more of a psychological assault. Yet, despite the Cho-Cho fish's fervent displays of affection, it inflicted no tangible harm upon the sea maiden Douluo. Conversely, her strikes were formidable, delivering palpable physical damage while simultaneously imposing a psychological impact. This dual assault left the Cho-Cho fish disoriented, its eyes swirling in confusion. Nevertheless, the sea maiden Douluo persisted. even treating the Cho-Cho fish to restore some of its vitality after rendering it dazed. However, just as the Cho-Cho fish regained a semblance of clarity, the sea maiden Douluo mercilessly struck it down once more. Thus, the cycle of incapacitation and healing continued, as if she relished the sensation of absolute control. As dusk approached, Li Changshang glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late. Cradling the mini-dragon, he turned towards the sea. The once tumultuous interaction between the man and fish had devolved into a peculiar exchange of mutual psychological affection. The sea maiden Douluo had lifted the Cho-Cho fish into the air, bestowing upon it her form of mental care. In contrast, even suspended in midair, the Cho-Cho fish reciprocated with its own brand of mental affection. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Li Changsheng intervened. Enough of this, both of you. Today marks the mini-dragon's birth. We shall feast together. I will head to the restaurant shortly to get some takeout. With that, Li Changsheng turned and made his way to the restaurant. The mini-dragon nestled in his arms. The man and fish, upon witnessing this, similarly ceased their antics. Chapter 75. The Transformation of Sea God Island. Time ebbed away like a flowing river, and before long, the inhabitants of Sea God Island had traversed a lengthy passage of time. However, it was astonishing to note that the last of the 3 Pokemon eggs had yet to hatch. This particular egg stood out, seemingly impervious to the energies it absorbed, as if silently resisting the process of hatching. Li Changsheng gazed intently at the motionless Pokemon egg before him, a surge of intense curiosity and anticipation welling up within his heart. He was acutely aware that this final egg must harbor some extraordinary power or secret. Otherwise, it could not so stubbornly resist hatching. Faced with this predicament, Li Changsheng felt a profound sense of helplessness. Despite his wealth of experience and knowledge, he found himself at a loss when it came to this peculiar Pokemon egg. Nevertheless, he refused to abandon hope and resolved to take extra measures to encourage its hatching. Resolutely, Li Changsheng gritted his teeth and sighed inwardly, then without hesitation, into the incubation array. These resources had been painstakingly accumulated over the years, and now, for the sake of this enigmatic Pokemon egg, he had to part with them with great reluctance. As the high-grade resources were infused, the energy within the incubation array intensified, its radiance becoming increasingly brilliant. Li Changsheng watched the Pokemon egg anxiously, hoping that under the stimulus of such powerful energy, it would finally break free from its shell. However, as time ticked by, the Pokemon egg remained as immobile as a slumbering behemoth, indifferent to its surroundings. Li Changsheng's anxiety escalated, and he began to doubt the efficacy of his methods, pondering whether there might be alternative ways to facilitate the egg's successful hatching. Just as he fell into deep contemplation, Douluo approached him. Observing his anxious demeanor, she offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not fret too much. This Pokemon egg may possess its own rhythm and manner of hatching. Sometimes, we simply need more patience and time." Li Changsheng nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Douluo's words. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and continued to monitor the Pokemon egg's condition. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with Douluo about the recent happenings on Sea God Island. According to her, the island's inhabitants were each engrossed in their activities. Some were training, others were exploring new realms, and some were tending to the unhatched Pokemon eggs. During this period, most of the residents of Sea God Island had successfully transformed their soul power into innate energy, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Notably, formidable figures like Poseidon and the 7 Holy Pillars had made remarkable progress. The prowess of the 7 Holy Pillars had all advanced by a level, signifying a substantial improvement in their combat abilities and techniques. Although Poseidon faced the limitation of her own level, unable to break through the 99-level bottleneck, her comprehension of the sea goddess power had deepened and become more profound due to the conversion of her soul power into innate energy. Now, Poseidon had reached an entirely new realm in her utilization of the sea goddess power, far surpassing her previous capabilities. With a mere gesture, she could summon a small tsunami, her strength seamlessly intertwined with that of the ocean, as if she were an integral part of it. This perfect amalgamation with the forces of nature rendered her invincible in battle, unmatched by any adversary. While Li Changsheng pondered over Poseidon, a familiar and melodious voice suddenly wafted over from behind him, like a warm spring breeze brushing gently against his ear. "Mr. Li, our unparalleled hero. What are you up to?" The voice, akin to celestial music, caused Li Changsheng's heart to quicken involuntarily. He snapped back to attention, turning around to find the very figure he had anticipated standing a short distance away, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, it was Poseidon. Upon seeing her, a wave of joy surged within Li Changsheng, prompting him to stride forward eagerly, arms outstretched for a warm embrace. "Sierra, it's been so long since I last saw you. I've missed you dearly," he expressed, his voice imbued with affection and tenderness. However, just as he was about to embrace Poseidon, an unforeseen twist occurred. With an agile flick, Poseidon darted past him like a streak of lightning, heading straight for the mini-dragon behind him. Li Changsheng was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. His embrace fell short, and he stumbled forward slightly due to the momentum, nearly losing his balance. As he turned to look at the mini-dragon, he saw that the little creature was being cradled gently in Poseidon's arms, her fingers caressing its scales as if engaging in a silent exchange. "Changsheng," Poseidon's voice revealed a hint of curiosity. "Where did you acquire this little soul beast?" Her gaze lingered on the mini-dragon, brimming with affection. Li Changsheng quickly clarified, "It is not something I acquired. I hatched it myself." A smile crept across his face as he looked at the mini-dragon. Poseidon, seemingly unsatisfied with this answer, pressed on, "Why have I never seen this type of soul beast before?" Her brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Li Changsheng scratched his head and chuckled. "You and Tino, for it is not a soul beast at all. I obtained this Pokemon egg through a fortuitous encounter in another small world. And after tirelessly providing it with energy day and night, I managed to hatch it." As he spoke, he moved closer to Poseidon, gently patting the mini-dragon's head. The mini-dragon, sensing Li Changsheng's affection, blinked its little eyes and emitted a soft chirp. Poseidon, witnessing this, couldn't help but be charmed by its adorableness. She laughed. "And it's so cute too." As she spoke, she playfully teased the mini-dragon, gently scratching its shin, causing it to close its eyes in bliss. Savoring the warmth of the moment. From Li Changsheng's earlier actions, the mini-dragon inferred that this woman was likely its mistress. Therefore, it displayed an unusually obedient demeanor, showing no resistance to Poseidon's gentle touches and instead relishing the affection. Ah, how delightful it seemed to convey. Li Changsheng smiled, though a hint of feigned jealousy glinted in his eyes as he stared intently at the mini-dragon. The little creature lay comfortably in his beloved's embrace, as if it had found its warmest home. "Hey, little one, why don't you come down?" Li Changsheng raised his voice playfully, feigning displeasure. The mini-dragon appeared blissfully ignorant of Li Changsheng's jealousy, remaining contentedly nestled in Poseidon's gentle grasp. "You dare to usurp my position?" Li Changsheng continued to feign indignation, extending a finger to gently poke the mini-dragon's head, as if reproaching it for its lack of consideration. Chapter 76. Poseidon. I've been robbed of my home. Upon seeing Li Changsheng's mock irritation, the mini-dragon, startled, hurriedly attempted to wriggle free from Poseidon's embrace, as if her hold were a perilous trap, while Li Changsheng's arms represented its true sanctuary. Poseidon, naturally perceiving the mini-dragon's unease and struggles, gently stroked its back, soothingly murmuring, There, do not worry. That fellow is simply throwing a tantrum. He is just a bit jealous." Yet, no matter how lovingly Poseidon spoke, the mini-dragon remained undeterred, persistently squirming in an effort to escape her grasp and return to Li Changsheng's side. Observing this, Poseidon couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. She turned to glance at Li Changsheng, who was pretending to be jealous, then looked back at the innocent mini-dragon, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. At last, Poseidon found himself at a loss and reproached Li Changsheng, saying, "Really? Must you be so dramatic?" Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's lips curled into a sly smile, and with an air of feigned innocence, he placed a hand on Poseidon's shoulder and lamented, "Is it so unreasonable for me to feel upset if someone has taken my place? My plight is truly unbearable." Just as Poseidon was processing his words, Li Changsheng suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. This unexpected gesture left Poseidon momentarily flustered, while the miniature dragon nestled in her arms wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "What is happening?" The miniature dragon blinked, curiously observing its surroundings. Feeling a sense of confusion, "Have I returned to my master's embrace?" It mused to itself, seemingly unfamiliar with this new position. Poseidon, feeling a mix of exasperation and warmth from Li Changsheng's embrace, blushed and retorted, "You really ought to let me go." However, it soon became apparent that Li Changsheng had no intention of releasing her. Instead, he continued to nuzzle against her, reveling in the moment. Witnessing this, Poseidon felt a surge of irritation. She gently tapped Li Changsheng's shoulder, chastising him. "You mischievous rascal." Li Changsheng, unfazed by her playful reprimand, merely chuckled, wearing a mischievous grin. He understood that Poseidon was not genuinely angry, but rather a bit shy. At that moment, a sea maiden in the distance caught sight of the scene. Observing the closeness between Poseidon and Li Changsheng stirred a bittersweet ache within her heart. Memories of her own moments with Li Changsheng flooded her mind, each recollection washing over her like a tide. Silently, the sea maiden turned away, wishing to escape the sight that brought her such heartache. With heavy steps, she slowly departed from the scene, as if each stride pressed upon her heart. Unbeknownst to her, Poseidon inadvertently glimpsed the sea maiden's retreating figure, prompting a sudden realization within her. Just then, an idea sparked in Poseidon's mind, and her gaze shifted back to Li Changsheng, her face adopting a playful scowl as she teasingly demanded, "Now, tell me, what have you been up to during my absence?" Li Changsheng was taken aback by Poseidon's sudden inquiry, especially with an edge of indignation in her voice, leaving him bewildered and at a loss for words. After all, just moments ago, Poseidon had been perfectly fine. How had she morphed into someone so different? Despite his confusion, he answered her honestly, "What's wrong? I haven't done anything. I've merely been hatching eggs." However, Poseidon appeared unimpressed with this explanation, raising an eyebrow with a smirk as she continued her probing. "And what about the sea maiden? I've heard that you two have been inseparable lately." Her tone carried a hint of playful mockery. "Taking care of those little ones together. You certainly seem like a loving couple." As she spoke, Poseidon's smile broadened, as if she were deliberately teasing Li Changsheng. Embarrassment crept upon Li Changsheng's face, a crimson hue betraying his discomfort. He was well aware of the sea maiden's affections for him, and harbored his own feelings for her. Yet, he had been apprehensive about inciting Poseidon's jealousy, hence his reluctance to express his sentiments openly. As he stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, Poseidon's vexation intensified. She swiftly reached out, seizing Li Changsheng's ear with a grip akin to a vice, twisting it without mercy. "You scoundrel! I've only been in seclusion for a brief period, and you've already been out chasing after other women," Poseidon shouted, her voice trembling with fury. "And of all people, you chose the sea maiden, one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Even a rabbit knows better than to eat from its own burrow, yet you brazenly stole from my own family. Explain yourself," she commanded, twisting his ear further, her glare piercing. "Don't play dumb with me. I'm addressing you." Her tone turned increasingly severe. "Let me tell you, it won't be so easy to evade this." Finally, Li Changsheng could no longer endure the pain in his ear and cried out, "Ouch, dear wife, ease up. You're going to tear it off." "I had no choice," he pleaded, attempting to justify himself. "What can I say? Your man is simply too remarkable. While it's true that rabbits don't eat from their own burrows, this grass was practically delivered to my mouth. Wouldn't it be foolish not to partake? Moreover," he added defensively, "this only proves that I am even more exceptional." He gazed at Poseidon with a flattering expression, hoping to quell her ire. Poseidon, observing Li Changsheng's woeful demeanor, couldn't he help but find amusement in his plight. Yet, she eventually relented, releasing his ear and remarked with a teasing smile, "Indeed, my man is truly remarkable, unmatched in his ability to attract admirers. I dread the day I emerge from my seclusion to find a horde of half-siblings." With that, she huffed and, clutching the miniature dragon, turned to leave, leaving Li Changsheng to ponder his words. Seeing her retreat, Li Changsheng could only sigh in resignation. "Alas, I must bear the consequences of my own folly," he muttered, chasing after Poseidon. In the days that followed, Poseidon treated Li Changsheng as though he were invisible, ignoring him entirely. Li Changsheng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, knowing he had wronged her and sought to make amends. Thus, he began a daily ritual of presenting her with various small gifts. Each morning, he would gently open Poseidon's south door and place a beautifully crafted jade hairpin on her vanity, softly saying, "Sierre, what do you think of this hairpin? I believe it suits you perfectly." In the afternoons, he would set up a zither in the garden, playing a new melody he had learned, hoping to catch her attention. "Sierre, today I've learned a new piece to play for you. Do you find it pleasing?" He would call out softly as he strummed the strings. By evening, he would arrive at Poseidon's chamber with a box of exquisite pastries, beaming as he said, "Sierre, I bought these pastries just for you. Please give them a try." Yet, regardless of Li Changsheng's efforts, Poseidon remained unresponsive, withholding even a glance in his direction. Though dejected, he remained undeterred, persistently trying to break through her silence. "Sierre, Would you speak to me, please? I truly miss you, he implored from outside her door. Sierra, please don't ignore me. I know I was wrong. Forgive me. His voice carried a note of desperation. However, despite Li Chongqing's relentless attempts to please her, Poseidon continued to disregard his overtures. As time passed, several days slipped by unnoticed. On a certain night, without any prior indication, Poseidon dispatched a message to Li Chongqing through an envoy, declaring that she had forgiven him. She had even reserved a private room at a restaurant, ordering a delightful array of food and drink, inviting him to join her. Upon receiving this news, Li Chongqing was overwhelmed with ecstasy. He hurriedly prepared himself, adorning his appearance with great care, and then hastened to the restaurant with great anticipation. As he pushed open the door to the private room, his eyes immediately fell upon Poseidon seated within. The table was lavishly adorned with sumptuous dishes, emanating an enticing aroma. Upon seeing Li Chongqing enter, a fleeting smile illuminated Poseidon's previously tense visage, though it quickly vanished, replaced by a look of melancholy. She glared at Li Chongqing, as if still harboring dissatisfaction regarding his recent behavior. Li Chongqing, upon catching sight of Poseidon, felt a surge of urgency and regret wash over him. He moved swiftly to her side, standing before her with a lowered head, adopting a pitiable demeanor, and spoke in a voice tinged with tremor. Sierra, please forgive me. His tone was imbued with sincerity and desperation, as if the very fabric of his existence would unravel should she choose not to grant him her pardon. He took a deep breath and continued, Ever since you left last time, I have longed for the opportunity to share a meal with you again. Yet, you have not afforded me that chance. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and disappointment, evoking sympathy from those who heard him. Then, Li Chongqing lifted his gaze. His eyes locked onto Poseidon's, filled with earnestness and affection. Without you, even tea and meals lack flavor. My thoughts are consumed with how to bring you joy. I truly miss you, Sierra. His words flowed like a warm current, gently easing into Poseidon's heart, allowing her to feel the depth of his affection. Finally, Li Chongqing tenderly grasped Poseidon's hand, caressing it softly, and said, Look at how much weight I've lost. It's all because I miss you dearly. A bittersweet smile graced his face, seemingly narrating the anguish he had endured during their time apart. Throughout his speech, Li Chongqing maintained a pitiable expression, his eyes pleadingly searching Poseidon's for any sign of forgiveness. In response, Poseidon could not help but let out a soft laugh at his woeful demeanor. This laughter blossomed like spring flowers, captivating and enchanting. Seeing her smile, a wave of joy surged within Li Chongqing. For her part, Poseidon had witnessed Li Chongqing's relentless efforts over the past few days, be it through his words or actions, all aimed at bringing her happiness. Feeling a sense of pride, she thought, This fellow truly goes to great lengths for me. With a playful tone, she declared, All right, I shall grant you a temporary pardon today, but you must accompany me in indulging in a few drinks. As she spoke, she filled a glass for Li Chongqing. And remember, do not use your soul power to negate the effects of the alcohol. Should I discover any deceit, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Poseidon warned, her beautiful eyes widening in mock seriousness. Upon hearing her words, Li Chongqing nodded vigorously, eager to appease her, fearing that any slight misstep might provoke her displeasure. He knew well the considerable effort it had taken to turn her ire into mirth, and the thought of regressing back to her former displeasure was an outcome he could not afford. I promise I will not use my soul power to counteract the alcohol, he assured her earnestly, as if that declaration alone would put her completely at ease. Then, with a gentle smile, he continued, Moreover, since you concluded your seclusion, I have yet to enjoy a proper meal with you. A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes, and he sighed softly, adding, Thus, today presents a perfect opportunity for us to relish a sumptuous dinner together. With that, he surveyed the table laden with dishes, his smile growing wider. Look, these are all your favorites. Before he could finish speaking, he swiftly began serving Poseidon her most beloved delicacies, exclaiming, Come, see, eat more. These are all the dishes you adore. As Li Chongqing continued to pile her plate with delectable offerings, Poseidon was enveloped in a feeling of indescribable happiness. These dishes were not only a feast for the senses, but also embodied Li Chongqing's care and affection for her. She gazed blissfully at him, observing his focused efforts to serve her, which made her acutely aware of his thoughtfulness and consideration. Yet, hidden deep within her gaze was a complex emotion, elusive and difficult to decipher. What did this complexity signify? Perhaps it was an amalgamation of fondness for Li Chongqing and the happiness derived from their relationship. Regardless, It remained a sentiment that defied complete understanding. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng was too preoccupied with serving her and replenishing the dishes to notice the subtle shifts in Poseidon's emotions. His attention was solely devoted to ensuring she savored the finest culinary delights, completely oblivious to the intricate changes within her heart. As they dined, Li Changsheng noticed Poseidon often gazing dreamily into her glass, seemingly lost in thought. Curiosity piqued, he pondered what might be troubling her. Did she encounter a dilemma that left her perturbed and unsure of how to resolve it? Concerned, he opened his mouth to inquire if he could offer any assistance. However, just as he was about to speak, Poseidon suddenly seemed to snap back to reality, turning her gaze sharply towards him. More precisely, her eyes appeared to fixate on the affection reflected within his own. As she stared at him, she perceived a profound warmth and tenderness in his gaze, which caused her heart to flutter, alleviating some of her previously heavy emotions. With a gentle sigh, Poseidon seemed to arrive at a decision, internally conceding, very well. I shall indulge this fellow. With that thought, a knot within her seemed to unravel, and she deftly retrieved several jars of wine from her spatial soul guide. These jars appeared aged, adorned with worn seals. Without hesitation, she tore open the seal of one jar, and with a gentle twist, the lid burst open with a resounding pop. In an instant, a rich fragrance reminiscent of a pristine spring gushed forth, swiftly enveloping the entire room. The aroma was robust and lingering, as if it could penetrate the very soul, enticing all who inhaled it. Li Changsheng, who had been somewhat distracted, suddenly found himself captivated by the intoxicating scent. He inhaled deeply, the alluring fragrance flooding his senses and stirring something within him. Goodness, Sierra has brought out such exquisite wine. Is she attempting to intoxicate me? Li Changsheng remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing his words, Poseidon's lips curled into a sly smile, though she did not respond immediately, instead turning to open additional jars of wine. As the wine jars were gradually opened, a rich aroma of alcohol surged forth like a refreshing spring, instantly enveloping the entire private room. This intoxicating fragrance was both robust and lingering, as if it contained endless tales and emotions, luring one into a state of enchantment. Li Changsheng sat quietly to the side, his gaze fixed upon the bustling figure of Poseidon. His eyes followed her movements, appreciating her graceful posture and skillful actions. In this ambience saturated with the scent of wine, time appeared to slow down. In his heart, Li Changsheng pondered deeply. He was acutely aware that he was on Poseidon's territory, the Isle of the Sea God, where he should feel secure. After all, as the master of this domain, Poseidon surely possessed the strength and prestige to safeguard him. Yet, despite this assurance, a slight unease lingered within him. He remained uncertain of Poseidon's true feelings towards him, as well as the genuine purpose behind her invitation to this place. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, was there a concealed threat lurking? Moreover, he bore within him the treasured sword of Elzu. This was an exceptionally rare and powerful artifact. According to legends, this sword possessed miraculous powers, automatically springing to its owner's defense when danger approached. Thus, even in his current state of intoxication, having lost all sense of self-awareness, he felt no fear or anxiety. After all, with such a formidable sword residing within him, it was akin to having a loyal guardian, ensuring his safety no matter the perilous circumstances he faced. Furthermore, it was evident that Poseidon intended to intoxicate him, and the implications of their actions after his inebriation seemed entirely reasonable, aligning perfectly with Li Changsheng's own desires. Poseidon raised her glass, taking a delicate sip, while Li Changsheng boldly downed 3 cups in quick succession. Thus, one cup after another, she continuously refilled his glass, and he eagerly accepted, tilting his head back to drain each offering. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle smile that graced Poseidon's lips each time she poured for him. As the moments ticked by, Li Changsheng's capacity for alcohol ultimately succumbed to Poseidon's persistent persuasion. Before long, he found himself in a haze, his body swaying precariously, as if he might topple to the ground at any moment. Nevertheless, he persisted, mumbling his desire for more drink, reaching out to grasp the wine jug in Poseidon's hands to pour himself yet another cup. At that moment, he was utterly lost to the world of alcohol, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Observing Li Changsheng in such a state, Poseidon felt a pang of helplessness. She gently reassured him, all right, I shall pour you another cup." However, she did not actually refill his glass, but instead took the opportunity to support his body, carefully guiding him to a pre-prepared chamber. Upon entering the room, Li Changsheng was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed like a limp rag doll. His eyes were tightly shut, mumbling incoherently about wanting more drink. Poseidon stood at the bedside, gazing down at him, suddenly struck by an endearing charm in his current state. Unable to resist, she leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Rising upright, Poseidon continued to observe Li Changsheng, as if admiring a precious work of art. After a moment, she softly whispered, "Good luck," her voice light as a feather, yet tinged with a hint of reluctance. With that, she turned and exited, softly closing the door behind her, leaving Li Changsheng alone in the room. Outside the door, Poseidon looked at the two women before her and, with a sense of resignation, uttered, "All set." Hearing her words, the two women felt a surge of nervousness and steeled themselves before stepping into Li Changsheng's chamber. Chapter 79. Li Changsheng's acceptance of the two. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, cascading over Li Changsheng's face like golden grains of sand. This gentle light served as nature's alarm clock, softly rousing him from his slumber. Li Changsheng's eyes remained closed, shrouded in a veil of drowsiness. His body stirred slightly, as if yearning to rise from the comforting embrace of the bed. But in that fleeting moment, an unusual sensation coursed through him like a bolt of lightning, jarring him into full awareness. It was a heavy, pressing weight, as if some substantial object rested upon his arm. This feeling was both foreign and instinctively alarming, causing his brow to furrow tightly. Suddenly, Li Changsheng opened his eyes, his gaze piercing toward his arm. However, upon perceiving the scene before him, his pupils dilated in shock, and his heart raced as if struck by a mighty blow. To his astonishment, his disciples, Yi-Han-Yue and the Sea Maiden Daw, lay on either side of him, their hands gripping his arms tightly. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief as he surveyed the bewildering situation. What on earth was happening? His focus remained fixed on the two individuals, his mind swirling with confusion and questions. How had they come to be here? Just last night, it had been Poseidon. How had it transformed into them overnight? Rubbing his eyes, he questioned his own perception, but no matter how he looked, the two remained steadfastly present, unchanged. What could possibly explain this? He murmured to himself, his brow knitting in concentration, racing through various possibilities in his mind, yet finding no plausible explanation. Faced with this confounding tableau, Li Changsheng felt as if his mind were being assailed by a powerful force, plunging him into chaos. A throbbing headache enveloped him, akin to countless bees buzzing within his skull, rendering it impossible to concentrate. He stood there, bewildered, unsure of how to navigate this perplexing predicament. Thoughts tangled in his mind, creating a tempest of anxiety. Yet, he knew he could not remain in this state of stupor. He had to devise a solution swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Li Changsheng endeavored to calm himself. He began to meticulously untangle the threads of thought in his mind, seeking clarity amidst the chaos. Just then, a peculiar detail from last night's encounter with Poseidon flashed in his memory. It was a subtle nuance, yet it illuminated his understanding like a lightning strike in the dark night sky. So that was it, Li Changsheng mentally exclaimed, as all the threads converged, forming a coherent picture. Sierra has truly stirred up trouble. He mused, astonished at Poseidon's audacity. He never anticipated she would embark upon such a course of action. The Sea Maiden was one thing, but what role did Yue play in all of this? Furrowing his brow, he was engulfed in perplexity. What connection did Yue have to this scenario? Yue was my disciple. With this thought, Li Changsheng inhaled deeply and cautiously withdrew his hand from beneath the two women, fearful of awakening them. His movements were gentle and deliberate, as if he were handling fragile porcelain. At last, he successfully extricated his hand without a sound. Subsequently, he gently draped a blanket over the two, as if to shield them from awakening. Then, he turned and stealthily exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. However, at the very moment Li Changsheng left the room, the two individuals on the bed seemed to share a silent understanding as they opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Their gazes met, and for a fleeting moment, they were at a loss for words. In truth, they had awakened long before Li Changsheng had stirred from his slumber. Yet, feeling a tinge of shyness with him nearby, they had maintained a facade of feigned sleep. Upon noticing Li Changsheng was awake, they tacitly agreed to continue their charade, fearful of being discovered. After a brief silence, the Sea Maiden finally broke the quiet, softly inquiring, "Sister Yue, how do you feel? Are you recovering well?" Yi-Han-Yue hesitated for a moment before responding, I suppose I'm all right. I can now get out of bed and move around." Hearing Yi-Han-Yue's reply, The Sea Maiden's face lit up with a joyful smile as she exclaimed, "Haha, that's truly remarkable. No wonder you are a disciple of Master Li." A blush crept onto Yi Hanyue's cheeks, and she bashfully replied, "Sister Sea Maiden, please don't tease me. I hardly know how to face Master now." Upon witnessing her embarrassment, the Sea Maiden quickly reassured her, What is so difficult about that? Rest assured, Changsheng is an incredibly responsible person. He would never abandon you. And besides, if anything goes awry, we have a Grand Priestess to assist us. Just sleep a little longer. Everything will be fine upon waking." With that, the Sea Maiden, seemingly having cast aside her worries, lay down without a care and swiftly drifted into slumber. Hearing the Sea Maiden's words, Yi Hanyue's initial unease gradually dissipated. She pondered to herself, "Yes, Master is so formidable. He would certainly not forsake me." With this thought, a smile inadvertently graced Yi Hanyue's lips, and her heart felt lighter. However, at that moment, neither Yi Hanyue nor the Sea Maiden realized that as they had just fallen asleep, Li Changsheng had quietly harnessed his formidable spiritual power, beginning to probe for Poseidon's whereabouts. Coincidentally, Li Changsheng's spiritual energy enveloped the very room where Yi Hanyue and the Sea Maiden lay, allowing him to overhear their conversation with crystal clarity, particularly when he heard his disciple Yi Hanyue express that Master would certainly not abandon her. Li Changsheng could not help but shake his head in bemusement. This child, her feelings for me as her master run so deep, yet I remain utterly oblivious. How amusing. Yet poignant, he mused. He reflected on the moments spent with Yi Hanyue, who had always held him in high regard. However, Li Changsheng had never anticipated the depth of her affection for him. Had he known earlier of Yi Hanyue's sentiments, perhaps he could have resolved matters swiftly, thus avoiding the current awkward predicament. Yet now, the die was cast, and he could only embrace the situation as it was. Nonetheless, upon further contemplation, Li Changsheng found that this might not be an entirely adverse circumstance. After all, with his current strength, he stood unrivaled across the Douluo continent. Who would dare to speak ill of him? So be it. If that is the case, he would let things unfold naturally. Should anyone dare to gossip behind his back, he would simply eliminate them. Li Changsheng resolved firmly in his heart. Chapter 8. Poseidon's Indifference. Having psychologically accepted the presence of these two individuals, Li Changsheng did not pause in his quest. Rather, he pressed on relentlessly in search of the instigator behind it all. Soon enough, he made a new discovery. In the adjacent room, Poseidon was soundly asleep. Li Changsheng cautiously masked his aura using the 6th library celestial thief technique and, like a specter, silently infiltrated Poseidon's chamber. Upon entering the room, his gaze fell upon Poseidon, who lay in blissful slumber, a slight smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a delightful dream. Li Changsheng approached the bedside, gently bent down, and leaned in close to Poseidon's ear. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled softly as though a gentle breeze had swept through. He then spoke in a tone that was both tender and laced with mischief. "Sure, what brings you here?" Though his voice was soft, it resonated with striking clarity in the stillness of the room. The slumbering Poseidon was jolted awake by the unexpected sound, her dream interrupted, and her consciousness gradually returning. However, upon opening her eyes to behold Li Changsheng so near, her mind went blank. His half-smiling visage loomed close, leaving her momentarily flustered. With wide eyes, Poseidon gazed at him, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Instinctively, she wanted to scream, yet her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. Finally, after a brief silence, Poseidon regained her voice and exclaimed, "Changsheng, how did you end up here? You shouldn't be." Realizing her words were amiss, she abruptly fell silent, stammering for a response, yet finding herself at a loss for words. Li Changsheng observed Poseidon's flustered demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Oh dear, what is this? When you sold me out, you weren't this shy," he teased in a mockingly playful tone. Poseidon's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Li Changsheng's eyes. I don't know anything. Please don't ask me." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost inaudible. Li Changsheng's amusement deepened at her reaction. Adopting a faux serious expression, he remarked, "How could you betray my trust? Not only did you conspire against me, but you also enlisted my disciple and the Sea Maiden in your scheme." There was an undertone of disappointment in his voice. "While I can accept your collusion with the Sea Maiden, why drag my obedient disciple into this as well?" Li Changsheng sighed. She was finally shedding her previous pretense and stiffness, only to be led astray by you. At this juncture, Li Changsheng raised his voice, commanding, "As the mastermind behind this plot, What punishment do you deserve? As he spoke, a glint akin to a wolf's ferocity flickered in his eyes, fixating intently on Poseidon. In that moment, she resembled a docile lamb, entirely stripped of her former bravado. Poseidon was taken aback by Li Changxing's unreserved confession of the situation. Yet she quickly regained her composure and decided to embrace the chaos. Fearlessly meeting his stern gaze, she stretched languidly, then nonchalantly reclined back on the plush bed, adopting a defiant demeanor as she declared, "Yes, it was me. Everything is the result of my meticulous planning." Her tone was remarkably calm, as if it were not a significant matter. She then casually added, "Well, now that everything has transpired, do as you please." Poseidon appeared entirely unrepentant, even going so far as to jest, "Look at you. This is a blessing in disguise. Your harem has gained 2 more beauties, and their familiar faces. What would be better?" With that, she seemed to grow weary of the entire affair, pulling up the covers and preparing to close her eyes, ready to drift back in her sweet dreams, completely disregarding the presence of Li Changsheng beside her. Li Changsheng stood there, momentarily stunned. He clearly had not anticipated that Poseidon would so readily admit to her actions, nor did he foresee her facing the situation with such nonchalance. However, he soon regained his composure, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Huh, so you've chosen to give up rather than confront the problem, haven't you?" Li Changxing taunted, "But do not rejoice too soon. For today, I shall show you the consequences of crossing me." In an instant, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Li Changxing lunged toward Poseidon, swiftly ensnaring her in his embrace. Completely taken aback by his sudden action, Poseidon was momentarily stunned, attempting to struggle against him. Yet Li Changxing's strength was overwhelming. She found herself utterly unable to break free. Just as Poseidon was processing her shock, Li Changxing seized the opportunity to kiss her delicate lips, akin to cherries, without hesitation. This kiss was as fierce as a tempest, catching Poseidon completely off guard. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion, as she attempted to utter something, only to find her throat constricted, silencing her voice. All Poseidon could manage were muffled whimpers, a sound that seemed to convey both protest and a plea for mercy. Yet, Li Changxing remained oblivious to her reaction, continuing to kiss her with reckless abandon, as if he intended to consume her whole. As time passed, this extraordinary kiss transformed into an intense battle. Their bodies entwined, breaths grew increasingly rapid. Poseidon's heart raced like a drum, pounding wildly within her chest, while Li Changxing's fervor burned like an unquenchable flame, intensifying with each moment. In this fierce struggle, Poseidon gradually found herself at a disadvantage, ultimately compelled to concede. Gasping for breath, she gazed at Li Changxing, her eyes reflecting both reluctance and resignation. Observing her state, Li Changxing's lips curved into a satisfied smirk. "So, now you see my prowess, do you?" He jested. Poseidon shot him a fierce glare, but refrained from responding. Noting her silence, Li Changxing released his hold on her. "All right, no more teasing. I'll go prepare for lunch. Let us eat together later," he declared. Poseidon nodded before sinking back into a deep slumber, while Li Changxing remained in the room to straighten his clothes before stepping out to prepare lunch for the 4 of them. Chapter 81. The Call of the Third Egg. Ever since the previous incident, Li Changxing frequently kept company with Poseidon and the Sea Maiden, tending to their needs with great care. However, his attention towards Yi Hanyue was comparatively scarce, as he rationalized, "You are currently in your golden cultivation period, where your progress is rapid. It is imperative not to squander your innate talents." Of course, deep within, Li Changxing harbored some resistance to the notion of a romantic relationship between master and disciple. Yet, Yi Hanyue appeared unfazed, candidly asserting, "Regardless, I have you, and the remaining matters are merely a matter of time." Thus, during this period, the lives of the 4 unfolded in harmonious tranquility, with no extraordinary events to disrupt their routine. However, this tranquil and mundane existence was destined to be shattered. One sunny afternoon, with a gentle sea breeze wafting through the air, Poseidon was suddenly inspired to take a leisurely stroll along the beach. Yearning to embrace the essence of the ocean. Alone, she made her way to the shore, strolling leisurely. As Poseidon ambled along the sands, she suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation ahead. Though exceedingly subtle, her acute perception allowed her to discern it as clearly as the moon in a night sky. This energy, though minute, emanated an extraordinarily pure essence, reminiscent of the ocean's might, leaving her in awe. Poseidon couldn't help but wonder about the origin of this energy. Could it truly be the power of the sea god? Her mastery over the ocean's might was unparalleled, and she was confident that aside from Poseidon, no one could rival her, not even a formidable figure like Li Changsheng, who acknowledged her superiority in this realm. Yet, at that moment, Poseidon felt an unprecedented pressure, as if her own power was being suppressed by this faint energy. This oppression was not merely a contest of strength, but a form of hierarchical dominance that posed a considerable challenge for her. Curiosity piqued, Poseidon began to follow the source of this subtle energy. After a thorough search, she finally discovered a meticulously arranged formation on the beach. At its center lay a mysterious egg, from which the energy emanated in a continuous flow. As Poseidon focused her gaze, she observed the egg exhibiting a delicate blue hue, its shell shimmering with a faint glow, as if it contained boundless mysteries. As time progressed, the energy suppression over Poseidon became more pronounced, suggesting that this egg, in the process of hatching, was gradually revealing its true power. However, surprisingly, the hatching process seemed exceptionally arduous, as if the surrounding energy was insufficient to meet its needs. Despite being placed in an ostensibly suitable environment, it remained stubbornly unhatched. Standing before the formation, Poseidon gazed intently at the egg enveloped in light, although the being within had yet to emerge. The faint energy leaking from the shell already imposed an unprecedented pressure upon her. This pressure did not stem from a direct confrontation of strength, but rather a profound hierarchical suppression. Poseidon marveled at the immense potential and talent harbored within the being inside the egg, capable of displaying such formidable power even before hatching. Yet, as she pondered, she suddenly sensed that the egg seemed to be conveying a message to her. It was a faint yet urgent plea, as if the egg found itself in a predicament, desperately in need of assistance. Attuning herself to this request, Poseidon realized that it was not merely seeking her personal aid, but rather signaling for help from the sea god's power within her. However, contrary to expectations, Poseidon did not immediately channel the sea god's power into the egg. Her deep-set eyes scrutinized the enigmatic shell, as if she could peer through its exterior to the life within. She was all too familiar with the egg's origin and background. It was in fact the third egg that Li Changsheng had yet to hatch. According to Li Changsheng, he had once expended vast amounts of high-level cultivation resources, converting them into advanced energy and continuously supplying them to the formation, hoping that this potent energy would nurture the egg and hasten its hatching. Nevertheless, despite his monumental efforts, the egg remained as unresponsive as a slumbering behemoth, indifferent to all forms of energy. In fact, it exhibited a clear aversion to certain energies, as if they were toxic to it. Faced with such a predicament, Li Changsheng felt utterly helpless. He yearned for the egg to hatch, for it might hold endless potential and secrets. Yet, no matter how he tried, he could not uncover a method to facilitate its emergence. Ultimately, Li Changsheng found himself resigned to placing the egg by the seashore, visiting it daily in hopes that one day it would miraculously hatch and enter this world. However, Li Changsheng did not relinquish his efforts easily. He continued to bring forth resources each day, dedicating them to the formation, harboring a glimmer of hope that this enigmatic egg would eventually successfully hatch. At the moment Poseidon contemplated whether to approach Li Changsheng to reveal the situation, she suddenly felt an intense call. This call emanated from the egg, as if it could sense Poseidon's thoughts and actions. The voice grew clearer and more urgent, and within Poseidon's mind, she even perceived a faint plea. The voice brimmed with desperation and yearning. "Big sister, save me, don't go." Poseidon's heart tightened. She could not help but pause, listening intently to the voice. The voice continued, "I need the power within you. Only then can I hatch successfully. I will not harm you, dear sister. I too long to see the light of day." Poseidon was taken aback by the suddenness of this voice. She had never imagined that the egg could establish such a direct connection with her. Faced with the infantile plea of the egg, a wave of maternal compassion surged within her, and she felt an overwhelming desire to assist this Pokemon egg. Chapter 82. The Hatching of the Last Egg. 1. Poseidon stood before the formation, her heart in a state of indecision. Her gaze rested upon the Pokemon egg, yet her thoughts drifted to Li Changsheng, as if weighing some profound consideration. The Pokemon egg lay quietly, its surface shimmering with a faint light, seemingly awaiting something. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng stood not far off, his eyes betraying his anticipation and longing for the egg. In fact, the moment Poseidon began to draw closer to the Pokemon egg, an unusual sensation surged within Li Changsheng. Although faint, this sensation flowed like a gentle stream, incessantly conveying some form of information. Intrigued, Li Changsheng decided to follow the guidance of this feeling and approached the location of the Pokemon egg to investigate. Upon his arrival, he spotted Poseidon standing before the formation, her figure appearing somewhat indistinct in the dim light. Li Changsheng focused his attention and noticed that Poseidon seemed to be in a state of hesitation. She alternated her gaze between the Pokemon egg and the distance, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. Observing her, Li Changsheng refrained from intruding, choosing instead to quietly stand by and watch her every move. Taking a deep breath, Poseidon resolved to infuse the Pokemon egg with some divine power of the sea god. After all, Li Changsheng also wished for the egg to hatch, and she happened to possess such abilities. Why not lend him a hand? With this thought, Poseidon cast aside any lingering doubts, focusing her energy and summoning the divine power within her. This potent force surged through her body, akin to tumultuous ocean waves. With great care, Poseidon guided the divine power to her fingertips and gently touched the Pokemon egg. At the moment her fingers made contact, the egg erupted in a brilliant radiance. As if ignited, this light, akin to a black hole, generated a powerful suction, greedily consuming Poseidon's divine power. To her astonishment, she realized that her divine energy was being absorbed incessantly by the Pokemon egg, like a deluge breaking through a dam. Yet, channeling the divine power required her own energy as a medium, and the rate at which the power was consumed far exceeded Poseidon's ability to replenish her energy. She felt her body gradually weaken, panic rising as her energy dwindled. Poseidon attempted to stem the loss, but regardless of her efforts, she could not halt this overwhelming pull. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, and her complexion turned pale, just as Poseidon pondered whether she would be drained entirely. The Pokemon egg finally ceased its frenzied absorption of divine power. However, this was not the end, but rather the beginning of another overwhelming spectacle. Suddenly, a dazzling blue luminescence enveloped the Pokemon egg, reminiscent of the brightest star in the night sky, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. This blue light intensified, culminating in a volcanic eruption of brilliance that soared into the heavens, forming a colossal blue pillar of light. This pillar reached skyward, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. Its magnificent sight leaving onlookers astounded. All creatures on Sea God Island were drawn to this sudden blue pillar, lifting their heads in awe. Yet, as they marveled at this miraculous phenomenon, a formidable pressure descended like a tidal wave. This pressure was most acutely felt by the beastly sea soul masters and sea soul beasts, who found themselves immobilized by an invisible force, struggling even to breathe. This suppression stemmed not from a disparity in strength, but rather from a bloodline pressure, as if this blue pillar harbored a power that resonated with their very essence, instilling within them a sense of reverence. Simultaneously, the sea began to shimmer with streams of blue energy, darting towards the blue pillar like lively fish. As more and more blue energy converged, the blue pillar became increasingly resplendent, while the weather surrounding Sea God Island underwent an instantaneous transformation. The previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked in dark clouds. Fierce winds whipped through the air, and torrential rain poured down. The waves churned like furious tides, as if the entire ocean rejoiced at the emergence of this blue pillar. This uncanny spectacle evoked a sense of dread, as if a terrifying presence were about to descend. Far away in the divine realm, Poseidon suddenly felt a stirring within him. His brow furrowed, and his gaze pierced through the vast void, landing squarely upon Sea God Island. After discerning the unfolding events, Poseidon inhaled deeply, marveling aloud. Where on earth did this rascal acquire such a precious egg? The sea god, Poseidon mused, this egg, before even hatching, has already absorbed so much energy from the sea and received the ocean's blessing, as if it were the very progeny of the sea itself. Poseidon noted, however, this egg seems to be the product of my high priest's efforts. What extraordinary fortune! Moreover, Poseidon continued to marvel. And Poseidon is indeed one of my descendants? My progeny can hatch such an extraordinary being. It appears that the seas of Douluo continent shall ultimately belong to my dominion as sea god. It is necessary to clarify that while the sea god has quelled the conflicts of the ocean, he does not fully govern all marine territories of Douluo continent. If my heir can have such a being as an ally, then surely their status within the divine realm will commence at the level of a god king, Poseidon declared with fervor. Haha, truly, this is a blessing from the heavens for me, the sea god. Poseidon's heart brimmed with joy. Wait, Something seems awry. I must quickly conceal this egg. I cannot allow that water god to discover it, or the consequences would be dire. A sudden thought flashed through Poseidon's mind. He realized that his plans might be perceived by other deities or formidable entities. Without hesitation, he summoned the vast power of the sea god within him. This formidable divine energy surged through him like tumultuous waves as he concentrated it and transmitted it to Sea God Island through his unique connection with it. Poseidon Island is the domain of Poseidon, who possesses an intimate knowledge of every inch of its land. Upon the arrival of his divine power, Poseidon swiftly disseminated it, creating an indomitable mental barrier. This barrier resembles a transparent shield, enveloping the entirety of Poseidon Island. It not only obstructs external mental probing, but also defends against various forms of attacks and disturbances. Standing upon Poseidon Island, Poseidon felt a sense of reassurance as he sensed the formidable strength of this mental barrier. He was confident that as long as this barrier existed, his plans would remain concealed from prying eyes. Chapter 83. The Hatching of the Last Egg, 2. Beside the Pillar of Light. However, Posey felt no discomfort. Her body resonated with the powerful energy surrounding her. Moreover, her own chi was rapidly rejuvenating. The incoming oceanic energy surged forth like tumultuous waves, continuously enveloping the Pokemon egg. Yet, this energy did not cease. It continued to expand outward, enveloping Posey as well. Under the protective embrace of this formidable force, Posey could distinctly feel her connection to the power of the sea becoming increasingly profound. Her mastery of this divine energy deepened, as if the barrier between herself and the ocean was gradually dissolving, enabling her to wield this power with greater ease. However, it would be more accurate to say that she was mastering the power of the ocean rather than merely the divine energy of Poseidon. During this process, Posey encountered a glimpse of the existence of laws, a force transcending ordinary power, embodying the truths and principles of the universe. Not far away, Li Changsheng observed the celestial phenomena triggered by the hatching of the last Pokemon egg, his heart swelling with awe. He gazed at the immense pillar of light and the egg cloaked within it, forming a rough conjecture about the identity of this final Pokemon. Who would have thought it would be this clumsy creature? Li Changsheng murmured, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He could never have anticipated that this last Pokemon would be such. Furthermore, the scene surrounding its birth was utterly extravagant. The oceanic power provided it with an unceasing supply of nourishment. The sea bestowed blessings upon it, and even the sea god personally intervened, establishing a formidable mental barrier to thwart external prying and interference. Witnessing such a lavish arrangement, even Li Changsheng could not help but marvel at the luck of this little creature. Wow, this little one is incredibly fortunate. It is truly a cherished child of destiny. Even before fully entering this world, it has already been endowed with so many advantages, which is utterly enviable. The current fluctuations of energy had already reached a master-level intensity, a height that many soul beasts could scarcely aspire to. This little creature, endowed with such formidable power from birth, rendered those fierce beasts who relied on bloodline talents for slow cultivation utterly inconsequential. Consider the fierce beasts dwelling deep within the Stardow forest. They must endure a long and arduous training process to gradually enhance their strength. Yet this little one, it entered the world already possessing master-level prowess, a disparity that was insurmountable. Even more astonishing was that this creature not only possessed innate strength, but was also accompanied by the descent of divine power. It was as if it had been granted a cheat code. Moreover, it was the third Pokemon within the Douluo world. It is important to note that as one of the only 3 Pokemon birthed in the world, these 3 are endowed with boundless fortune. And since this one is a divine beast, its fortune far surpasses that of Milotic and Dragonair. In contrast, while Milotic and Dragonair are also Pokemon, their fortunes do not compare to this little one's incredible luck. Nevertheless, even so, their cultivation speed is remarkably swift. After all, they are Pokemon, not soul beasts, and thus are not plagued by the tribulations of heaven. Consider the humans of the Douluo world. Their fortunes are dispersed among many individuals, and the intricate web of various powers diminishes the impact of fortune. Unlike this little creature, which enjoys all the fortune for itself. If other soul beasts were to learn of this, they would likely be driven to despair, weeping uncontrollably. As Li Changsheng's attention shifted to another participant, Posey, positioned ahead, he felt a surge of emotion. Truly deserving of being my partner, he thought to himself, marveling at her stunning luck. It is known that for ordinary individuals, The power of laws is an entirely foreign concept. They may not even be aware of its existence. Even those with a modicum of understanding of the laws merely grasp the concept. They have never truly witnessed it firsthand. Yet Posey, in this moment, was different. She had managed to seize a fleeting glimpse of the power of the laws through the hatching of this little creature. While it may have been merely an infinitesimal strand, the opportunities it harbored were immensely precious. Li Changsheng understood that at the pinnacle of Douluo, mastery of the laws would create an insurmountable chasm. Those who have mastered the laws would far surpass those who had yet to do so. In battle, a Douluo who commands the power of the laws could easily take on several opponents without breaking a sweat. Just like him now, where his remarkable achievements are attributed to an extraordinary comprehension and a powerful system. As he reflected on the sword laws he had grasped in the presence of Elzu's sword, along with the lightning laws he had gleaned from his studies in thunder, and the deeper mysteries he had uncovered within the wind and the strange gate, Li Changsheng felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Such is my fortune, it cannot be denied. Some things simply cannot be obstructed. Just as he was marveling at his extraordinary luck, which could be described as immeasurable, suddenly, the blue pillar of light appeared to be consumed by an invisible force, beginning to shrink and vanish. Simultaneously, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn away, swiftly dispersing, allowing sunlight to pierce through the clouds like a sword, bathing the land below. With the dissipation of the clouds, the weather transformed instantaneously. The previously gloomy sky became clear, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the face, uplifting the spirit. The once turbulent sea calmed, as if enchanted. The crashing waves softened to gently lap at the rocky shore. As witnesses to this celestial phenomenon, many denizens of Poseidon Island marveled at the spectacle, their hearts filled with awe and curiosity as they sought to uncover the cause. Some began to speculate whether the appearance of the pillars signified a special event or the arrival of treasure. Just as the crowd buzzed with chatter, the blue pillar of light finally vanished completely. However, in the moment of its disappearance, the form of the newly born Pokemon, previously concealed, slowly emerged. Chapter 84. The Birth of Kyogre. As the brilliance faded completely, what appeared before the gathered crowd was a small whale floating in the air. This little whale radiated a blue luminescence, its diminutive form exuding an undeniable charm. Its emergence left all present wide-eyed with astonishment and wonder. The little creature resembled a breathing aquamarine crystal. Its plump body, less than half a meter in length, was akin to a rounded piece of sea glass. Entirely translucent in a delicate shade of blue, with a near-transparent white hue near its abdomen, as if sunlight could effortlessly penetrate its soft skin. Its fins had yet to develop the sharp contours of adulthood, instead softly drooping at its sides, edged with a fine fringe of silvery fluff that scattered tiny droplets of water when gently fanned. The most striking feature was its eyes, with deep indigo pupils resembling a sky filled with stars, and iridescent whites that glimmered like mother-of-pearl, perpetually moist, as though it had just emerged from the depths of the ocean, still carrying a hint of bewilderment. The forehead bore no adult hallmark of a diamond-shaped gem, but rather a faint azure mark that gently rose and fell with its breath, as if harboring a slumbering droplet of water. Its tail was short and stout, flaring out at the end in a fan shape, with scales that had yet to harden, shimmering with rainbow hues. It floated in the air as though cradled by a gentle breeze. Upon closer inspection, one could discern delicate, glowing patterns beneath its skin, reminiscent of silver threads dancing on the surface of the sea under moonlight. As the little one opened its innocent eyes, it sensed the gazes of those around it. In that fleeting moment of connection, its pure and untainted gaze met the crowd's, seemingly overwhelmed, prompting it to dive headlong into Poseidon's warm embrace, as if that were its soul's sanctuary, offering boundless reassurance. The onlookers followed the little one's movement, their attention now fixed on Poseidon. To their astonishment, the creature nestled affectionately beside the high priest, as if Poseidon were its dearest companion. What kind of soul beast is this? Someone gasped, marveling at the extraordinary celestial phenomena accompanying its birth. Truly, it was beyond belief. Indeed, not only that, but it seems the ocean has a particular fondness for it, bestowing an unceasing flow of heavenly energy upon its arrival. Another concurred. Absolutely, this little one must possess an extraordinary lineage and potential. Others nodded in agreement. And look, it seems particularly close to the high priest. When it first saw us, it rushed straight into Poseidon's arms, as if we were strangers, someone remarked, noting the detail with a touch of awe. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who had been standing in a daze, slowly regained her composure. However, her focus was not on the murmurs of the crowd, but rather on the little creature nestled in her arms. The very being that had caused such celestial phenomena was now trembling, resembling a frightened little rabbit, tightly curled within Poseidon's embrace, seemingly filled with trepidation towards the surrounding world. Witnessing this, Poseidon felt a surge of tenderness welling up within her. "Little one, what is your name?" she softly inquired, recalling the creature's earlier plea for help. Poseidon surmised that it might be capable of speech. Indeed, as soon as her words fell, a pure and childlike voice resonated in her mind. "Master, my name is Gelka." To Poseidon's astonishment, the voice did not emanate from the creature's mouth, but appeared directly in her consciousness. Curiosity piqued. She pondered the little one's unique abilities and the mysteries surrounding its origin. Contemplating this extraordinary being, Poseidon marveled at its remarkable capabilities, arriving amidst celestial phenomena, suggesting an extraordinary heritage. Just as she was lost in thought, contemplating how to further communicate with the little one, two voices suddenly echoed in her mind in succession. "Poseidon, take him to Li Changsheng. I cannot interfere too much in affairs of the lower realm. If there are matters to address, consult that troublesome child," spoke the voice of the sea god, grave and solemn, imbued with an air of unwavering authority. Poseidon felt a tightening in her chest. She understood that the sea god's decree was beyond question. Without hesitation, she nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord." Shortly thereafter, Li Changsheng's voice followed in her ear, "Sierra, bring Gelka to my chamber." His tone was equally serious, conveying the significance of the matter at hand. Taking a deep breath, Poseidon turned to face the crowd, and without warning, she vanished from their sight, moving with the swiftness of lightning, racing towards Li Changsheng's quarters. Upon her arrival, Poseidon found Li Changsheng, along with Douluo of the Sea Maiden, Yihanyue, Minas, and Haklong, already awaiting her presence. All eyes converged on Gelka, nestled in Poseidon's embrace. "Sister Sierra, what is the little whale's name?" Yihanyue inquired, her gaze fixed on Gelka, brimming with excitement and anticipation. "High Priest, is this the terrifying celestial phenomenon caused by this little one?" The Sea Maiden Douluo's voice held a hint of reverence, clearly astonished by the power Gelka exhibited. "Wow, how can the last one born be so strong?" Minas mused inwardly, incredulous at Gelka's prowess. "Indeed, I can feel a sense of suppression from him. It feels uncomfortable to be surpassed by someone just born," Haklong echoed, equally astonished by Gelka's might. "Absolutely, this is truly unbelievable. Gelka has just entered this world, yet already displays such extraordinary strength, effortlessly transcending all our efforts thus far. This is the essence of a divine beast," Minas lamented, feeling a pang of dissatisfaction. "Consider how much toil and perseverance we have invested in enhancing our own strength. We train day and night, constantly challenging ourselves. Yet we have never reached the heights Gelka has achieved. This disparity is exceedingly disheartening." Haklong joined in, echoing the sentiment. Minas' heart brimmed with resentment, undoubtedly pondering why, despite my relentless efforts, am I overshadowed by the newly born Gelka? Such feelings were entirely understandable. After all, she and Haklong had toiled for so long, striving to become the mightiest Pokemon in the Douluo realm. Yet, here was Gelka, born at the pinnacle, whose starting point was the finish line for most, utterly unjust. Chapter 85, Gelka. Just as Minas and Haklong were engulfed in self-doubt, a soft cough interrupted their reverie. The sound emanated from Li Changsheng, who appeared somewhat displeased with their behavior. "Ahem, you two have had your fill, haven't you?" Li Changsheng remarked, a tone of exasperation lacing his words. "Gelka is a born divine beast, favored by the heavens, and it is only natural that you cannot compare to it." He paused before continuing, "Moreover, do not forget that even I initially struggled to hatch him. Had it not been for Sierra's serendipitous discovery of the sea god's power required for his hatching, none of us would have known how to bring him forth." Although Minas and Haklong still felt a pang of discontent, they could not deny the validity of his words. After all, remnants of their memories regarding divine beasts lingered in their minds, tales of those mighty beings possessing abilities and talents far beyond the ordinary, rendering them unreachable. Noticing that the two Pokemon had fallen silent, Li Changsheng felt a slight relief wash over him. His gaze swiftly shifted towards the Kyogre cradled in Poseidon's arms, an inquisitive glimmer flickering in his eyes. He resolved to activate his scouting eye to meticulously observe this legendary creature. Pokemon, Kyogre level, LV90, Master level, status, healthy, curious, gender, none type, water ability. Drizzle. 1. Weather change. Upon entering the field, instantly transforms the weather to rain. Enhancing the power of water type moves to 100. 2. Water type boost. In rainy conditions, the accuracy of water special attack moves, like water gun, origin pulse, is raised to 100, while reducing the effectiveness of fire, flying, and other types. Nature optimistic moves, surf, hydro pump, water pulse, origin pulse, primordial force, waterfall, muddy water, ice beam. Exclusive move, origin pulse. Evaluation. A child of the heavens and earth, born from the blessings of the ocean. Inherently possesses a fragment of the laws of water, and upon reaching level 100, can undergo primal reversion. Gazing at the astonishing level of Kyogre and its extensive array of skills, Li Changsheng glanced over at Milotic and Dragonair. Pokemon, Milotic level, LV43, elite level, status, healthy depressed, gender, female type, water ability. Marvel scale when Milotic is afflicted by sleep, paralysis, freeze, burn, or poison. Its physical defense is increased to 15 times its original value. Upon recovery from the status, its defense reverts to normal. Nature, playful moves, tackle, aqua ring, water pulse, captivate. Hurricane, waterfall, life dew. Inherited moves, water gun, dragon pulse, dragon breath, hypnosis. Evaluation. Having completed its final evolution, it boasts formidable strength and rare talent. With a promising future ahead. Pokemon, Dragonair level, LV39 gym level, status, healthy despairing, gender, female type, dragon ability, shed skin by shedding its skin. It can heal from status ailments. This is Dragonair's innate ability. Nature, optimistic, moves, water gun, aqua tail, dragon pulse, iron tail, dragon rage, rest, dragon dance, hurricane. Inherited moves, glare, dragon dance, dragon rage, water pulse. Evaluation. Having completed its first stage of evolution, it possesses great strength and rare talent, with a promising future ahead. Observing the newly hatched Kyogre, Li Changsheng marveled at its prowess, which seemingly surpassed that of the long-trained Milotic and Dragonair, coupled with an incredibly rich skill set. His thoughts were filled with awe. What a natural divine beast. Li Changsheng mused, there exists a prodigy beyond genius. His gaze returned to the Kyogre nestled in Poseidon's hands, where the little creature exuded an inherent majesty, as if it were the sovereign of the ocean. This little one, named Kyogre, is a cherished offspring of the heavens and earth, birthed from the forces of nature, the power of the ocean and the sea deity. Li Changsheng began to share the origins of this Kyogre with the group. It is naturally accompanied by a fragment of the laws of water, which enables it to grow without encountering any obstacles in its training. Once it reaches level 100, it will seamlessly ascend to become the god of the ocean. As Li Changsheng recounted the details about Kyogre, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This little one can effortlessly ascend to divinity through normal cultivation, and its divine status is bestowed by the heavens. How utterly unfair! The Sea Maiden exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, we are striving to achieve divinity, yet it can attain it with mere casual training. What an injustice! Night Cold Moon concurred. No wonder that foolish serpent has been despondent since encountering this little one. I had thoroughly disheartened her for quite some time, yet she remained indifferent. But upon seeing this little creature, she transformed entirely, the Sea Maiden enlightened. The crowd buzzed with discussion, feeling a mixture of envy and jealousy towards Kyogre's extraordinary talent. However, Poseidon remained silent, simply gazing fondly at the Kyogre in her embrace. The little creature peeked out, curiously surveying its surroundings, an utterly adorable sight. Seemingly aware of Poseidon's gaze, Kyogre suddenly lifted its head and beamed a sweet smile at her. Poseidon, her face aglow with joy, carefully cradled the Kyogre and lifted it high. Gently touching her forehead to Kyogre's body, it was as if they were communicating intimately. Kyogre, you are remarkable, like a naturally born child of the gods, destined to become a great deity. Poseidon laughed joyfully, her eyes brimming with affection and admiration for the Kyogre. Then, with a tender tone, she addressed Kyogre. Please protect me well, like a grand hero shielding me. Her voice carried a hint of playfulness and expectation. Held aloft by Poseidon, Kyogre seemed to comprehend her words, blinking its eyes before transmitting its voice directly into Poseidon's mind through telepathy. Rest assured, my second master, when I grow up, I shall definitely protect you, and let no one dare to bully you. Kyogre's voice resonated in Poseidon's mind, filled with confidence and resolve. However, Kyogre harbored an unspoken thought, of course, except for the first master. After all, it had already discerned the unique bond between Poseidon and Li Changsheng. Though Kyogre had only just been born, its intellect was remarkably high, keenly aware of the people and events surrounding it. Chapter 86. Night Cold Moon Encounters a Bottleneck. The birth of Kyogre seemed like a refreshing rain for Sea God Island, infusing this tranquil land with new vitality. Its presence enriched Li Changxing's life, opening up endless possibilities. In the days that followed, Poseidon, having grasped a fragment of the power of water laws, decided to enter seclusion for cultivation, aiming to delve deeper into the mysteries of this force. Thus, she entrusted Kyogre to the care of Shui Ro, Ao Shuang, and Ali. After all, they too were of the beast kind, perhaps better equipped to understand and nurture this adorable little divine beast. Shui Ho, Ao Shuang, and Ali eagerly accepted the responsibility of caring for Kyogre. After all, this was a legendary divine beast. Moreover, Kyogre's charming appearance was simply irresistible, and all three women adored it immensely. Meanwhile, during this time, Li Changsheng fully embraced Night Cold Moon's affections. Night Cold Moon felt immeasurable joy, having finally received a response from the one she cherished. However, due to the ongoing assessment tasks, after a brief moment of intimacy with Li Changsheng, Night Cold Moon had to re-engage in the challenges of the 7th assessment. During this interval, Li Changsheng dedicated himself to mastering the 2 sets of secret arts he had drawn previously, the Divine Sword Thunder True Formula and the Demon Slayer True Formula. Both sets of techniques were profoundly intricate martial arts, and Li Changxing understood well that mastering them would not be an easy feat yet. Undeterred, he resolved to integrate these 2 secret arts. In the beautiful realm of Sea God Island, the people lived lives filled with happiness and fulfillment. However, there exists a slight regret, namely the intricate relationship between Minas and the sea maiden Douluo, renowned for her unparalleled beauty. Minas makes a point of showcasing her allure before the sea maiden Douluo each day. Unfortunately, Minas's strength pales in comparison, and she is consistently met with a harsh reprimand from the sea maiden Douluo. Meanwhile, on a distant path, intriguing events unfold. Approximately 6 months prior, the Forgetting Worry Pavilion welcomed a particularly special guest. The siblings, Yi Hanyue and Yi Zifeng, were quietly practicing in the backyard as usual. Sudendi, Yi Hanyu posit hermovements, gazed quizzically at Yi Zifeng and inquired, Xiaofeng, why do I feel as though your training does not pertain to the wind after Chiman? Startled by his sister's question, Yi Zifeng stammered, well, this is certainly not the wind after Chiman. It is the martial marquee Chiman that I discovered among the materials left by my master. Yi Hanyue was taken aback by this revelation, pressing further, martial marquee Chiman? What is that? I've never heard of it. Yi Zifeng elucidated, martial mariuiskimen. Like wind after Chiman is a form of technique. Recently, I encountered a bottleneck while practicing wind after Chiman, so I thought to experiment with this martial marquee Chiman to see if it could lead to a breakthrough. Particularly when utilizing the chaotic gold percussion and the turtlefly body, I have discerned that employing these techniques is not without cost. Each usage feels akin to burning my own life force, gradually depleting my vitality. Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyue's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, depleting life. Why did you not mention this sooner? Yi Zifeng shook his head helplessly and explained, initially, I was unaware of this issue. My first attempt at using wind after Chiman occurred during a confrontation with an enemy wielding a massive hammer. The situation was dire, and I had little time to ponder. However, as I used it more frequently, the drawbacks gradually became apparent. He paused momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing, I should have recognized the seriousness of this issue earlier. Had I known of such consequences, I would have sought guidance from my master sooner. Alas, he is not here now, and I have no one to consult. It appears I must wait for his return to seek his counsel. Yi Zifeng pondered aloud. He must have practiced wind after Chiman as well. Yet curiously, he has not been affected. There must be something I have yet to grasp, which is why I wish to explore whether martial marquee Chiman holds any methods that could assist me in resolving this dilemma. Moreover, the final 3 flavors true fire of martial marquee Chiman is quite formidable. Practicing it should not be detrimental to me. Yi Hanyue nodded in agreement, asserting, You make a valid point. After all, our master would never wish you as harm. Your obstacles in training wind after Chiman may very well stem from some uncomprehended aspect. Yi Zifeng continued, and once our master returns, we shall officially become his disciples. You surely have that item within your Yin-Yang, correct? Yi Hanyue smiled slightly, raising her chin with pride. Of course, inside the Yin-Yang is a letter, and the contents are quite simple. merely granting us time to consider whether we wish to become his direct disciples upon his return. In truth, I regretted my refusal shortly after last time. My heart was tumultuous, akin to a stormy sea. Now, our master has presented me with a second chance. It feels like divine favor. How could I possibly let such a rare opportunity slip away? Yi Zifeng exclaimed excitedly, his voice trembling slightly, as though still enveloped in the joy of the moment. He took a moment to compose himself, then turned to his sister, Yi Hanyue, and continued, "Regardless, I have firmly resolved to truly become our master's direct disciple. What about you, second sister? What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's inquiry, Yi Hanyue's lips curled into a gentle smile. Her gaze met Yi Zifeng's, a glimmer of affirmation flickering in her eyes as she softly replied, "Do we even need to discuss this? Like you, I have regretted my refusal since that day. Now that our master has granted us this opportunity once more, I will certainly not let it pass by again." Just as the siblings engaged in conversation, an unexpected sound of soft footsteps reached their ears, followed by an unfamiliar voice. "Is anyone here? I'm here to find someone." Chapter 87, Testing Yi Xing'er. Within the tranquil confines of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, an air of stillness hung as if time itself had come to a standstill. However, the sudden onset of urgent knocking and calling from outside shattered this serenity, the sounds echoing loudly in the quietude. "Knock, knock, knock." The persistent banging accompanied by a clear female voice filled the air. "Is anyone there? I have come to find someone." The voice conveyed a hint of urgency. Yi Xing'er stood outside the door, her heart fluttering with trepidation. After enduring several long months, she had finally arrived at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion mentioned in the letter. Inside, Yi Zifeng heard the commotion at the door, furrowed his brow slightly, and calculated an augury. The divination revealed that the person outside indeed came at the recommendation of an acquaintance, and this acquaintance was remarkably close to them, either their master or their elder sister. Yi Hanyue. With this thought in mind, Yi Zifeng hesitated no longer. He quickly rose and made his way to the door. Meanwhile, Yi Xing'er had knocked for quite some time without receiving a response. Doubts began to creep in as to whether anyone actually resided here, and she was about to turn away. Just as she took a few steps, the door to the Forgetting Worry Pavilion slowly creaked open. A young man emerged, his gaze landing upon Yi Xing'er as he appraised her from head to toe before smiling and saying, "Little girl, come in." With that, Yi Zifeng turned without hesitation and strode into the pavilion, not sparing a glance back. Yi Xing'er stood rooted in place, her mind swirling with questions. She could not fathom why Yi Zifeng behaved in such a manner, yet she did not linger in indecision. After all, this was a matter pertaining to her future, and a place recommended by her savior could not possibly be flawed. Ultimately, she resolved to follow him in and explore further. Upon entering the pavilion, Yi Xing'er was awestruck by the breathtaking interior. The loft was adorned with exquisite elegance, every detail exuding refinement and grace. As she walked, she admired the stunning surroundings, her eyes sweeping over each corner, absorbing the unique ambience. "What a beautiful pavilion!" Yi Xing'er exclaimed in admiration. However, just as she became enraptured by the beauty, a chilling glint shot toward her from behind. Yi Hanyue appeared like a specter, swiftly launching a flying needle at her. The sudden attack caught Yi Xing'er off guard. Yet she did not panic. Through extensive training, her reflexes were exceptionally quick. In an instant, she executed the 9 true Classics Lightness skill, Spiral 9 Shadows. In a heartbeat, her form darted like lightning, leaving behind 2 afterimages. The flying needle grazed her clothing, embedding itself in the ground. Yi Hanyue fixed her gaze on the scene. Her heart suddenly enlightened. It became clear that the technique Yi Xing'er had employed was indeed the Spiral 9 Shadows. This skill was one they had previously encountered, yet they had chosen to pursue different methods. Under the relentless trials posed by Yi Hui amidst the biting cold of the night and the ceaseless snow, Yi Xing'er continually showcased the martial arts gleaned from the 9 manual. This was not merely a test. As time progressed, her mastery of the techniques began to deepen. It was at this juncture that Yi Xing'er suddenly realized that the directions in which the flying needles were aimed did not target her vital points, and her own martial prowess was advancing swiftly as well. Thus, acting decisively, she abruptly halted her movements and deeply bowed to Yi Hui, saying, "Sister, I implore you to show mercy. I truly have no soul power left." Her voice bore a hint of helplessness and supplication. "If this continues, I fear I shall not withstand much longer," she continued, her earnest words evoking a sense of compassion. Yi Hui, taken aback by this unexpected display, seemed momentarily at a loss. However, Yi Zifeng, standing nearby, merely chuckled, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. You are quite clever, my little girl. Now, tell me about the origins of your martial arts, and who imparted them to you, Yi Zifeng remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yi Xing'er with a keen glint of inquiry in his eyes, feeling a tightening in her chest. Yi Xing'er understood from the outset that Yi Zifeng had been closely observing her. She was aware that he was not easily deceived, and thus she could only respond truthfully. Taking a deep breath, she recounted in detail her encounters with Li Changsheng and Yi Hanzhui. Yi Zifeng listened intently, his expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. After Yi Xing'er finished her tale, he fell silent for a moment before suddenly demanding, "Hand over the letter that elder sister gave you. I wish to see it." Yi Xing'er felt a weight in her heart. She had hoped to keep the existence of this letter concealed, but it seemed that was no longer possible. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to comply with Yi Zifeng's request, quickly retrieving the letter from her bosom and cautiously presenting it to him. Without uttering a word, Yi Zifeng took the letter and opened it to inspect its contents. His eyes swiftly scanned the paper, and his brow furrowed slightly, as if taken aback by what he read. Meanwhile, Yi Hanzhui, observing the commotion from above, swiftly descended like a graceful swallow, landing beside Yi Zifeng and inquiring urgently, "Third brother, what did elder sister write?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Zifeng promptly handed the letter to Yi Hanzhui. She accepted the envelope, unfolded the letter, and read its contents with great care. Once she had finished reading, her gaze slowly rose to meet Yi Xing'er's, scrutinizing the young girl before her. Inwardly, she mused, so this little one truly was introduced by elder sister. Moreover, judging by the letter's description, her talent seems rather commendable. It is astonishing that master has bestowed upon her the 9 Yin manual. Yi Hanzhui's curiosity and attention toward Yi Xing'er intensified, prompting her to reassess this seemingly ordinary girl, yearning to delve deeper into her capabilities and potential. Just as Yi Hanzhui was lost in thought, a deep yet somewhat urgent voice interrupted her reverie. "Second sister, may I see elder sister's letter once more?" It was Yi Zifeng, and before Yi Hanzhui could respond, his hand shot forward like lightning, deftly seizing the letter from her grasp. Yi Hanzhui barely had time to react as the envelope vanished from her sight, now firmly in Yi Zifeng's possession. Upon receiving the letter, Yi Zifeng scrutinized it closely, having already perused it once but feeling that some crucial detail had eluded him. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. He speculated that the letter might conceal information imperceptible to others. With a heart full of suspicion, he unhesitatingly activated his martial soul's spiritual eyes, an ability cultivated through rigorous training that allowed him to discern the essence of things and unveil hidden truths. Indeed, as he re-examined the letter through his spiritual eyes, previously invisible characters began to emerge. These concealed writings meticulously detailed the events that transpired, even elucidating the reasons behind master imparting martial arts to Yi Xing'er. More astonishingly, the letter included Li Changxing's conjectures regarding Yi Xing'er's martial soul, along with a method for cultivating the golden light spell, clearly a gift from master intended for her. In conclusion, Li Changxing urged Yi Zifeng and Yi Hanzhui to first assess Yi Xing'er. Should her character and virtue prove commendable, they could teach her the golden light spell. Otherwise, she would be expelled from the worry-free pavilion, with the 9 Yin manual serving as a warning against sharing its secrets. After perusing the hidden contents of the letter, Yi Zifeng slowly raised his gaze, a playful smile gracing his lips as he fixed his penetrating stare upon Yi Xing'er. "It seems this letter makes no mention of master accepting you as a disciple," he remarked, his tone measured yet imbued with an undeniable air of pressure. Upon hearing this, Yi Xing'er felt a pang of anxiety. She instantly recognized that her subtle intentions had been unveiled by Yi Zifeng. Her earlier attempt to refer to Yi Hanzhui as sister had merely been an effort to bridge the gap between herself and both Yi Zifeng and Yi Hanzhui. However, in the face of Yi Zifeng's inquiry, the worldly-wise Yi Xing'er did not betray even a hint of panic. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she responded with an unusually earnest tone, "Even if you have not formally accepted me as a disciple, in my heart, you are already my master." Her voice, though soft, resonated with conviction and determination. She continued, "Regardless of whether you ultimately take me on as a disciple, in my heart, I shall always remain your disciple." Yi Zifeng, taken aback by her response, had anticipated that this young girl would feel embarrassed or awkward upon being exposed, yet she displayed a remarkable composure in acknowledging her feelings. articulating them with such sincerity. He could not help but admire her quick wit and sharpness. Moreover, he noted that Yi Xing'er appeared to possess innate full soul power, a remarkably rare talent. With this realization, Yi Zifeng dismissed any concern regarding Yi Xing'er's earlier, minor duplicity. After all, everyone harbored their own calculations and personal desires. As long as her core essence and character remained untainted, such minor flaws could be overlooked. Thus, Yi Zifeng resolved to take Yi Xing'er to a guest room so she could rest properly. After a day of exertion, she needed time to recuperate her energy. As for the arrangements for the following day, Yi Zifeng would ponder further. Yi Xing'er expressed no dissent to his decision. On the contrary, she acquiesced to the arrangement with utmost compliance, fully aware that this might be her singular opportunity to alter her fate, thus she must seize it tightly. Concurrently, Yi Zifeng instructed Yi Hanshui to begin preparing whale glue, laying a solid foundation for Yi Xing'er, as whale glue could enhance one's physique. In the days that followed, Yi Zifeng elucidated the profound contents of the 9-Yin manual to Yi Xing'er while continuously observing and assessing her demeanor, discreetly monitoring her daily life. He sought to delve deeper into her character and qualities through this method, enabling him to make a more informed judgment. As for the reason behind explaining the 9-Yin manual, it was rather straightforward. It serves as the fundamental doctrine of martial arts. Within its pages lie numerous esoteric principles and techniques, many of which are beyond Yi Xing'er's current comprehension. Thus, it fell upon the experienced Yi Zifeng to provide her with a detailed exposition. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and unbeknownst to them, Yi Xing'er had reached the zenith of her physical prowess. Through prolonged training and cultivation, her body had become exceedingly robust, capable of withstanding a soul ring power of up to 800. Not only that, but she had also made remarkable progress in her martial arts training based on the 9-Yin manual. When Yi Xing'er displayed her newfound strength, Yi Zifeng observed with delight, a warm smile gracing his features as he gently summoned her to his side, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall take you to the Stardow Forest to help you hunt for your first soul ring." "Yes, Brother Feng, I shall prepare at once," Yi Xing'er replied, her heart swelling with an indescribable joy upon hearing his words. After all, one could not truly be deemed a soul master without a soul ring. And tomorrow heralded the arrival of her very own. This undoubtedly marked a significant milestone on her path to becoming a soul master. What brought her further comfort was the fact that this endeavor to procure a soul ring would be led by Yi Zifeng himself. With his formidable strength, vast experience, and profound knowledge, she felt assured that they would obtain the desired soul ring without any unforeseen incidents. Yi Zifeng stood stationary, his gaze fixed upon Yi Xing'er as she entered her dwelling. He nodded slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement towards her. In the preceding days, he had utilized his private channels to discreetly investigate Yi Xing'er's background and relevant information. After thorough inquiry, he discovered that her past was remarkably unblemished, devoid of any anomalies or improprieties. Furthermore, Yi Zifeng noted her exceptional dedication and earnestness in her cultivation efforts. She had wholly transformed her soul power into postnatal qi, and such commitment and diligence had earned her his respect. Yi Zifeng mused privately that Yi Xing'er might indeed be a person of great potential. Not only was her character commendable, but she also exhibited unwavering determination and perseverance in her cultivation. Such qualities are rare among the younger generation, and he could not help but feel optimistic about her future. Chapter 89. The Thunderous Yamavine. The following day, in the Stardow Forest. As one of the continent's most renowned habitats for soul beasts, the forest was a realm of towering ancient trees that obscured the sun. Sunlight filtered through the layered foliage, casting a dappled mosaic of light upon the ground. On the outskirts of the dense forest, a pair of figures ambled forward. Leading the way was Yi Zifeng, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Following closely behind was Yi Xing, her steps light and her gaze brimming with curiosity as she took in the sights around her. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yi Xing'er quickened her pace to catch up with Yi Zifeng, inquiring, "Brother Feng, what kind of soul beast are you seeking for my first soul ring?" Yi Zifeng halted, turning to face her, a faint smile gracing his lips as he responded softly, "The Thunderous Yamavine." "The Thunderous Yamavine?" Yi Xing'er blinked in confusion, repeating the name. "What kind of soul beast is that? I've never heard of it before." She furrowed her brow, somewhat disheartened, and murmured, "I've been diligently studying books on soul beasts lately. How could I not know of such a creature?" Seeing her eagerness to learn, Yi Zifeng felt a swell of pride. He patiently explained, "The Thunderous Yamavine is a rather unique soul beast. residing at the pinnacle of plant-type soul beasts from the moment of its birth. This creature possesses innate intelligence, and it thrives in areas saturated with lightning. Yi Xing'er listened intently, her eyes widening with intrigue as she absorbed the information about this enigmatic soul beast. However, what surprised her was the exceedingly stringent conditions required for the thunderous Yama vine's growth. It could only flourish in specific environments characterized by thunderstorms, and each time it was struck by lightning, its strength would increase. In stark contrast, while ordinary soul beasts accumulate energy over a year, the thunderous Yama vine requires 100 lightning strikes to achieve the same. This undoubtedly rendered its cultivation process exceptionally slow, demanding vast amounts of time and effort. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, good work takes time. Despite the slow pace of the thunderous Yama vine's cultivation, once it reaches a certain threshold, its power becomes astonishing. Upon attaining a century of cultivation, it can actively summon the power of thunder and wield it as its own. When its cultivation further advances to a millennium, it can even alter the weather, invoking torrential thunderstorms and unleashing boundless lightning power. Contemplating this, Yi Xing'er found herself filled with curiosity and anticipation for the mysterious thunderous Yama vine. She eagerly wondered if, within the tempestuous regions of the Douluo forest, they would indeed discover such a formidable and suitable thunderous Yama vine. Yi Zifeng seemed to perceive Yi Xing'er's thoughts, offering a gentle smile as he continued to lead the way toward the place imbued with the force of lightning. Before long, Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing'er arrived at one of the stormy regions within the Douluo forest, known as the Thunderclap Valley. The valley earned its name from a powerful soul beast that unleashed a terrifying force of heavenly thunder during its tribulation, enveloping the entire gorge in its might. Even now, remnants of the thunder's residual power lingered, rendering the locale fraught with danger and mystery. Within the valley, a multitude of lightning-affiliated plants thrived, alongside various soul beasts possessing similar attributes. These beings, nurtured by the power of thunder, had grown exceptionally strong and ferocious. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing'er gazed into the electrifying expanse before them. Despite knowing the perils that lay ahead, they resolutely stepped into the Thunderclap Valley without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering the stormy domain, they immediately sensed an unusual shift in their surroundings. The formerly dense trees seemed to vanish in an instant, replaced by a chaotic expanse of rocky terrain and scorched earth marked by lightning strikes. Every indication served as a stark reminder of the formidable and terrifying power of the heavenly thunder that permeated this place. Navigating cautiously within the Thunderclap Valley, they remained vigilant for any imminent dangers. However, shortly after they began their exploration, Yi Zifeng abruptly halted beneath a precipice, his expression growing serious as he appeared to confront a challenging dilemma. After a moment of silence, he inhaled deeply and addressed Yi Xing'er. "I have bad news and good news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Taken aback by Yi Zifeng's question, Yi Xing'er momentarily froze, clearly unprepared for such an inquiry. However, she quickly regained her composure, a smile blooming on her face as she replied, "Then let us hear the good news first." Observing her reaction, Yi Zifeng's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had anticipated her response. He inhaled deeply, then spoke in a calm and steady tone. "Indeed, we are fortunate. There truly exists the thunderous hellish vine here, and not merely one specimen." Upon hearing this delightful news, Yi Xing'er's eyes sparkled with joy, and the tension that had previously gripped her heart dissolved in an instant. However, she did not allow elation to cloud her judgment and promptly inquired, "What about the bad news?" Yi Zifeng regarded Yi Xing'er, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his gaze. He understood that the unfortunate news might bring her disappointment, yet he resolved to convey the truth. Thus, he slowly articulated, "The unfortunate news is that the minimum age of these thunderous hellish vines is approximately 900 years, which exceeds your current absorption limit by nearly a century. Do you still wish to absorb it?" After speaking, Yi Zifeng quietly observed Yi Xing'er, awaiting her response. When Yi Xing'er heard the disheartening news from Yi Zifeng, her previously exuberant emotions were abruptly doused, akin to being drenched in icy water, extinguishing the flames of excitement that had just ignited. Initially, the good news was that they had discovered such an extraordinarily rare thunder-type plant soul beast, and not just one. This was indeed monumental news. Yet, the bad news struck like a thunderclap, shattering Yi Xing'er's joy completely. It turned out that the minimum age of these thunderous hellish vines had already reached 900 years, far exceeding the limits of what she could absorb. Should Yi Xing'er attempt to forcibly absorb these vines, she would likely face unpredictable risks. Chapter 90. Absorbing the 900-year thunderous hellish vine. Within the Thunderclap Valley, lightning frequently streaked across the sky, accompanied by deafening roars. The ground around them crackled with the sound of electricity, as if the entire valley was enveloped in a formidable force of thunder. Yi Xing'er stood quietly within the protective sphere of Yi Zifeng, her gaze fixed upon the thunderous hellish vine before her, while an intense inner conflict raged within. It felt as though two opposing forces were tugging at her consciousness, making decision-making a formidable challenge. On one hand, choosing the thunderous hellish vine could expose her to grave danger. Even if Yi Zifeng interrupted the absorption process midway, it could still inflict considerable harm upon her. Yet, should she succeed, it would grant her a soul ring of unparalleled compatibility with her thunderous martial soul, a tremendous boost to her power. On the other hand, if she opted against the thunderous hellish vine, she could evade any potential threats and seek other soul beasts for her first soul ring. However, this would mean relinquishing the chance to acquire a soul ring as powerful as the one before her, akin to discarding a precious treasure, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of regret. Yi Zifeng stood like a statue beside Yi Xing'er, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her face, which was a canvas of shifting emotions, yet he remained silent, offering no counsel. Internally, he pondered with great curiosity how Yi Xing'er would choose. Would she resolutely decide to take the plunge, risking everything to absorb the 900-year-old thunderous hellish vine, or would she decisively abandon the opportunity in favor of a safer option? As time ticked by, Yi Xing'er seemed to sink into contemplation, her brows knitting and relaxing in a display of inner turmoil. Yet, after prolonged reflection, her eyes began to transform. Her indecision gradually gave way to a resolute determination, her gaze becoming increasingly steadfast, as if she had made an irrevocable decision. Suddenly, Yi Xing'er turned to face Yi Zifeng, locking her eyes onto his. Her voice, though soft, resonated with power and conviction. "Brother Feng, I have made my decision. I want the thunderous hellish vine to be my first soul ring. I shall bravely strive for this." She paused momentarily before continuing. "My fate should be in my own hands. I yearn for formidable strength so that I can truly seize control of my destiny. Moreover, you and Sister Shui have provided me with boundless assistance during this time. If I were to retreat due to a trivial setback, would that not be a disservice to your expectations of me?" Gazing into Yi Xing'er's unwavering eyes, Yi Zifeng's expression remained impassive, as though he were indifferent to her choice. However, he resolved to inquire once more to ensure that she had thoroughly contemplated her decision. "Are you certain?" Yi Zifeng's voice was low and serious, imbued with an authority that was impossible to ignore. Upon hearing his question, Yi Xing'er did not waver. Her gaze remained resolute as she replied without hesitation, "Yes, I am certain. I must absorb this thunderous hellish vine as my first soul ring." Yi Zifeng regarded Yi Xing'er in silence for a moment. He understood that this decision would subject her to immense risks and challenges. Yet, he could also perceive the determination and courage radiating from her heart. At last, Yi Zifeng nodded, slightly in agreement. He turned his attention to the cliff where several thunderous hellish vines grew, his gaze honing in on the one with the lowest age of 900 years. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. In an instant, the 900-year-old thunderous hellish vine trembled violently as if struck by an unseen force, its branches and leaves scattering. Without hesitation, Yi Zifeng executed a mystical wood-based technique, green light coiling around the other thunderous hellish vines, binding them and rendering them immobile. After completing this, he turned to Yi Xing'er and spoke gently, "Go ahead. Take this dagger and pierce the root of the thunderous hellish vine." As he spoke, a specially crafted short dagger appeared in his hand, its blade glinting with a cold light, clearly a weapon of exceptional sharpness. Yi Xing'er took a deep breath and accepted the specially crafted dagger that Yi Zifeng tossed to her. Gripping the hilt tightly, she felt the icy touch of the blade, and her anxiety eased slightly. No longer hesitating, Yi Xing'er stepped forward, walking directly to the ailing thunderous hellish vine. She stared at the enormous plant before her, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes, then raised the dagger high, unhesitatingly thrusting it into the root of the thunderous hellish vine. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring began to materialize from the previously lifeless body, emanating an exhilarating energy wave. Seeing this, Yi Xing'er wasted no time. She seated herself on the ground, crossed her legs, brought her hands together, and closed her eyes, beginning to circulate the internal energy of the Nine in scripture. Her breath gradually steadied, resonating with the yellow soul ring in a wondrous symphony. Yi Zifeng stood by, quietly observing, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He understood that the path of cultivation is inherently fraught with challenges, requiring constant self-challenge and the breaking of limits to forge a stronger self. Had Yi Xing'er chosen to forego the absorption of the thunderous hellish vine out of fear of failure, though Yi Zifeng would not have approached her, he would have felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, this was a rare opportunity, and to relinquish it would mean losing a chance to enhance her strength. However, fortunately, Yi Xing'er did not let Yi Zifeng down. She boldly took a step forward, advancing toward his expectations, and began the process of absorbing the 900-year thunderous hellish vine's soul ring. Certainly, the process of absorbing a soul ring is fraught with challenges and considerable risks. However, with Yi Zifeng standing guard, the likelihood of success for Yi Xing'er would undoubtedly increase significantly. Prior to their departure, Yi Zifeng had made thorough preparations. He had specifically pilfered a substantial quantity of precious herbs imbued with rich life energy from Yi Hanyue. These treasures would prove immensely beneficial for the absorption of the soul ring, providing formidable support for Yi Xing'er at critical moments. Indeed, when Yi Xing'er encountered difficulties during the soul ring absorption process and was on the verge of faltering, Yi Zifeng sprang into action. Acting as a conduit, he continuously transmitted the life energy from the precious herbs to Yi Xing'er, assisting her in overcoming one obstacle after another. Chapter 91. Bringing Yi Xing'er to tears. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, as Yi Xing'er oscillated between the gentle life energy and the tumultuous energy of the soul ring, nourishing and ravaging her in turn. This repetitive cycle gradually stabilized the absorption process, akin to a vessel navigating through tempestuous seas that finally finds a tranquil harbor. As the sun began to set, after much exertion, the soul ring of the thunderous hellbound vine fully integrated into Yi Xing'er's being. In that fleeting moment, Yi Xing'er seemed to have traversed a long and arduous journey. Weary, she slowly opened her eyes. However, as she blinked, her vision still clouded. She beheld Yi Zifeng quietly protecting her by her side. In the dim light of the fire, Yi Zifeng's figure radiated warmth. A surge of gratitude welled up within Yi Xing'er, and just as she prepared to express her thanks, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, plunging her into darkness as her body involuntarily lurched forward. Yi Zifeng, observing her plight, reacted swiftly, catching Yi Xing'er just before she could fall. His movements were both rapid and gentle, as if he feared disturbing someone who had just endured a life-and-death trial. He then carefully lifted Yi Xing'er onto his back and, without hesitation, departed from the thunderous valley, making his way toward the outskirts of the starry forest. As night enveloped the starry forest in a serene darkness, Yi Zifeng kindled a campfire in a clearing. The warm flames danced under the night sky, illuminating a small area around them. He gently set Yi Xing'er down beside the fire, ensuring she could feel its comforting warmth. Sitting quietly by the fire, Yi Zifeng began to prepare food. He skillfully turned the items he had over the heat, allowing them to cook evenly while releasing an enticing aroma. Before long, the delectable scent wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of the unconscious Yi Xing'er. As if under some enchanting spell, she began to stir, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to break free from her stupor. Gradually, Yi Xing'er opened her eyes, her gaze somewhat dazed as it wandered around, finally settling on Yi Zifeng. Noticing her awakening, Yi Zifeng quickly presented her with the food he had prepared, gently urging, "Have a bite, replenish your strength." Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's voice, Yi Xing'er took the food weakly, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked, "Brother Feng, what happened to me? Why does my entire body hurt?" Observing the pain etched on her face, Yi Zifeng felt a pang of compassion. He smiled as he explained, "You may have pushed your body too hard while absorbing the soul ring. Fortunately, with my assistance, no lasting harm was done. It's merely some pain. It will subside with time." Yi Xing'er felt a slight relief at his words, but when she heard the latter part of his statement, she suddenly froze. "Also, please refrain from calling me Brother Feng in the future." Though Yi Zifeng's tone remained gentle, it carried an undeniable firmness. Yi Xing'er's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice quivering as she pleaded, "Brother Feng, have I done something wrong? If so, I can change it. Please don't cast me away." Yi Zifeng, taken aback by her pitiful demeanor, was puzzled but maintained his calm demeanor as he replied, "This is not your fault. It's simply that our relationship requires redefinition." Yi Xing'er's tears flowed uncontrollably like a breaking dam as she cried out, "I have no family left in this world. You are all I have. Brother Feng, please don't abandon me. I don't want to be all alone. Her words left Yi Zifeng utterly bewildered, as her voice cracked on the last phrase. Her tears cascaded down, and she could no longer suppress her profound sorrow, bursting into tears. Yi Zifeng was completely unprepared for her reaction, momentarily stunned by the unexpected display. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly grasped Yi Xing's misunderstanding. Yet, instead of rushing to clarify, he unexpectedly produced a recording stone. A sly smile crept onto his lips, suggesting he found some amusement in this unforeseen development. In Yi Zifeng's ears, Yi Xing's sobs transformed into the most exquisite melody, and without hesitation, he activated the recording stone, capturing the scene in its entirety. This recording would serve as a humorous relic of his future junior sister, a tool for teasing her whenever he desired. However, when Yi Xing noticed that Yi Zifeng was merely documenting the moment rather than providing the comfort she yearned for, her heart felt as though it had been struck with a heavy blow, causing her immense anguish. She gazed at Yi Zifeng with wide eyes, disbelief etched across her face. Tears welling up, yet refusing to fall. She felt deeply wounded, and her earlier gratitude towards him vanished entirely. Yi Zifeng seemed oblivious to the shift in Yi Xing's emotions, still engrossed in his playful antics with the recording stone, fully absorbed in his own mischief. Just as Yi Xing began to despair, questioning whether she still possessed the courage to continue living, Yi Zifeng finally set the recording stone aside. His movements were gentle, as if he feared waking a fragile dream. Suddenly, his previously expressionless and icy visage softened, as if touched by some unseen force, the taut lines of his face relaxing. Accompanied by a light chuckle, his previously sealed lips parted, releasing a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! This laughter blew away the tension that had hung in the air, transforming the atmosphere into one of ease. Xing you misunderstood. Yi Zifeng chuckled. What I meant earlier is that you can now call me senior brother. His voice exuded warmth and friendliness, starkly contrasting his earlier cold demeanor. Of course, if you find senior brother a bit awkward, you may also call me Brother Feng, or simply Feng if you prefer. Yi Zifeng continued, a friendly smile adorning his face. After a brief pause, as if reminiscing, he added, do you remember? When you bravely endeavored to push your limits and absorb that soul ring that surpassed your capabilities, you had already successfully passed my test. At this moment, admiration flickered in Yi Zifeng's eyes, clearly recognizing Yi Xing's courage and determination. Subsequently, Yi Zifeng began to elaborate on the concealed meanings within the letter, his words flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream, unraveling its profound significance piece by piece. Finally, as if performing a magic trick, he produced an ancient tome from within his robes, emblazoned with the 3 characters Golden Light spell. Ah, this is the Golden Light spell left to you by our master. You must cultivate it diligently. Yi Zifeng earnestly handed the tome to Yi Xing, stressing the importance of not disappointing the master's expectations. Chapter 92. The Quality of Master and Apprentice. The turn of events unfolded so swiftly that even Yi Xing, who had endured the vicissitudes of life, found herself momentarily stunned. She gazed at Yi Zifeng as if ensnared by a spell, time seemingly suspended in that instant. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her senses, her voice tinged with disbelief as she inquired, what was my senior brother recording with the reflective stone just now? Yi Zifeng, perhaps overwhelmed by excitement and pride, was blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently let slip a secret. Without a second thought, he replied, what else? This is the future junior sister's dark history. When the time comes that you need something from her, just present it. What a perfect trump card. After saying this, he chuckled with self-satisfaction, seemingly reveling in his clever idea. However, upon hearing Yi Zifeng's absurd reasoning, Yi Xing's expression darkened in an instant, her forehead veins bulging with indignation. With a voice as cold as ice, she retorted, you truly are my dear senior brother. How can you stoop to such underhanded deeds? Do you believe that when the master returns, I shall hesitate to recount all your misdeeds to him? In his elation, Yi Zifeng remained oblivious to the chill in Yi Xing's tone, shrugging dismissively. Come on, this is precisely what I learned from the master. Back in the day, when the 3 of us first followed him, we endured countless hardships. The master certainly collected our dark histories. Yi Zifeng seemed nostalgic about those times, recounting his experiences with fervor. Moreover, when the master was in a foul mood, he would often take out his frustrations on us under the guise of training. Especially me, as a boy with a sturdier physique, I bore the brunt of the beatings. After each thrashing, The master would even document my bruised visage. As he spoke, Yezefeng shook his head in resignation. Those days were truly a dark chapter in my life. Reflecting upon them now fills me with despair. He sighed deeply, as if the painful memories still lingered in his heart. While Yezefeng was immersed in his recollections of how Li Changsheng had wronged him during that dark period, he remained entirely unaware that Yexinger had silently crept up behind him. In a flash, Yexinger, like a specter, swiftly reached for the pouch hanging from Yezefeng's waist, her intention clear, to seize the reflective stone that contained her dark history. Just as her hand was about to make contact with the pouch, Yezefeng suddenly jolted back to reality, as if disturbed by an unseen force. Reacting with lightning speed, he leapt back, creating distance between them. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" Yezefeng exclaimed, astonished by her actions, seemingly perplexed by her motives. "I merely wish to experience the Master's joy. What are you trying to take?" His voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance, as if he were an innocent victim. "When I require assistance one day, you may retrieve it then," he continued, attempting to quell Yexinger's wrath with this rationale. Yezefeng nimbly dodged Yexinger's surprise attack. However, this only ignited a fiercer response from her. She pursued him relentlessly, determined to reclaim the reflective stone documenting her dark history. Having just entered the realm of soul masters, Yexinger's abilities paled in comparison to Yezefeng, who had attained the rank of Soul Emperor, especially given his mastery of the unparalleled techniques of Feng Ho Chimin and Wu Ho Chimin. Nonetheless, Yexinger remained undeterred, fervently chasing after Yezefeng by the fire, as if the reflective stone were her very lifeline. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she could not catch up to him. As time wore on, her soul power gradually dwindled, and ultimately, she had no choice but to abandon the chase, returning to her original position in frustration. Back at her spot, Yexinger's fury remained unquenched. She bit fiercely into the food before her, as if it were Yezefeng himself, venting her dissatisfaction and anger. Observing this scene, Yezefeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Nonchalantly, he returned to his place and began to enjoy his meal. However, he could still sense a gaze laden with malice directed at him. He needed no guesswork to ascertain that it came from his newly initiated junior sister. Yet, regarding his earlier misdeeds, Yezefeng felt no remorse. Internally, he mused, "What's the big deal? If you want to find someone, go seek the master." As the saying goes, the quality of master determines the quality of apprentice. If you don't confront the master, what purpose does it serve to confront me? If Yexinger can uncover some dirt on the master to present to me, I, Yezefeng, shall acknowledge her as my sister. Mark my words, this is a promise. Meanwhile, far away on Sea God Island, Li Changsheng suddenly sneezed loudly without warning. Achoo! He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "Who is speaking of me?" Looking around and finding nothing amiss, he reassured himself, "Well, whoever it is, I'm sure it's because I'm simply too exceptional. Many must long for me." A smug smile crept across Li Changsheng's face. Little did he know, while he indulged in self-admiration, his devoted yet uninitiated disciple, Yezefeng, was mercilessly tarnishing his illustrious image before his future fourth disciple. Chapter 93. The Mastery of the Qingyun Sword Technique. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the Wanyu Pavilion. Yezefeng returned, wearied and accompanied by the sulking Yexinger. He headed straight to the study, immersing himself in research to address the shortcomings of Feng Ho Chimin and to cultivate Wu Ho Chimin. As he perused ancient texts, his brow furrowed, indicating he had encountered significant challenges. Meanwhile, Yexinger sought solace in a tranquil garden within the pavilion, commencing her practice of the golden light spell passed down by Li Changsheng. She sat cross-legged on the ground, forming seals with her hands, chanting incantations, her body emanating a soft golden glow. Concurrently, above a vast expanse of ocean near Sea God Island, Li Changsheng stood suspended in midair, resembling an immortal. A long sword hovered above him, glinting with a cold radiance. Li Changsheng proclaimed with fervor, 9 heavens' mysterious abode. Transform into divine thunder. Resplendent heavenly might, guide it with the sword. As his voice resonated, dark clouds rapidly converged in the sky, and within the clouds thunder roiled, as if ready to rend the very sea itself. Suddenly, a vast emblem adorned with the Taiji symbol materialized above Li Changsheng, appearing as if it were intricately embedded in the heavens. The thunder clouds, drawn by an invisible force, converged entirely towards the Taiji emblem. As the thunder coalesced at the center of the emblem, it formed an immense sphere of lightning, which then cascaded down along the length of his sword like a torrent. Witnessing this, Li Changsheng gripped his sword and fiercely slashed towards the surface of the sea. This strike was imbued with boundless power of thunder, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the sky, plunging directly into the sea. In an instant, the ocean was cleaved open, creating a profound chasm, with water erupting like a fountain. The thunder raged through the seawater, sending countless splashes into the air, illuminating the entire surface of the sea with electric brilliance. What a breathtaking sight it was. In the expanse of the ocean for hundreds of miles ahead, the once tumultuous waters were now instantaneously vaporized by the thunder, transforming into billowing steam that enveloped the sea like a dense white mist. Having just executed the divine sword thunder control technique, Li Changsheng stood amidst the mist-cloaked sea, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. He gazed up at the churning dark clouds above, a hint of a confident smile gracing his lips. He then closed his eyes, adjusting his breath, as his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The previously gentle energy instantly sharpened, as if he had become an unparalleled sword, radiating brilliance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. His gaze was piercing, locking onto the dark clouds above. He proclaimed with fervor, "Heaven and earth are vast. Righteousness endures, not for the purpose of slaying immortals, but to vanquish demons and gods." As his voice resonated, Li Changsheng's body soared into the air like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the dark clouds with astonishing speed. Unbeknownst to him, a sword had materialized in his hand, its blade shimmering with a cold light, exuding boundless sword intent. In that fleeting moment, time appeared to stand still for him. Li Changsheng wielded his sword, moving with an incredible velocity, embodying an indomitable spirit as he unleashed a fierce wave of sword energy towards the dark clouds. This sword energy tore through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air and striking the dense clouds above. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed as the clouds were forcefully cleaved open, creating a vast rift. Sunlight pierced through the opening like golden arrows, cascading down upon the ocean once more. The surface of the water sparkled, reflecting radiant light. As if celebrating Li Changsheng's magnificent feat, observing the results of his cultivation, Li Changsheng felt immense satisfaction, indifferent to the sword in his hand that had shattered under the strain of immense power. The Qingyun sword technique truly lived up to its reputation, he mused. During the time spent living with the siblings Yexing Er and Wan Yugo, Li Changsheng had sought a location near the Sea God Island, where he thoroughly integrated the divine sword thunder control technique and the demon slayer technique of the Qingyun sword. Just as he was basking in admiration of the formidable power of the Qingyun sword technique, a gentle voice suddenly drifted from afar. "Young master, Shui Ro has matters to discuss. I implore you to grant me an audience." This voice was all too familiar to Li Changsheng, leaving him momentarily taken aback. During this period, everyone had been engrossed in their arduous training, and Shui Ro was no exception. Why would she suddenly seek him out? With a heart full of curiosity, Li Changsheng turned towards the source of the voice and softly called out, "Come here." Though his voice was low, it resonated clearly to Shui Ro, who had reached the mid-level of the 99th rank. Like a delicate butterfly, Shui Ro gracefully approached him from afar. In an instant, she stood before Li Changsheng, adorned in a flowing light blue gown, her figure enchanting and her features exquisite, resembling a celestial fairy. However, Li Changsheng was not swayed by her beauty. His heart was still filled with questions, prompting him to ask directly, "You have perfected your transformation. Why are you not focused on your cultivation, instead coming to find me?" Upon hearing Li Changsheng's inquiry, Shui Ro grew increasingly anxious and hurriedly replied, "Master, I beseech you to save my friend." Li Changsheng, perplexed by her seemingly disjointed words, questioned, "Say your friend?" Noticing that Li Changsheng seemed to misunderstand her, Shui Ro quickly clarified, "It is my soul beast friend, master." She then began to recount the tale of her bond with this soul beast friend. It turned out that, thousands of years ago, Shui Ro had fortuitously encountered a phoenix soul beast with an astonishing age of over 200,000 years while adrift on the vast ocean. Even more astonishingly, this phoenix was a fire phoenix. This fire phoenix resided on a solitary island above the sea, where an active volcano was erupting, its home. Due to the notorious reputation of the deep-sea demon whale king, Shui Ro had few companions. However, this fortuitously met fire phoenix had not shunned her, but rather had become her close friend. Yet, just moments ago, a heart-wrenching message had arrived through their unique means of communication, revealing that the fire phoenix, possessing a cultivation of 300,000 years, had failed to transcend its tribulation. However, for certain unique reasons, it had not perished immediately. In its moment of peril, the Fire Phoenix's final wish was to see its dear sister, Shui Ro, once more. When Shui Ro received this news, it struck her like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily speechless. But soon, she recalled how her master, Li Changsheng, had once successfully saved Ao Shuang. Without hesitation, she set out towards Li Changsheng's place of cultivation, harboring a glimmer of hope that he might once again work wonders to rescue her beloved sister. After grasping the general circumstances, Li Changsheng fell into deep contemplation. He pondered, now, with my mastery over those two sword techniques at a consummate level, and with no pressing matters at hand, it would be prudent to investigate further. After all, this was a 300,000-year soul beast, undoubtedly harboring a wealth of rare resources and treasures. Perhaps there would be unexpected rewards. With this thought, Li Changsheng decisively responded, very well, lead the way. Chapter 94. The Fire Phoenix on the Brink of Death. Above the vast, tumultuous, and uncharted ocean, two figures, akin to lightning, sped through the skies with astonishing velocity. These two shadowy figures, Shui Ro and Li Changsheng, were racing urgently towards their destination, their mission to rescue the gravely injured Fire Phoenix. After a prolonged flight, Li Changsheng could no longer contain his anxiety and inquired of Shui Ro. Shui Ro, we have flown for half a day. Why have we yet to arrive? Are you certain you have not misremembered the direction? Unfazed by Li Changsheng's skepticism, Shui Ro replied confidently, Master, rest assured, I have not misremembered the way. There is a special secret technique connecting me and the Fire Phoenix. I can distinctly sense that the distance between us is closing. If we persist a little longer, we shall reach our destination. Though Li Changsheng held some doubt regarding Shui Ro's words, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and accelerate forward. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, each second stretching out, making the days feel as though they were years. Approximately an hour later, Li Changsheng finally discerned a small black dot in the distant expanse ahead. Initially, this insignificant speck appeared trivial against the vast canvas of the horizon, and had it not been for Li Changsheng's unwavering gaze, its presence would likely have gone unnoticed. However, as time elapsed, the small black dot gradually became more defined, akin to a mystery shrouded in mist, slowly unveiling its enigmatic veil. As they drew closer, the dot expanded in size and its contours sharpened. Ultimately, when they approached to a certain proximity, the black dot fully revealed itself before their eyes. To Li Changsheng's astonishment, this small dot turned out to be an unnamed island. This island stood silently upon the ocean's surface, encircled by tumultuous waves, evoking a profound sense of isolation from the world. In stark contrast to ordinary islands, it was enveloped in a layer of scorching energy, as if the entire isle were ensconced within a colossal oven, where even the air seemed seared to a blistering heat, making respiration a daunting challenge. At the very center of the island, a magnificent active volcano loomed majestically, resembling a colossal mountain of flames. The crater periodically belched forth fierce flames, akin to a fire dragon soaring into the sky, unleashing potent fiery energies that suffused the surrounding space with a vivid crimson hue. Li Changsheng and Shui Ro stood on this mysterious island, confronted by such a spectacular sight, exchanging glances of astonishment. Shui Ro took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then began to lead the way in search of the Fire Phoenix's exact location. She navigated the island's paths with familiarity, while Li Changsheng closely followed. After a challenging trek, the two finally arrived at the base of the active volcano. The temperature here was extraordinarily high, with streams of molten lava coursing over the ground, intermittently bubbling and emitting a gurgling sound. Above this seething magma, a colossal Fire Phoenix floated. Its feathers had been singed by lightning, now presenting a charred black hue, and its once resplendent appearance had dimmed significantly. Its wings trembled slightly, seemingly too weak to soar, and its breath was faint, as if it might fall at any moment. Upon seeing her beloved sister, the Fire Phoenix, in such a dire state, Shui Ro's heart raced with anxiety. She called out urgently, "Little sister, I have brought our master to save you. You must hold on." Perhaps hearing her sister's voice, the Fire Phoenix, which had previously closed its eyes, slowly opened them and gazed at Shui Ro, weakly asking, "Sister, how have you transformed into human form? And is the master you speak of the one you mentioned before, the one I was to follow?" Shui Ro looked at the Fire Phoenix with hopeful anticipation, her voice quivering slightly as she inquired. Upon hearing Shui Ro's words, A flicker of joy sparkled in the Fire Phoenix's eyes, and it quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, yes, it is that person. With the Fire Phoenix's confirmation, Shui Ro's heart swelled with joy, her gaze darting to Li Changsheng, filled with hope, as if he were her sister's lifeline. However, Li Changsheng helplessly shook his head and sighed. I am at a loss. The Fire Phoenix's body has been eroded by the power of heavenly tribulation for far too long. Her life essence has long since depleted. The only reason she has managed to endure this far is due to her desire to see you, which has sustained her. His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within Shui Ro. She stared at Li Changsheng with wide eyes, incredulous, murmuring, How can this be? How can this be? The Fire Phoenix, witnessing her sister's anguish, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She gently reassured, Sister, do not grieve. This is my fate. I am content to see you one last time. There is no need for you to worry so much. I have long since come to terms with life and death. To see you now, before my end, brings me great satisfaction. The Fire Phoenix spoke with a calm demeanor, as if she had already detached herself from the notions of life and death. Hearing her sister's words, Shui Ro's heart ached as if it were being torn apart. How could she bear to watch her sister depart in such a manner? She knelt before Li Changsheng, tears streaming forth like a torrential flood, her voice choked with emotion. Master, I implore you, I know you must have other means. Please, save my sister, save my sister. Her cries echoed throughout the room, evoking deep sympathy. Seeing Shui Ro's profound sorrow, Li Changsheng felt a twinge of compassion. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly stated, There is indeed one method, but it hinges on whether you can accept it. If you are willing, I can attempt it. If not, then I am powerless. Upon hearing that there was still hope, Shui Ro quickly stifled her sobs and eagerly replied, We accept. Please, as long as my sister can live, we will do anything. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the Fire Phoenix, on the brink of death, suddenly brightened with a glimmer of hope. If survival was possible, who would wish for death? Chapter 95. The Method of Melding Soul with Weapon. Sensing the glimmer of hope in their gazes, Li Changsheng felt a mix of resignation and determination. He knew that although his proposed method sounded somewhat far-fetched, it was the only viable path. Your body is beyond repair and can no longer be used. Li Changsheng began slowly, his tone tinged with regret. However, I can utilize your current form as a foundation, along with some materials from the world, to forge a weapon. He paused before continuing. You can then meld your soul into this weapon, becoming its spirit. In this way, you would continue to exist as a weapon spirit. As Shui Ro listened to Li Changsheng's explanation, her face reflected a mixture of astonishment and hesitation. She had never heard of such a technique, and it was merely a concept proposed by Li Changsheng. Its success remained uncertain. However, I have never employed this method before. It is merely a conjecture, and whether it will succeed is contingent upon fate, he added, sensing Shui Ro's apprehension. Upon hearing this, Shui Ro's heart grew increasingly conflicted. She desperately wished for her sister to survive, yet this method seemed exceedingly perilous, devoid of any guarantees. She considered asking Li Changsheng if there were alternative solutions. However, at that moment, the Fire Phoenix, without hesitation, readily agreed, as if it were the simplest decision imaginable. Shui Ro was taken aback, not anticipating her sister's resolute acceptance, and she hurriedly attempted to intervene. Sister, I am willing to try this method. The Fire Phoenix turned to face Shui Ro, her gaze unwavering, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable determination. This is my only chance. I do not wish to forfeit it. Seeing the unwavering resolve in her sister's eyes, Shui Ro's heart swelled with sorrow. She understood the Fire Phoenix all too well. Once she had made a decision, she would not easily waver. Despite her overwhelming reluctance, Shui Ro recognized that at this moment, nothing she said could alter the Fire Phoenix's determination. There is no need for you to trouble the master any further. This method is indeed commendable. The Fire Phoenix seemed to sense Shui Ro's turmoil and offered a gentle smile of reassurance. With a resigned sigh, Shui Ro acknowledged that her sister was correct. This was indeed the only viable option available, though the risks were immense. Yet, since the Fire Phoenix had made her decision, she could only choose to support her. I wish to try, but where should I place my soul during the forging process, Master? The Fire Phoenix turned to Li Changsheng, inquiring earnestly. Upon hearing the inquiry from the Fire Phoenix, Li Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied slowly, I possess a jade pendant, known as the Dragon Soul Pendant. Although its name is derived from the Dragon Soul, It also exhibits remarkable efficacy in nurturing other souls. Li Changsheng elaborated, explaining that when other souls enter this pendant, they too can experience the nurturing of their essence. Since you have consented, then come forth. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Shui Ro, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he produced the dragon-shaped jade pendant from his waist as if performing a magical trick. The pendant, a vibrant emerald hue and exquisitely translucent, was intricately carved with a lifelike dragon, seemingly poised to soar into the sky at any moment. It emanated a faint glow in Li Changsheng's grasp, instantly captivating the beholder with its extraordinary presence. Shui Ro's gaze was drawn to the pendant, her eyes widening in astonishment. Though she had seen this pendant before, she had dismissed it as an ordinary ornament. Yet, at this moment, as she truly beheld its magnificence, her heart surged with tumultuous waves of realization. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly mundane pendant was, in fact, a treasure capable of nurturing souls. After lingering on the pendant for a moment, Shui Ro suddenly recalled something and turned her gaze to the other items on Li Changsheng, secretly pondering. Could it be that all of these are treasures? The fire phoenix, standing nearby, was equally entranced by the dragon-shaped pendant. Her astonishment mirrored that of Shui Ro. For while she had heard of methods to nurture souls, she had never witnessed one firsthand. Now, this pendant, capable of such a feat, appeared before her. An utterly astonishing sight. Yet, the fire phoenix reacted swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her inner soul power, allowing her essence to gradually detach from her corporeal form and soar towards the dragon soul pendant. The fire phoenix's body began to lose vitality, replaced by a fiery red illusion of a phoenix that darted straight for the pendant. Once the phoenix illusion fully entered the dragon soul pendant, Shui Ro's gaze remained fixated on the floating pendant, her heart filled with concern and trepidation. She could hardly contain her anxiety as she inquired, "Sister, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" However, the dragon soul pendant remained silent, suspended in the air without a sound. Seeing this, Shui Ro's worry intensified. She exchanged a glance with Li Changsheng, and they both decided to investigate the pendant's condition personally. Just as they prepared to act, a familiar voice emanated from the pendant, bringing Shui Ro a sense of warmth and reassurance. "Sister, I am fine. It is merely that the process of soul transfer has drained my energy somewhat. For the time being, I may need to rest and nurture my essence within this pendant to regain my strength." Though the fire phoenix's voice was slightly weakened, it still radiated comfort. Upon hearing the fire phoenix's words, both Shui Ro and Li Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Ro hastily replied, "Very well, sister. Focus on your recuperation. We shall guard you vigilantly." Subsequently, the dragon soul pendant fell silent once more, as if the previous conversation had been but a fleeting dream. Shui Ro gazed at the pendant, silently praying for her sister's swift recovery. At that moment, Li Changsheng turned to Shui Ro and said, "Shui Ro, I have a question. To forge an exceptional magical artifact, fire attribute metal materials are required. As the fire phoenix is a divine beast of the fire attribute, you might possess some such materials. Might you be able to locate them?" Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, a look of innocent bewilderment crossed Shui Ro's face as she shook her head and replied, I am not entirely certain. I have always lived in the sea, unable to set foot on the islands. It has always been my sister who came to find me. Thus, I truly am not well versed in matters regarding these materials. Chapter 96, The Secrets of the Cave. Observing the innocent expression on his maid's face, Li Changsheng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Alas, I am utterly exasperated. I cannot rely on you for anything." Despite his words, he did not reproach Shui Ro too harshly, as she spoke the truth. At that time, he was in his soul beast form and indeed could not reach the shore, leaving him powerless in this situation. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he focused his mind and unleashed a formidable wave of spiritual power, sweeping across the entire volcano like an invisible torrent. Under the shroud of his spiritual energy, no corner of the volcano could hide from his scrutiny. Li Changsheng meticulously searched, leaving no stone unturned in hopes of discovering the treasures of the Fire Phoenix. Meanwhile, Shui Ro stood by, feeling a twinge of grievance upon hearing Li Changsheng's complaints. She thought to herself, "I do not wish for things to be this way. It was merely because I was unable to come ashore in my soul beast form that I could not assist." Nevertheless, she refrained from defending herself and silently observed Li Changsheng, hoping he would successfully find what he sought. Before long, Li Changxing's spiritual energy finally detected a trace of unusual essence. His eyes brightened as he swiftly locked onto the target and, without hesitation, soared towards that direction. Shui Rou followed closely behind. They sped through the swirling smoke and roaring flames within the volcano, ultimately arriving at its base. Here lay a relatively tranquil expanse, starkly contrasting with the volcano's fury above. Li Changsheng and Shui Rou descended slowly, surveying their surroundings to discover a vast cave, its entrance cloaked in a soft luminescence, making it appear both mysterious and alluring. They exchanged glances, each seemingly reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, Li Changsheng resolutely stepped into the cave, with Shui Rou carefully trailing behind, mirroring his every movement. Upon entering the cave, Li Changsheng suddenly sensed a powerful and enigmatic force surging within, as if some extraordinary discovery awaited his exploration. A jolt of apprehension coursed through him, prompting him to immediately project his qi outward, forming a robust protective barrier that enveloped both himself and Shui Rou. Shui Rou was startled by Li Changxing's sudden seriousness, having never witnessed such a solemn reaction from him before. She looked at him with concern and asked, "What is it, master? Is something wrong?" Li Changsheng, however, did not respond to Shui Rou's inquiry, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the cave as if lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he finally took a step forward, gradually advancing deeper into the cave. Seeing this, Shui Rou hurriedly followed, her heart brimming with both unease and curiosity. As they delved deeper, the surrounding environment gradually grew more intense, the air thick with the rich energy of fire elements. Before long, a breathtaking sight unfolded before them, a vein abundant with fire elemental energy. The sheer magnitude of fire elemental energy was astonishing. Even the air was saturated with its potent essence, as if the entire space had been ignited. Shui Rou, taken aback by such a remarkable spectacle, found herself at a loss for words, utterly awestruck by the scene before her. "Master, this fire energy has reached the pinnacle of elemental fire." Shui Rou finally regained her composure and stammered a few words. However, Li Changsheng remained silent, standing still with his eyes tightly shut, as if wholly immersed in his own world. His breathing grew exceedingly slow and profound, seemingly engaging in a unique communion with the surrounding environment. As time ticked away, Li Changsheng stood motionless, as though he had forgotten the passage of time. An entire hour passed before he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance flashing within them. His gaze, akin to a lightning bolt, fixed intently upon a nearby rock face. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his arm, a fierce sword aura erupted from his hand, reminiscent of a shooting star traversing the sky, and cleaved directly towards the rock wall. The sound of a tremendous crash resonated as the sword aura collided with the rock face, producing a deafening noise. The wall trembled violently under the impact of the sword aura before it collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a brand new entrance. Shui Rou stood beside him, witnessing the spectacle, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the newly revealed opening. From the entrance emanated a continuous stream of searing fire elemental energy, a force so potent that it far surpassed her understanding of the most extreme flames. Upon witnessing the emergence of the entrance, a look of expectation crossed Li Changxing's face, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, he stepped towards the opening, prompting Shui Rou to promptly follow suit. Together, they ventured into the entrance, where the passage appeared exceptionally deep. As they proceeded, they felt as though they were continuously descending. With each step deeper, the temperature escalated, as if they were ensconced within a colossal furnace. Ordinary tidal Douluo would likely be reduced to ashes by such terrifying heat. Yet Li Changsheng and Shui Rou seemed largely unaffected, steadfastly advancing into this mysterious realm. After traversing for some time, they were greeted by a vast expanse of crimson ocean, not composed of water, but rather a sea of flames. Shui Rou marveled at this extraordinary sight, while Li Changsheng's gaze was fixed upon the center of the fiery ocean, where a strand of golden flame floated. This golden flame was a familiar presence to Li Changsheng, for its essence was strikingly similar to that of an individual he had encountered previously. However, the flame on that person was merely a fragment of the fire here. That person had not fully mastered its power. Although the golden flame at the center of this inferno appeared exceedingly faint, as if its energy was nearly depleted, it remained intact. Even a super Douluo would be incinerated instantly upon contact with this flame, lacking even a moment to react. Thus, Shui Ro felt an overwhelming apprehension, fearing that she was perilously close to the Sun True Fire. Otherwise, she dreaded becoming a roasted fish, a fate too unjust and humiliating. Chapter 97. The innate fire of the Douluo world, the Sun True Fire. Suddenly, Li Changxing's entire soul force surged like a tumultuous tide as he closed his eyes, focusing intently on releasing his aura without reservation. However, rather than merely releasing his own essence, it was the awakening and eruption of the powerful, exotic fire within him, the void-devouring flame. Just moments ago, Li Changxing had perceptively sensed the presence of the Sun True Fire, a realization made possible by the unusual agitation of the void-devouring flame. This mysterious and formidable seemed to have sensed the existence of the Sun True Fire and harbored an intense desire to consume it. It was this yearning to devour that spurred Li Changxing to meticulously explore his surroundings. After all, in his view, within this fantastical underworld of the Douluo world, what could possibly warrant the attention of the void-devouring flame? Even though it was merely a fragment of the void-devouring flame, it still possessed immense significance. The entity it sought to consume would undoubtedly be extraordinary, not just any inconsequential flame. However, the moment Li Changxing stepped into the cave, the void-devouring flame exhibited a renewed desire to consume the flame, this time with greater intensity, indicating that he was drawing nearer to that coveted entity. Consequently, Li Changxing dared not exhibit any negligence. He immediately concentrated his mind, scrutinizing every corner of the cave. At last, after a thorough search, Li Changxing uncovered the hidden secret of the cave, the Sun True Fire at its deepest level. Initially taken aback by this discovery, he realized that the Sun True Fire was one of the innate fires of the Douluo world. Aside from a few who wielded it within the Spirit Hall, he had never encountered another source of Sun True Fire. What astonished him even further was the completeness of this Sun True Fire, despite its current frailty. Its power was far beyond that of the Sun True Fire associated with the Angel Spirit. In comparison, the Sun True Fire from the Angel Spirit could very well become mere nourishment in the presence of this complete version. Contemplating this, Li Changxing released the essence of the void-devouring flame to attract the Sun True Fire. In that instant, as he unleashed the essence of the void-devouring flame, the faint and nearly mindless strand of the Sun True Fire seemed irresistibly drawn by an invisible force, speeding toward him like a shooting star, and directly landing in his grasp. Gazing at the Sun True Fire in his hand, Li Changxing smiled gently. This journey to the mountains had indeed yielded an abundant harvest. Shui Ro's eyes widened, fixated on the flame in Li Changxing's hand, cold sweat cascading down her forehead like a flood, her back bristling with fear, as if she were not confronting a mere flame, but a ferocious beast. Her body trembled slightly, akin to a startled cat, its fur standing on end. Internally, Shui Ro was astounded. After all, she was a formidable mid-tier 99th level limit Douluo. In the entire Douluo world, few could rival her. Yet, this seemingly insignificant flame emanated such a lethal aura. Of course, this was under the condition that the Sun True Fire could strike her. If that attack were to miss, then all fear would amount to naught. Steadying herself, she endeavored to maintain a calm voice as she looked at Li Changxing, her face a mask of skepticism. Master, what exactly is the origin of this flame? Why do I sense such an intense, lethal aura emanating from it? Li Changxing, elated as he cradled the Sun True Fire, regarded it as a precious treasure. Hearing Shui Ro's inquiry, he smiled and patiently explained, this fire is no ordinary flame. It is the legendary innate fire of the Douluo world, the Sun True Fire. Its rank far exceeds that of even the most extreme flames. He paused before continuing. The Sun True Fire originates from the sun itself, its power derived from the sun, hence its name. Observing Shui Ro's somewhat bewildered expression, Li Changxing decided to provide another example for her better understanding. You are familiar with the angel god on the continent, correct? That angel god, upon achieving divinity, only grasped a portion of the Sun True Fire. Yet, this mere fragment allowed the angel god to stand out among the ranks of first-level deities. Li Changxing's voice resonated with admiration for the strand of true sunfire. Do you think this true sunfire is formidable? Ultimately, Li Changxing gazed regretfully at the true sunfire in his hand, acknowledging that, although it was still intact, its power had dwindled considerably due to the ravages of time. He mused that in roughly 100 years, it would likely extinguish completely. Could the external vein, rich in the essence of fire, have emerged because of it? Shui Rou looked at Li Changsheng in astonishment, her disbelief palpable. Li Changsheng nodded slightly in agreement, responding softly, "Indeed, as you surmise, the external vein, saturated with the ultimate fire, is merely a manifestation of the energy it has exuded over time." His descriptions of the true sun fire were astonishing. He even compared it to a first-tier divine angel, which profoundly impressed Shui Rou regarding the terror of the true sun fire. As Li Changsheng held the true sun fire aloft, a mere thought caused the blazing flames to behave like a tamed beast, obediently retracting until they vanished from sight. Yet, he did not cease there. He subsequently summoned the void, devouring flame. This black flame danced in his grasp as if it possessed a life of its own. To everyone's surprise, the process of refining the void-devouring flame went exceedingly smoothly. It seemed to harbor an innate affinity for Li Changsheng, offering no resistance, but rather cooperating eagerly with his refining efforts. After the void-devouring flame was completely refined, Li Changsheng summoned the true sun fire once more. This time, he commanded the void-devouring flame to exhibit its formidable devouring capabilities to consume the searing true sun fire. One might wonder why Li Changsheng did not simply ingest it for direct refining, like Xiaoyan did. He reasoned, with the void-devouring flame at my disposal, why resort to the most primitive methods of refining? Chapter 98, Primordial Burning Heaven Flame. After enduring prolonged wear and depletion, the true sun fire had become feeble, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of being wholly consumed by the void-devouring flame. It was merely a matter of time, and that time would not be protracted. Indeed, just a day later, the void-devouring flame successfully devoured the true sun fire entirely. Throughout this process, it continuously absorbed the energy of the true sun fire, undergoing gradual transformation. Upon the complete consumption of the true sun fire, a strand of golden light emerged within the void-devouring flame, intertwining with its original black flames to form a unique flame manifestation. This novel flame not only significantly amplified the potency of the void-devouring flame, but also endowed it with certain characteristics of the true sun fire, such as heightened temperature, intensified combustion, and a degree of purifying ability. Witnessing this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but marvel internally. He recognized the void-devouring flame as an exceptionally potent, and even in its diminished state, it wielded immense power. Without the system's assistance, he would have required much more time to refine the void-devouring flame, potentially at the risk of his life. However, now that the void-devouring flame had successfully consumed the true sun fire, its might had surged. This exhilarated Li Changsheng, for he knew that the void-devouring flame was now primed to consume yet another formidable flame, the life flame. The life flame was a complete. Although it might not rank among the top 10 in terms of power, it possessed a remarkable ability as a maturation agent for medicinal herbs. With the life flame, concerns over a lack of medicinal materials would be a thing of the past. If alchemists were to choose between the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame and the life flame, they would undoubtedly opt for the latter without hesitation. Contemplating this, Li Changsheng's heart stirred as he recalled his small vial, which also served as a miraculous maturation agent. Without hesitation, he summoned the life flame from the system's space. The moment the life flame appeared, a torrent of rich life energy surged forth, enveloping Li Changsheng entirely. As he absorbed this powerful life energy and gazed at the life flame before him, a flurry of thoughts surged within him. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and began to circulate the qi within his body. With his movements, his hands slowly extended towards the life flame, as if reaching for an immensely precious treasure. Upon contact with the life flame, he could distinctly perceive the immense power and boundless vitality contained within. Li Changsheng cautiously separated several strands of the life flame, which danced in his hands like spirited little sprites. However, as he extracted these strands, the brilliance of the life flame noticeably dimmed, and its power seemed to wane considerably. Yet, Li Changsheng remained unperturbed, knowing that given a little time, the life flame would undoubtedly recover. Observing the blazing life flame, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he felt the boundless energy and vitality it contained. With great care, he gathered the strands of fire and stored them in the system's space before sitting cross-legged to prepare for the consumption of this formidable life flame. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and immersed himself completely in the flames. Similar to the void-devouring flame, the life flame was also drawn from the system, thus displaying no signs of resistance. The flames, like docile lambs, allowed Li Changsheng to consume them at will. Meanwhile, Shui Ro kept her distance from this terrifying blaze. Although the temperature had decreased somewhat since the true sunfire was devoured, it remained exceedingly hot, and she wished to avoid being scorched by Li Changxing's heat. Nevertheless, her initial astonishment gradually transformed into numbness. She could hardly believe her fortune in witnessing the legendary divine fire, the true sunfire, with her own eyes. But who could have anticipated that her master would produce yet another strand of black flame, commencing its refinement? This black flame evoked an unprecedented sensation in Shui Ro. Its power seemed to surpass even that of the true sunfire. Her eyes widened in awe as she gazed at the black flame, filled with reverence and curiosity. Furthermore, after refining the black flame, Li Changsheng promptly summoned forth a green flame emanating rich life energy. Although this green flame appeared gentle, its powerful aura was undeniable. Shui Ro understood that while this green flame might be somewhat less potent than the previous black flame, it was still formidable. Indeed, it surpassed the true sunfire. Faced with Li Changxing's continuous display of such extraordinary divine fires, Shui Ro's doubts deepened. She couldn't help but ponder the origins of Li Changxing. Could he be a descendant of some powerful deity, dispatched to the mortal realm for training? After all, such an abundance of divine flames cannot be obtained so easily. The more Shui Ro contemplated, the more she felt the likelihood of this possibility was immense. Otherwise, how could such a plethora of divine flames have ended up in Li Changxing's possession? While Shui Ro was still lost in her musings, 2 days had already passed, and Li Changsheng began to open his eyes. Having completed his absorption, Li Changsheng rose to his feet, and with a mere thought, a flame manifested in his palm, showcasing a mesmerizing blend of black, green, and gold hues. Upon witnessing the flame in his hand, Li Changsheng was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that the energy within this life flame would be so vast, capable of separately enhancing both the true sunfire and the void-devouring flame during the refining process, resulting in an equal distribution of the 3 distinct fire energies within this flame. The void-devouring flame embodies the principles of annihilation. The life flame represents the essence of life catalysis, and the true sunfire incinerates all that exists. Thus, when these 3 flames fuse into a singular entity, it shall be named the primordial celestial flame. After bestowing a name upon it, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Chapter 99. The complete source of the 5 spirits. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the primordial celestial flame. This flame is extraordinarily powerful, possessing the might to scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. The host has earned a chance for a lottery draw. Hearing the system's prompt, "Asuplas milagrosa Li Changxing's lips," he casually remarked, "Let us draw." He held no grand expectations for this lottery opportunity. After all, it was merely a draw. What remarkable treasures could he possibly obtain? However, the subsequent announcement from the system left Li Changxing utterly astounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the complete source of the 5 spirits from the Pig Hero world. Upon hearing this reward, Li Changxing was momentarily dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe his ears. Pig Hero world? That was a realm brimming with fantasy and adventure. Moreover, the source of the 5 spirits was the most vital energy source within this world, representing the core conflict between the forces of light and darkness. An overwhelming joy surged within Li Changxing. This was akin to striking gold. Eagerly, he began to examine the detailed information regarding the source of the 5 spirits. The source of the 5 spirits is a universe-level energy source born in the ancient times of the Pig Hero world, encompassing boundless power and mysteries. It possesses the capability to reshape the heavens and the earth, creating entirely new worlds, as well as triggering catastrophic disasters. This formidable energy source serves as the central point of conflict between the forces of light and darkness. Whoever can master it shall dominate the entire Pig Hero world. As he perused the detailed description of the source of the 5 spirits, Li Changxing was once again taken aback. He realized that the value of this reward far exceeded his wildest imaginings. Not only was it a source of immense power, but it also entailed a profound responsibility and challenge. Nevertheless, Li Changxing did not allow himself to be overwhelmed by the magnitude of this reward. He composed himself and began to contemplate how best to utilize the source of the 5 spirits. After all, such a potent force, if mishandled, could lead to unforeseen repercussions. After careful consideration, Li Changxing resolved to extract the source of the 5 spirits first and meticulously study its characteristics and potential uses. Subsequently, He would devise a reasonable plan tailored to his current circumstances to ensure the safe mastery of this formidable power. The moment Li Changsheng stepped into the system space, an enigmatic and potent force enveloped him. He focused his gaze and beheld the source of the five spirits, quietly suspended at the center of the space, exuding an aura of both light and darkness. It resembled a dazzling star in the cosmos, radiating an exhilarating wave of energy. Li Changsheng's eyes widened in excitement as he gazed at it, internally marveling. This is indeed the source of the five spirits. Although it hails from the pig hero world, which is ranked below the Douluo world, it is still a universe-level energy of a world. Undoubtedly, it is a remarkable treasure. However, despite his curiosity and anticipation regarding the source of the five spirits, he could not immediately conceive a method to harness this powerful energy source. Reluctantly, he decided to temporarily place it within the system space, hoping to discover an appropriate means of utilizing it in the future. Having completed all of this, Li Changsheng exited the system space. Upon returning to the real world, he was astonished to find that the surroundings had undergone a significant transformation. The once raging sea of flames had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a dozen blocks of sun essence iron radiating the essence of true sunfire. Each of these fiery red blocks appeared as though they had been forged from the core of the sun, brimming with endless thermal energy. A surge of joy filled Li Changsheng's heart as he extended his hand, channeling his power to draw several blocks of sun essence iron towards him. Just as he was reveling in the beauty of these precious sun essence irons, he abruptly sensed an unusual gaze upon him. Turning his head, he spotted Shui Ro standing at a distance, maintaining a cautious separation. Confused, Li Changsheng inquired, "Why are you standing so far away? Is something the matter?" Upon hearing his query, Shui Ro sighed with resignation, as if exasperated by Li Changsheng's ignorance. Unable to suppress her frustration, she remarked, "Master, you truly are oblivious. Do you not realize just how formidable the flames you've summoned are?" Her voice carried a hint of reproach, seemingly still shaken by Li Changsheng's earlier actions. She continued, "Had the flames not suddenly disappeared, I would have had to seriously contemplate whether being burned to death beside you is worse than being engulfed by the surrounding inferno." Listening to Shui Ro's complaints, Li Changsheng suddenly had an epiphany, understanding her implication. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, though he did not outwardly show it, merely clearing his throat to mask his discomfort. "I see now. Let's hurry on our way." He swiftly shifted the topic, eager to conclude this awkward exchange. He added, "I have already prepared the materials required for the refinement. As for those veins containing the ultimate flames outside, simply extract a portion of their core ores. Remember, do not take them all. One must always leave a thread of possibility." His tone was steady, as though he had regained his composure from the earlier embarrassment, methodically arranging the subsequent tasks. Finally, he emphasized after I depart, "I will set up a powerful array here to prevent anyone from inadvertently stumbling upon this island and discovering the precious veins within the cave." With that, Li Changsheng seemed eager to leave, striding towards the cave exit without looking back, as though he were compelled to escape the awkward situation by Shui Ro's reproachful gaze. Watching her master retreating into the distance, Shui Ro couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, the way master leaves is simply too amusing," she chuckled to herself, surprised to find her powerful master exhibiting such an endearing side. After her laughter subsided, Shui Ro recalled the tasks assigned by her master and promptly followed in Li Changsheng's footsteps towards the exit. Following Li Changsheng's previous instructions, Shui Ro arrived at the core mining site. She carefully surveyed her surroundings, then cautiously selected a few core ores, ensuring she did not extract every last one. Once her task was accomplished, Shui Ro quickly departed from the mining site, reuniting with Li Changsheng at the cave entrance. Upon exiting the cave, Li Changsheng scanned the area, confirming the absence of any other individuals, before casually setting up a concealed array and a protective array near the entrance. Thus, even if an outsider were to inadvertently arrive at this secluded spot, uncovering its secrets would prove exceedingly difficult. After setting up the formation, Li Changsheng departed from the volcano with Shui Ro and returned to the solitary island. They found a tranquil place on the island to settle down, patiently awaiting the awakening of the Fire Phoenix. Chapter 100. The Sudden Arrival of the Heavenly Tao. Since Li Changsheng and Shui Ro left the volcano, time had quietly slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the 7th day, the slumbering Fire Phoenix finally began to stir, its wings gently fluttering, sending forth a wave of searing heat that seemed to shake the very foundations of the island. During these 7 days, Li Changsheng and Shui Ro had not been idle. They scoured the surroundings and managed to gather the remaining materials required for the crafting of the artifact. While these materials were not as rare as the solar essence iron, they were still of considerable value, each meticulously selected and prepared. The following noon, as the sun shone brightly, Li Changsheng ventured alone to the heart of the island. This expanse was a wide-open area, surrounded by lush vegetation, with a colossal volcanic crater dominating the center. Standing above the crater, Li Changsheng's silhouette appeared particularly imposing in the sunlight. He inhaled deeply, then extended his hand abruptly, conjuring a blazing inferno that erupted in his palm. This flame was none other than the primordial devouring flame, its temperature so high it seemed capable of melting all existence. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng cast numerous materials and the precious solar essence, iron, into the air. The materials danced in the sky, shimmering with various hues, akin to the stars scattered across the night sky. The primordial devouring flame, like a ferocious hawk, dove towards these materials, enveloping them instantly. As the flames blazed, the crafting materials gradually melted under the intense heat. Li Changsheng remained completely focused on the flame, his hands weaving intricate symbols that materialized in the air like shooting stars. These symbols appeared to possess a life of their own, swirling momentarily before striking the molten, crafting materials like lightning. Despite inheriting the legacy of the divine mechanic and being a 9th-rank artifact master, Li Changsheng did not dare to be complacent in the face of such advanced artifact crafting. After all, this was his first attempt at forging such a precious artifact, and the materials he employed were beyond mere preciousness, particularly the solar essence iron, which had nearly vanished from the world. Thus, Li Changsheng knew he must concentrate fully on every step of the crafting process, exercising utmost caution to achieve perfection and prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The volcanic energy coursing within the mountain, thanks to the formation Li Changsheng had previously arranged, continuously fed energy to the primordial devouring flame, providing it with relentless power. Nearby, Shui Ro watched intently as Li Changsheng focused on his crafting, her heart racing with anxiety. She dared not let her guard down, wholly committed to safeguarding against any disturbances that might disrupt Li Changsheng's endeavor. As time slipped by, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, reaching noon on the third day. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating brilliant and intense light, marking the peak of yang energy throughout the day. Above the volcanic crater, Li Changsheng's crafting was nearing its culmination. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and then gradually withdrew the primordial devouring flame. In a breathtaking display, a golden-red sword materialized before everyone's eyes. However, this sword had yet to be unsealed and required the baptism of a lightning tribulation to unleash its true power. The moment the sword appeared, ominous clouds began to churn in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as though the emergence of this sword had triggered a cataclysmic shift in the heavens, heralding the arrival of something extraordinary. Yet, as Li Changsheng gazed at the tumultuous sky, an unusual expression crossed his face. It was as if something familiar lay concealed behind those thick clouds. Before he could ponder further, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, resounding like thunder within his consciousness. "You rascal, what are you up to? I was just taking a brief nap, and you've already woken me." Taken aback by this sudden voice, Li Changsheng felt his consciousness drawn into his mind SC. Soon, he found himself face to face with the heavenly Tao of the divine realm, who had recently entrusted him with a task. "Heavenly Tao, why have you suddenly appeared here?" Li Changsheng inquired in astonishment. "I hardly believe that merely crafting an artifact would warrant your direct intervention, let alone summon such terrifying thunder." He continued, his mind racing with speculation about the Tao's intentions. "Could it be that you have another task for me?" he asked cautiously, fearing he might be correct. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the heavenly Tao erupted in indignation, humorously scolding him as it explained, "You little brat, how dare you speak to the heavenly Tao like that?" The voice boomed, causing the very earth to tremble. "What do you take me for? Am I the sort of Tao that only shows up for trivial matters? I have come here specifically because of your artifact crafting." The heavenly Tao continued, a hint of ire in its tone that sent shivers down one's spine. "Do you have any idea how close the sword you forged is to becoming a semi-divine artifact?" Li Changsheng was taken aback, his heart racing at the revelation that the sword he had crafted was so formidable. However, his astonishment was short-lived, for he was all too aware of the rarity and value of the materials he had utilized. Yet, as he regarded the heavenly Tao before him, a smile broke upon his face. "Heavenly Tao, considering this is my first time crafting a sword of this caliber, This particular sword holds profound sentimental value for me. Li Changshang said, his tone laced with a hint of pleading. Might you, as an old friend, lend your assistance by using your tribulation to unseal my sword? He continued, his eyes glimmering with hopeful anticipation. I fully understand that with your mastery over tribulation, you would never easily destroy my sword. After all, you are the omnipotent heavenly Tao. Your existence is as enigmatic as the mysteries of the universe, evoking both awe and curiosity. Your power is unfathomable, as if you command all the laws and forces of the world. In this divine realm, you are undoubtedly the most mysterious entity, with no one truly grasping the extent of your abilities. Chapter 101, Half-Step Artifact. Upon hearing Li Changxing's flattery, a remarkable expression of pride briefly graced the face of the heavenly Tao, followed by a bashful scratching of its head. The heavenly Tao was well aware of the awkwardness of refusal. After all, this little rascal had elevated it to such heights. Thus, it could only reluctantly nod in agreement, albeit with a cautious reminder for Li Changsheng. Very well, since you have so earnestly requested my assistance, I shall grant you this favor. However, it must be noted that this sword, upon merging with that soul, can only reach the status of a half-step divine artifact at most, though its potential is immense, and it will undoubtedly evolve into a true divine artifact in the future. It must first undergo a lengthy process of growth. The heavenly Tao's voice carried a note of gravity. Subsequently, the celestial path of the divine realm solemnly addressed Li Changsheng, stating, therefore, you must assure me that this sword shall only ascend to the status of a divine artifact when its wielder reaches the divine realm. Otherwise, the devastation wrought by an artifact imbued with the true fire of the sun in the Douluo world would be unimaginable. At this juncture, the celestial path seemed to recall something and hastily added, moreover, should the Douluo world indeed be shattered by your actions, do not seek me out. I possess neither the time nor the inclination to restore it. My own divine realm has already left me overwhelmed, and I lack the energy to intervene in the affairs of other worlds. The divine artifacts left in the Douluo world are merely phantoms of artifacts or artifacts whose powers have been sealed. Upon hearing the words of the celestial path, Li Changsheng contemplated briefly before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, I promise you, once it has been refined, I shall seal its power, ensuring it does not become unduly formidable. You need not worry on that account. His voice was calm, yet resolute, as if he had long deliberated over this decision. Witnessing this, the celestial path felt a great weight lift from his heart. After all, Li Changsheng was someone he had deliberately placed within the Douluo world, and now, with the cultivation methods of Sea God Island having undergone a transformation, the celestial path had already sensed this change upon his arrival in the Douluo world. Now, he merely awaited the remaining 2 continents to also commence the cultivation of Qi by soul masters, so that when these soul masters passed away, their energy would nourish the world. Over time, the world's energy would gradually accumulate, ultimately achieving a state of elevation. This process would not only enhance the Douluo world, but would also reciprocally nourish the divine realm, slowing the rate at which the divine realm was being eroded by chaotic energies. This was the very intention behind the celestial path's encouragement for Li Changsheng to disseminate the methods of cultivation. However, Li Changsheng then jested, of course, if the deities of your divine realm were to incur inevitable losses in the Douluo world, then surely the celestial path should intervene. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the celestial path pondered, surely there were no deities from his realm so foolish as to provoke trouble in a minor world. After Li Changsheng and the celestial path reached an agreement, the sky suddenly darkened, with ominous clouds swirling and thunder rumbling. Bolts of lightning, like silver serpents, cleaved through the heavens, striking directly at the golden red sword. Astonishingly, despite their tremendous power, these bolts of lightning inflicted no damage upon the golden red sword. Instead, they seemed to bolster the sword, serving as a trial of lightning that gradually allowed the sword to emanate a dazzling brilliance until it was fully unsealed. Li Changsheng, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, fully aware of the sword's formidable nature. Once it fused with the soul of the fire phoenix, it would ascend to the status of a semi-divine artifact, its aura potent enough to be felt clearly across tens of thousands of miles. Thus, he swiftly sealed the sword's aura without hesitation, lest he be influenced by this overwhelming power. Subsequently, Li Changsheng summoned the soul of the fire phoenix from the dragon soul pendant. Although the fire phoenix's soul existed merely in a spectral state, it radiated an immense aura. As if possessing boundless strength, Li Changsheng gazed at the fire phoenix's soul and softly declared, very well. We are now but one step away from completion. His voice, while tranquil, carried a hint of anticipation and tension. He then addressed the Fire Phoenix's soul. Whether you can become the spirit of this sword depends on your own fortune. After speaking, he took a step back to allow space for the Fire Phoenix's soul. The Fire Phoenix's soul, seemingly comprehending Li Changxing's intent, flashed with determination in its eyes and surged towards the golden-red sword without hesitation. Just as the Fire Phoenix's soul entered the sword, a piercing wail echoed from within, reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Yet this anguished cry did not linger long. Mere moments later, it ceased abruptly. With the sound's disappearance, the Fire Phoenix's soul successfully merged with the golden-red sword, becoming its spirit. In an instant, the golden-red sword erupted with blinding light, its power exploding forth like a volcanic eruption. What was once an unremarkable sword had now ascended to the status of a semi-divine artifact, exuding a heart-stirring aura. Moreover, astonishingly, the Fire Phoenix, due to the inherent true fire of the sun within the sword, began an extraordinary metamorphosis of its own fire. During this marvelous transformation, the Fire Phoenix gradually acquired some of the true fire of the sun's powers, as if its flames had been blessed by the sun itself, becoming even more fervent and radiant. At that moment, a voice resounded from the depths of Li Changsheng's consciousness, echoing like a thunderous bell within his mind. "You little rascal, I must take my leave. Remember, do not cause me any trouble, and go forth to spread the teachings." Following this, the celestial path, seemingly still unconvinced, added, "Also, the Douluo world is not limited to the land you previously inhabited. There exists another continent known as the Sun and Moon continent. Do not forget it." No sooner had the words left his lips than the consciousness of the celestial path swiftly returned to the divine realm like a shooting star, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After hearing the celestial path's words, Li Changxing suddenly grasped the significance of the information. He was well aware of the Sun and Moon continent's existence, for he was indeed a reader well-versed in the original text. Upon gradually withdrawing from his consciousness, Li Changxing was astounded by the sight before him. The Fire Phoenix, in its spirit form, gracefully emerged from the sword, resembling a phoenix dancing in the air. Even more astonishingly, the Fire Phoenix appeared in human form. With an elegant figure and a strikingly beautiful face, she resembled a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 102, Naming the Phoenix Feathersword. Observing the scene of the two individuals joyfully embracing, Li Changsheng cleared his throat. "Ahem. Hey, I'm still here. Do you two think I do not exist? If you truly wish to be together, I can facilitate that for you. After all, a dragon and a phoenix. Water and fire. What a match made in heaven." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's teasing remarks, the faces of the two women flushed crimson, akin to ripe apples, awkwardly unsure of how to respond, and hastily released their embrace. "Master, you misunderstand. It is not as you imagine. Water, you hurriedly explained, fearing that Li Changsheng might misconstrue her intentions. "Indeed, sir, I also prefer men. We were merely too excited earlier, which led to our impulsive embrace." The Fire Phoenix quickly echoed Water Yu's words, attempting to dispel Li Changsheng's misunderstanding. Observing the two women's eager explanations, Li Changsheng remained composed, casually waving his hand and chuckling. All right, your preferences are your own business. However, we must discuss the matter of where the Fire Phoenix will go. How about this? You will accompany Water Yu for the time being." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Water Yu's heart leaped with joy, ready to express her gratitude, only to be interrupted by the Fire Phoenix, who suddenly interjected with a displeased expression, "Sir, I do not wish to follow Water Yu. I want to accompany you." Water Yu's eyes widened in shock at her best friend's unexpected declaration, utterly taken aback. She had not anticipated that the Fire Phoenix would voice such a question, especially in front of Li Changsheng. Amidst Water Yu's astonished gaze and Li Changsheng's puzzled expression, the Fire Phoenix seemed oblivious to their reactions and continued, "Might I inquire if you possess any suitable weapons?" Her voice was clear and resolute, as if this question held paramount importance to her. Upon hearing the words, Li Changsheng hesitated momentarily before delving into contemplation. He meticulously recalled the weapons at his disposal and realized that aside from the soul tool, the El Zupei sword, and the one within him, he possessed no particularly convenient weapon. However, both swords bore unique significance for Li Changsheng. The soul tool, El Zupei sword, was not something he would wield lightly, reserving it for encounters with exceptionally formidable foes. The sword within him was even more exceptional. It represented his ultimate trump card, when he would not deploy unless absolutely necessary. Since being struck by heavenly lightning, the powers within the El Zhu Pei sword had begun to unlock in earnest. Following the teachings on Sea God Island, Li Changsheng felt a mysterious force accelerating the sword's unsealing. What this force was, even he could not articulate. Yet he sensed its immense power and importance. Thus, it was evident that he currently lacked a weapon he could wield at will. No, what now? Faced with this question, Li Changsheng appeared remarkably composed, responding in a measured tone. However, upon hearing his reply, the Fire Phoenix suddenly became extraordinarily animated. With wide eyes and an expression brimming with excitement, she declared, "Sir, I can become your sword." This unexpected proclamation left Shui Ro utterly speechless. A phrase flickered in her mind. For a sister, one would bear a knife in the ribs. For nothing, one would stab a sister. Shui Ro's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the unfolding events. Having known the Fire Phoenix for tens of thousands of years, akin to sisters, she never anticipated that the latter would suddenly attempt to usurp her master. This left Shui Ro feeling perplexed and at a loss for how to navigate this situation. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to dissuade the Fire Phoenix from this notion, but before she could utter a word, Li Changsheng had already unhesitatingly acquiesced to the Fire Phoenix's request. "Very well, since you desire this, then accompany me." Li Changsheng's voice was calm and resolute, as though this were the most commonplace matter. Observing this, Shui Ro felt an increasing sense of urgency and hastily interjected, "Master this." Yet, Li Changsheng waved his hand, interrupting her, and continued, "No need for further words. I have my arrangements. This sword is indeed powerful, and I must first seal it to prevent its strength from spiraling out of control." With that, he raised his hand and gently waved it over the sword's body. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, forming a formidable seal upon the sword. This seal resembled an indomitable barrier, firmly confining the sword's power within. Remarkably, this seal seemed to have no substantial effect on the Fire Phoenix, who continued to hover in the air, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Li Changsheng gazed contemplatively at the sealed sword and mused, "This sword is so powerful, it will undoubtedly become my formidable weapon in the future. However, before it is fully tamed, I will require some time and effort for its cultivation." Ultimately, Li Changsheng resolved to bestow a name upon this sword, pondering briefly before exclaiming, "Let it be called Fengling Sword." He then turned to the Fire Phoenix with a smile and inquired, "What is your name?" "I cannot continue to call you Fire Phoenix." Observing the fiery figure before him, Li Changsheng expressed a hint of exasperation. The Fire Phoenix seemed to grasp the dilemma, respectfully bowing her head and replying, "I currently have no name. Please bestow one upon me, master." After a moment's contemplation, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up as he glanced at the sword, glowing with fiery brilliance beside the Fire Phoenix, and said, "Since you can accommodate this sword, it is called Fengling Sword. Henceforth you shall be known as Fengling." Upon hearing this name, the Fire Phoenix's eyes gleamed with delight, and she responded eagerly, "Thank you for the name, master. I shall henceforth be called Fengling." Before her words had fully settled, the Fengling sword suddenly appeared to come to life. Soaring swiftly to Li Changsheng's side, he instinctively reached out, and with a resounding chime, his hand met the Fengling sword, producing a clear sound. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for forging a half-step divine artifact. Reward includes 1 lottery chance." Yet, Li Changsheng paid little heed to this unexpected opportunity for a lottery. His mind was consumed by the recent forging of the Fengling sword and the powerful aura it emanated. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he turned to the still-dazed Shui Ro and offered a wry smile. "Let us return to Sea God Island for now." Shui Ro nodded numbly, still reeling from the earlier shock. Li Changsheng shook his head in resignation and led Shui Ro back to Sea God Island, deciding to address the lottery matter upon their return. Chapter 103, A Surge in Strength Among the People. Upon Li Changsheng and Shui Ro's return to Sea God Island, an atmosphere of exhilaration enveloped the entire island. The members of Poseidon had all emerged from their seclusion, each radiating a powerful aura, signifying their significant advancements during their closed-door training. First and foremost was Poseidon, who had successfully broken through to the late stage of level 99, elevating her power to a new pinnacle. This breakthrough not only enhanced her strength, but also solidified her esteemed status across the Douluo continent. Ao Shuang, during this period, primarily focused on consolidating her mid-level 99 cultivation. Although she did not achieve a breakthrough like Poseidon, her strength was further reinforced and elevated. Ali's progress was also strikingly evident. She had now reached her 20s in level, and her soul ring configuration was truly astonishing. 2 purple rings. Such an arrangement was considered exceptional among her peers. Yi Hanyue's performance was even more remarkable. She had not only successfully completed her 7th examination, but also surged to the level of a quasi-title Douluo at level 90. More importantly, given her current true strength, even some title Douluos who did not qualify as super Douluos would likely find themselves outmatched by her. However, what astonished Li Changxing the most was the Sea Maiden. When he beheld her, he was nearly left speechless, for she had ascended to the realm of a level 95 super Douluo. It was noteworthy that the first time Li Changxing encountered her, she was only at level 91. He could not help but question whether the Sea Maiden's talent was indeed remarkable, perhaps even exceptionally high. It seemed that prior to meeting him, her penchant for play had hindered her cultivation, causing her level to stagnate at 91. Yet, ever since their acquaintance, she appeared to have been inspired in some manner, dedicating herself to rigorous training, thus achieving such astonishing progress. The other holy pillar Douluos, nourished by the abundant resources of Sea God Island, also experienced breakthroughs, successfully entering the ranks of super Douluos. Among them, the Sea Dragon Douluo stood out prominently. He had already been a powerful level 94, just a step away from the realm of super Douluo at level 95. However, under Li Changxing's tutelage, the Sea Dragon Douluo acquired a precious secret technique and engaged in fervent training during this period. Remarkably, his strength skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching the pinnacle of level 96, tantalizingly close to crossing into level 97 super Douluo territory. Furthermore, the other soul masters of Sea God Island also made significant advancements during this time. Among them, 3 soul masters successfully broke through to the title Douluo level, greatly enhancing the overall strength of Sea God Island's elite. Meanwhile, those beneath the rank of soul masters experienced notable growth in their own capabilities. Li Changxing beheld the unfolding scene, and a wave of comfort and joy surged within him. After all, this was the domain of his beloved Poseidon, her ancestral home. With the enhancement of strength in this place, Poseidon would undoubtedly feel elated, and, consequently, so would he. Thus, on that very evening, Li Changxing engaged in profound conversations with the 3 enchanting women, Poseidon, the Sea Maiden, and Yi Hanyue, basking in a shared sense of happiness. After their discourse, Li Changxing stood joyfully upon the cliffside of Sea God Island, gazing far and wide, absorbing the breathtaking scenery that lay before him. The ocean breeze caressed his face, imparting a refreshing coolness that enveloped him in utter bliss. In this elevated position, he couldn't help but reminisce about the lottery opportunity he had previously won. A thought sparked in his mind. This moment felt like the perfect occasion to utilize it. For with such a buoyant spirit, perhaps he might procure something extraordinary. System lottery, Li Changxing proclaimed without hesitation. With a melodious chime, the results of the lottery were instantaneously revealed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the method of good and evil corpse severing. The system's voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing the name of this reward, Li Changxing was momentarily taken aback. The name felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. After a brief contemplation, he suddenly recalled that it bore a striking resemblance to the method of severing the 3 corpses created by the Tao ancestor in the primitive era. Could it be that this method of good and evil corpse severing held some connection to that legendary technique? Curiosity surged within Li Changxing as he eagerly delved into the system's detailed introduction of the method of good and evil corpse severing. Method of good and evil corpse severing. A mere fraction of the myriad aspects of the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's method of severing the 3 corpses, capable of severing 2 avatars, one embodying virtue and the other vice, both equal in strength to the original body. Upon reaching this point, Li Changxing's eyes shone with newfound brilliance. Although the method of good and evil corpse severing was merely a superficial fragment of the 3 corpses technique, the ability to manifest 2 avatars with strength commensurate to his own was undeniably a formidable power. As Li Changxing meticulously perused the relevant information about the method of good and evil corpse severing, his heart felt as if it had been struck by a thunderous revelation, leaving him profoundly shaken. Despite being but a fraction of the Tao ancestor's original technique, in this world he mockingly referred to as the fantastical underworld of Douluo. It was without a doubt the pinnacle of invincibility. It is essential to remember that this was the world of the primitive era. In that mysterious and powerful realm, any true immortal could effortlessly dominate the entire Douluo divine realm, and even a golden immortal's mere sigh could spell doom for the Douluo continent. In Li Changxing's perspective, the zenith of the fantastical world was that unattainable primitive era. Any entity, even slightly connected to the primitive era, upon arriving in the Douluo continent, would become an unparalleled force of supremacy. With this realization, Li Changxing experienced no hesitation. He decisively proclaimed his intention to enter seclusion, fully committing himself to the cultivation of the method of good and evil corpse severing. For he understood that even the slightest wavering would be an affront to this extraordinary technique. Thus, with unwavering determination, Li Changxing stepped into his secluded sanctuary, embarking on a lengthy and arduous journey of cultivation. Remarkably, this period of seclusion lasted a full 3 years, during which he exhibited no signs of slackening or wavering. Chapter 104. Acknowledging kin within the tranquil confines of the Forget-Worry Pavilion in Tiando City, an atmosphere of serene peace prevailed. Yi Hanyue was engrossed in perusing medical tomes, while Yi Zifeng was wholly absorbed in his martial practice of the Qimeng Duanjia, and Yi Xing silently honed her golden light spell beside them. Each immersed in their own worlds, the three remained undisturbed as time flowed gently in silence. However, on this day, the Forget-Worry Pavilion welcomed a most extraordinary guest, Yi Zhilan, the young master of the Yi family from Tiando. Her arrival infused the previously calm pavilion with a hint of tension. Yi Hanyue and Yi Zifeng sat opposite her, exchanging glances yet remaining silent. For a moment, the room was so still that they could only hear the sound of their own breaths. Eventually, it was Yi Xing who broke the suffocating silence. Gracefully, she approached the table with a tray, placing teacups before them, and with a smile, she remarked, "Hey, how long do you intend to stare? Aren't your eyes tired? Come, have some tea." As she handed a cup to Yi Hanyue, she placed another before Yi Zhilan. As for Yi Zifeng, Yi Xing seemed slightly displeased, casting him a fleeting glance before turning away. Unperturbed, Yi Zifeng casually poured himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip before leisurely inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to our Forget-Worry Pavilion, Miss Yi?" Yi Zhilan smiled faintly, glancing at Yi Hanyue but remaining silent. Yi Zifeng continued, "After gazing at my second sister for so long, it's time to speak, is it not?" In that brief moment of eye contact, Yi Zifeng perceptively noted that Yi Zhilan's gaze frequently lingered on his second sister, Yi Hanyue. Yi Zifeng's words jolted Yi Hanyue back to reality, momentarily bewildered, as she had been oblivious to this detail, her thoughts having drifted elsewhere. However, Yi Zhilan showed no inclination to refute Yi Zifeng's observation. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips. Calmly, she retrieved a half-piece of jade pendant from within her robe and placed it gently on the table, directing her gaze towards Yi Hanyue. "Miss Yi Hanyue, do you possess the other half of this jade pendant?" Yi Zhilan's voice was clear and gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. As Yi Hanyue and Yi Zifeng's eyes followed Yi Zhilan's gesture, a tempest of emotions surged within them. Particularly, Yi Hanyue's pupils dilated as if she had glimpsed something of immense significance. Yi Zifeng hastily turned to his second sister, aware that she possessed an identical jade pendant. To be precise, it was not merely identical, it was the other half of the piece now before them. As anticipated, after a brief moment of astonishment, Yi Hanyue quickly produced her own half of the jade pendant. Carefully, she aligned the piece on the table with her own, and, astonishingly, the two halves fit together flawlessly, as though they were always meant to be one. Witnessing this, Yi Hanyue's speculation deepened, as if a tumultuous wave surged within her heart. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she fixed her stare upon Yi Zhilan, her previously clear eyes now tinged with crimson, revealing an overwhelming sense of urgency and unease. Where did this jade pendant come from? Yi Hanyue's voice trembled slightly, as if she were struggling to contain her excitement. She fixed her gaze upon Yi Zhilan, as though she sought to uncover the truth concealed behind the jade pendant through her eyes. Standing beside her, Yi Zifeng understood his sister's emotions all too well. This half of the jade pendant held profound significance for her, possibly concealing the secrets of her lineage. In contrast, he and their elder sister had long since discovered that they had no living relatives, yet their second sister was different. Despite his extensive inquiries, Yi Zifeng had been unable to unearth any clues regarding her origins. At the sound of Yi Hanyue's inquiry, the ever-composed Yi Zhilan found her breath quickening. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, her slightly trembling hands betrayed the turmoil within her heart. "This was a legacy from my mother before her passing." Yi Zhilan took a deep breath, striving to maintain a steady voice as she slowly recounted, over a decade ago. Our Yi family attracted the malevolent soul masters due to the extraordinary healing abilities of the nine-heart begonia. She paused, memories of that painful past flashing across her face with a flicker of anguish. In the midst of that devastating conflict, I was compelled to conceal my younger sister. To protect her, I forcibly split the jade pendant my mother had left me in half. I held one half to divert those ruthless soul masters, leaving the other for my sister, hoping she would remain safe. Yijilan's voice gradually grew somber, as if the unbearable memories weighed heavily on her heart. Yet when I finally escaped the pursuit of the soul masters and sought my sister, I found only emptiness. She had vanished without a trace. For all these years, I have relied solely on this half of the jade pendant to search for her whereabouts. But each time, I returned empty-handed. After sharing her story, Yijilan summoned her nine-heart begonia martial soul with tears in her eyes, casting a hopeful glance at Yi Hanyue, yearning for the answer she sought. Yi Hanyue listened intently, her emotions rising and falling with the tale. Suddenly, she felt a surge of powerful sentiment, as if a crucial memory had been awakened in her mind. Her eyes began to glisten, tears welling in their corners. Fragments of long-buried memories began to resurface, like blurred images flashing before her eyes. She saw her younger self playing alongside a figure resembling Yijilan, sharing laughter and joy. Yi Hanyue's lips trembled, and finally, unable to contain her excitement any longer, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood. She abruptly stood, hastening to Yijilan and enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Sister, I remember. I remember," Yi Hanyue cried, her body shaking with sobs. Witnessing Yi Hanyue's reaction, Yijilan opened her arms, pulling her sister tightly into her embrace. "Why did you only come to find me now? Did you know how frightened I was?" Yi Hanyue's cries echoed in Yijilan's ears, filled with profound fear and helplessness. The sisters held each other tightly, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Their tears mingled, expressing the longing and pain they had both endured. "Sister," Yijilan gently stroked her sister's hair, her voice quavering slightly. "Ever since we were parted, I've thought of you every day, cherishing the moments we spent together." With tears flowing like a raging river, Yi Hanyue choked out, "Me too, sister. I've been so sad, so lonely." They began to reminisce about the heart-wrenching moment of their initial separation. "When I saw you walk away, I felt as though my heart was shattering," Yijilan said. Yi Hanyue, unable to hold back her tears, echoed, "I felt the same. I cried and cried, as if the entire world was collapsing around me." Yet, despite all the suffering they had endured, they had not been defeated. Yijilan reassured her sister, "Eventually, I learned to be strong, striving to adapt to life without you." Yi Hanyue nodded in agreement. "Me too. I told myself I had to face things bravely, not wanting to burden you with my worries." They began to share their respective experiences. Yijilan recounted the challenges and hardships she faced in her new environment and how she overcame them step by step. Yi Hanyue spoke of her moments in the orphanage, filled with both laughter and tears. Through their lengthy conversation, the bond between the sisters deepened. They understood that no matter how far apart they were, their mutual concern and support would always endure. Chapter 105. The Rise of the Yi Family and the Soul Master Scheme. Ever since Yijilan and Yi Hanyue had reunited, they had become inseparable, sharing stories and experiences from the years apart. According to Yi Hanyue, Yijilan had once been pursued by the Soul Masters, finding herself in dire straits, her life hanging by a thread. At that crucial moment, a Soul Master with the surname Mu appeared, as if descending from the heavens, rescuing Yijilan from the brink of death. Grateful yet anxious, Yijilan rushed back to the place where she last saw her sister, only to discover that Yi Hanyue had already been saved by another, resulting in a missed opportunity for their reunion. From that point on, Yijilan tirelessly searched for Yi Hanyue while simultaneously striving to revitalize their family's fortunes. In this challenging and arduous journey, she became acquainted with the Mu Soul Master, forging a bond of mutual support that ultimately blossomed into love and marriage. Though the Mu Soul Master was not particularly striking in appearance, he possessed commendable talent and, more importantly, devoted himself to caring for Yijilan, offering her unwavering love and support. When Yi Hanyue first learned of her sister's harrowing experience, she was filled with emotion and curiosity. During their reunion, she sneakily cast a glance at the Mu Soul Master. Although his exterior was unremarkable, Yi Hanyue sensed the deep affection he held for Yijilan, thereby fostering a newfound respect for her brother-in-law. In the days that followed, Yi Hanyue grew exceedingly affectionate towards her sister. eager to impart all the knowledge and skills she could from the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. She shared her various soul techniques, cultivation methods, and life experiences without reservation, excluding core techniques, hoping to assist Yijilan in her growth and face challenges more adeptly. Had it not been for her concern that Master Li Changsheng might disapprove, fearing it would disrupt the pavilion's regulations, she might have even shared the most closely guarded secrets. In Yi Hanyue's heart, her sister's safety and happiness were paramount. Witnessing Yi Jilan establish her own family and career filled her with immense pride and satisfaction. She understood that her sister's years of dedication and perseverance had not been in vain. She had finally embraced her well-deserved future. Yi Hanyue vowed to remain by her sister's side, silently cheering her on and safeguarding the precious bond and happiness they had fought so hard to reclaim. Of course, even in sharing what could be disseminated, Yi Zifeng carefully deliberated before deciding to impart knowledge to the Yi family. After all, the Yi family was his sister's family by marriage and the only clan in Tiandutching connected to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Compared to other noble families, he held a greater trust in this kinship. Initially hesitant, Yijilan was acutely aware that the secrets of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion had long been coveted by the major families of Tiandutching. Even if these were shareable skills, they could serve as formidable tools for the revitalization of her family. However, after repeated persuasion from Yi Hanyue, Yi Zifeng, and Yi Xing, she ultimately acquiesced and solemnly pledged. The Yi family will remain eternally loyal to the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, never to betray. Her words resonated with conviction, each syllable ringing true. The news spread within the Yi family, and the higher-ups rejoiced with unrestrained exuberance. Who could have imagined that the enigmatic second miss of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion was, in fact, a direct descendant of their own clan? This astonishing revelation immediately sent ripples through the circles of power in Tiandutching. From that point forward, with the robust support and resources of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, the Yi family flourished. With a continuous influx of martial arts manuals, soul technique inheritances, and business connections, their foundation expanded rapidly, transforming from obscure clan into a prestigious family in just a few short years. In Tiandutching, those who once looked down upon the Yi family began to alter their attitudes, either seeking to forge alliances or harboring quiet apprehensions. The patriarch of the Yi family has established an ironclad rule. Any matters concerning the Wanyu Pavilion will receive the full support of the Yi clan, and those who violate this decree shall be expelled from the family. The tumultuous past has ultimately transformed into the present spectacle of public admiration, and this remarkable shift is rooted in the long-overdue reunion of sisters and the profound trust transcending bloodlines that the Wanyu Pavilion embodies. Upon discovering the astonishing connection between the Yi clan and the Wanyu Pavilion, the other noble families of Tiando City, despite their envy of the Yi family's meteoric rise, dared not act recklessly. The entrenched aristocrats, engaged in clandestine machinations within their chambers or testing the waters amidst banquets, could only restrain their subordinates and watch helplessly as the Yi family emerged like a coiled dragon rising from the depths. The renown of the Wanyu Pavilion has long loomed like a sword over their heads, rendering all factions wary of provoking its wrath. Once an obscure minor clan, the Yi family has now ascended to the ranks of the foremost noble families in Tiando City, with sprawling trade networks and a congregation of soul masters, their profound heritage now rivaling that of ancient aristocracies. Meanwhile, at the border between the Xinglua Empire and the Tiando Empire, within a forsaken and shadowy forest, a sinister ancient castle lies in wait, silently consuming the surrounding light. Inside, a labyrinth of dark alleys teems with malevolent soul masters, countless of whom possess formidable powers, with the aura of titled Douluos faintly perceptible. On a high platform, two mid-level limit Douluos stand tall, one of whom, cloaked in black robes, conceals his visage in malevolent mist, his blood-red eyes gleaming like sharpened blades. This figure is none other than the leader of the evil soul masters, Evil Spirit. Standing upon the crimson platform, his voice echoes like a demonic howl, sending tremors through the entire castle. Fellow evil soul masters, for years, the Spirit Hall has hunted us like wolves, relegating us to the shadows, living like gutter rats, deprived of daylight. But now, the flames of vengeance have ignited within our hearts. In 2 years, it shall be time for blood to repay blood. When the moment arrives, we shall emerge en masse, shattering the hypocritical sanctum of the Spirit Hall and devouring the decaying foundations of the two great empires. This world shall ultimately be ours, the realm of evil soul masters. Upon hearing these fervent proclamations, the evil soul masters below erupted into a frenzy, their howls resounding like a cacophony, their crimson soul power soaring to the heavens. As if the gates of hell had flung open, releasing countless malevolent spirits eager to rend the fabric of mortal order. Evil spirits surveyed this chaotic scene, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing the frenzied cheers of his fellow evil soul masters, another limit Douluo, known as Annihilation, who also possessed the rank of 99, glanced at the crowd below before slowly retreating towards the back of the platform to meet an unexpected counterpart of the same caliber. Chapter 106. The clue to the divine position inheritance in the hands of the evil soul masters. Annihilation hastily departed the castle, his figure appearing somewhat blurred under the moonlight. Navigating through the bustling streets, he swiftly arrived at a nearby inn. The establishment looked somewhat antiquated, yet its business flourished remarkably. Annihilation entered the inn and directly ascended to a private room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, he found a figure in black robes had been waiting for quite some time. The black-robed individual sat silently at the table, seemingly melding with the surrounding environment. Upon Annihilation's entrance, the robed figure seemed to sense his arrival, slowly turning to reveal deep-set eyes peering through the fabric of the robe, coldly regarding Annihilation. Under the scrutiny of the black-robed figure, Annihilation felt a twinge of discomfort. He composed himself and approached the table to sit across from the cloaked figure. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Is the clue you mentioned regarding the divine position inheritance truly genuine? The black-robed figure inquired, his countenance dark with skepticism and distrust. Should you deceive me, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it. Do not presume that your equal rank and power makes you my match, he continued, his eyes flashing with menace. Hearing the black-robed figure's words, a faint smirk crept onto Annihilation's lips. His demeanor relaxed as he replied, My esteemed colleague, you jest. Our plans pertain to the future of the evil soul masters. How could we possibly deceive you? After a brief pause, he continued, We indeed possess clues regarding the divine position inheritance. If you remain an observer during the great battle in 2 years, you shall undoubtedly receive the information you seek. Of course, we can provide you with what you desire right now. While speaking, Annihilation reached into his robe and, after a moment of searching, produced a small box. He gently placed it on the table and slowly pushed it toward the black-robed figure. Upon seeing the box, a flicker of greed flashed in the black-robed figure's eyes as he eagerly extended his hand, wishing to open it and discover its contents. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with the box, Annihilation swiftly intervened. With a smile, he cautioned the black-robed figure, My esteemed colleague, please exercise patience. The contents of this box are of utmost importance. I implore you to allow me to finish my explanation. Do not be hasty. This box is sealed with divine power and can only be opened in 2 years. Should you attempt to force it open or breach it prematurely, the remaining clues to the divine position shall be obliterated by the divine force. Therefore, I beseech you to remain patient, lest you suffer a great loss over something trivial. Would you not agree, esteemed colleague? With these words, Annihilation's smile broadened, a teasing glint evident in his gaze. The black-robed figure frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in his heart, yet he chose not to reveal it. He slowly extended his hand to lightly touch the power seal on the box, and in an instant, a powerful force surged into his fingertips like a torrent. The black-robed figure was taken aback. This power was unlike any soul power he had encountered, far surpassing his expectations. He couldn't help but ponder the secrets that lay hidden within the box, requiring such formidable divine power to seal it. However, as he sensed the divine energy, a complex array of emotions surged within him. Elation filled him at the prospect of finally acquiring clues to the divine position inheritance. Even if it meant waiting 2 long years, hope had finally dawned. Yet anxiety accompanied this joy, for during the soul master battle in 2 years, he would likely be relegated to the sidelines, unable to participate directly. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the black-robed figure let out a sigh. He understood the significant implications this battle held for the Douluo continent, where countless lives might be lost amidst the flames of war. Yet, due to the existence of this box, he found himself compelled to remain an observer, which bred a sense of internal conflict. Nevertheless, his unease persisted. He was acutely aware of the risks and costs involved, yet he felt no remorse, for the allure of the clues to the divine position inheritance was simply too potent. After all, Achieving divinity often necessitated traversing a path paved with the bones of the fallen. Prior to deciding to engage in this transaction, the black-robed figure had repeatedly interrogated his own heart, contemplating whether he would choose to remain passive and reject Annihilation's demands. Yet, each time he envisioned the moment of ascension to divinity, his desire burned like an unquenchable flame, consuming all other thoughts. When the black-robed figure heard Annihilation's mocking remarks, he understood the underlying sarcasm. However, he dismissed such trivialities, for in his eyes, everything was merely a means to achieve divinity and ultimately vanquish the one he had long wished to defeat. Of course, the black-robed figure responded coldly. As long as I can obtain the clues to divinity, any sacrifice is inevitable. Let be considered a small contribution made by those who pave the way for my ascension. After uttering these ruthless words, the black-robed figure's tone shifted to one of gravity as he cautioned Annihilation. However, you would do well not to forget our agreement. Furthermore, I must remind you, based on the information I currently possess, there are not just 1,000 paths flow you originally planned to confront. There are actually 2 other limit Douluos present. These 2 individuals are none other than the sea god Douluo Poseidon from Sea God Island and Li Changsheng from the Worry-Free Pavilion. Particularly the latter, Li Changsheng, is certainly not a mere ordinary limit Douluo. If one were to categorize the limit Douluos by rank, he would unequivocally stand as the pinnacle among them. Therefore, you must not take him lightly. He warrants your utmost attention. Upon hearing these words from the figure in the black robe, Miahun fell into a contemplative silence. As for the sea god, Douluo Poseidon, they were not overly concerned, for they possessed a certain understanding of Poseidon's abilities and characteristics, and it was uncertain whether Poseidon would even involve himself in matters of the mainland. However, the enigmatic Li Changsheng from the Worry-Free Pavilion posed a significant challenge for them. Their knowledge regarding Li Changsheng was scant. Aside from recognizing his formidable strength, they were merely aware of his mentor-student relationship with the 3 siblings of the Worry-Free Pavilion. Any further detailed information remained elusive. Indeed, our sources regarding Li Changsheng are rather limited. Nonetheless, should he truly manifest, I possess my own strategies to counter him. Even if I cannot completely vanquish him, at the very least, I should be able to stall him for a time, Miahun remarked after a brief pause. As long as the other soul masters secure victory in the overarching battle, the tide will be set, and he will have no recourse. Chapter 107. Tang Chen seeks the divine opportunity. Regarding Li Changsheng, I do possess some leads concerning him. The figure in the black robe interjected suddenly, his voice low and enigmatic. Miahun's attention quickly shifted, turning to fixate intently on the black-robed figure, a glimmer of surprise flashing his eyes. Observing this, the black-robed figure paused momentarily before continuing. A few years ago, Li Changsheng made an appearance near Sea God Island, coinciding with the aftermath of the Spirit Hall's failed assault on the island. Oh, Miahun's brow furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback by this revelation. The black-robed figure further elaborated. What is even more astonishing is that he single-handedly crushed a nearly million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king at that time. Following this, the black-robed figure, as if unleashing a floodgate of memories, recounted everything he had witnessed without reservation. His speech was rapid yet coherent, as if those scenes were vividly playing out before them. Once he finished, the black-robed figure paused again, turning to observe Miahun's reaction, who listened intently, his expression largely unchanged. Noticing Miahun's demeanor, the black-robed figure exhaled slightly, preparing to depart. However, just as he was about to take his leave, he abruptly halted, seemingly concerned that Miahun might still underestimate Li Changsheng. He turned back, looking sternly at Miahun, and solemnly warned, "You must be cautious of Li Changsheng." Each word was articulated slowly, as though carefully considered. With that, the black-robed figure made no further delay, departing briskly without a backward glance. Watching the receding figure, a subtle smile crept onto Miahun's lips. "Tang Chun, your warning shall not go unheeded," he murmured softly to himself. At that moment, a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, suddenly appeared beside Miahun. This figure was none other than another limit Douluo of the evil soul master faction, Xialing. Xialing regarded Miahun with a serious expression and inquired, "So, what are the conditions we proposed?" Did Tang Chen acquiesce? Upon hearing Xialing's question, Miahun did not respond immediately, taking a moment to reflect. Then he slowly replied, "Yes, he has agreed. However, our adversaries extend beyond merely Qiandaolu. We must also contend with the ever-looming presence of Li Changsheng." From Tang Chen's tone, it is evident that Li Changsheng's power is formidable. I have heard that Tang Chun once engaged in a spar with Li Changsheng, resulting in Tang Chun suffering a minor setback. Moreover, during that encounter, it was said that Tang Chun even resorted to his ultimate technique, the explosive ring. Yet to everyone's astonishment, that move was effortlessly countered by Li Changsheng. Realizing he was outmatched, Tang Chun had no choice but to retreat in a rather disheveled state. Given this, I boldly speculate that Li Changsheng may very well be on the path to divinity, Mia Hun remarked gravely. At this juncture, both men's expressions darkened, their minds racing with thoughts. After all, any matter associated with divinity necessitates utmost caution and meticulous consideration. Take Xie Ling, for instance. He was once a candidate for the Shura God's legacy. Regrettably, he ultimately failed the divine trial and could only remain as the high priest of the Shura God. This prior experience endowed Xie Ling with a profound understanding of the power disparity among limit Douluos, just as Tang Chun and Qian Daolu. Despite Tang Chen's claims of victory over Qian Daolu, Xie Ling remained skeptical. In his view, Qian Daolu must not have exerted his full strength. After all, as the high priest of a deity, he possessed the ability to wield a portion of divine power. The likely reason for Qian Daolu's defeat at Tang Chen's hands was that he refrained from utilizing his angelic divine power. Otherwise, even if Tang Chun unleashed techniques such as the explosive ring, he would struggle to contend, for the might of divine power far surpasses that of Tang Chen's abilities. While Mia Hun and Xie Ling pondered these matters, the black-robed figure had shed his cloak in a concealed location, revealing none other than Tang Chun, who was on his quest for divine inheritance. At that moment, Tang Chun clutched tightly to a box containing clues to the divine legacy, treating it as the most precious treasure in existence. His eyes were tightly shut, his lips quivering slightly, as he murmured, "I must attain divinity. I must defeat Li Changsheng." His voice, though low, resonated with unwavering determination and resolve, as if the entire world could hear his solemn vow. "No one shall impede my path," Tang Chun continued, his voice rising in intensity and fervor. "In due time, my Haotian sect shall ascend to become the preeminent sect of the Douluo continent. Even the two great empires will bow before us." A vision materialized in Tang Chen's mind, depicting the Haotian sect, under his leadership, as the most formidable sect on the Douluo continent, instilling reverence in all. When that time arrives, the Haotian sect shall transform into the Haotian Empire. Tang Chen's laughter echoed through the air, brimming with confidence and grandeur. Since returning from Sea God Island, Tang Chun had not hesitated for a moment. He first returned to the Haotian sect, made all necessary arrangements, and then promptly embarked on a journey to seek opportunities for breakthrough. Throughout his travels across the continent, Tang Chun encountered numerous evil soul masters. Showing them no mercy, he was acutely aware that evil soul masters were the common enemy of the continent, their existence only bringing disaster and suffering. Thus, without a second thought, Tang Chun unleashed a massacre upon the evil soul masters he encountered along the way. His strength was unparalleled, rendering those evil soul masters utterly powerless before him. However, the commotion he caused was too significant, catching the attention of the formidable evil soul master. Mia Hun, an exceedingly powerful evil soul master, was incensed by Tang Chen's actions and resolved to personally confront him. Consequently, a breathtaking battle ensued between Tang Chun and Mia Hun. The two were evenly matched, and for a time, the outcome remained indeterminate. Following an intense clash, Tang Chun initially intended to depart. However, just as he turned to depart, the enigmatic soul destroyer suddenly obstructed his path. Tang Chun furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the figure before him with a glimmer of suspicion and wariness in his eyes. A sly smile crept across Soul Destroyer's lips as he leisurely remarked, "Tang Chun, there's no need to rush away so hastily." Tang Chun responded coldly, "Our affairs are settled. What more is there to discuss?" Soul Destroyer chuckled lightly, then continued, "Do not be so hasty. I have a proposition I wish to discuss with you." A sense of unease gripped Tang Chen's heart. He understood that Soul Destroyer would not let him go easily. Thus, he spoke in a grave tone, "What is this proposition?" A flicker of satisfaction danced in Soul Destroyer's eyes as he replied, nonchalantly, 2 years hence, the Soul Master War will erupt, and I hope you will refrain from intervening." Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's countenance darkened. The magnitude and repercussions of the Soul Master War were extraordinarily vast, promising untold calamities for the continent. How could he possibly stand idly by? Without hesitation, Tang Chun firmly rejected. "That is out of the question. The Soul Master War will bring endless suffering and destruction to the continent. I cannot remain a bystander." Soul Destroyer appeared to have anticipated Tang Chen's response. A subtle smile gracing his features as he produced a small box from within his robes and handed it to Tang Chun, saying, "Do not be so quick to refuse. Take a look at this first." Tang Chun, filled with skepticism, accepted the box and opened it to find a worn piece of parchment within, faintly adorned with peculiar patterns and lines. Soul Destroyer explained, "This is a clue to divine inheritance. If you can uncover it, you may have the chance to become a deity. What you hold now is merely a fragment. Upon completion, I shall provide you with the remainder of the clues." Tang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the parchment in his hand. The prospect of becoming a deity was a dream fervently pursued by countless soul masters. His heart began to wrestle with conflicting emotions. On one hand, the sense of duty towards the soul master war, and on the other, the tantalizing allure of divinity. Reason urged him to dismiss Soul Destroyer's proposition, yet the yearning within him rendered the opportunity for ascension irresistible. Ultimately, Tang Chen's obsession triumphed over reason. He clasped the parchment tightly, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Very well, I accept your terms." Chapter 108. The Shifting Powers of the Continent as time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the Douluo continent underwent a profound transformation within a mere 2 years. The major sects flourished like mushrooms after rain, each displaying remarkable enhancements in strength. Among them, the Hao-Yin sect experienced the most rapid development. The current sect leader, Tang Hao, had witnessed his father, Tang Tian, break through the bottleneck of tidal Douluo after years of arduous cultivation, emerging as a top-tier powerhouse. Moreover, several elders within the sect were not to be outdone, each following suit and successfully breaking through to tidal Douluo, thereby elevating the overall strength of the Hao-Yin sect to unprecedented heights, firmly securing its position as the foremost sect on the continent. Simultaneously, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect basked in newfound glory. After assuming leadership, the young sect master, Ning Zhifeng, showcased exceptional leadership skills and cultivation talent. Not only did he elevate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower to the heights of level 70, but he also guided the sect towards continuous growth. The veteran powerhouse, Chun Xn, further broke through the confines of tidal Douluo, becoming a pillar of strength for the sect. Additionally, the newly inducted Gu Rong also proved formidable, successfully reaching tidal Douluo. Now, with 3 tidal Douluo within its ranks, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's strength commanded attention, firmly establishing its status as the second strongest sect on the continent. In contrast, the development of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect appeared somewhat lackluster. Although the sect leader, Yu Yuanjin, remained a formidable pillar with tidal Douluo strength, the overall enhancement of the sect's power was not conspicuous. Nonetheless, with no new tidal Douluo emerging from rival sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect continued to maintain its position as the third strongest sect on the continent, bolstered by Yu Yuanjin's prowess. Perhaps the most astonishing developments occurred within the Soul Master Holy Land, the Spirit Hall. With covert assistance from the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, the Spirit Hall astonishingly witnessed 3 or 4 Soul Douluo successfully breaking through to tidal Douluo. This was undeniably a remarkable achievement. And even more shocking was the fact that over a dozen Soul Douluo had reached level 89, tantalizingly close to tidal Douluo. However, the most daunting revelation lay with the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. In a mere 2 years, she had succeeded in breaking through the level 60 Soul Emperor bottleneck. Her martial soul configuration was nothing short of extraordinary. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. Such terrifying talent and power left many in awe, especially considering that Bibi Dong was only 17 years of age. Due to Yihan Yu and Li Changsheng maintaining secrecy regarding their own soul ring configurations, Bibi Dong emerged as the most prominent talent on the Douluo continent. Concurrently, the other 3 members of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion did not squander their time. Over these 2 years, Yihan Shui had successfully broken through to the level of Soul Douluo, boasting a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and achieving an impressive level of 83. Meanwhile, Yi Zifeng had diligently cultivated at the level of Soul Sage, now possessing a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 with a strength level reaching 78. Yixing Air's strength was nothing short of terrifying, thanks to the special training provided by Yi Zifeng and Yihan Shui. From the outset, Yixing Air underwent rigorous training, immersed in body-enhancing potions, which yielded remarkable results. Now, at the tender age of 9, she had already attained a soul power level of 35, with an astonishing soul ring configuration of yellow, purple. Notably, her third soul ring was perilously close to a 10,000-year soul ring, making her an exceptional presence among her peers. Yet, despite Yi Xing Heir's formidable strength, her talents remained concealed from the outside world, safeguarded by the protective measures of Yi Zifeng and Yi Hanshui. Meanwhile, the Yi family of Tiando City rapidly rose to prominence, bolstered by the support of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. They engaged in the pharmaceutical trade, and thanks to their exceptional medical skills and extensive connections, the Yi family achieved remarkable success in a short span. In stark contrast to the flourishing Yi family, the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire faced dire circumstances. The situation was relatively better for the Xingluo Empire, as their royal family still boasted a title Douluo, and the crown prince had reached the level of Soul Douluo, showing potential for breaking through to title Douluo. Furthermore, due to the unique martial soul relationship between the Zhu family and the Yi family, these two families had intermarried for generations. This union allowed the emperor and empress to wield the martial soul fusion technique, the netherworld white tiger, further strengthening the Xingluo Empire. Conversely, the Tiando Empire found itself in a precarious predicament. They not only lacked top-tier powerhouses like title Douluo, but also had a severely limited number of high-ranking Soul Douluo. Moreover, this generation's crown prince, Shui Yi, demonstrated mediocre talent in cultivation, lacking notable highlights. Similarly, the situation for the other direct bloodline, Shui Xing, was not much better, suggesting that the talent pool for this generation within the Tiando Empire was far from satisfactory. Fortunately, the rise of the Spirit Hall and numerous sect forces created a balance of power, preventing the Tiando Empire from being gradually consumed by the Xingluo Empire. Yet, just as this seemingly stable moment unfolded, an unprecedented catastrophe loomed on the horizon. The evil soul masters surged forth like a black tide, invading the continent with alarming force. This calamity arrived abruptly, catching everyone off guard. The three dominant forces, Spirit Hall, Tiando Empire, and Xingluo Empire, found themselves at the forefront of the onslaught, becoming the primary targets of the evil soul masters' attacks. Simultaneously, other sects received distressing news of their own incursions, plunging the entire continent into chaos and panic. Chapter 109. The turmoil of Tiando. In a fleeting moment, 80% of the forces on the continent were ensnared in the throes of a brutal war. Each day, countless soul masters clashed upon the battlefield, their blood staining the earth, while the scent of death permeated the air. The defenseless civilians, devoid of any means to resist, were effortlessly eradicated amidst the casual comparisons of the soul masters, their lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. The eruption of this war came without warning, as the evil soul masters descended like phantoms, catching the Spirit Hall, the Heaven Do Empire, and the Star Luo Empire completely off guard, with no preparedness whatsoever. These three great powers suffered tremendous losses in the early stages of the conflict, enduring grievous casualties. Particularly, the Heaven Do Empire, already beleaguered by the declining health of its emperor, found this sudden calamity to be a cruel addition to their misfortunes. Upon hearing the news, the emperor, unable to bear such immense pressure, coughed up blood and collapsed. The court was instantly thrown into chaos, ministers panicking, their voices rising in a cacophony of cries. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The ministers, frantic with urgency, shouted in an attempt to rouse the unconscious emperor. "Quick, summon the healing soul masters. The emperor has collapsed." Someone bellowed, urgency and fear lacing their tone. "Hurry, bring the healing soul masters," echoed the crowd, as the atmosphere in the court thickened with tension. Witnessing their sovereign in such a state, the ministers were thrown into disarray, their discussions swirling like a tempest. What were we to do? Indeed, the attack from the evil soul masters was so sudden and widespread. The entire nation is under siege, and now everyone is on edge. What shall we do? The Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire have title Douluo to stand guard, yet our nation lacks such formidable strength. The ministers exchanged anxious words, the court descending into a state of utter disarray. At that moment, the middle-aged crown prince Xia stepped forward, his expression grave as he bellowed, "Enough!" His forceful exclamation silenced the previously raucous court in an instant. Xia surveyed the room, his gaze resolute as he declared, with the emperor incapacitated, "It is my duty as the crown prince to assume the governance of state affairs. I am now the decision-maker here." His voice rang with a compelling authority that brooked no dissent. He then turned to General Golong, commanding General Galong, immediately rally our forces and launch a robust counteroffensive against the evil Soul Masters. We cannot allow them to continue their rampage. After acknowledging the command, General Galong swiftly departed to execute Xuye's orders. Taking a deep breath, Xuye continued, I will dispatch emissaries to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, seeking their assistance. They possess extensive interests within our borders and will surely not stand idly by. His words offered some solace to the ministers. For the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was well recognized across the continent. Finally, Xuye cast a determined glance at the assembly, sincerely stating, Please trust in me. Let us unite our efforts and weather this storm together. Through Xuye's meticulously considered arrangements, the Heaven-Do Empire finally commenced an effective counteroffensive against the evil Soul Masters. However, unbeknownst to Xuye, these malevolent beings exhibited no boundaries whatsoever, dispatching 2 battalions simultaneously toward the Heaven-Do Empire. One battalion's target was the Imperial family, clearly aiming to obliterate the core strength of the Empire, while the other set its sights on the Yi family in Heaven-Do City. As a family of healers critical to the military, their destruction would inflict severe losses upon the Empire's forces. Suddenly, outside the Yi family estate, a swarm of elite Soul Masters surged forth, akin to ravenous wolves, as they stormed the premises to unleash an unspeakable massacre. No one was spared, women, the elderly, and children alike. Cries of horror filled the air, the scene drenched in blood. Amidst this chaos, Yizhilan's husband grasped her hand tightly, his expression grave as he urged, Quick, go to the Forget Worry Pavilion. It can keep you safe. Upon hearing his words, tears cascaded down Yizhilan's cheeks like a torrent, her voice trembling as she protested. No, I won't leave. I want to be with you. How can you abandon me? Yet her husband's resolve remained unyielding as he declared, Rest assured, I will return to find you. Yizhilan, still unwilling to heed his words, clung to him fiercely, as if releasing him would mean losing him forever. Just then, she uttered a surprising revelation that lit a spark of joy in her husband's eyes. No, you must come with me. If you are gone, what will become of our child? Yizhilan's voice quivered with emotion, gripping her husband's clothing as though her life depended on it. Upon hearing the word child, her husband trembled, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Yizhilan. In an instant, an indescribable joy surged within him, his hand instinctively resting upon Yizhilan's belly, feeling the subtle rise where their love was blossoming into life. Yet, this fleeting joy was swiftly eclipsed by the grim reality. He knew the situation was dire, and if he accompanied Yizhilan, neither would escape the clutches of the approaching evil Soul Masters. Seeing the tears streaming down his wife's face pierced his heart like a dagger, but he steeled himself, resolved to remain behind to cover her escape. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and struck her nape with a swift chop. Yizhilan's body slumped, and her husband quickly caught her, gently lowering her to the ground. He then turned to the loyal steward, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Take her to the Forget Worry Pavilion. It is safe. Remember to protect her at all costs. His voice was low yet resolute, entrusting Yizhilan to the steward, confident he would fulfill this mission. The steward nodded, carefully lifting Yizhilan and sprinting towards the Forget Worry Pavilion. Watching them fade into the distance until they vanished from sight, her husband slowly turned to confront the encroaching evil Soul Masters. Drawing a deep breath, he ignited his vital essence, unleashing a torrent of power that surged forth like a volcano. His body radiated a brilliant light, his strength soaring to unprecedented heights. Kulme, you vile evil Soul Masters, he roared, charging forth like a blazing meteor toward the approaching adversaries. Chapter 110. The Terrifying Power of Chunjianjun. Within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the atmosphere was tense. In the grand hall, Ning Fengji sat firmly upon the seat of the sect leader, flanked by the 3 titled Douluo, Gu Rong, Chen Xian, and Chen Jianjun. Fengji, the invading evil Soul Masters have been repelled. How shall we proceed? Jian Xin Yinguit, his expression grave. Indeed, Fengji, what course of action should we take next? Gu Rong concurred. Faced with the inquiries of the 2 guardians of the sect, Ning Fengji fell silent, his gaze slowly shifting to Chen Jianjun. Feeling Ning Fengji's scrutiny, Chen Jianjun's lips curled into a casual smile as he remarked, You young ones may do as you please. I'm only interested in my swordsmanship. Do not trouble me with other matters. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes, entering a meditative state to refine his sword. Seeing this, Ning Fengji could not help but smile wryly. Since a few years ago, when Elder Chun returned from the worry-free pavilion, he has exhibited peculiar behavior. Not only did Elder Chun warn Ning Fengji and his father to refrain from provoking the worry-free pavilion, but he also urged them to cultivate amicable relations, emphasizing the importance of not offending them. Subsequently, Elder Chun Jianshun began to close his eyes, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the comprehension of sword intent. He immersed himself in the realm of swordsmanship, oblivious to the disturbances of the outside world. Had it not been for the sudden incursion of the evil soul masters into the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, he might have continued in seclusion, relentlessly grasping the essence of the sword path. However, fate is invariably fraught with unpredictability. On that fateful night, the evil soul masters stealthily descended upon the Seven Treasures glazed tile school like phantoms. Astonishingly, no one in the sect, apart from Elder Chun Jianshun, seemed to notice. At that moment, Elder Chun was engrossed in his closed-door training. Suddenly, a formidable sword intent erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, instantly enveloping the entire Seven Treasures glazed tile school. A mere evil soul master dares to invade my Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Elder Chun Jinshuan's roar resounded like thunder in the night. Ning Fengji still vividly recalls that terrifying scene, just as he was about to step outside to assess the situation. The sight that greeted him left him utterly astounded. The grounds of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school were strewn with the lifeless bodies of numerous evil soul masters, among whom lay even a highly skilled title Douluo, whose presence was remarkably concealed. Moreover, the outskirts of the sect were piled high with the corpses of evil soul masters, extending as far as the eye could see. What was even more shocking was the pervasive, boundless terror of sword intent that hung in the air above the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as if the entire sect were shrouded in a veil of death. Reflecting on this now, Ning Fengji has garnered a deeper understanding of Elder Chun Jinshuan's prowess. Although the Elder's current soul power level stands at a mere 97, his true strength has likely reached a realm of invincibility among his peers. Nevertheless, after Elder Chun Jianshun emerged from his seclusion, he adopted an unusually low profile, seldom resorting to action. Even during sect meetings, he often kept his eyes tightly shut, lost in the realm of sword comprehension. Contemplating this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but shake his head in resignation, letting out a deep sigh. He knew all too well that coaxing this elder, who was obsessively devoted to the sword path, into providing any useful advice would be as formidable a challenge as climbing to the heavens. Well, the issue of the evil soul masters of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school has been thoroughly resolved. Now, within the city of Tiando, there are perhaps only 3 locations that may become targets for the evil soul masters, Ning Fengji mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong displayed a look of confusion and hastily pressed for clarification. Fengji, besides the royal palace and the Yi family, what is the 3rd place you speak of? Chun Xian, observing his old friend's lack of insight, couldn't resist the urge to mock him. Old bones, your mind must be rusted. Apart from the royal palace and the Yi family, there's naturally the worry-free pavilion. As it stands, the worry-free pavilion lacks the presence of any title Douluo-level combatants. Don't be absurd. How could the evil soul masters possibly venture there? Mr. Li's strength is well known. Gu Rong retorted with unwavering certainty. Who among the continent does not recognize Mr. Li's terrifying prowess? It would be sheer folly for the evil soul masters to seek out such a formidable adversary. However, Ning Fengji harbored a different perspective. He shook his head and asserted with conviction, Uncle Bone, that may not be the case. Although there have been no reports of attacks on the worry-free pavilion recently, that does not necessarily imply its safety. After all, even the Spirit Hall, with its ultimate Douluo, has faced assaults. At this moment, Elder Chun Jianshun, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His gaze was piercing, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. After a moment of silence, Elder Chun finally spoke, breaking his silence for the first time since the meeting began. I must disagree with Ning Fengji's perspective. Fengji, you need not worry about the possibility of an attack on the worry-free pavilion. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Even if, for the sake of argument, it were to be attacked, you would have no cause for alarm. You see, after my seclusion, I personally visited the worry-free pavilion. The atmosphere there was quite frankly chilling. The entire worry-free pavilion is enveloped in a terrifying miasma, the potency of which is nothing short of extraordinary. I witnessed firsthand that this poison is alarmingly lethal. Any soul Douluo who dares to step within would likely meet their demise in an instant. Even if a soul Douluo were fortunate enough to survive initially, they would hardly endure for long. and as for a title Douluo, even they would be significantly affected upon entering. As for those evil soul masters who lack even the strength of a soul Douluo, they would be utterly doomed upon entry. They would be reduced to mere pools of blood, their deaths brutally tragic. It sends shivers down my spine just thinking about it. The measures taken there are indeed ruthless. Thus, it is evident how secure the worry-free pavilion is. The area surrounding it is blanketed in a fearsome toxic fog, which would undoubtedly deter most evil soul masters from approaching. After all, this toxic mist is utterly unreasonable for those of weaker constitution, and it serves as a passive defense. If actively employed, it could likely eliminate all but the most formidable soul Douluo and title Douluo among the evil soul masters. As for the rest, well, Chapter 111, Ning Fengji's Resolution. Moreover, this is likely just a mere trick employed by the young lady Yahan Shui. After all, even someone of Tang Chen's caliber had encountered such a situation. Do you think Mr. Li would neglect to leave some contingency plans for his disciples? Elder Chen Jianshun gradually closed his eyes again, seemingly deep in thought. Yet, he harbored certain unspoken thoughts within. Upon his decision to depart, he had faintly sensed a profoundly terrifying aura enveloping the worry-free pavilion. Though this aura had been fleeting, it left a lasting impression. Elder Chen Jianshun could discern that the source of this aura exuded a sense of danger. He surmised that this fearsome aura must have been a contingency prepared by Mr. Li for his disciples. Thus, when Ning Fengji mentioned the possibility of an attack on the worry-free pavilion, Elder Chen Jianshun felt no inclination to intervene. Gu Rong, seeing Elder Chen Jianshun align with his own thoughts, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, raising his head high like a victorious rooster. In contrast, Chun Xen seethed with resentment, glaring fiercely at his old rival while muttering under his breath. This stubborn old fool stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence, aligning with my master-esque conjecture. What sheer luck! Chun Xian's words were laced with disdain and jealousy towards Gu Rong, indicating his profound dissatisfaction. After hearing Elder Chun Jinshuan's remarks, Ning Fengji felt a stirring within himself. He had initially contemplated seizing the opportunity to forge ties with the worry-free pavilion, for the place left behind by that gentleman might hold unexpected encounters or benefits. However, Elder Chen Jinshuan's words caused him to waver. After all, would the contingency left by that gentleman recognize him? If it did not, his rash approach might provoke an attack from the very contingency left by Mr. Li. That would be a grave miscalculation. Moreover, the true strength of the contingency left by Mr. Li remained unknown. Should it prove overwhelmingly powerful, he might not even have the chance to escape. With these thoughts in mind, Ning Fengji resolved to temporarily abandon that notion. He glanced at Elder Chun Jianshan, contemplating. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait for more information before making a decision. Acting hastily now carries too great a risk. As Ning Fengji sank into contemplation, Gu Rong beside him suddenly spoke up, saying, "Everyone, since we need not concern ourselves with the forgetting worry pavilion, what about the royal family and the Yi family?" Gu Rong's words jolted Ning Fengji back to reality. He cast a glance at Gu Rong, but refrained from providing an immediate response. In regard to the Yi family, Ning Fengji harbored his own thoughts. Although the 9-heart begonia of the Yi family could rival his own 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda in terms of support, Ning Fengji would never offer assistance. The reason was quite simple. Only one 9-heart begonia could exist in a generation. Were it not for this limitation, it would have undoubtedly replaced the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda as the foremost support marshaled so long ago. Frankly speaking, had it not been for the existence of the forgetting worry pavilion, Ning Fengji might have already succumbed to the urge to suppress the Yi family. After all, the healing capabilities of the 9-heart begonia were extraordinarily formidable, which greatly displeased him. Originally, Ning Fengji's plan was to first suppress the Yi family and subsequently bring them completely under his control, relegating them to a mere subordinate force of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. This strategy would not only enhance the strength of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, but also ensure that the Yi family remained submissive to him. However, fate had its own designs. Who could have anticipated that the second lady of the forgetting worry pavilion was, in fact, a lost descendant of the Yi family? This revelation struck Ning Fengji like a bolt from the blue. Given the close relationship between the forgetting worry pavilion and the Yi family, he could no longer afford to take action against the Yi family. Otherwise, he would surely provoke the forgetting worry pavilion, potentially bringing considerable trouble to the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Thus, despite his reluctance, Ning Fengji had no choice but to allow the Yi family to develop freely, refraining from interfering in their affairs. Now that the Yi family had suffered yet another severe blow, Ning Fengji could not help but feel a surge of delight. He amused himself. Ah, Yi family, how the tables have turned. Let us see how you manage to develop now. As for the royal family, Ning Fengji believed there was still some maneuvering room available. After all, the relationship between the royal family and the Yi family was not impervious. He might be able to exploit this opportunity to sow further discontent within the royal family towards the Yi family. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon Ning Fengji's lips. He then spoke slowly. The Yi family is under the protection of the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, so we need not worry. Even if they suffer another devastating blow, it will only benefit our Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. After all, the heavier their wounds, the more solid our position will become. He then shifted his tone. However, we must extend some support to the royal family. But rather than proactively offering our assistance, we shall wait for them to seek our aid. This way, we not only provide a favor to the royal family, but also ensure they owe us a significant debt of gratitude. In such a circumstance, our act of kindness would be akin to rescuing them from a raging inferno, a torrential flood, much like delivering warmth in the depths of a bitter winter. Especially after the immense crisis caused by the evil soul masters. We will have every reason to demand some compensation from the royal family to offset the severe losses inflicted on the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Just as Ning Fengji concluded his thoughts, a guard hastily burst in to reporting to the sect master. There is a person outside claiming to be an envoy from the Tiando royal family, who has now arrived at the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and requests an audience with you. Upon hearing this, a confident smile immediately graced Ning Fengji's face. Chun Xian and Gu Rong exchanged astonished glances, deeply admiring the acumen and wisdom that Ning Fengji had just displayed. They had never imagined that he could so accurately predict the arrival of the Tiando royal family seeking assistance at the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. In stark contrast to Ning Fengji and the others, however, was Chun Jiansun, who sat with his eyes closed, absorbed in the cultivation of his swordsmanship. He appeared utterly indifferent to the events unfolding outside, as if they bore no relevance to him. His sole focus remained on the elevation of his own sword path. Chapter 112. Pursuit by Evil Soul Masters. On the road to the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, a bloodied man, gravely injured, staggered as he fled alongside a woman. Their figures appeared particularly disheveled under the moonlight, as if the world had forsaken them. The man was none other than the steward of the Yi family, and the woman beside him was Yi Zhilan, the head of the Yi family. At this moment, they were being relentlessly pursued by three merciless evil soul masters, with the shadow of death looming ever closer. Old man, hand over Yi Zhilan, and we will grant you a swift end. One of the evil soul masters snarled. Yes, old man, hand over Yi Zhilan, and we shall take good care of her. Another evil soul master chimed in, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Indeed, ha ha ha. Otherwise, once we catch you, it won't be so simple. The third evil soul master cackled, his soul skills already gathering power, not far behind the steward and Yi Zhilan. The three evil soul masters seethed with rage as they watched the two figures grow increasingly distant. Hey, you two, don't run away. It's futile, one of them shouted. However, the steward and Yi Zhilan remained oblivious, continuing their frantic escape, their pace even quicker than before. Witnessing this, the three evil soul masters were infuriated, stomping their feet and whispering amongst themselves. Boss, what do we do? At this rate, they reach the Forgetting Worry Pavilion in no time. Once they're there, we'll be in trouble. Exactly, boss. You must think of something. The higher-ups have ordered us not to approach the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, and those who disobey will face death. If they enter the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, we want to be able to fulfill the Elder's mission. At the thought of the severe punishment they would face for failing their mission, a chill ran down their spines. It was easy to imagine how dire the consequences could be, with even death seeming a luxury. The evil soul master referred to as the boss was acutely aware of the situation's gravity, yet he too found himself at a loss. After all, the nine-heart begonia in the hands of the other party was simply too formidable. As long as the person was alive, they could heal their injuries with astonishing speed. The two ahead showed no inclination to fight, entirely focused on their escape. Although the attacks of the three were fierce, each strike was effortlessly healed by the nine-heart begonia. Even before they could launch another assault, the opponent's wounds were already fully restored. If this continued, there was no doubt that the mission assigned by the Elder would end in failure. The consequences of such a failure were utterly unfathomable, akin to a fate worse than death. With this in mind, the boss's expression grew increasingly grim, his gaze fixed intently on his two subordinates, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. However, the two subordinates remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in their pursuit of the fleeing targets, completely unaware of their boss's unusual demeanor. "Boss, you must think of something," one of the subordinates urged anxiously. But before he could finish his sentence, his voice was abruptly cut off, as if someone had severed it mid-sentence. The subordinate looked down in shock, only to see a pale hand, resembling a ghostly apparition, suddenly protruding from his chest. In an instant, a searing pain engulfed him, and his body convulsed violently. He felt his essence and soul power draining away at an alarming rate from that hand. The other subordinate, witnessing this, was equally horrified, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Yet before he could react, the same fate befell him. The leader, with a swift and merciless motion, reached out to him, his hand resembling the claw of a malevolent demon, effortlessly piercing through his chest. The subordinate's body trembled violently, collapsing like a marionette severed from its strings. In a mere instant, the leader cruelly devoured the essence and soul power of both subordinates. As this formidable energy surged into his being, the leader began to tremble slightly, his aura escalating dramatically, akin to a bomb on the brink of detonation. Without hesitation, he advanced with the swiftness of lightning, racing toward his goal ahead. Meanwhile, the steward and Yi Zhilan, upon realizing that the pursuing evil soul master had vanished, felt a slight relief wash over them, allowing them to sit down and begin to restore their soul power. In recent days, they had endured numerous hardships to evade the relentless pursuit of the evil soul master, avoiding main roads and continuously traversing winding paths. What should have been a one-day journey to the Forgetting Worry Pavilion had now stretched into 2 days, yet they had still not reached their destination. "Steward, hurry and regain your soul power. We must reach the Forgetting Worry Pavilion as soon as possible." Yi Zhilan urged anxiously. However, as time ticked by, she waited in vain for a response from the steward. Doubt crept in her mind, and when she turned to look, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The steward had already collapsed, a gaping wound marring his chest. "Steward, what happened to your injury? Why didn't you tell me?" Yi Zhilan screamed in terror, her voice laced with despair and helplessness. Frantically, she summoned the 9-heart begonia with the scant soul power she had left, attempting to heal the steward's grievous wound. However, despite the ceaseless flow of life energy from the 9-heart begonia into his body, it seemed to vanish without a trace, yielding no response. The steward remained with his eyes shut tight, showing no signs of awakening. "Wake up, steward. We are almost at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion. Once we arrive, we'll be safe." Yi Zhilan cried out, tears welling in her eyes. "Please, wake up." Just as Yi Zhilan focused intently on healing the steward, a mocking laughter erupted from behind her. "Ha ha ha, now I can finally catch up with you." The voice was filled with arrogance and derision, as if viewing Yi Zhilan and her companions as mere fish trapped in a barrel. A burly man with a sinister visage soon emerged in Yi Zhilan's line of sight, his face adorned with a malevolent grin, his eyes greedily fixated upon her, exuding desire. "This time, you cannot escape. If I capture you, the elders will reward me handsomely. Come with me, little girl." As he spoke, he slowly advanced toward Yi Zhilan, brandishing a gleaming long sword, reaching out to seize her. Chapter 113. The Steward's Sacrifice. Upon hearing that familiar yet deeply loathed voice behind her, Yi Zhilan's fury ignited instantly. She whirled around, her gaze locking fiercely onto the approaching evil soul master. "You bastards!" she roared, her anger palpable. "Why do you attack the Yi family, you despicable creatures?" A cold smile crept across the leader's lips as he responded with a mocking tone. "Oh, Yi family head, though you claim to be a family of healers. We acknowledge that. However, the other families in Tiando City are utterly unscrupulous, committing every conceivable evil. They're a bunch of scoundrels, even worse than us evil soul masters." He paused before continuing. "Moreover, the significance of your Yi family in this war is well known. Thus, you must be eradicated. Blame your 9-heart begonia for its miraculous healing abilities." Yi Zhilan trembled with rage, her eyes wide with fury. "You vile scoundrels," she spat. The evil soul master, unfazed, replied smugly, "Well said, Yi family head. But now, it is time for me to take you away." With that, he lunged forward like a ravenous tiger, intent on capturing her. However, at that critical moment, the evil soul master sensed an immense force rushing toward him like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, he attempted to evade, but it was too late. The steward, who had seemingly lost consciousness, had mysteriously awakened. Seizing the opportunity while the evil Soul Master was distracted, he lunged forward without hesitation, clasping the evil Soul Master tightly. Moreover, the steward resolutely ignited his own life essence, channeling all his strength into that embrace. His eyes locked onto Yi Zhilan. He shouted with the last of his strength, "Head, run!" In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, akin to thunder tearing through the air where they stood. The sound was cacophonous, as if the world itself were being rent asunder. Yi Zhilan was violently thrown back by the force of the blast, her body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. As soon as Yi Zhilan landed, without a moment to register the pain coursing through her, she desperately called out toward the center of the explosion, "Steward! Steward!" Her voice was filled with urgency and concern. Yet no matter how fervently she cried out, there was no response from the steward. As moments ticked by, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the aftermath of the explosion. Finally, from the ruins came a series of coughs. Cough, cough. Then, a voice filled with annoyance and rage emerged. "That old fool. Try to drag me down with him in death. How infuriating. If it weren't for my immense power and the energy I absorbed from those two subordinates, I might have actually perished. And you, Yi Zhilan, if you hadn't drawn my attention, how could that old man have ambushed me?" The evil Soul Master roared, his voice reverberating with fury and resentment amid the residual chaos. "I will make you suffer, let you taste the agony of a living hell." His eyes glinted with madness. Before he finished speaking, the figure of the evil Soul Master slowly emerged from the center of the explosion. His appearance was disheveled, his clothing riddled with gaping holes, one of which had cost him an arm. Blood poured from his wounds, staining half his body red, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. His gaze fixed on Yi Zhilan with a malevolent intensity that sent chills down her spine. Yi Zhilan's heart clenched in fear as she beheld him, astonished that he had survived such a catastrophic explosion, and seemingly without severe injuries. "You bastard, you're still alive." Yi Zhilan forced herself to be calm as she declared, "Excellent. I shall kill you and avenge the steward." With that, she attacked the evil Soul Master without hesitation. Having learned various self-defense techniques at the Forgetting Worry Pavilion, she was now prepared to put them to use in her quest for vengeance. However, despite her fierce determination, the disparity in power between her and the evil Soul Master was insurmountable. Though he was gravely injured, his profound cultivation and the energy he had absorbed from his subordinates rendered him far more formidable than before. In an instant, they clashed, exchanging blows in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yet, soon, Yi Zhilan found herself gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. The onslaught of the malevolent Soul Master was as relentless as a torrential storm, leaving Yi Zhilan with no choice but to continuously evade and parry, utterly unable to retaliate. In a matter of moments, she was sent flying, severely injured, with her soul power sealed. The malevolent Soul Master, witnessing Yi Zhilan's inability to resist, felt a surge of elation. Without hesitation, he summoned his soul power, darting towards her like a bolt of lightning, with a singular objective: to capture Yi Zhilan. If he succeeded in apprehending her, not only would he be rewarded handsomely by the Elder, but he might also have the chance to redeem himself and recover from his previous losses. As Yi Zhilan beheld the malevolent Soul Master pouncing on her like a famished tiger, a mournful sigh escaped her lips. She was acutely aware of the perilousness of her situation. Her soul power was sealed, leaving her utterly defenseless, unable even to self-destruct. In the face of this desperate predicament, she could only helplessly close her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart heavy with regret and despair. However, just as the malevolent Soul Master was on the verge of seizing her, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. A tremendous pressure, suffocating in its intensity, abruptly surged from the distance, sweeping over everything like a cataclysmic tide. This overwhelming force enveloped the malevolent Soul Master, rendering him immobile as if a mountain had descended upon him. Before he could comprehend the sudden weight pressing down on him, a venomous soul power, swift as lightning, surged towards him without warning, penetrating his body. The potency of this soul power was fierce, and before he could utter a cry of agony, he was swiftly consumed by the toxin, his body disintegrating into a foul puddle of toxic sludge. Yi Zhilan, startled by the unusual noise, abruptly opened her eyes, gazing in astonishment at the scene before her. She could scarcely believe her eyes. The once fearsome malevolent Soul Master had transformed into a mere puddle of poison in the blink of an eye. when her gaze turned towards the distance. She spotted her sister and an unfamiliar elder hastening towards her. Seeing her sister unharmed, a great weight lifted from Yijilan's heart. For days, she had endured immense pressure and fear, and now, in an instant, those negative emotions receded like a tidal wave. Her body, feeling as though it had lost all support, crumpled to the ground, and she fainted. Just before her consciousness faded, she heard her sister's anxious calls. "Sister, sister, are you okay?" After a period of unconsciousness, Yijilan slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was somewhat blurred, but as it cleared, she realized she had been moved to a guest room in the Wanyu Pavilion. Gradually sitting up from the bed, she steadied herself and called out loudly towards the door, "Han Shui, Han Shui, are you there?" Her voice echoed in the room, yet there was no response. Growing anxious, she called out several more times. Just as she was about to speak again, the door creaked open, and Yi Han Shui appeared at the entrance, her face alight with excitement as her gaze fixed upon Yijilan. "Sister, you've finally awakened. When I saw you faint, I nearly died from fright." Yi Han Shui's voice trembled slightly, clearly still shaken from the earlier events. She hurried to the bedside, grasping Yijilan's hand tightly, as if fearing that if she let go, her sister would vanish once more. "What'd I do if you left me again?" Yi Han Shui's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly lunged forward, enveloping Yijilan in a tight embrace, as if to merge her sister into her very being. Caught off guard by this unexpected display of affection, Yijilan felt a warm wave wash over her, stirred by her sister's evident concern. "It's all right, I'm fine," she murmured softly, gently patting Yi Han Shui's back. However, Yi Han Shui showed no intention of loosening her grip, still holding her sister tightly. Seeing this, Yijilan shook her head with a resigned smile, saying, "But I'm pregnant now. If you keep bumping into me like this, you might hurt the baby." At the mention of the word pregnant, Yi Han Shui's body jolted as if struck by lightning. She slowly released Yijilan, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Sister, you're expecting?" Her voice brimmed with disbelief. Yijilan nodded with a smile, her hand tenderly resting on her slightly rounded belly, where the fruit of her love with her husband was blossoming. Then, as if recalling something of great importance, Yijilan quickly turned to her sister, her expression turning urgent. "By the way, Han Shui, do you have any news about your brother-in-law?" Hearing Yijilan's question, Yi Han Shui paused, gazing into her sister's hopeful eyes before slowly shaking her head. "There's no news yet. However, Elder Douluo has already gone to the Yi family. He will do his utmost to save more people. Don't worry. Elder Douluo is a titled Douluo, powerful enough to manage the situation." Yehan wu risusureter, attempting to usut Yijilan se anjiti. Upon learning that Douluo had gone to the Yi family, a great burden lifted from Yijilan's heart. She understood that with Douluo's strength, he should be able to make a significant impact at the Yi family. Moreover, she realized that she and Yi Han Shui, along with their companions, were far from the level of a titled Douluo, and venturing to the Yi family would only lead to needless peril. In the ensuing days, Yi Han Shui diligently monitored Yijilan's condition, employing her medical expertise to help her regain her strength. She meticulously observed every subtle change in Yijilan, leaving no detail that might affect her health overlooked. However, just when everyone believed that all would proceed smoothly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Douluo returned to the Wanyu Pavilion grievously injured. The sight shocked everyone, and they rushed forward to examine his wounds. Douluo's son and daughter-in-law were particularly frantic, repeatedly asking, "Father, what happened? What's going on?" Yi Han Shui too stared at Douluo in disbelief, urgently inquiring, "Elder Douluo, what formidable foe did you encounter? How could you be so injured?" Aside from Yi Zifeng, others appeared somewhat flustered, as if they had lost their anchor. Yet, upon witnessing Douluo's injuries, Yi Zifeng felt a flicker of surprise, yet quickly regained his composure, beginning to ponder the implications. He knew well Douluo's prowess. As a titled Douluo, only another of equal caliber could inflict such wounds on him. This thought flashed through Yi Zifeng's mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply. While Yi Zifeng contemplated, Yahan acted sivifti. Without hesitation, she produced her treasured healing elixir and carefully administered it to Douluo. The miraculous effects of the elixir soon took hold, and shortly after consuming it, Douluo gradually opened his eyes, awakening from his stupor, though his face remained as pale as a sheet. He summoned his strength to recount the events that transpired. "As soon as I arrived at the Yi family, I was stunned by the horrific scene before me. Bodies lay strewn about, blood flowing like rivers, a sight too ghastly to behold. I intended to see if there were any survivors to rescue, But unexpectedly, I was ambushed by super title Douluo. Douluo's voice was weak, yet he strived to ensure everyone heard each word clearly. The moment the title Douluo made his appearance, he wasted no time and immediately unleashed his martial soul's true form, displaying an overwhelming power that was utterly terrifying. I was completely unprepared for such an eventuality, and in the ensuing chaos, I was caught off guard and severely wounded by his onslaught. At this juncture, a flicker of anguish crossed Douluo's face. After sustaining such a grievous injury, I was acutely aware that I was no match for the title Douluo, prompting me to make a swift decision to escape with all my might, barely managing to return here amidst my frantic flight. Douluo's words conveyed a sense of relief that he had survived the ordeal. Upon hearing Douluo's account, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. A super title Douluo, indeed, represents the pinnacle of power in the Douluo continent, possessing soul power that is at least level 95, if not higher. The terrifying strength of such a formidable being is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. It was evident that the current Forgetting Worries pavilion lacked the capability to contend with such an opponent. Just as the crowd was enveloped in anxiety, a chilling voice suddenly pierced through the air outside the Forgetting Worries pavilion, as if it could penetrate walls and reach into the depths of one's soul. Hand over Yi Zhilan immediately. For the sake of Mr. Li, I may spare your lives. But should you choose to be obstinate and refuse to comply, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This voice resonated within the Forgetting Worries pavilion like a resounding bell, causing a palpable tension to grip everyone present. Particularly for Douluo, who recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to the very super title Douluo who had once inflicted grave harm upon him. Chapter 115, The Thunder Array. While the rest of the assembly felt utterly powerless and devoid of any viable strategy, Yi Zifeng exhibited an entirely different demeanor. He appeared remarkably composed, as though he held no fear of the formidable evil soul master outside, whose power was that of a super Douluo. With a smile playing on his lips, he addressed the crowd with a leisurely tone. It seems the burden of cleaning up this mess has ultimately fallen upon my shoulders. Without hesitation, Yi Zifeng strode towards the entrance of the Forgetting Worries pavilion, seemingly prepared to confront the powerful evil soul master alone. The onlookers gasped in shock, hastening to dissuade him from his perilous course. In particular, Yi Hanyue, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Xiaofeng, what are you thinking? Are you truly seeking death?" Her voice was laced with concern and desperation, clearly not wishing for Yi Zifeng to take such risks. "I cannot allow this. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Master and Elder Sister upon their return? If anyone should face that evil soul master, it should be me." As she spoke, she advanced rapidly, intent on reaching the exit ahead of Yi Zifeng. Yi Zifeng, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a pang of alarm and quickly grasped his second sister's arm, uttering a perplexing statement. "Sister, when have I embarked on any endeavor without thorough preparation?" His tone was resolute and self-assured, as if he were already well prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. He continued, "My decision to confront this foe alone signifies my confidence in achieving success. You need not worry." Upon hearing her younger brother's declaration, Yi Hanyue found herself momentarily taken aback. She began to reflect seriously, recalling past experiences wherein, despite his occasional frivolity and penchant for jest, he invariably managed to prepare meticulously when it truly mattered. With this realization, as she observed the confidence radiating from Yi Zifeng, her apprehension began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she slowly advised him, "Very well then. But should you find yourself in danger, you must flee at once. They fear Master and should not pose too much trouble for you. Just run with all your might." Despite her words, Yi Hanyue could not suppress her instinct to reiterate her caution to Yi Zifeng, fearing for his safety. Touched by her concern, Yi Zifeng maintained a nonchalant facade, waving dismissively with an air of indifference as he assured her, "Fear not, sister, when I take the lead. There will certainly be no unforeseen mishaps." With that, he resolutely pushed open the grand door, stepping forth into the night as the gazes of the assembly followed him. His strides were firm and steady, betraying not a hint of trepidation. Though the crowd felt a twinge of worry, their curiosity proved irresistible, and they rushed to the windows above, anxiously peering out at the unfolding scene. Outside the Forgetting Worries pavilion, Yi Zifeng stood alone before the entrance, his silhouette appearing somewhat fragile under the moonlight, yet emanating an undeniable air of authority. Opposing him were several figures clad in dark robes, their faces shrouded in shadow, rendering their true expressions inscrutable. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as Yi Zifeng and the evil soul masters locked eyes, the very air thickening with anticipation. Nevertheless, throughout this charged standoff, Yi Zifeng maintained his composure, his presence unwavering and even exuding a subtle sense of pressure. After a brief silence, Yi Zifeng broke the tension, inquiring calmly, "May I ask what brings you esteemed elders to my Forgetting Worries pavilion?" His voice was serene and gentle, devoid of hostility, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. The elder of the evil soul masters smirked slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile as he replied, "Young friend, we have come primarily to invite the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhilan, to join us for a gathering." His tone appeared polite, yet it carried an underlying command that brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, Yi Zifeng furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the elder of the evil soul masters as he contemplated the implications of their words. After a moment of deliberation, he responded, "Yi Zhilan is the head of the Yi family. This is the Forgetting Worries pavilion. If you seek her, you should go to the Yi family, not here." His words, though straightforward, conveyed an unwavering determination. The elder of the evil soul masters understood that Yi Zifeng was feigning ignorance, cursing internally while maintaining a facade of civility. He was aware that the Forgetting Worries pavilion was a place that higher-ups had warned against provoking. Yet now, they not only sought to capture Yi Zhilan, but had also found themselves in conflict with the pavilion, placing him in a precarious position. Nevertheless, recognizing the significance of Yi Zhilan to the overall situation, he reluctantly set aside other concerns. After all, the greater good must prevail, and impulsiveness could jeopardize their comprehensive strategy. "Since you were so adamant, I have no choice," the elder of the evil soul masters stated coldly, a hint of resignation in his voice. No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched a fierce attack toward Yi Zifeng without hesitation. The assault struck like lightning, laden with malice and immense power, bearing down upon Yi Zifeng. Yet, rather than panic, Yi Zifeng remained unperturbed. He had anticipated such a move from the elder, and at the moment of the attack, he activated the wind behind the mysterious gate beneath his feet, summoning a formidable force that momentarily intercepted the elder's assault. In that fleeting instant, Yi Zifeng swiftly recited the incantation for the Five Thunder Law. His voice resonated with depth and strength, as if imbued with boundless power. As he intoned the incantation, faint sparks of electricity began to flicker around his body, resonating with the heavenly thunder array meticulously arranged above the Forgetting Worries pavilion by Li Chongsheng himself. "Electric Mother and Thunder Father, descend with divine might. Accompany me to banish affliction. Supreme Lao Jun, hasten as commanded." Yi Zifeng's voice echoed through the air, reminiscent of an ancient incantation, imbued with an aura of mystery. As he uttered the final word, the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathering to obscure the sun. Amidst the tumultuous dark clouds, thunder roiled as if countless bolts of lightning were brewing within, poised to erupt at any moment. In that instant, a colossal and formidable formation materialized in the sky, woven from innumerable strands of lightning, exuding a spine-chilling aura. Suddenly, the formation burst forth with two dazzling arcs of lightning, descending like twin dragons. In the blink of an eye, one blinding bolt cleaved through the night sky, striking directly at the incoming assault aimed at Yi Zifeng. Simultaneously, another equally formidable lightning bolt followed suit, ruthlessly targeting the elder of the sinister soul cultivators. The air was rent by two thunderous explosions, as if the very world trembled in response. Following this, a heart-rending shriek echoed through the heavens, sending chills down the spine. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, swift as lightning, leaving onlookers in a daze. Yi Zifeng's movements were fluid and seamless, executed with an elegance that exhibited no hesitation. In that fleeting moment, he harnessed an overwhelming force to immobilize the elder of the sinister soul cultivators, rendering him utterly motionless. The descending heavenly thunder, imbued with pure, unyielding power and a sense of judgment, mercilessly struck the unsuspecting elder. In an instant, flames erupted and smoke billowed as the elder was grievously injured, sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Witnessing this spectacle, the other sinister soul cultivators stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. Just a moment ago, their elder had been a figure of imposing authority, ready to demonstrate his prowess by storming into the Forget-Me-Not pavilion to capture individuals. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was flung away by an unseen giant's hand, utterly disheveled. After a brief moment of shock, the sinister soul cultivators regained their senses, realizing the dire situation. Without uttering a word, they scattered like frightened birds, vanishing without a trace, as though they had never existed. Observing the flight of the sinister soul cultivators, Yi Zifeng felt a modicum of relief. He surmised that the elder he had struck down was gravely injured and would likely refrain from causing further trouble for the foreseeable future. Sighing in relief, Yi Zifeng turned to return to the Forget-Me-Not Pavilion. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, he felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, plunging him into a state of profound weakness. It turned out that activating the Heavenly Thunder formation had drained him of all his internal energy. The onlookers were taken aback, promptly inquiring, "Zifeng, what happened to you? Little master, are you all right? Brother, what is wrong?" Seeing the concerned crowd gather around him, Yi Zifeng's face turned as pale as parchment, and he weakly waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. "There is no need for alarm. I am merely fatigued. The activation of the Heavenly Thunder formation consumed an excessive amount of my physical strength and internal energy." His voice was so faint it seemed it could be whisked away by the wind. Even he was caught off guard by how simply invoking 2 bolts of heavenly thunder had drained him entirely. Pausing momentarily, seemingly striving to steady his breath, he continued, "However, the might of this heavenly thunder formation is indeed astonishing, having severely injured that elder of the sinister soul cultivators. Were it not for my current exhaustion, he would undoubtedly not have survived." Upon hearing this, Yi Hanyue's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion, her delicate brows knitting together as she pressed on. "If that is the case, how did you come to know that the Forget-Me-Not Pavilion harbored such a formation, let alone the incantation to activate it?" "Ye Zifeng similit genti," replying, "This formation was specifically laid out by my master. Upon witnessing the shameless actions of Tang Chun, he devised this formation to prevent any future misdeeds of such a despicable nature. As for the incantation, it was imparted to me alone by my master, who deemed you too playful and not as astute as I, hence entrusted this vital incantation solely to me." As he spoke, a hint of pride crept onto Yi Zifeng's face, as if he felt an immense sense of honor to have garnered his master's favor. However, standing nearby, Yi Hanyue's expression turned a shade of green with anger upon hearing his words. Her eyes widened, glaring at Yi Zifeng as she trembled with indignation. How could you say such a thing about me?" At that moment, far away on Sea God Island, Li Changsheng suddenly felt a stirring within him, as if a powerful force had been triggered from afar. His brow furrowed slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He promptly concluded his seclusion, directing his gaze towards the direction of the Forget-Me-Not Pavilion, the source of the triggered power. "Zifeng has activated the Heavenly Thunder formation. It appears something has gone awry at the Forget-Me-Not Pavilion," Li Changsheng murmured, his expression growing grave. He was acutely aware of the formation's might, having meticulously arranged it as a formidable line of defense, to be activated only in the face of extreme danger. The fact that Zifeng had engaged this formation indicated that the Forget-Me-Not Pavilion was under significant threat. Subsequently, Li Changsheng's gaze fell upon the malevolent corpse clad in black robes before him. His eyes were sharp and cold, as though they could penetrate the very soul. "You shall return to the continent first. I will follow shortly." Li Changsheng's voice was calm and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. His gaze swiftly shifted to the benevolent corpse clad in azure robes, and after exchanging a glance with it, he continued, "You will go to the Sun and Moon continent to impart the teachings. How you convey them there is at your discretion. Return immediately after you complete your task." With that, the benevolent and malevolent Li Changsheng exchanged a knowing look, nodding in understanding of their respective missions. In an instant, they vanished like phantoms, embarking on their tasks. Once the benevolent and malevolent Li Changsheng had departed, Li Changsheng let out a slight breath. He closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing, and with a mere thought, his formidable mental energy surged forth like a tempest, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Sea God Island. Under the sweep of this immense mental force, every blade of grass, every stone, and every grain of sand on Sea God Island became exposed. However, Li Changsheng's objective was not these. He sought one person, Yi Hanyue. At last, he discovered Yi Hanyue by the seaside, immersed in her music. Her figure appeared exceptionally graceful beneath the moonlight, the melodious strains of her instrument seemingly capable of dissolving all worldly worries. Confirming her location, Li Changsheng did not hesitate. His form vanished in an instant like a flash of lightning. At that moment, Yi Hanyue was lost in her musical reverie, entirely unaware of Li Changsheng's approach. Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice broke the tranquility. "Has the assessment concluded? You seem quite leisurely." Startled by the abrupt voice, which struck her ears like a thunderclap. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment before she composed herself, recognizing the voice's owner, Li Changsheng. She swiftly turned her head and, indeed, found him standing not far away, a smile gracing his face as he watched her. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion," Yi Hanyue exclaimed with joy. However, upon hearing her address, Li Changsheng wore a look of helplessness. "My dear Yue'er, how many times must I tell you? Please refrain from calling me master. Just call me Changsheng," he implored. It was one thing to maintain appearances in front of others, but now that it is just the two of us, it feels rather awkward. Since fully embracing the unique bond between him and Yi Hanyue, Li Changsheng had reiterated his wish for her to address him by name in private on numerous occasions. After all, being constantly addressed as master by Yi Hanyue made him feel rather peculiar. Yi Hanyue, well aware of Li Changsheng's sentiments, shyly scratched her head and awkwardly nodded in response. Got it, master. Oh no, Changsheng," she said with a playful grin. Upon witnessing this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "You," he chided lightly. Yi Hanyue, however, seemed unfazed, mischievously blinking at him and replying, Li Changsheng sighed in resignation. The two exchanged silent glances, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Li Changsheng's gaze was firmly fixed upon Yi Hanyue, who calmly met his stare. At last, breaking the silence, he took a deep breath, seemingly summoning his courage, and slowly stated, "The formation at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion has been disturbed. Another title Douluo is causing trouble there. You should accompany me back tomorrow." Yi Hanyue's brow furrowed slightly, clearly surprised by the news, but she quickly regained her composure and replied softly, "I'll bid farewell to Shi'er and the others shortly." As Li Changsheng observed Yi Hanyue's reaction, a flicker of doubt surged within him. He had anticipated a more urgent or anxious response from her, considering the Forgetting Worries Pavilion was their shared home. Yet, her calm demeanor left him perplexed. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, aware that Yi Hanyue always held her own thoughts and judgments. Nodding, he turned ahead toward Poseidon's residence to say his goodbyes. Deep within Yi Hanyue's heart, however, she was not as composed as she appeared. She was indeed concerned about the situation at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. Yet she had unwavering faith in her master's abilities and decisions. Since her master did not exhibit excessive anxiety, she felt no need to panic excessively. Chapter 117. Strategies under the attentive care and assistance of Yi Hanyue. Both Yi Zifeng and Douluo experienced a remarkably swift recovery from their injuries, regaining their full strength within just one night. At that moment, the atmosphere within the Forgetting Worries Pavilion was tense as they sat together, faces etched with seriousness, contemplating their next course of action. Yi Hanyue broke the silence, her voice tinged with anxiety and uncertainty. "What shall we do next? We cannot simply wait idly." Douluo nodded in agreement, then remarked, "We certainly cannot sit back and do nothing. According to the news I just gathered last night, the titled Douluo's Qinshin and Gulong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School intervened, aiding the Tiando imperial family in turning the tide of battle. Concurrently, the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire have begun to mount effective counterattacks. The overall situation on the continent has started to show signs of improvement." His words eased the tension slightly, yet they all recognized the gravity of the situation still required proactive measures. "Moreover, I have also heard that under the leadership of Qian Douluo from the Spirit Hall, an invitation has been extended to righteous soul masters across the continent to engage in a duel in a valley against the top-tier evil soul masters, aiming to settle the matter with one decisive battle." Douluo continued, his tone imbued with a mix of seriousness and anticipation. "Shall we participate?" Yixing asked curiously, her large eyes wide with interest. Douluo regarded her, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features, but he soon answered with resolve. "The soul masters participating in that battle will be at least soul Douluo level. With your current strength, you are not adequately prepared to face such formidable foes. Thus, you need not attend." His tone was gentle, yet the underlying message was clear. This duel posed too great a danger for Yi Hanyue, and he did not wish for her to take such risks. Within the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, the group was intensely engaged in a spirited discussion about certain matters. However, amidst their fervent debate, Yi Zifeng, who had been quietly observing, suddenly interjected with a statement that left everyone astonished. "Why don't I ask Master if he can come back?" His voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony like a thunderclap. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, prompting a flurry of bewildered glances among the group, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Yi Hanyue could no longer contain her rising anger. She glared at Yi Zifeng and demanded sternly, "Can you really contact Master?" Yi Zifeng, clearly taken aback by his sister's fierce reaction, sheepishly scratched his head and stammered, "Well, I can only contact him in emergencies." Yi Hanyue, upon hearing this, felt her frustration surge even higher, grinding her teeth as she questioned, "Should I interpret that to mean you can indeed reach Master?" Faced with his sister's scrutiny, Yi Zifeng awkwardly smiled, his gaze evasive as he intentionally avoided meeting her eyes. Ultimately, he steeled himself and nodded, murmuring, "Yes, I can indeed contact Master. He left me a mirror. As long as I input energy, I can reach him. However, he warned me never to contact him unless absolutely necessary. And this mirror is a one-time use item." Afterward, Yi Zifeng proudly lifted his chin, as if showcasing the unique bond he shared with Master. Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's admission that he could indeed contact Master, Yi Hanyue felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her eyes widening in disbelief. Then, as if losing her sanity, she began frantically raking her hands through her hair, muttering, "This is utterly unfair. We are all Master's disciples. Why the disparity in treatment?" Her voice was laced with anguish and despair, as if the weight of the world had come crashing down upon her. Then, suddenly, Yi Hanyue seemed to recall something, murmuring to herself, "Could it be that I hold not even the slightest position in Master's heart?" As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, cascading forth like a torrential flood. Her sobs echoed in the room, her body trembling from overwhelming sorrow. Ultimately, she collapsed in despair onto a stool, gazing upward, her vacant eyes seemingly devoid of soul, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld her. Seeing his elder sister in such distress, Yi Zifeng felt a pang of compassion. He hurriedly approached her, gently patting her shoulder, and offered words of comfort. "Of course not." Upon hearing his words, Yi Hanyue's body jolted, and she turned to him, her eyes filled with hopeful expectation as she trembled. "Really?" However, Yi Zifeng's subsequent remarks doused the flickering flame of hope within her like a bucket of icy water. With a stoic expression, he stated, "Indeed, it is true. Your image in Master's mind is that of a slacker, one who studies inattentively, fishing for 2 days and sunbathing for 3, who indulges in merrymaking the moment Master is away, and spends money extravagantly, a quintessential lazy and wasteful disciple." Yi Zifeng's words pierced Yi Hanyue's heart like a dagger, extinguishing the last glimmer of light in her eyes. Witnessing her younger brother's demeanor, her fury ignited instantaneously, as if she intended to reduce the entire Forgetting Worries pavilion to ashes. Her eyes, once alight with brilliance, dimmed, replaced by an inferno of rage. Without hesitation, she channeled her formidable soul power, surging forth like a tumultuous wave, and unleashed a powerful strike towards Yi Zifeng, imbued with boundless fury and strength, as if she aimed to obliterate him completely. Yet, Yi Zifeng appeared to have anticipated her move. He deftly dodged her attack with an agility reminiscent of a specter, evading her onslaught with remarkable speed. Not only that, he evaded while taunting mercilessly, "Oh, dear second sister, you possess such a higher soul power than I do. Yet you can't even catch up with me. How utterly embarrassing. If the things I wrote weren't so intellectually demanding, perhaps my strength would have surpassed yours by now. You must put in more effort, my beloved second sister." The words of Yi Zifeng pierced through Yi Hanyue's heart like a blade, igniting her fury even more. However, Yi Zifeng remained unfazed, continuing to jest, "Haha, second sister, you simply can't touch me." Observing this sibling rivalry unfold within the Forgetting Worries pavilion, the initially tense crowd gradually relaxed. Some couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing scene, while others shook their heads in exasperation, bemused by Yi Zifeng's mischievous antics. Chapter 118. The Awe-Inspiring Eldest Sister. After the playful banter subsided, Yi Zifeng's lips curled into a faint smile. He slowly raised his right hand, as if concealing a precious treasure within his palm. The onlookers were drawn to him, their curiosity piqued as they focused intently on his hand. Yi Zifeng gradually opened his palm to reveal a mirror, no larger than a hand, gleaming with a translucent brilliance akin to mutton-fat jade, emanating a soft glow. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zifeng infused his soul power into the mirror. In an instant, the mirror seemed to awaken, projecting a radiant light curtain. The curtain unfurled like a veil of water, gradually revealing the silhouette of a formidable humanoid figure. As the outline became clearer, the crowd finally discerned his visage, a tall man with a resolute countenance, none other than Li Changsheng, far away on Sea God Island. Although Li Changxing's figure appeared somewhat ethereal within the light curtain, his aura was overwhelmingly potent, as if capable of transcending the barriers of space. His gaze swept over the assembly before settling on Yi Zifeng, inquiring, "My disciple, what compels you to breach the boundaries of space to seek my aid?" His voice, though not loud, resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the gathered crowd. Upon hearing his master's voice, Yi Zifeng promptly bowed and recounted the events that had transpired. "Master, not long ago, the evil soul masters launched a massive assault on the continent. The Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire have all suffered severe attacks, resulting in countless lives lost." Yi Zifeng's tone grew somber, clearly pained by the calamity. Just yesterday, an exceptionally powerful title Douluo attempted to capture individuals from a Forgetting Worries pavilion. In the end, that title Douluo was injured by my thunder array, but my strength is insufficient to sustain it for long, which is why I sought your guidance. How should we respond now? Yi Zifeng's expression was one of urgency. Upon hearing Yi Zifeng's account, a tumult of emotions surged within Li Changxing. While he had some understanding of the situation on Douluo continent, the original text had not mentioned such a large-scale invasion by evil soul masters. Could it be that his arrival had inadvertently wrought unforeseen changes upon this world, thus precipitating this disaster? Yet, there was another possibility. Perhaps the Douluo continent in the original narrative was merely one of countless parallel worlds within the vast multiverse, and the events described in the original text did not necessarily apply to this reality. It was conceivable that such occurrences had transpired in this parallel world. Contemplating this, various scenarios raced through Li Changxing's mind as he pondered potential strategies. There were numerous possibilities, and it was not necessarily his presence that had triggered this crisis. With this thought, Li Changxing felt a sense of relief. In the gaze of the crowd, he waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "Rest assured, I sensed your activation of the thunder array yesterday, and I have already dispatched someone to return." His voice flowed into Yi Zifeng's ears like a refreshing spring, instilling a sense of calm within him. Yi Zifeng secretly exhaled, knowing that Li Changxing's strength was unfathomable. Since he claimed to have sent someone back, there would undoubtedly be no issues. However, the individual I sent back has a rather peculiar disposition. He is not one to mince words, and you all should behave yourselves. Should you provoke him, he may very well deliver a beating, Li Changxing remarked, a hint of exasperation creeping into his tone, as though he found the individual's temperament somewhat troublesome. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. After all, they were unfamiliar with this individual's temperament, and the consequences of inadvertently inciting his ire were indeed daunting. Yet, Yi Zifeng harbored little apprehension. He understood that in this world, formidable individuals often possess their own unique quirks and temperaments, which was not uncommon. As for this war, both you and Han Yue can partake in it. After all, experiencing bloodshed is an essential lesson on the path to becoming a powerful warrior. It is indispensable. Li Changxing's words struck Yi Zifeng like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within him. Yi Zifeng recognized the harshness of war and the inevitability of killing. Yet, only by undergoing such trials could he truly evolve into a formidable force. Do you understand? Li Changxing's voice resounded once more, laced with an inquisitive tone. Yi Zifeng inhaled deeply, nodding solemnly as he replied, "Understood. I shall take my leave for now." With that, he knew that a tempestuous war awaited him, but he felt no fear, for he was confident in his ability to rise and become a true powerhouse amidst the chaos. Just as Li Changxing prepared to sever the connection, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, causing both Yi Zifeng and Yi Hanyue to involuntarily tremble. "Have you two been diligently cultivating lately?" The tone of this voice was somewhat stern, yet it carried an undercurrent of concern. Yi Zifeng and Yi Hanyue exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of alarm in the other's eyes. They knew that the owner of this voice was not one to be trifled with. "I shall return to assess your progress, and, of course, to check on the previously arrived Yixing," the voice continued, seemingly a reminder for them not to let their guard down. "By the way, Yixing should have located the Forgetting Worries pavilion by now, right?" The tone suddenly shifted, inquiring about Yixing's status. Upon hearing this voice, both Yi Zifeng and Yi Hanyue scratched their heads awkwardly, their expressions betraying their embarrassment. Yi Zifeng was the first to speak. "Of course, eldest sister, I've been working hard on my cultivation during this time. I have achieved the rank of Soul Saint." Yi Hanyue quickly chimed in, "Yes, eldest sister, I haven't slacked off either. I've become a Soul Douluo." In comparison to Li Changxing, the two siblings held a greater fear of their eldest sister, who exercised strict control over them in both their cultivation and daily lives, instilling a profound sense of reverence within them. Eldest sister, I have been at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion for quite some time now. Throughout this period, I have been diligently cultivating, absolutely without any laziness. Yi Xing'er's voice brimmed with excitement and enthusiasm, her bright eyes fixed intently on the figure before her, as if striving to convey her determination and effort. For Yi Hanyue and Yi Xing'er, their bond transcended that of mere siblings. Yi Hanyue served as a guiding light in Yi Xing'er's life, illuminating her path through darkness. Not only had Yi Hanyue rescued Yi Xing'er from peril, but she had also provided sustenance, allowing Yi Xing'er to cultivate in peace. It could be said that without Yi Hanyue, Yi Xing'er might have struggled to survive, let alone pursue her cultivation. In the heart of Yi Xing'er, the Yi Hanyue embodies not only an elder sister, but also a life-saving benefactor. This unique sentiment fills Yi Xing'er with profound gratitude and reverence towards Yi Hanyue. Chapter 119. Yi Zifeng's Plea for Mercy. Upon hearing Yi Xing'er's voice, a weight lifted from Yi Hanyue's heart, and she couldn't help but exhale deeply. It is worth noting that she knew her younger siblings all too well. Although her third brother, Yi Zifeng, could occasionally display a semblance of seriousness during critical moments, at other times, he resembled a thoughtless individual. As for her second sister, Yi Hanyue, well, it seemed her mind could only accommodate medical knowledge, often showcasing a negative IQ, and her temper flared at the slightest inconvenience, erupting in an instant. Thus, when Yi Xing'er, this little junior sister, appeared, Yi Hanyue truly felt a sense of relief. She absolutely could not allow those two lively treasures to lead Yi Xing'er astray. Otherwise, she would have to expend considerable energy to clean up the mess. Well, Xing'er, just focus on your cultivation. Sister will have to return shortly. If those two dare to do anything untoward to you, just tell me, and I shall certainly stand up for you. Yi Hanyue spoke tenderly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Xing'er's eyes, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Scenes of her senior brother Yi Zifeng's previous antics played in her mind like a movie. Observing this, Yi Zifeng's internal alarm bells rang loudly, and he sighed inwardly. Sans signe impending danger. Oh no, I'm in trouble. This little girl is definitely plotting against me, Yi Zifeng thought apprehensively. Just as Yi Xing'er was about to speak, he hurriedly interjected, All right, my energy is nearly depleted. Let us talk when I return. With that, he swiftly severed the energy connection with the mirror. Without the support of energy, the luminous screen on the mirror vanished like a burst soap bubble. Finally relieved, Yi Zifeng sighed, only to turn and find his little junior sister, Yi Xing'er, gazing at him with a teasing expression. Brother, look at you. You've been deceiving me for so long. When elder sister returns, should she deal with you, or should she deal with you? Yi Xing'er said with a playful smile. Nearby, Yi Hanyue promptly chimed in. Xing'er is absolutely right. This guy has a devious heart. When elder sister is back, you should freely speak ill of him, and let her give him a proper thrashing. In her heart, Yi Hanyue thought, what a splendid idea. It will surely divert elder sister's attention away from my cultivation situation. As for you, third brother, I can only apologize. Third brother, you must understand, I'm left with no choice. The pain inflicted upon you will also weigh on my heart, she mused. To prevent elder sister from punishing me, I can only make you bear the brunt of her wrath. But fret not, my heart does ache for you. You can rest assured, I will continue to offer sacrifices for you each year on that day, Yi Hanyue contemplated. And any flicker of guilt she felt for her brother vanished like a wisp of wind, replaced by a face full of sorrow intermingled with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing Yi Hanyue's words, Yi Zifeng immediately grasped her intentions and mentally shouted, Oh no, second sister, you are truly setting me up. Just wait and see. As the realization of his second sister's intentions dawned on him, his mood turned heavy. Nevertheless, he did not allow this emotional turmoil to overshadow his concern and comfort for his little junior sister, Yi Xing'er. Gently, he looked at her and said, You mustn't treat me this way. Consider those soul rings of yours. I personally took you to hunt for them. Every adventure, every challenge, I stood by your side, protecting you and helping you acquire these powerful soul rings. He continued, Moreover, aside from the golden light spell, which of your techniques did I not practice alongside you? We have spent so much time together, striving to enhance our strength. After all the time and effort I have invested in you, are you truly willing to betray your third senior brother over a mere collection of memories? Yi Zifeng's tone carried a hint of helplessness and disappointment. Yet he persisted in persuading Yi Xing'er. Your elder sister is quite formidable. When she strikes, it appears as though no scars are left, yet the recipient suffers immensely, often bedridden for days. Surely, you wouldn't want to witness me endure such a fate at her hands, would you? Listening to Yi Zifeng, a subtle smile graced Yi Xinger's lips. Yes, you're absolutely right, third senior brother. I will make sure elder sister treats you especially well, so do not worry, she replied, her large, glistening eyes filled with sincerity, as if her words were the most genuine in the world. Chapter 120. The Siblings' Secret Thoughts. Gazing at her little junior sister, who wore a devilish grin, Yi Zifeng suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Her once innocent smile now appeared imbued with cunning and ill intent. He pondered, this little girl truly holds grudges. He couldn't help but shake his head, realizing how increasingly mischievous she had become. However, as his gaze fell upon her adorable face, he sighed, alas, how can one scold such a charming being? Yet, Yi Zifeng was not one to easily let his little junior sister off the hook. He thought, if gentleness fails, then I shall resort to force. Consequently, he resolved to unleash his ultimate trump card. He swiftly shielded everyone's gaze except for Yi Xing's, producing a stone from his pocket with a flourish, as if performing magic, and waved it before her eyes. Little junior sister, what was it you just said? I seem to have missed it, he said with a mischievous grin. Yi Xinger's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for her third brother to shamelessly wield her past against her. Third brother, how could you do this? She exclaimed, both angry and flustered, stamping her foot. You always threaten me with this. Can't you come up with something new? Despite her displeasure, Yi Xinger knew all too well that if her past were to be revealed to others, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she could only sigh in resignation and say, all right, third brother, I will comply. Watching the memory stone in her brother's hand, she felt as though countless dark lines were spreading across her forehead. She could not help but complain to Yi Zifeng through a telepathic link. Could you please refrain from playing like this? It's utterly devoid of meaning. It's nothing short of despicable. However, Yi Zifeng paid no heed to Yi Xing's protests. He recalled the words of his master, Li Changsheng, who cares if it's fair or not? As long as the goal is achieved, whatever works is sufficient. Consequently, Yi Zifeng responded without hesitation, whether or not it's fair, just say what needs to be said and spare me the unnecessary chatter. Yi Xingya, although seething with indignation, realized that she had no other choice at that moment. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to Yi Zifeng's demands. Yet, she was not one to yield easily, and thus she proposed her own conditions. All right, I will agree not to speak ill of you in front of senior sister. But you must return to me the recording stone containing my past indiscretions, Yi Xing'er declared. Upon hearing this, Yi Zifeng inwardly mused. This little girl is quite the negotiator. Nevertheless, he readily accepted her terms. Fine, no problem, Yi Zifeng replied. Yet, Yi Xinger appeared unconvinced by his promise and quickly added, moreover, you must swear an oath, and it cannot be a vow of conscience. It must be a vow of your martial soul. Your conscience has already been overused. Yi Zifeng couldn't help but chuckle at Yi Xing'er's lack of faith in his conscience. Still, he agreed, as he was reluctant to sour their relationship over such trivial matters. Truth be told, Yi Zifeng had lost count of how many oaths he had sworn upon his conscience. If his conscience could speak, it would undoubtedly berate him for being a complete scoundrel. All right, I promise, I will swear shortly, Yi Zifeng said resignedly. However, Yi Xing'er seemed dissatisfied, cutting him off with there's no need to wait. Let us go to the backyard now. I want to witness your oath firsthand. And remember, do not use your conscience for this oath, but your martial soul. With that, Yi Xing'er left no room for Yi Zifeng to protest, forcefully dragging him toward the courtyard while suppressing her anger. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Yi Xing'er's assertiveness and the reasons behind her insistence on pressuring Yi Zifeng, especially when they observed her effortlessly pulling the seemingly strong Yi Zifeng along. It left them utterly confounded. After all, he was a grown man. How could he be so easily led away by Yi Xing'er? This scene was truly perplexing. Upon reaching the backyard, Yi Zifeng stood before Yi Xing'er, his expression grave as he raised his right hand and solemnly declared, I, Yi Zifeng, swear by my martial soul, the spirit I, that I shall destroy the recording stone containing Yi Xing'er's past indiscretions today, and that it shall not be backed up. Should I violate this oath? At that moment, he hesitated, his mind racing through various scenarios in search of a way to escape the binding vow. However, he quickly recognized the futility of such thoughts. For a martial soul oath is a profoundly serious commitment, and to breach it would yield dire consequences. Yi Xing observed Yi Zifeng's indecision and instantly grasped his intentions. Annoyed, she urged, "Hurry up, no dilly-dallying. If you dare to pull any tricks, we'll both be in hot water when senior sister returns." Yi Zifeng, spurred on by her urgency, felt a surge of panic. He understood the gravity of senior sister's temper. If she discovered that he had violated the oath, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Yet, he was equally unwilling to concede so easily. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Yi Xing suddenly chuckled coldly and continued, "I've already thought of the latter part of your oath. Should you breach it, you shall forever endure the affections of our elder sister and have your manhood severed." Upon hearing this, Yi Zifeng's face turned ashen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yi Xing. He certainly understood what the affections of our elder sister entailed. It was a torment more dreadful than death. The thought of losing his manhood sent chills down his spine. It felt as if his life itself were at stake. He was acutely aware that, at this juncture, he had no choice but to comply with Yi Xing's demands. After all, their elder sister was notorious for her ruthless nature and would show no mercy. Yet, Yi Zifeng was not so easily fooled. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as a plan took shape. To ensure that Yi Xing would not backtrack, he decided to demand that she swear an oath as well. "All right, I can agree to destroy the recording stone, but you must also swear not to reveal anything about the misdeeds I have done to you," Yi Zifeng said, his expression serious as he regarded Yi Xing. Yi Xing hesitated for a moment, but upon meeting Yi Zifeng's steadfast gaze, she realized she had no other choice. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Fine, I swear." The two then began to swear their oaths together. "I, Yi Zifeng, swear by my martial soul, the spirit that I shall destroy the recording stone containing Yi Xing's past indiscretions today, and that it shall not be backed up. Should I violate this oath?" His voice rang out powerfully, as if the entire world could hear his vow. "I, Yi Xing, swear by my martial soul, elemental thunder, that I shall never disclose the unscrupulous deeds done to me by my third senior brother, Yi Zifeng. Should I breach this oath, let thunder strike me." Though her voice was slightly softer than Yi Zifeng's, it was imbued with equal determination. However, just as both believed the matter was settled, they each discreetly left a loophole in their oaths. Chapter 121. Departure from Sea God Island. The tumultuous relationship between Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing appeared to be quite delicate. They had cleverly woven a hint of their own intentions into their vows, undoubtedly adding layers of suspense and possibilities to their story. Both Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing had included the word previous in their martial soul oaths, a seemingly simple phrase that held profound implications. It signified that their commitments to the future were not absolute, but rather contained certain limitations and reservations. What would transpire henceforth remained uncertain. Yet, until Yi Hanyue's return, both presented themselves as remarkably obedient and compliant. Yi Zifeng wished to avoid any conflicts, preferring to maintain tranquility, while Yi Xing aimed to leave a favorable impression on Yi Hanyue, as she harbored special feelings towards her. When their gazes met, they exchanged knowing smiles, as if both understood each other's thoughts without a word. This tacit understanding required no verbal communication. It was achieved in an instant. They then turned in unison and silently rejoined the group. Upon their return, the others paid little mind to Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing. After all, they were siblings, and it was perfectly normal for them to discuss matters. Everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, and no one delved into the nature of their exchange. However, at that moment, Yi Hanyue, standing nearby, suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration, as if struck by lightning. This was the first time in his life that such clarity had struck him, and it truly led him to some realizations. Could it be that Yi Zifeng has grasped something incriminating about Xing? Just moments ago, there were two people who should have resolved their grievances in the backyard. Yi Hanyue pondered internally, a wave of panic washing over him. This simply cannot be allowed. If Knight Zifeng were to escape unscathed, the unfortunate one would undoubtedly be myself. To preserve his own life, Yi Hanyue resolved to seek clarification. Without hesitation, he approached both Knight Zifeng and Knight Xing, inquiring about their activities in the backyard. However, when he broached the subject, both Knight Zifeng and Knight Xing appeared to have conspired in silence, refraining from uttering a single word about the events that transpired in the backyard, even neglecting to mention the matter of the martial soul oath. Witnessing this, Yi Hanyue felt his suspicions deepen, and he became increasingly convinced of his own conjectures. He returned to his room with a heavy heart, collapsing onto his bed, his demeanor akin to that of a soulless being, lost in silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Douluo and his companions, under the guidance of Knight Xing, settled into the guest rooms of the worry-free pavilion, preparing to rest briefly. On another front, Knight Zifeng had already commenced preparations to hone his skills through the impending battle. He was acutely aware that this was a rare opportunity. Thus, he was wholly focused on gathering the necessary items for departure. The following morning, sunlight bathed the harbor of Sea God Island, its shimmering surface mirroring the azure sky and white clouds. The senior members of Sea God Island had gathered early, standing in a solemn and dignified line. These individuals constituted the core of Sea God Island, typically engrossed in various affairs. Yet today they set aside their tasks to bid farewell to Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng held profound significance for Sea God Island. Not only had he greatly enhanced the overall strength of the island, but he was also the partner of their high priestess, a figure worthy of a grand send-off. However, as the crowd's gaze swept across the harbor, they noted the absence of Poseidon and the Sea Maiden. This revelation left the assembly perplexed, prompting hushed whispers among them. Why had the high priestess not appeared? Indeed, the Sea Maiden was also conspicuously missing. Such an occurrence was undeniably peculiar. Despite their abundant curiosity, the crowd refrained from extensive speculation, understanding that Poseidon and the Sea Maiden might have their own reasons for not attending. Thus, their attention returned to Li Changsheng, who stood at the bow of the ship, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the people of Sea God Island. Beside him were Yihan Yue and Shui Ro, quietly accompanying him. Under the sunlight, their figures appeared particularly tall and imposing. "All right, this is where the farewell ends," Li Changsheng announced, his voice resonating in the sea breeze. "Thank you all for your send-off. May we meet again in due time." With that, Li Changsheng waved, signaling the eager crowd to halt their continued farewells. He then turned to board the ship back to the mainland, accompanied by Yihan Yue and Shui Ro. As the sails unfurled and the sea breeze howled, the vessel gradually departed from the harbor of Sea God Island. The crowd remained steadfast in their positions, bidding farewell to Li Changsheng. "Farewell, Mr. Li. Farewell, Mr. Li. Farewell, Mr. Li." The chorus of voices rose and fell, reverberating across the water. This was the respect and blessings bestowed upon Li Changsheng by the people of Sea God Island, a testament to their cherished connection and reluctance to part ways. Yet in the final moment before Li Changsheng boarded the ship, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a certain direction, as if captivated by an unseen force. In that instant, it felt as though time had come to a standstill. His eyes were deep and focused, the corners of his mouth curving upwards, as if he had glimpsed something of immense importance. As Li Changsheng's vessel slowly drifted away from the harbor, it gradually became a blur in the crowd's sight until it vanished entirely. The spectators at Sea God Island's harbor witnessed this spectacle before beginning to disperse. The throng thinned, and the once bustling harbor returned to a tranquil state. However, not far away on an unnamed hill, two figures stood silently. They resembled exquisite sculptures, unmoving as they gazed in the direction of Li Changsheng's departure. These two were none other than Poseidon and the Sea Maiden, who had missed the earlier farewell. The Sea Maiden let out a soft sigh, her face etched with indignation. Muttering, "Sister Shi, he just left like that. Let us head back. I still feel a bit unwell, my legs are all wobbly. It's all that guy's fault yesterday. He didn't know to go easy on me." As she complained, she rubbed her ankle, where remnants of soreness lingered. Poseidon remained silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon, revealing a trace of muted sorrow and reluctance. Noticing her sister's demeanor, the Sea Maiden playfully teased, "Sister, aren't you in pain?" Upon hearing the jest, Poseidon's previously melancholic cheeks turned as red as ripened apples, as if they might bleed. She was reminded of the moments spent with Li Changsheng the previous day, a wave of indescribable feelings flooding her heart. Yesterday, Li Changsheng had suddenly announced his intention to leave Sea God Island, catching both Poseidon and the Sea Maiden off guard. However, he then dedicated the entire day to their company, shopping, dining, and enjoying performances together, culminating in a night filled with delightful games. The Sea Maiden's words made Poseidon feel somewhat bashful. While she too felt fatigued, the time spent with Li Changsheng had been immensely joyful. Yet, the Sea Maiden could no longer endure, chuckling as she said, all right, I'm utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. I can't hold on any longer. You, on the other hand, are so powerful, playing games all night without feeling tired. I, however, must hurry back to catch up on sleep." Hee. Before Poseidon could fully react, the Sea Maiden swiftly darted away like a nimble fish, vanishing without a trace. Only then did Poseidon regain her senses, watching the direction in which her sister had departed, her cheeks flushing even more as if they might ignite. Feeling somewhat shy, she shook her head and turned towards her own room. As she walked, memories of the joyous moments spent with Li Changsheng replayed in her mind, each delightful instant unfolding like a film before her eyes. A smile crept on her lips, and the weariness in her heart seemed to diminish considerably. Eventually, Poseidon arrived at her room, gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. She then lay down slowly on the soft bed. Closing her eyes, she relished the relaxation of her body, her thoughts drifting away as she slipped into a sweet slumber. Chapter 122, Celestial Herb. On the vessel returning to the continent, Li Changsheng stood quietly at the bow, his gaze fixed on the distance, pondering his forthcoming actions. The benevolent corpse of Li Changsheng had already journeyed to the Sun-Moon continent to impart teachings, while the malevolent corpse had hastily returned to Douluo continent even earlier. This sparked contemplation within Li Changsheng regarding his own destination. He intended to dispatch Yi Hanyue, Shui Rou, Ao Shuang, and Ali to investigate the situation on the continent. After all, having only the malevolent corpse of Li Changsheng present would prove insufficient. Should emergencies arise in two locations simultaneously, it would be challenging to respond adequately. However, Li Changsheng remained undecided about where he should go. Should he return to the Stardow Forest? The thought crossed his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. What benefit would returning bring? It offered little advantage and could potentially invite unnecessary troubles. Moreover, deep down, Li Changsheng harbored reluctance to confront the Silver Dragon King so soon. Although he was not yet a match for the Silver Dragon King, retaining him would not be an easy feat for the latter. As for when he would formally meet the Silver Dragon King, Li Changsheng pondered silently in his heart. He believed that only when his strength was on par with, or even surpassed that of the Silver Dragon King, would he be worthy to confront such a formidable being. After all, the Silver Dragon King is one of the most elite powerhouses on the Douluo continent, with an unfathomable depth of strength. However, while Li Changsheng was mulling over this matter, he suddenly realized where he should head next, a place intricately connected to the Silver Dragon King. That place is one of the three great treasure troves in the Sunset Forest, the Eye of Ice and Fire, which is also the site of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's fall. In the original text, it is said to be rich in endless treasures and rare celestial herbs. Li Changsheng was not entirely ignorant of these herbs. He had read accounts of them in ancient texts and the original work, possessing a rudimentary understanding of their effects and characteristics. For instance, some celestial herbs could enhance a cultivator's soul power, while others exhibited remarkable healing properties. And some even had the potential to help one break through bottlenecks, elevate their strength, or even evolve their martial soul. Contemplating this, a wave of anticipation surged within Li Changsheng. He resolved to journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire to explore its secrets. Perhaps there, he might discover items beneficial to his cultivation, such as the primordial power of the Water and Fire Dragon King, allowing him to accelerate his strength enhancement and advance his cultivation. The celestial herbs exuded a delicate fragrance that seemed capable of penetrating the soul, such as the ethereal and exquisite Huaxiang Chiloa. Its leaves exhibited an octagonal shape, crystalline and translucent, resembling the essence of profound ice, known as the octagonal profound ice grass. The blossoms, when in full bloom, resembled a raging inferno, a blazing and radiant herb called the fiery apricot, petals stacked like a celestial staircase, emanating a peculiar fragrance, were from the wondrous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The petals were as white as snow, with a golden center akin to gold, reminiscent of a fairy descending to earth. Known as the 8-petal fairy orchid, vibrantly colored and as smooth as silk, with an aromatic richness, was the Chiloa tulip. The flower took the shape of a rooster's comb, its colors vivid like phoenix feathers, representing nobility and splendor, known as the rooster comb phoenix sunflower. The flowers were as pure as jade, with stems as slender as bones, representing a fresh and refined herb called the water fairy jade skinbone. The petals were blood red, with a golden center resembling tears, embodying endless longing, known as the heartbreak red. The purple caps bore mysterious patterns, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, known as the 9th grade purple mushroom. Clear and crystalline, resembling autumn waters, containing potent medicinal properties, was the autumn water dew. These 11 celestial herbs each possessed unique charms and effects, and the herbs that Tang Xin utilized in the original work were already astonishing. Yet, Li Changsheng did not believe that the Eye of Ice and Fire housed no other mature and powerful herbs. After all, In the original narrative, Douluo suffered greatly due to his lack of knowledge regarding celestial herbs. Ultimately, when Tang San departed, he took all the mature herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire, the potential of which to nurture prodigies remains unknown to anyone but Tang San. Moreover, although the methods employed by Tang San and his companions were conventional, they cannot be deemed ineffective, as they did harness the herb's standard medicinal properties. However, were it Li Changsheng to handle these herbs, the situation would undoubtedly be vastly different. It is worth noting that Li Changsheng is a 9th-rank alchemist, possessing extensive experience in alchemy. With his superb alchemical skills, he is entirely capable of refining these herbs into potent elixirs. This way, not only could he maximize the herb's medicinal efficacy, but he might also elicit extraordinary effects, yielding unexpected benefits. Though even if Li Changsheng were to acquire the herbs from the Eye of Ice and Fire now, aside from the primordial essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, which might hold some utility for him, the others may not be particularly beneficial to his own cultivation. However, this does not imply that these herbs lack value. On the contrary, for his future disciples, these herbs will undoubtedly become invaluable treasures on their path of cultivation. After all, with these high-quality celestial herbs as a foundation, Li Changsheng could pave a smoother path for his disciples, helping them establish a solid base. Thus, his disciples would surely achieve greater accomplishments with significantly less effort in their cultivation journeys. With this in mind, Li Changsheng's resolve grew ever more steadfast. He decided to set out immediately for the Sunset Forest, determined to seek out the legendary Eye of Ice and Fire, vowing not to let these precious celestial herbs go to waste. Chapter 123, Return to the Continent. At that moment, a cacophony of discussions suddenly reached Li Changsheng's ears, the sounds growing closer, as if a group was engaged in fervent conversation. Curiosity piqued, he slowly turned his head to investigate. His gaze fell upon Shui Rou, Ao Shuang, and Ali, who were huddled together, chattering animatedly. Their faces radiated excitement and anticipation, clearly elated at the prospect of stepping onto the continent. Shui Rou's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she softly remarked, "Having lived in the sea for so many years, I truly wonder what the continent will be like." Ao Shuang nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, "Yes, I've only heard others speak of the continent while aboard a ship. After all, that was merely hearsay. I have no idea what the real continent will look like." Ali appeared even more thrilled, her voice slightly elevated. Yes. I've longed to visit the continent for fun. I've heard there are many things there that we don't have in the sea." The three girls continued their animated discussion about what they would do next, while Li Changsheng stood by, observing their excitement. A sense of helplessness welling within him as he gently shook his head. "You three, can you be a bit more serious?" Li Changsheng interjected, interrupting their conversation. "Our trip to the continent is not merely for leisure. I have important tasks to assign to you." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, the three girls immediately stowed away their smiles, adopting a serious demeanor as they responded, "Understood, Master." 2 days later, Li Changsheng and his companions finally succeeded in reaching the shore of the continent. The moment they set foot on solid ground, Li Changsheng felt a long-lost sense of grounding. They promptly sought out an inn nearby to rest and regain their strength. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, then was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Li Changsheng and his companions gathered around a table, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. That evening, Li Changsheng summoned Yihan Yue, Shui Rou, Ao Shuang, and Ali to his room to discuss their plans for the following day. Li Changsheng's gaze first settled on Yihan Yue as he spoke earnestly. "Han Yue, tomorrow you and Ali should return to the Wanyu Pavilion first. This war is too brutal. It is not something she can bear at this moment." Yihan Yue nodded, understanding Li Changsheng's decision. She glanced at Ali, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Yet she resolutely said, "Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of Ali." Although Ali was somewhat unwilling, she also recognized that her strength was insufficient to contribute in this war. Obediently, she said to Li Changsheng, "Master, I will be compliant." Li Changsheng paid this no mind and turned his gaze to Shui Rou and Ao Shuang, remembering that the two had now reached the pinnacle of the Douluo world. "You two should also accompany Han Yue back to the Wanyu Pavilion before participating in this war to establish your renown and lay the groundwork for my future teachings." "Understood, Master." Shui Rou and Ao Shuang accepted Li Changsheng's arrangements for the two of them, having previously learned about the Wanyu Pavilion from Yihan Yue. According to Yihan Yue, the Wanyu Pavilion seems to be the only force in the Soul Master realm connected to Li Changsheng. This establishment was jointly founded by Yihan Yue and her two younger sisters, and now, these three siblings have become Li Changsheng's disciples. It is easy to foresee that after the conclusion of this war, Li Changsheng will likely use the Wanyu Pavilion as his stronghold, establishing his roots there. Thus, acclimatizing to the environment and understanding the true state of the Wanyu Pavilion beforehand could be deemed a sagacious course of action. Observing this scenario, Li Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After all, during his time spent on Sea God Island, Shui Rou, Ao Shuang, and Li gradually earned his trust. Initially, the trio swore an oath with soul beasts merely out of desperation, seeking Li Changsheng's assistance or protection due to their respective predicaments. However, such constraints born from external factors did not signify their genuine allegiance to him. Yet, as the days of living together on Sea God Island passed, their recognition of Li Changsheng as their master steadily increased. From the depths of their hearts, they began to accept and submit to him, a transformation that was undoubtedly delightful. In light of this, Li Changsheng remarked, "Once this calamity on the continent has passed, if you perform well, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity." He further promised to provide each of them with a suitable weapon. This declaration was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of excitement through Shui Rou, Ao Shuang, and Ali. Shui Rou, a woman as gentle as water, possessed a beauty reminiscent of a spring breeze, soft and warm. Ao Shuang, with her fiery and exuberant personality, shone like the blazing sun of summer, intense and radiant. Ali, clever and quick-witted, resembled the bright autumn moon, pure and cool. Despite their differing personalities, all three were stunned by Li Changsheng's words, their hearts swelling with an indescribable thrill. They were acutely aware of Li Changsheng's unparalleled mastery in weapon forging, a pinnacle of craftsmanship in the contemporary Douluo world. The Fengling sword stood as a magnificent testament to his skills, forged from the essence of solar iron, adorned with rare treasures, having endured the trials of heavenly tribulation, and infused with the spirit of the fire phoenix. Its blade shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, sharp enough to surpass all others. Had it not been for the constraints imposed by the heavenly laws, the Fengling sword would have undoubtedly become an unmatched artifact. Thus, when Li Changsheng agreed to forge weapons for the three women, their minds began to race, envisioning the myriad possibilities of the weapons they might receive. Shui Rou pictured herself wielding a long sword, smooth and lustrous as water, its blade glimmering softly in the light, flowing gracefully like clouds. Ao Shuang envisioned a spear as fervent as flames, its azure shaft exuding a majestic aura, each thrust unleashing a torrent of power. Meanwhile, Ali dreamed of a delicately crafted dagger, ideally double-edged, its blade sharp enough to effortlessly pierce an enemy's skin. Observing the three lost in their fantasies, Li Changsheng understood they had effectively chosen their desired weapon types. "Now, please share your specific requirements for these weapons," Li Changsheng said with a smile, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Shui Rou gently brushed her hair aside and softly expressed, "I hope for a long sword with an elongated blade, graceful lines, and a hilt adorned with gemstones that can radiate a captivating glow under the sun." Ao Shuang, maintaining her calm demeanor, stated, "My demand for the spear are not high. It simply needs to be robust, with a sharp tip capable of delivering maximum impact in battle." Ali, brimming with excitement, eagerly rubbed her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "I desire a small, exquisite dagger, preferably double-edged, with an incredibly sharp blade that can easily slice through an enemy's skin." Upon hearing the three articulate their desired weapons, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Changsheng's mouth. He mused internally, "These three truly possess an extraordinary imagination." Nevertheless, having made a promise, Li Changsheng resolved to find a way to fulfill their wishes. However, he couldn't resist teasing them, saying, "You three certainly know how to dream. Just look at me. Do you think I'm worth those three weapons? Perhaps you might as well sell me to acquire them. What do you think?" The trio was momentarily taken aback by Li Changsheng's words, utterly unsure of how to respond. Li Changsheng was not the type to merely speak grandly without the means to deliver. Observing their stunned expressions, he slowly explained, "Forging weapons is no simple task. It requires a variety of precious materials. If the opportunity arises to acquire suitable materials in the future, I will certainly craft the weapons of your desires." Upon hearing Li Changsheng's promise to forge their weapons given the right materials, hope reignited in the trio's eyes. Subsequently, Li Changsheng elaborated on various matters, ensuring that all four understood clearly before allowing them to depart. However, just as Li Changsheng was preparing to relax and enjoy a well-deserved rest. A faint sound caught his attention. He alertly opened his eyes, only to be astonished to find Yi Hanyue had returned. Before Li Changsheng could react, Yi Hanyue lunged at him like a famished wolf. Startled by her sudden approach, he exclaimed, "Yi Hanyue, what are you doing? I just lay down to rest." Yi Hanyue ignored his protests, her eyes filled solely with desire and possessiveness towards him. She tightly embraced Li Changsheng and playfully pouted, "Master, I know I want to see you for a long time, so you must compensate me tonight. Besides, I'm all alone today, and I can only reluctantly enjoy you by myself. Master, just give in to me." With that, Yi Hanyue boldly sealed his lips with hers, kissing him passionately. Li Changsheng was utterly unprepared for Yi Hanyue's forwardness, and his mind momentarily went blank as he passively accepted her kiss. However, being a man, his pride was significantly challenged when dominated by a woman, especially one who was once his disciple. In an instant, his rationality surged back, and he resolved to reclaim control of the situation. With a sudden burst of energy, Li Changsheng pushed Yi Hanyue away, swiftly flipping her beneath him. Yi Hanyue, taken aback by his unexpected maneuver, displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes, which quickly transformed into excitement. Looking down at Yi Hanyue, Li Changsheng allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he softly remarked, "Little girl, you're playing with fire." With a mischievous grin, he began to counter her advances. Not one to back down, Yi Hanyue engaged him in a spirited tussle, resulting in a lively battle on the bed. The room filled with laughter as they chased each other, tickling and tugging at the blankets, her long hair flowing through the air like a beautiful tapestry. However, this playful skirmish did not last long. As time progressed, Yi Hanyue's stamina gradually waned, and her laughter became increasingly faint. Ultimately, she reluctantly raised a white flag, signaling her surrender. Upon witnessing this, Li Changsheng couldn't help but break into a triumphant smile. He gently patted Yi Hanyue's shoulder and tenderly enveloped her in his embrace. Like a docile little kitten, Yi Hanyue nestled in Li Changsheng's arms, closing her eyes and drifting into a weary slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent rooms, the three women, having heard the commotion from Li Changsheng's quarters finally cease, collectively exhaled in relief, though their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, silently cursing to themselves. The master truly knows how to stir things up. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the night had passed. Li Changsheng exchanged a few casual words with the four women before parting ways. On the lengthy path to the sunset forest, he bore witness to scenes of utter devastation. Several villages that were once tranquil and harmonious had now been reduced to ruins, mercilessly slaughtered by malevolent soul masters. "Kid, you've certainly taken the lives of many of our kin these past few days," a brazen voice echoed in Li Changsheng's ear. "Today, encountering the evil soul master is your misfortune. Submit and become sustenance for the master." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, dozens of grotesque, evil soul masters surged forth like ravenous wolves, encircling Li Changsheng. They chanted incantations, launching a fierce assault, and in an instant, a tempest of soul techniques rained down upon him. However, in the face of such ferocity, Li Changsheng remained remarkably composed. He did not even lift his eyelids, merely flicking his finger nonchalantly. In that moment, thunder roared and lightning surged like silver serpents, instantly shattering the surrounding attacks and vanquishing the evil soul masters. In the blink of an eye, those once menacing evil soul masters lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless and devoid of any semblance of vitality. Li Changsheng's demeanor towards these evil soul masters was no different from that of others. There would be no mercy. After all, these evil soul masters had long forsaken their humanity, wantonly slaughtering the innocent, sparing neither women, children, nor the elderly. Their bloodlust was insatiable. Some even killed merely to satiate their perverse desire for murder. Such demons, if allowed to persist, would only bring endless suffering and calamity to countless others. Having successfully dealt with this batch of evil soul masters, Li Changsheng took a brief respite before resuming his relentless journey toward the sunset forest. Yet, just as he neared the forest's edge, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil air. "What do you want? I just saved you. Why are you treating me like this?" The voice belonged to a woman, filled with despair and terror. This was soon followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Help! Someone save me!" Li Changsheng's heart tightened. He immediately halted, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The cries for help seemed to emanate from the nearby woods, and without hesitation, he sprinted toward the sound. Chapter 125: The Ungrateful Nobility. In a serene village, sunlight bathed the quaint houses and verdant fields in warmth, creating a picture of tranquility. Yet, at the heart of the village, a tense atmosphere loomed. A blue-haired girl stood there, her cascading locks resembling a waterfall, beautiful and agile. However, her complexion was pale, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her body trembled slightly. Opposing her were several elegantly attired noble soul masters, their faces adorned with arrogance and disdain. The girl's soul energy hovered around her, flickering with faint light, but it was evident that she was unwell. She bit her lip, her gaze filled with fury as she glared at the noble soul masters. Her voice laced with despair. "You beasts! I saved you yesterday. Why are you treating me like this?" One of the noble soul masters, a tall man with a lewd demeanor, let out a mocking laugh. Taking a step forward, he revealed a repugnant smile. "Yes, you saved us yesterday. But isn't that what you were supposed to do?" His words elicited nods of agreement from the other noble soul masters, their faces reflecting the same contempt. "You commoner soul masters were born to serve us, the noble soul masters," another one sneered. "You saving us is an honor. You should be grateful." A third noble soul master chimed in. As the last noble soul master's words faded, the fourth noble soul master countered, his tone laced with indignation. "What are you talking about, second? We are noble soul masters. How can we take advantage of someone in need and be ungrateful?" His words conveyed a sense of righteousness, as if he were genuinely astonished by the second statement. However, when the blue-haired girl heard his words, a flicker of hope ignited in her otherwise dim eyes. Yet, this glimmer was fleeting, extinguished as swiftly as a candle in the wind, leaving her shrouded in darkness once more. The fourth noble soul master continued, "So, we won't take advantage of you. Instead, we shall repay you. If you are willing to submit to us, you shall instantly become a noble lady. To leap from an ordinary commoner to an esteemed noble. What a tremendous blessing." His voice dripped with temptation, painting a picture of an incredibly bright future. "So, just obediently submit to us, and be sure to express your gratitude." The fourth noble soul master's tone exuded entitlement and smugness. Upon hearing this, the other three noble soul masters echoed his sentiments. "Haha, the fourth speaks wisely. Indeed, this woman should be thankful to us." "You're right. The fourth is insightful. Transforming this woman from a commoner to a noble is truly her stroke of luck." With that, the quartet leisurely advanced toward the blue-haired girl, akin to a pack of hungry wolves closing in on their prey. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl felt a pang of fear. Instinctively, she sought to retaliate with her martial spirit. However, just as she attempted to channel her soul energy, a powerful force suddenly shattered her energy. Not only that, but her body ignited with heat, quickly becoming feverish, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At that moment, one of the noble soul masters burst into cruel laughter. "Haha, little beauty, you might as well give up. I've drugged you. Haven't you noticed how hot you're feeling? Yes, yes. Just submit to us, and your brothers will help cool you down and detoxify you." Another noble soul master chimed in, adding to the mockery. The other noble soul masters joined in uproarious laughter, their derisive cackles echoing harshly in the desolate expanse. The blue-haired girl felt a surge of despair wash over her, wide-eyed and terrified. She gazed at the malevolent figures before her and summoned all her strength to cry out, "Help! Someone save me!" Yet, her pleas for help sounded diminutive and powerless amidst the wilderness. With her soul energy temporarily dissipated, she could not summon her martial spirit to defend herself, and the surrounding soul masters were engaged in fierce combat. The villagers were either brutally slain by evil soul masters or had already fled to safety. In this vast wilderness, there was no one to rescue her. At this critical juncture, just as the four individuals were a mere step away from the blue-haired girl, the sky unexpectedly erupted with the sound of a thunderclap. This thunderbolt sliced through the heavens like a sharp sword, accompanied by a deafening roar that startled everyone present. The four individuals who had been intently closing in on the blue-haired girl were momentarily stunned by the sudden sound, as if time itself had come to a standstill. They exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief at the abrupt change in weather. What was happening? Why had the weather shifted so dramatically? One of them exclaimed with wide eyes, incredulous. Indeed, another echoed, their voice laced with confusion and unease. The other noble soul masters, witnessing this scene, were first taken aback, but soon they joined in a chorus of murmurs, as if they were exhilarated and expectant of this unforeseen turn of events. However, before their words could fade, they were utterly astonished by the sight before them. The previously roiling clouds in the sky began to churn violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Shortly thereafter, Several blinding bolts of lightning streaked through the air, racing down like silver serpents, carrying an earth-shattering might, and instantly struck the very noble soul masters who had just chimed in. In an instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, and those noble soul masters had no time to utter a cry of despair before being struck by the lightning, their bodies charred as if scorched by fierce flames. Lifeless beyond recovery. This horrifying scene rendered the remaining noble soul masters speechless. They could not comprehend the bizarre phenomenon of the lightning. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, a singular thought collectively surged in their minds. Flee. This lightning was far too abnormal. Remaining here would surely lead to their demise. Thus, these noble soul masters turned on their heels and fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape this dreadful place. However, no matter how swift their flight, they could not outpace the descending lightning. The bolts seemed to possess a life of their own, autonomously tracking the fleeing soul masters, each one striking its mark with precision, turning them into charred remains one by one. In an instant, the ground was littered with burnt corpses, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, and the once vibrant scene fell into an eerie silence, save for the eerie lightning that continued to wreak havoc in the sky. Chapter 126, The Rogue. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl seemed as though she had been struck by lightning herself, sitting dazed on the ground. The thunderous roar had not only frightened her to the core, but also caused her to huddle on the ground like a startled rabbit, trembling uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, those noble soul masters had been brazenly attempting to subjugate her. Yet, in the next breath, a bolt of lightning descended from the clear sky like a silver dragon, striking down upon them with blinding speed. The resounding crack of thunder echoed, and those noble soul masters were instantly reduced to cinders, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. However, the blue-haired girl was no ordinary individual. She quickly regained her composure. Such a bizarre, meteorological phenomenon could not possibly occur naturally. Someone must have been manipulating events from the shadows to aid her. With this thought, a surge of gratitude welled up within her. Therefore, she mustered her strength, despite her weakness, and respectfully called out to the sky. I am immensely grateful to the esteemed individual who has come to my aid. Please, reveal yourself so that I may express my thanks in person. Then, she added, I hope the esteemed individual can assist me in dispelling this poison. I will be eternally grateful. After uttering these words, the blue-haired girl felt her body nearing its limits, casting a weak glance around in search of the mysterious benefactor. At that moment, as she turned to look behind her, she caught sight of a beautiful woman with hair as white as snow, appearing before her as if she were a celestial being. Then, the white-haired woman, with a stoic expression, casually waved her hand, releasing a stream of white energy that shot forth like lightning, directly towards the blue-haired girl. The energy was so swift that it reached the blue-haired girl's body in the blink of an eye. The blue-haired girl felt a powerful force surge within her, instantly devouring and neutralizing the rampant medicinal effects that had invaded her body. Subsequently, she sensed a newfound lightness within her, the agonies inflicted by the poison gradually fading away, while her internal injuries rapidly healed under the influence of this force. The blue-haired girl gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, scarcely believing her eyes. Moments later, she regained her senses, quickly rising to her feet, bowing deeply to the white-haired woman, tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she said, Thank you for saving my life, esteemed sister. I am forever in your debt. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear I would have met my demise today. After this, the blue-haired girl hastily added, If you ever face any difficulties in the future, I shall do everything within my power to assist you. Without hesitation, the white-haired woman regarded the blue-haired girl with an impassive demeanor, replying, There is no need for such formality. I merely happened to pass by, and, seeing your perilous situation, offered a helping hand. Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired girl felt a surge of admiration for the white-haired woman and promptly replied, Your kindness is unforgettable, esteemed sister. May I inquire what you are called? The white-haired woman slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly impatient with the blue-haired girl's question, yet she still answered, My name is Li Changwei. The blue-haired girl quickly responded, So it is Sister Yu. Please forgive my rudeness. Might I ask if the person you saved earlier has any grievances with those individuals? Upon hearing Li Changyue's words, the blue-haired girl eagerly replied, Esteemed one, greetings. My name is Ayin, and I am a resident of this forest. She then recounted the events that had transpired. I was living a tranquil life here, but a few days ago, several severely injured noble soul masters arrived. They implored me, for shelter and treatment, and upon seeing their pitiable state, I felt compassion and decided to take them in. For the first few days, they behaved quite well, and I devoted myself to caring for them. However, today, they suddenly announced their intention to leave, claiming they wished to express their gratitude by preparing a sumptuous meal for me. A hint of anger and disappointment seeped into a Yin's tone. But who could have foreseen that these ungrateful wretches would poison my food? Seeing me alone, they harbored ulterior motives and sought to take advantage of me. Upon hearing this, Li Changyue understood entirely. She had previously sensed the aura of a soul beast emanating from Yin, and now, upon hearing her name, she was certain that this blue-haired girl was none other than Tang San's mother, the ninth spirit ring of Tang Hao. Having confirmed a Yin's identity, Li Changyue felt a pang of regret for her naivety. She was acutely aware of the world's complexities and the treachery of human nature, prompting her to caution Yin to exercise greater vigilance in the future. Li Changyue earnestly advised Yin, the most terrifying thing in the world is the human heart. You must be cautious and not easily trust others. To Li Changyue's surprise, Yin did not exhibit shock or fear upon hearing her words. Instead, she responded with an innocent smile, rather familiarly saying, "Yes, understood. From now on, I shall follow you, esteemed sister." Li Changyue was momentarily taken aback by Yin's rapid affection, her surprise evident. However, she quickly regained her composure and playfully scolded, "You little imp certainly know how to be friendly." Yin, seemingly oblivious to Li Changyue's teasing, continued to smile and said, Sister you, I find you very amiable, so I want to call you sister." Observing this, Li Changyue deliberately teased her back. "You address me as sister after such a short acquaintance. Are you not afraid that I might harbor ill intentions towards you?" To this, Yin, without a hint of hesitation, responded nonchalantly, "How could a sister have any bad intentions? Besides, my life was saved by you, so if you wished, you could take it." Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, she flashed a charming smile and added, "Of course, if you truly did have wicked thoughts, what could I do? After all, you're just too enchanting. In that case, I would have no choice but to submit to you and become your wife." Yin giggled. Before her words had fully settled, she dashed over to Li Changyue like a jubilant little rabbit, wrapping her arms around her tightly, as if fearful she might vanish. Moreover, she began to playfully touch Li Changyue, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds. Li Changyue was taken aback by Yin's sudden actions, and goosebumps erupted all over her body, leaving her feeling utterly uncomfortable. In an instant, she wriggled free from Yin's embrace and stepped aside. "I tell you, don't come any closer. If you continue like this, I might truly have to hit you." Li Changyue exclaimed, "Sumawet anuya." Nevertheless, Yin paid no heed to Li Changyue's warning and continued to cling tightly to her, wearing a mischievous grin, seemingly quite pleased with Li Changyue's reaction. Chapter 127, Educating Yin. After a lively bout of playful antics, time slipped away unnoticed, and dusk began to fall. Just then, Yin's stomach let out a loud growl, protesting its hunger. Her face flushed crimson, and she awkwardly explained, the food those guys made earlier was just too awful. I hardly ate anything." Upon hearing Yin's words, Li Changyue sighed, a look of helplessness crossing her face. "All right, you should go change into some fresh clothes. Look at your outfit. It's in tatters. Later, I'll take you to the city for a nice meal." Yin's heart leapt at the prospect of dining in the city, but she quickly remembered she had no money for new clothes and felt a wave of dejection wash over her. With her head lowered, she bashfully said to Li Changyue, "Sister I don't have money for new clothes. This is all I have. Could you lend me an outfit?" Seeing Yin's pitiful demeanor, Li Changyue felt a twinge of sympathy. In truth, her own attire was merely conjured through a transformation spell and would revert to its original form after a while. Nevertheless, Li Changyue rummaged through her storage and eventually found a set of Poseidon-esque clothing, which she handed to Yin. Yin accepted the garment with delight, thanking Li Changyue before hurriedly retreating to change. Before long, Yin emerged from the room. She stood there, radiating an ethereal glow as if bathed in moonlight. Even the dappled shadows of the trees softened in her presence. Her long hair, dark as jade and kissed by spring's water, shimmered with the faintest hint of indigo. Loosely entwined with a few strands while the rest cascaded down her waist, the tips seemingly entwined with delicate blue-silver grass. The grass blades glistened with morning dew, instantly transforming into specks of shimmering light. Her brows and eyes exuded an exquisite gentleness, the corners of her brows slightly drooping like the newly sprouted willows of early spring, while her irises, a clear lake blue, held the mist of the forest and the light of the sky, always adorned with a subtle smile. Even the fine lines at the corners of her eyes radiating warmth. Her nose was elegantly sculpted yet not harsh, with a delicate tip, naturally tinged with pink. Her lips bore a pale pink hue tinged with a hint of purple, reminiscent of the freshly blossomed gentian flowers in the mountain streams, even when silent. They seemed to cradle a soft melody. She wore a flowing moon-white gown, the hem embroidered with intricate patterns of blue silvergrass, the silver threads glimmering under the sunlight. As she moved, the hem danced lightly, and the patterns of grass came alive, unfurling along the creases of the fabric. The cuffs and neckline were outlined with silver thread in a vine-like design, accentuating her snow-white wrists and slender neck. Around her waist, she wore a silver chain, the pendant a droplet-shaped blue crystal, swaying gently with her movements, occasionally brushing against the skirt, producing a barely audible whisper. As she stood there, the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to lean towards her, the grass blades lightly caressing the hem of her gown, and even the forest breeze slowed its pace. The air was imbued with a faint, refreshing scent of foliage, mingled with a hint of floral sweetness, reminiscent of a forest after rain, pure and gentle. Upon witnessing a yin's breathtaking beauty, Li Changyue was momentarily struck dumb, silently cursing Tang Hao for such a reckless act, finding it utterly detestable. Yin, noticing Li Changyue's astonished expression, felt a twinge of surprise herself, but quickly broke into a radiant smile and asked sweetly, "Sister, do you think I look pretty like this?" Upon hearing Yin's question, Li Changyue's forehead immediately creased with lines of irritation, without a second thought. She raised her hand and playfully tapped Yin on the head. With a thud, Yin covered her head, her face contorted in a mix of grievance as she exclaimed, "Ouch." Seeing Yin's expression, Li Changyue's initial impression of the kind, gentle Yin from the original story, crumbled in an instant. However, she quickly reasoned that Yin had only recently transformed and her maturity was still developing, which naturally did not align with her actual age. Thus, she understood her actions. Subsequently, Li Changyue took Yin to the largest restaurant in the nearby town. This establishment was partially guarded by the Spirit Hall's Soul Masters, ensuring relative safety within the city. After securing a private room, Li Changyue smiled at Yin and said, "Yin, you can order now." Yin, feeling somewhat shy, glanced at the menu, pondering that she shouldn't order anything too extravagant, given that she had just met Li Changyue and didn't want to burden her. Hence, she cautiously selected a few relatively inexpensive dishes. Noticing Yin's choices, Li Changyue chuckled and said, "Is this all you are ordering?" "Yin, I have plenty of money. You need to worry about going broke." Yin's face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly explained, "Sister, you misunderstood. What I meant was, in addition to these few dishes, please bring one of everything else." Upon hearing Yin's words, Li Changyue's eyes widened in astonishment, a tempest of thoughts raging in her mind. She couldn't help but think, is this truly the blue-silver empress? Yin? Surely, no one is impersonating her. Observing Li Changyue's surprised expression, Yin's cheeks reddened further, and she shyly inquired, "Sister, did I order too much?" Li Changyue snapped back to reality, and upon seeing Yin's bashful demeanor, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only manage a dry chuckle and say, "It's all right, order away. I was merely asking casually." "Oh, thank you, sister you," Yin replied softly, then continued to place her orders. Before long, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. Li Changyue and Yin began to relish this delightful meal. As night descended and the lights illuminated the streets, Li Changyue and Yin strolled along the brightly lit avenues, having just enjoyed a lavish dinner, their stomachs full and their spirits high. As they walked, Li Changyue noticed an inviting inn and decided it would be a suitable place to stay. She entered the inn, requested 2 rooms at the front desk, and then led Yin upstairs. Upon entering the room, Yin collapsed onto the bed like a heap of mud. It turned out that she had inadvertently consumed a few too many glasses of wine during dinner, and now a haze of inebriation enveloped her. Li Changyue shook his head in resignation, contemplating how this girl truly had a low tolerance for alcohol. Gently, he covered Yin with a blanket and watched as she drifted into a peaceful slumber, a surge of protective instinct swelling within him. He then returned to his own room, performed a brief wash-up, and retired to bed early. In the following days, Li Changyue remained by Yin's side. He not only took her on excursions to appreciate the local scenery, but also seized moments to teach her some techniques for harnessing soul power. Yin was diligent in her studies, making rapid progress, which filled Li Changyue with immense satisfaction. To further empower her self-defense, he gifted her a book titled How to Identify a Scoundrel. He instructed her to read it daily to avoid being deceived by unscrupulous men. Although Ayin found this somewhat amusing, she obediently agreed. Chapter 128. The Departure of Li Changyue. Thus, Ayin and Li Changyue spent several tranquil days together, with time flowing by like water. However, on what appeared to be an ordinary afternoon, Ayin suddenly sensed that something was amiss. She hadn't seen Li Changyue all morning, a rarity during their time together. A wave of confusion surged within her, and an ominous premonition began to loom. Filled with apprehension, Ayin resolved to stop waiting and headed straight to Li Changyue's room. Upon pushing the door open, she was taken aback by the sight before her. All the items were meticulously arranged, devoid of any semblance of disorder. However, when her gaze fell upon the table, her heart raced. There lay a letter in a soul-nourishing pouch, quietly resting as if whispering secrets. Ayin's expression grew serious as she hurriedly approached, her fingers trembling slightly as she picked up the envelope. The seal on the envelope had not been secured, allowing her to easily open it. Unfolding the letter, her eyes eagerly scanned each line, and as she delved deeper into its contents, her complexion paled, an indescribable sense of loss and emotion washing over her. It was a farewell letter. Dear Ayin, by the time you unfold this letter, I may have already embarked on a journey of my own, temporarily parting from you. There are many unfinished matters weighing on my heart that I must attend to, which prevents me from remaining by your side. However, I wish to share a little secret with you. I am, in fact, a formidable title Douluo. Thus, your true identity has long been discerned by me. How could you, a newly transformed 100,000-year blue-silver emperor, recklessly venture out? Especially in these tense times of soul master battles. Your actions are exceedingly perilous. Do you truly believe that those titled Douluos are blind? Their strength is formidable, and if they were to discover your existence, they would undoubtedly seize you without mercy and turn you into blue-silver kebabs. I would not wish for such a fate to befall you. So, heed my words and return to your blue-silver forest at once. There, you can train in peace and continuously enhance your abilities. Remember to thoroughly conceal your soul beast aura. Complacency is not an option, for the consequences could be dire. By the way, the book I gifted you must be studied diligently. Do not be a foolish child and let others easily deceive you. It contains my hard-earned insights and experiences, which will greatly aid your growth. Within the pouch I left for you lies an invaluable cultivation method and some exquisite soul power techniques. These treasures were acquired through immense trials and possess significant value and practicality. However, you must remember one critical point. These methods and techniques must never be disclosed. Always keep this secret, no matter the time or place. If anyone inquires about their origin, simply say you stumbled upon them in a mysterious ruin. This way, you can avoid unnecessary trouble and convince others that you are not intentionally concealing anything. Of course, the best practice is to refrain from practicing these methods and techniques in front of outsiders. For often, the most terrifying adversaries are not external forces, but the hearts of men. Once someone discovers that you possess such powerful techniques, they may succumb to greed and resort to unscrupulous means to seize them from you. Although we must part ways now, I believe that if fate permits, we shall meet again. However, by then, will you still recognize the true me? All of this is shrouded in uncertainty and variables. Lastly, I hope you thrive in the blue-silver forest and grow into a strong and wise soul beast. With love, your sister, Li Changyue. After reading the letter, Ayin's emotions were profoundly complex. She felt an indescribable sense of loss. Her sister had departed, and although the letter suggested they might meet again, the question of when lingered in her mind, leaving her restless. Yet beyond her sorrow, she was deeply moved by her sister's actions. As a titled Douluo, she could have effortlessly taken her soul bone, but chose not to. Instead, she urged Ayin to return to the blue-silver forest, encouraging her to train diligently while bestowing upon her precious cultivation methods and soul power techniques. Ayin understood that such kindness was a debt she could never repay. However, one phrase in the letter puzzled her. What did the true me mean? She pondered this, attempting to decipher clues from the text. Yet no matter how she thought, the meaning eluded her. Ayin ruminated until her head felt ready to burst. Yet the answer remained elusive. Finally, she shook her head in resignation, deciding to move past it, redirecting her attention to the pouch beside her. She gently picked it up and infused it with soul power. As her energy flowed into it, the pouch trembled slightly, and soon, Techniques such as Eternal Spring Technique, Deadly Nine Guns, and Mental Power Cultivation Method manifested from within. After absorbing the contents, Ain realized that these treasures were undoubtedly as alluring to soul masters as a 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone, perhaps even more so. Having organized her belongings, Ain heeded Li Changyue's advice and set off for the blue-silver forest, immersing herself wholeheartedly in her training. However, in an unnoticed corner, a white-haired woman stood like a statue, her gaze fixed intently on the retreating figure of Ain. Undoubtedly, this white-haired woman was the Li Changyue who had departed earlier. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was not truly Li Changyue, but rather Li Changsheng, who had altered her appearance through the wind after technique. Chapter 129. The Cowardly Scoundrel of Tiando. Li Changsheng gazed at Ain's receding silhouette, amusement bubbling within him. Initially, he had whimsically employed the wind after technique to transform his appearance into that of a woman. This inspiration stemmed from memories of his senior brother, Zhou Sheng, instructing Wang Yi, merely a spontaneous idea. However, he was unprepared for the revelation that the woman he had inadvertently saved was none other than Ain. Reflecting on Yin's tragic fate in the original narrative, Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Ain was ensnared by Tang Hao's treachery, sacrificed as a vessel for a soul ring, and found herself trapped in a pitch-black cave, illuminated only by a solitary beam of sunlight, struggling to survive. It was not until later that Tang San, having retained a modicum of conscience, transported her to the Eye of Ice and Fire, where her condition began to improve gradually. Reflecting on this, Li Changsheng resolved to approach this deceived innocent, adopting his alternate identity, Li Changyue, in hopes of guiding her away from the tragic fate depicted in the original narrative. As he gazed in the direction Ain had departed, he murmured softly, "Good luck, Ain," though his voice was barely a whisper. It was imbued with genuine concern and well-wishing. With that, Li Changsheng vanished in a flash, moving swiftly like a specter, continuing his rapid journey towards the sunset forest. At the gates of Tiando City, Yi Hanyue, Shui Ro, Ao Shuang, and Ali finally arrived at the majestic city. Ali's eyes widened in awe as she beheld the towering city walls and the expansive gates, exclaiming, "This is Tiando City. It is truly magnificent. Compared to the towns we've passed, it is utterly incomparable." Yi Hanyue smiled slightly, explaining, "Naturally, this is the capital of the Tiando Empire, far surpassing other towns in both scale and prosperity." With that, Yi Hanyue stepped forward, ready to lead the three women into the city. However, just as they approached the city gates, they were intercepted by the captain of the gatekeeping Soul Master Squad. "Stop! Who are you for?" With the invasion of evil Soul Masters, entry into the city requires identification, the captain declared sternly. Yi Hanyue was momentarily taken aback, never expecting to be halted here, especially as it seemed the guards did not recognize her. After all, she was the eldest sister of the Wanyu Pavilion, having seldom ventured out, and it was surprising that few could recognize her. However, she quickly regained her composure, reasoning that perhaps her prolonged absence was the reason the gatekeepers did not know her. Thus, she patiently inquired, "May I ask how we might prove our identities?" The captain smirked, a glimmer of mockery in his smile as he leaned closer to Yi Hanyue, lowering his voice. "You four should obediently accompany me for a while, and I shall ascertain that you are not evil soul masters." Yi Hanyue's expression hardened, her frosty demeanor now radiating an even more chilling aura, and a glint of lethal intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Are you seeking death?" Yi Hanyue's voice was icily cold, as if it emanated from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. The captain, clearly unprepared for Yi Hanyue's defiance, faltered, having never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, let alone threaten him. Nonetheless, being a man of experience, he quickly regained his composure and bellowed, "Help! These four women are evil soul masters. Quickly imprison them in the dungeon. I shall interrogate them myself." His shout reverberated through the silent night, akin to thunderclaps, causing those nearby to panic and flee from Yi Hanyue and the other three women as if avoiding a plague. Seeing the commotion, Yi Hanyue's fury ignited further. She slowly raised her right hand, a tempestuous energy swirling within her palm, poised to unleash it like a bolt from a crossbow, sending this brazen captain to meet his demise. Suddenly, a man clad in resplendent attire materialized before the onlookers, his presence seemingly pausing the chaotic scene, rendering it abruptly silent. With a face as refined as jade, sharp brows and starry eyes, He wore a subtle smile that belied a hint of concealed greed. His gaze, like that of a ravenous wolf, unabashedly roamed over Yi Hanyue and the three women, as if he wished to devour them whole. Wait, the man's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority, compelling attention. These women are mine. What do you intend to do with them? His words, while ostensibly questioning the captain, were in truth a display of his power and status, subtly indicating his possessiveness over the four women. The captain, realizing the man's intentions, inwardly cursed. He understood that the man sought to orchestrate a heroic rescue, thereby claiming the women for himself. Yet, faced with such a powerful figure, the captain dared not offend him, forcing a smile as he approached. "Ah, it is young Masterly. My memory fails me. I did not recognize you. Had I known these ladies were yours, I would have escorted them to your residence at once." Thus, the captain, with a face full of obsequiousness, moved to invite Yi Hanyue and the other three women to young Master Li's abode. However, this entire exchange was not lost on Shui Ro, Ao Shuang, and Ali, who wore knowing smirks, as if they had anticipated the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within Yi Hanyue, the tides of murderous intent surged once more. Without warning, she unleashed an overwhelming aura of pressure, as if a mountain had descended upon fragile eggs, causing everyone around to collapse to the ground, including the captain and young Masterly. The two men, who had just brazenly discussed the fate of the women, now found themselves utterly immobilized beneath the weight of her terrifying soul force, struggling even to lift their heads. At that moment, they realized they had indeed encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Young Masterly, filled with dread, desperately struggled to rise, pleading, "I'm sorry, my lord. I did not recognize your greatness. Please, spare me this time. I swear it will never happen again." Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a sharp surge of soul power struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending him crashing against the wall with tremendous force before sliding lifelessly to the ground. After dispatching young Masterly, Yi Hanyue continued her advance towards the gate captain, each step heavy and deliberate, as if the very ground trembled beneath her. The captain, horrified by the sight of young Masterly's mangled form, was engulfed by despair. He understood that pleading for mercy was futile, as his opponent would not easily relent. However, a fleeting hope ignited within him at the thought of being in Tiando City, as if grasping at a lifeline. "I advise you not to act recklessly." His voice quivered with fear, yet he feigned composure, declaring, "This is Tiando City. For you outsiders, there is only a path to death. If you are wise, release me at once, or face the consequences." He glared fiercely, attempting to intimidate them, while internally praying for his threats to yield some effect, hoping they would retreat in fear. Chapter 130. The Return to Wanyu Pavilion. Upon witnessing the captain's audacity to threaten her still, Yi Hanyue's fury was ignited. She mercilessly intensified her soul power pressure, leaving the captain no chance to breathe, as the overwhelming force bore down upon him like a tidal wave. Under the weight of Yi Hanyue's soul force, the captain's body strained under the pressure, producing ominous cracking sounds, as though it might shatter at any moment. However, the relentless night cold moon did not waver. Her soul power flowed ceaselessly, ultimately overwhelming the captain's body, which succumbed to the immense pressure with a resounding explosion, scattering flesh and blood in every direction. With an impassive expression, Night Cold Moon gazed upon this gruesome spectacle, her heart betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. Drawing a deep breath, she coldly declared, "The Tianshou are disgraceful. Their demise is of no consequence." Having spoken, she turned her gaze towards the trio of Shui Ro, who had been watching her misfortune unfold. Although her heart brimmed with indignation and embarrassment towards them, her countenance remained inscrutable as she coolly stated, "Let us depart for the Wanyu Pavilion." When she uttered the name of the pavilion, she deliberately raised her voice, seemingly intent on ensuring that those around her recognized her identity and stature. Upon hearing her words, the three women of Shui Ro exchanged faint smiles before following Night Cold Moon into the city of Tiando. As the crowd remained behind, they felt an immediate release from the oppressive atmosphere once Night Cold Moon had departed. They scrambled to their feet, and one among them suddenly recognized her. "That woman, just now. She seems to be Night Cold Moon from the Wanyu Pavilion." "Indeed, it appears so. I was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her once. The resemblance is uncanny. Moreover, it was rumored that she had journeyed abroad in recent years." As news of Night Cold Moon's return to the Wanyu Pavilion spread like wildfire, it swiftly traversed various factions with astonishing speed. However, The majority of these factions exhibited a rather curious attitude towards the matter. Their concern was not rooted in a genuine care for the Tiando Empire, but rather a voyeuristic delight in the unfolding drama, watching with detached interest how the empire would navigate this precarious situation. Conversely, the imperial family of the Tiando Empire held an entirely different perspective. For them, the audacity of their soldiers to offend a figure as formidable as Night Cold Moon, particularly at such a critical juncture, was undeniably a grave provocation. This was akin to illuminating a toilet with a lantern, an invitation to doom. After all, in a time of national peril, incurring the wrath of a powerful entity like the Wanyu Pavilion could yield catastrophic consequences, potentially bringing ruin upon the entire nation. Upon contemplating this, Emperor Shuya issued a command without hesitation, demanding the apprehension of all factions associated with young Master Li within the city of Tiando. Furthermore, with the diligent cooperation and earnest efforts of the ministers in court, those implicated were swiftly sentenced to death, with no room for reprieve. However, none of these developments reached Night Cold Moon, who had already returned to the Wanyu Pavilion. At that moment, she was wholly engrossed in assessing her younger sister's cultivation, seemingly indifferent to the tumultuous events occurring outside. Elder sister, I have truly been earnest in my training. Look, I have already achieved the rank of Soul Douluo. Night Cold Shui exclaimed, her face beaming with eagerness as she addressed Night Cold Moon. She had hoped that upon her elder sister's return, the lavish feast she had prepared and the meticulously cleaned room would absolve her of any past laziness. However, to her utter shock, Night Cold Moon's response was but a single line that plunged her into a state of icy dread. Flattering without cause is a sign of treachery. With a blank expression, Night Cold Moon regarded Night Cold Shui coldly. Before Night Cold Shui could fully comprehend the implications, Night Cold Moon continued, "Come with me to the backyard immediately. I must personally evaluate your recent cultivation progress." With that, Night Cold Moon disregarded her sister's protests entirely, seizing her as one would a chick and dragging her towards the backyard. All the while, Night Cold Shui struggled fiercely, pleading, "Elder sister, I was wrong. I truly recognize my faults. Please spare me." Yet, Night Cold Moon remained resolute, determined to bring Night Cold Shui to the backyard to assess her progress. As Night Cold Shui was being pulled along, she suddenly spotted Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing'er and grasping at this last straw of hope, she silently implored them with her eyes, "Help me. Save me." However, to her despair, Yi Zifeng and Yi Xing'er exchanged a glance and chose to ignore her, instead engaging in a game of rock, paper, scissors, as if Night Cold Shui were non-existent. "Rock, paper, scissors. I choose rock," Yi Zifeng declared confidently. "Ichu Ah, you lose." Yi Xing'er replied with a triumphant grin, feigning exuberance. "How could this be possible?" Yi Zifeng exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he clutched his head, seemingly devastated, muttering, "How did I lose? I clearly chose scissors." Observing the childish antics of the two, Night Cold Moon merely smiled faintly, offering no further intervention. In contrast, Night Cold Shui was greatly discontent with their failure to come to her aid. With a resigned sigh, she allowed herself to be led to the backyard like a deflated balloon. Noticing that Night Cold Moon had not sought him out for trouble, Yi Zifeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly composed himself, turning to greet Shui Ro, Ao Shuang, and Ali with a welcoming smile. "Hello. Welcome to the Wanyu Pavilion. I am the third manager here, Yi Zifeng." He greeted them warmly, his smile radiant. Shui Ro responded with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Hello. I am Shui Ro, a subordinate of the master. It is a pleasure to meet you." Her voice was soft and melodic, evoking the sensation of a gentle spring breeze. Ao Shuang promptly added, "Hello, I'm also a subordinate of the master, Ao Shuang." Her tone was crisp and efficient, exuding a sense of competence. Lastly, Ali bounced excitedly, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hello, I am Ali, the master's little maid." Her smile was particularly bright, infectious enough to uplift the spirits of those around her. Although the three claimed to be subordinates or maids of Yi Zifeng's master, he harbored a different perspective. He understood his master's nature. She treated her own with an unwavering sense of equality, regarding everyone as family, without any distinction between master and servant. Therefore, Yi Zifeng felt that their titles were merely habitual expressions. Moreover, he was keenly aware of the powerful aura that emanated from Shui Ro and Ao Shuang. This strength was not solely derived from their apparent prowess, but was also reflected in their demeanor and poise, which deepened Yi Zifeng's respect for them. Thus, he continued to treat them with utmost courtesy, personally arranging for their comfortable quarters, hoping they would find ample rest during their stay. Chapter 131. The Search for the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes. In the Sunset Forest, Li Changsheng had tirelessly searched for a full 2 days, yet he remained empty-handed. The legendary Ice and Fire Dual Eyes seemed to have vanished without a trace, eluding his every effort. Nevertheless, he refused to yield to despair, firmly believing that as long as he persisted, he would inevitably uncover the secrets of the enigmatic Ice and Fire Dual Eyes. Thus, he continuously unleashed his formidable mental energy, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny around him, akin to a finely tuned radar. As time passed, the 3rd day dawned. Li Changsheng sat quietly atop the crown of a great tree, surveying the vast and dense forest below. A wave of helplessness and frustration surged within him. It has been nearly 3 days, yet still, I cannot find it. He could not help but reminisce about the original narrative, where Tang San did not discover the Eye of Ice and Fire through his own endeavors, but rather was captured by Douluo and brought there. The thought weighed heavily on Li Changsheng's heart, for it implied that he might possess no leads whatsoever. Just as despair began to envelop him, the Fengling sword behind him suddenly flickered with a faint glow, as if stirred by some unseen force, and emitted a crisp voice. "Sir, I sense a formidable surge of fire and ice energy, though these energies are quite distant from us." At this revelation, Li Changsheng's heart jolted with excitement. He immediately recognized that this could very well be the Eye of Ice and Fire he had been desperately seeking. He hastily inquired, "Are you certain? Do these energies truly emanate from the Eye of Ice and Fire?" The Fengling sword seemed to grasp Li Changsheng's urgency and flickered once more, responding, "While I cannot assert absolute certainty, the intensity and characteristics of these energies bear a striking resemblance to what you described of the Eye of Ice and Fire." A glimmer of hope sparkled in Li Changsheng's eyes as he grasped the Fengling sword tightly, exclaiming with fervor, "Excellent! Let us follow the direction of this energy. It may lead us to the Eye of Ice and Fire." Hearing the words of the Fengling sword, Li Changsheng paused, a thought racing through his mind. The fire and ice energies she mentioned must undoubtedly be those legendary emanations of the Eye of Ice and Fire. However, as soon as this idea took root, he quickly dismissed it. After all, based on his understanding of the Eye of Ice and Fire, how could such a rare treasure be so easily uncovered? Yet, despite his skepticism, the doubts in Li Changsheng's mind lingered. He pondered, "My mental acuity far surpasses that of Fengling. Yet why was she able to sense these energies before I did?" With a heart full of curiosity, Li Changsheng turned to Fengling and asked, "Fengling, how exactly did you perceive them? Even I was completely oblivious." Fengling smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated his inquiry. She explained leisurely, "Sir, what you may not realize is that I have absorbed a portion of the sun's true fire from a top-tier fire spirit beast. Thus, I am exceedingly sensitive to fire energy. As for ice energy, being its antithesis, I can sense it as well." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, my sensitivity to these two energies is far beyond that of an ordinary individual." Upon hearing Fengling's explanation, Li Changsheng felt a wave of chagrin wash over him. He scolded himself for his foolishness. Had he known of Fengling's capabilities, he need not have searched so painstakingly, but could have simply enlisted her assistance. In such a case, he would not have squandered so much time and effort. "Fengling, lead the way. The place you sensed must be our destination." Li Changsheng's voice resonated through the vastness, as if the entire world were attuned to his words. Fengling nodded slightly, indicating her understanding, and the Fengling sword floated gracefully in the air, its tip pointing towards the horizon. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng followed the Fengling sword, soaring forward alongside it. Their figures streaked through the sky like shooting stars, moving with remarkable speed. After a while, Li Changsheng suddenly felt a powerful wave of energy, the unique aura produced by the intertwining of fire and ice energies. His heart soared with joy, knowing they were nearing their destination. After a brief moment, the Fengling sword finally guided Li Changsheng to the face of a mountain. Fengling flew out from the sword's body and landed beside Li Changsheng, gesturing toward the mountain's wall. "Sir, the ice and fire energies lie just beyond this mountain." Li Changsheng nodded, his gaze already penetrating the mountain's surface, perceiving the source of the immense energy. In truth, even without Fengling's words, he could distinctly sense the presence of that energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Changsheng ascended directly up the mountainside. As they crossed over the mountain, the sight that greeted them left them both in awe. A vast basin unfolded before their eyes, shrouded in dense white mist, resembling a realm of enchantment. Yet beneath this mist lay an even more potent energy. Li Changsheng, without a shred of hesitation, soared toward the veil of white mist. As he passed through, a breathtaking scene emerged before him and Fengling. In the center of the basin lay a colossal spring, exuding a wondrous sight of ice and fire coexisting, interdependent. One side blazed with roaring flames, while the other radiated with bone-chilling frost. Both elements merged flawlessly within the spring, achieving a unique equilibrium. Surrounding the eye of ice and fire was an extraordinary spectacle of stark contrasts. To the left, a crimson expanse unfolded, the ground cracked like a scorched tortoise shell, golden flames flickering between the crevices, and the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Several grotesquely formed dark red plants thrived stubbornly, their leaf edges ablaze with an eternal azure flame, and amber-like droplets of molten liquid clung to their branches. On the right lay a realm of icy azure. Crystalline ice spikes soaring from the ground, forming a forest of sharp icicles, the cold penetrating to the marrow of one's bones. Silver-white ice crystal flowers bloomed in the frigid winds, their petal edges glowing faintly, while blue vines draped from their branches. The droplets of water freezing into fine shards before they could touch the ground. At the heart of this intertwining realm of ice and fire, an invisible boundary divided the two extreme worlds. In the center lay a peculiar spring, half boiling with fiery, golden magma, half solidified into ghostly blue ice, both clearly distinct yet eerily coexisting. Above the spring, the vapor of red gold and azure blue intertwined, morphing into two indistinct dragon-like apparitions that occasionally entwined playfully or faced off against each other, radiating a disquieting wave of energy. The entire area was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of flames and the crisp shattering of ice echoing through the valley, composing a symphony of ice and fire. Witnessing the astonishing spectacle before him, even someone as well-traveled as Li Changsheng could not help but marvel at nature's craftsmanship. It seemed as though they had entered a realm of duality. One side ablaze with roaring flames, the other chillingly icy, both interweaving yet remaining undisturbed. What was even more astonishing was the serendipitous resting place of the Ice-Fire Dragon King's remains, which had fashioned such a unique and magnificent scene. Surrounding the eye of ice and fire, numerous rare, celestial herbs flourished, thriving under the nurturing embrace of ice and fire, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Upon witnessing this scene, Fengling's sword was equally astonished, her mouth agape. Although she had lived for a long time and seen many wonders, this fusion of ice and fire was a spectacle she had never encountered before, truly broadening her horizons. In the midst of his awe, Li Changsheng did not lose sight of his task. He turned to the Fengling's sword and instructed, "I shall descend into this spring. You must guard this spot. If anyone approaches, ascertain whether they are connected to the Wanyu Pavilion. If they are not, eliminate them without hesitation." Fengling's sword nodded in understanding. Taking a deep breath, Li Changsheng leaped without hesitation into the eye of ice and fire, instantly engulfed by the intertwining waters of ice and fire. Chapter 132. The Soul of the Ice-Fire Dragon. Within the eye of ice and fire, Li Changsheng radiated a dazzling golden light, akin to a blazing sun, isolating the surrounding energies of ice and fire. Enveloped in this golden glow, his body moved with the grace of a fish, skillfully navigating through the ocean of fire and ice energies, continuously delving deeper. Time seemed to lose its meaning as he swam through the energies, until he finally arrived before a barrier woven from the very essence of ice and fire energy. The barrier resembled an immense luminous dome, entirely isolating the interior space from the outside world. Li Changsheng gazed at the barrier, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He immediately recognized that this barrier was not a result of human design, but rather a natural convergence of ice and fire energy emanating from the Ice-Fire Dragon King after its demise. It appeared that what I seek must undoubtedly lie within this barrier, Li Changsheng mused internally. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, and a tremendous force erupted forth, tearing through the barrier as if it were mere parchment, creating a gash. In a flash, Li Changsheng darted into the ice-fire barrier like a bolt of lightning. Upon entering, his surroundings opened up before him, revealing two colossal dragon bones lying still, one blue and one red, radiating a powerful aura that sent shivers down his spine. At just the first glance of these dragon bones, Li Changsheng could ascertain with complete certainty that they belonged to the Ice-Fire Dragon King, one of the two among the 9 great dragon kings. He could distinctly feel the potent energy contained within the bones, its qualities so formidable that it rivaled the energy he had once sensed from the sea god. In the past, there were indeed 9 such dragon kings, Li Changsheng reflected, a wave of reverence for that era swelling within him. Li Changsheng stood still, contemplating the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King for a considerable time. These two once mighty dragon kings had exuded such majesty, yet now they were reduced to mere remnants. After a while, Li Changsheng returned to his senses and began to collect their divine soul bones. He meticulously extracted the left arm bone of the Ice Dragon King and the right arm bone of the Fire Dragon King. These soul bones emanated a tremendous wave of soul power, clearly indicating their extraordinary value. However, as he continued his search for the remnants of the ice and fire source energies, he encountered difficulties. After scouring the area thoroughly, he failed to uncover any trace of these primordial energies. A sense of anxiety began to creep into Li Changsheng's mind. The ice and fire source energies were of paramount importance, and if he could not locate them, would his efforts be in vain? Just as he felt at an impasse, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mental energy, and began to meticulously probe every corner of the vicinity. Indeed, before long, his mental energy detected spatial fluctuations in a particular location. Li Changsheng's heart stirred, and he opened his eyes, making his way towards that direction. Upon arriving, he discovered that it was the location of the dragon's head. He had previously passed by without paying it much heed, thus failing to investigate further. As he gazed upon the dragon's head, his curiosity deepened. He resolved to delve deeper to understand the nature of these spatial fluctuations. Consequently, without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of energy towards the source of the fluctuations. As the energy penetrated deeper, the concealed ice and fire source energies finally manifested. To Li Changsheng's astonishment, in addition to the ice and fire source energies, there were 2 faint dragon souls. Indeed, the 2 dragon souls before him were the spirits of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. They appeared exceedingly frail, akin to flickering candles in the wind, and it was evident that, within a few years, they would likely vanish completely from this world. Li Changsheng stared intently at the 2 dragon souls, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He understood the rarity of these dragon souls. Allowing them to dissipate like this would be an utter tragedy. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the dragon soul jade pendant from his bosom and carefully enclosed the 2 dragon souls within it. This jade pendant was a rare treasure with a miraculous ability to nurture souls. However, Li Changsheng was acutely aware that, given the Ice and Fire Dragon King's divine-level prowess in life, merely relying on this pendant to nurture their souls would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, Li Changsheng remained unfazed. He possessed ample time to await the outcome. Even if he ultimately could not fully restore these dragon souls through the jade pendant, he had other means at his disposal. For instance, he could easily trade these souls with the foolish dragon in the Stardow forest for some precious treasures. With this thought, a sly smile crept across Li Changsheng's face. He then redirected his attention to the ice and fire source energies before him. This formidable power exhilarated him, and he was eager to absorb it. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, adjusting his state of mind. He settled into a meditative posture, closed his eyes, and commenced the operation of his innate Yin-Yang Taiji technique. As he channeled the technique, a faint glow began to emanate from his body, resonating with the surrounding ice and fire energies. The ice and fire source energies, as if drawn by an unseen force, began to converge towards Li Changsheng. They flowed towards him like 2 rushing rivers, swiftly integrating into his being. As Li Changsheng continued to absorb the ice and fire source energies, it seemed as though all the ice and fire energies within the barrier were activated, surging towards him in a frenzied manner. A day later, the depths of the ice-fire duality, I lay in serene stillness, with only the 2 enormous dragon bones remaining, alongside Li Changsheng, who sat in quiet meditation. The barrier that had once enveloped this place had quietly dissipated, its core energy nearly entirely absorbed by Li Changsheng. With his eyes tightly shut, he seemed to merge with the surrounding environment. Yet at the moment he gradually opened his eyes, a powerful aura erupted from him. Slowly rising to his feet, he suddenly felt a slight prickling sensation in his back, as if something were striving to emerge from within him, followed by an unexpected growth at his back. Startled, Li Changsheng quickly reached behind him, only to discover that a pair of enormous wings were slowly unfurling. These wings exhibited a duality of ice and fire, one side ablaze with fervent flames, while the other was encased in chilling frost. The 2 extreme elements harmoniously fused together, emanating a breathtaking aura. Li Changxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the sudden appearance of the wings, and he could not suppress a cry of astonishment. External soul bones. Moreover, they were divine-level dragon wings. Chapter 133, Seizing Opportunities. Gazing at the enviable external soul bones before him, Li Changxiang was overwhelmed with an indescribable sentiment. He could not help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune. Ah, this truly exemplifies the old adage, heaven favors the fortunate, and those accompanied by the system are blessed with unparalleled luck. Li Changxing murmured, his face alight with a satisfied smile. These coveted external soul bones, which many would dream of possessing, were now undeniably laid before him. Even more exhilarating was the fact that these were not mere external soul bones, but divine-level ones. It is known that for others, obtaining external soul bones is akin to climbing a mountain. The starting point often spans centuries or even millennia, with the pinnacle being merely divine level. Yet, Li Changxiang had completely overturned this norm, beginning his journey directly at the divine level. Such luck is simply unstoppable. Li Changxiang rubbed his hands together in excitement, envisioning his future illustrious achievements. Faced with such extraordinary fortune, he could only shake his head in resignation, chuckling as he said, "Alas, what can I say? I'm simply blessed." Li Changxiang stood there, murmuring to himself, as if conversing with an unseen companion. However, in truth, he was merely indulging in a soliloquy, boasting about the pair of external soul bones he had just acquired. He alternately extolled their exquisite appearance and marveled at their formidable power. Li Changxiang was akin to a child who had received a cherished toy, brimming with exuberance that was hard to contain. Thus, he continued to engage in his self-congratulatory musings for quite some time before finally calming his mind to meticulously examine the pair of external soul bones. Closing his eyes, Li Changxiang infused his spiritual energy into the soul bones, attuning himself to the flow of their energy and their distinctive attributes. As time passed, his understanding of these external soul bones deepened. Before long, he had completely mastered the usage and techniques of these divine external soul bones, as if they had become an integral part of his being. Moreover, Li Changxiang was pleasantly surprised to discover that the dragon wings came with two potent abilities. The first ability, named Ice and Fire Domain, was a fusion of the utmost ice and fire from the Ice Fire Dragon King. Within this domain, the powers of ice and fire were entirely subservient to Li Changxing's command, making him the sovereign of this realm. Furthermore, this domain exerted absolute suppression over ice-type and fire-type soul masters, significantly diminishing their strength. Remarkably, within this domain, Li Changxiang could also achieve immunity to both ice and fire, rendering him impervious to any harm from these elemental forces. The second ability was Twin Slash of Flame and Frost. When Li Changxiang wielded the dragon wings, he could summon the utmost powers of ice and fire to unleash a strike at his enemies with the swiftness of lightning. This attack was incredibly potent, as if it could tear foes asunder. Nevertheless, in light of these formidable abilities, Li Changxiang did not overly concern himself. After all, with his current prowess in the Douluo world, no one could rival him. To him, these two abilities were merely embellishments. Li Changxiang was acutely aware that only upon reaching the celestial level would these external soul bones enhance alongside his strength, allowing the abilities to truly manifest their might and become invaluable allies in battle. Contemplating this, a confident smile graced Li Changxing's lips. He gently waved the newly acquired ice and fire dragon wings, dashing forth like a bolt of lightning towards the exterior of the ice-fire dual eye. As he surged forth like a meteor, breaking through the confines of the ice-fire dual eye, he focused his gaze to find several corpses of soul beasts strewn about haphazardly, some charred black by flames, and others bearing sword wounds, presenting a grim sight. Among these soul beast carcasses, one particularly caught his eye. Its massive and imposing body shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and its head bore a peculiar shape, as if woven from countless serpents. Li Changxiang stared in astonishment, a sense of wonder flooding his heart. This was none other than the Queen Medusa. The Queen Medusa, an exceedingly rare soul beast, possessed immense power and unique abilities that left countless soul masters envious. However, such a soul beast typically concealed itself deep within the mountains and forests, making it exceedingly difficult to find, let alone hunt. Just as Li Changxiang was marveling, a gust of wind swept by, and Feng Ling appeared, fluttering gracefully like a delicate phoenix. In her grasp was a head bone radiating a faint glow, evidently just shed from a soul beast. Feng Ling landed beside Li Changxiang, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she spoke sweetly, Sir, you have finally emerged. A great deal has transpired here since you entered the ice-fire dual eye. Li Changsheng promptly inquired what has happened. How did these soul beasts meet their demise? With a slight smile, Feng Ling began to recount. Not long after you entered, the hidden soul beasts around sensed your presence. Seeing you daring to venture alone into this perilous place, they thought you were courting death, absolutely certain you would not emerge alive. Hence, they all revealed themselves. Among them was the Queen Medusa. The moment she appeared, I immediately grasped my Feng Ling sword and commenced the cleansing. Feng Ling paused, seemingly reminiscing about the fierce battle. A flicker of excitement in her eyes. After a grueling fight, I finally dispatched all the surrounding soul beasts. As Feng Ling spoke, scenes from the original narrative began to resurface in Li Changsheng's mind. In the original text, Douluo inadvertently discovered the mysterious realm of the ice-fire dual eye, and his ninth soul skill was derived from the Queen Medusa within this very place. Not only that, but Douluo was fortunate enough to acquire this precious headbone. However, due to Li Changsheng's early arrival, he had successfully intercepted Douluo's opportunity. All of this left Li Changsheng feeling both surprised and exhilarated. When Feng Ling mentioned the need to eliminate all soul beasts within the ice-fire dual eye, a playful smile appeared on Li Changsheng's face. He regarded Feng Ling with keen interest, seemingly withholding his thoughts on her assertion. Noticing Li Changsheng's expression, Feng Ling felt a twinge of confusion. She did not understand why he was looking at her in such a manner and inquired, "What is it, sir? Am I mistaken?" Li Changsheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and replied slowly, "Are you certain that you have eradicated all the soul beasts within the ice-fire dual eye?" His tone carried a hint of teasing, provoking curiosity about his statement. As Li Changsheng spoke, his gaze involuntarily shifted toward the center of the ice-fire dual eye, where two peculiar immortal herbs were growing, the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. These two immortal herbs held significant prominence in the original narrative. They were not only rare medicinal plants, but also intricately connected to the soul beasts. Chapter 134. The transformation of octagonal profound ice grass and fiery apricot blossom. Moreover, in the original text, after the emergence of these two immortal herbs, the newly sprouted octagonal profound ice grass and fiery apricot blossom developed consciousness, which filled Li Changsheng with curiosity and anticipation regarding whether they too had gained sentience. As Li Changsheng gazed at them, it seemed as though the two immortal herbs could sense his scrutiny, as they began to tremble slightly, as if in fear or excitement. This unusual response stirred something within Li Changsheng. He felt that perhaps these two immortal herbs had indeed developed consciousness. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the octagonal profound ice grass emitted a faint sound. Though its voice was somewhat juvenile, it was distinctly audible. "Benefactor, please do not harm us. It has been exceedingly difficult for us to gain sentience." Upon hearing this voice, Li Changsheng's eyes lit up. His speculation was confirmed. These two immortal herbs had indeed acquired consciousness. Meanwhile, the fiery apricot blossom eagerly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Benefactor, not only have you saved us, but you have also granted us consciousness. We would never engage in wrongdoing, including our future offspring. We can become your subordinates and obey your commands." Listening to the responses of the two immortal herbs, Li Changsheng could not help but feel puzzled. He scratched his head, a look of skepticism on his face as he asked, "When did I ever save the two of you?" The octagonal profound ice grass seemed to have anticipated this, and it explained leisurely within this ice-fire dual eye. Due to the overwhelming pressure from the ice-fire dragon king, it is exceedingly difficult for immortal herbs to attain consciousness. Within the entire ice-fire dual eye, apart from myself and Little Fire, no other immortal herbs could withstand the immense pressure emanating from the depths of the ice-fire dual eye. Their consciousness had long been obliterated. It paused momentarily before continuing. "If this pressure persists for a few more years, I fear that both Little Fire and I would also find it impossible to escape, ultimately losing our consciousness and becoming two ordinary, mindless immortal herbs." The voice of the eight-angled ice grass revealed a hint of relief. "However, my benefactor, before we emerged from the eye of ice and fire, both of us distinctly felt that overwhelming pressure dissipate significantly in an instant, now reduced to a bearable level." It paused momentarily, then continued. "Since the inception of the eye of ice and fire, you are the only one who has ventured within. Thus, my benefactor, you must have accomplished something remarkable inside to alleviate that oppressive force, thereby saving our lives. Consequently, you are indeed our savior. We can solemnly pledge our loyalty as spirit beasts, vowing to serve you eternally. The words of the eight-angled ice grass enlightened Li Changsheng, revealing that it was his prior actions that inadvertently saved these two little beings. Moreover, through Li Changsheng's mental probing, he was astonished to discover that both of these creatures had already attained a remarkable cultivation of 100,000 years, capable of assuming human form. Without delay, the two spirit grasses began to solemnly swear. Great deity above, I, the spirit beast eight-angled ice grass, willingly pledge my allegiance to Mr. Li, vowing never to betray him. Should I violate this oath, I shall face divine retribution, my body shattered. Great deity above, I, the spirit beast fiery apricot blossom, likewise willingly follow Mr. Li, vowing never to betray him. If I breach this vow, I shall suffer the consequences of heavenly calamity, never to recover. As the oaths concluded, the two spirit beasts prepared to transform at once. Yet in that crucial moment, Li Changsheng hurriedly interjected, "Hold on, wait. I possess a treasure that can assist you both in achieving a flawless transformation. Furthermore, it will enable you to freely transition between spirit beast and human forms while retaining your original cultivation." With a smile, Li Changsheng leisurely retrieved two translucent transformation pills from his bosom, emanating a strange luminescence. He then gently crushed one of the pills with a slight pressure, reducing it to a fine powder that quivered in his hand, seemingly infused with potent medicinal energy. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng cast the powder towards the eight-angled ice grass and fiery apricot blossom. The powder soared through the air like a meteor, landing precisely upon the two spirit grasses. Upon contact with the powder from the transformation pill, the eight-angled ice grass and fiery apricot blossom immediately felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through their bodies. This energy was both unfamiliar and familiar, allowing them to sense a marvelous transformation unfolding within. As time passed, the changes became increasingly pronounced. The once rigid exteriors of the eight-angled ice grass and fiery apricot blossom began to soften, and the spiritual energy within them began to flow under the influence of this energy. To their delight, this energy did not disrupt their original cultivation, but rather preserved it perfectly. Exchanging incredulous glances, the two spirit grasses recognized the profound joy mirrored in each other's eyes. They understood that the transformation pill Li Changsheng had utilized not only facilitated their transformation into human forms, but also allowed them to retain their cultivation throughout the process. A dream come true for them. In that moment, their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards Li Changsheng. They realized they had indeed chosen the right ally, and Li Changsheng had demonstrated his strength and sincerity through his actions. As the eight-angled ice grass and fiery apricot blossom began to radiate a brilliant white light, the luminescence spread outward from the center of the spirit grasses like the first rays of dawn. The brilliance intensified as if it sought to engulf everything in its vicinity. With the passage of time, the light gradually diminished, revealing two stunningly beautiful women. Their appearance was dreamlike, captivating all who beheld them. The woman formed from the eight-angled ice grass possessed skin as pure as snow, reminiscent of an ice fairy. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her porcelain skin, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her eyes, deep and clear like a tranquil pool, conveyed an air of icy elegance. In contrast, the woman shaped from fiery apricot blossom stood in stark juxtaposition. Her skin bore a healthy wheatish hue, radiating the essence of sunlight. Her hair blazed like flames, vibrant and passionate. Her eyes resembled burning embers, filled with vitality and fervor. Standing side by side, one exuded an aura of glacial coldness, while the other radiated fiery warmth. Yet both possessed unparalleled beauty that made their presence impossible to ignore. They shared similar features, yet one was as ardent as the blazing sun, while the other was as serene as the cold moon. Together, they embodied a striking collision of fire and ice, harmoniously coexisting in a way that drew the gaze of all. However, to Li Changsheng, this spectacle seemed unremarkable. After all, he had encountered countless beauties before and had grown accustomed to such sights. Thus, he merely remarked, "Well, it seems you both have acquired your names. Solit it beso. From now on, you shall be known by these names." The two women, momentarily doubting their own beauty, exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Li Changsheng's words. Although they felt some confusion, they respectfully replied, "Little Ice Fire understands." Chapter 135. The Selfishness of Tang San. Observing Li Changsheng's demeanor, the two women remained filled with curiosity. According to their standards, their appearances were undeniably exceptional. Yet why did their master only spare them a fleeting glance before shifting his focus elsewhere? Nevertheless, Li Changsheng was clearly preoccupied, his attention entirely captured by the surrounding spirit grasses. Gazing at the eye of ice and fire, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He knew that within lay countless precious spirit grasses, which represented not merely wealth to him, but also pivotal aids on his path of cultivation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Li Changsheng began to closely examine the eye of ice and fire. His gaze was keen, missing no detail, as if he aimed to imprint every aspect of the eye of ice and fire in his memory. During his observation, he discovered that numerous extraordinary spirit grasses flourished around the eye. Some glowed a fiery red, resembling raging flames, while others were as pristine as snow, transparent like ice crystals. Each emitted a distinctive aura. Some were fragrant and inviting, while others carried a chilling coldness. Li Changsheng was not entirely ignorant of these spirit grasses. He had come across their descriptions in ancient texts and possessed a certain understanding of their properties and effects. For instance, fragrant Yuxiang grows by the confluence of the waters of the eye of ice and fire, a nemesis to all toxins, capable of neutralizing any poison. Eight-angled ice grass, located at the center of the extreme cold Yin spring, a rare cold toxin spirit herb. Fiery apricot blossom, found at the center of the blazing Yang spring, a top-tier poisonous spirit herb. Marvelous mushroom, a neutral spirit herb capable of cultivating an indestructible body. Eight-petal fairy orchid, a spirit herb with mild effects, enhancing spiritual cultivation speed and purging internal impurities. Fragrant golden tulip. Its rich aroma can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and the radiance of the sun and moon, complementing the eight-petal fairy orchid. Coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a supreme spirit herb that greatly nourishes pure yang. Suitable for Ma Hongjun, aiding his evolution into the supreme martial soul, the 10-headed fire phoenix. Water fairy jade skin bone, functions to nourish tendons and bones, facilitating the flow of energy through the meridians, similar to the marvelous mushroom. Heartbreaking red, a divine treasure among spirit herbs, the king of flowers, capable of enhancing soul power by at least 10 levels. The 9-tiered purple Ganoderma, one of the finest varieties of Lingji, known for its ability to solidify the foundation and enhance vitality. The autumn water gaze, an auxiliary celestial herb that can cultivate the fiery eye, proving remarkably effective for those training their eyesight or spiritual power. The earth dragon golden gourd, containing a trace of true dragon bloodline. It can elevate the bloodline concentration for dragon or serpent soul masters, potentially leading to soul evolution. The ink jade divine bamboo, beneficial for weapon spirits such as spears, staffs, and halberds. It serves to strengthen oneself and evolve their weapon spirits. After Li Changsheng had collected all the mature herbs, he could not help but reflect on Tang San's various actions, a chill creeping into his heart. Firstly, Tang San's method for alleviating the soul poison afflicting Douluo was utterly reprehensible. This method merely offers temporary relief from the toxins, addressing only the symptoms rather than the root cause. Once the toxins accumulated within Douluo's soul bones exceed their limit, he will undoubtedly face unimaginable consequences, potentially even at the cost of his life. What is even more incredulous is that in a place as rich in celestial herbs as the Eye of Ice and Fire, there exists not a single herb capable of facilitating Douluo's soul evolution. It is known that this Eye of Ice and Fire is nourished by the energies and dragon chi of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Thus, the celestial herbs it harbors must possess extraordinary effects. Yet, Tang San claims there are no suitable herbs for Douluo, which is truly baffling. Undoubtedly, when Tang San beheld the Eye of Ice and Fire, he must have been overcome by greed, intending to claim it for himself. Once Douluo perishes, the Eye of Ice and Fire would naturally fall into Tang San's hands. As for Duguian, how could she possibly safeguard such a precious treasure? It is likely that she too would ultimately fall victim to Tang San's schemes, meeting a tragic end. In the original narrative, although Douluo possessed invaluable treasures, he remained oblivious to their proper utilization, ultimately allowing Tang San to reap significant benefits. Among these treasures, the rare fungus sky-soaring chrysanthemum was given to Dai Mubai, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to Ma Hongjun, the elegant tulip to Ning Rongrong, and the narcissus jade skin bone fell into the hands of Zhu Zhuqing. Most surprisingly, Tang San bestowed the 9-tiered purple Ganoderma, known for its foundational and vital enhancing properties, upon the inept Yu Xiaojiang. Moreover, Tang San exhibited a pronounced avarice, prioritizing profit over loyalty, showcasing his selfishness. The allocation of the celestial herbs reveals this clearly. While the earlier herbs were somewhat fitting for their recipients, the distribution to Yu Xiaojiang was utterly arbitrary. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd would have been far more appropriate for him, yet Tang San deliberately withheld it, revealing his ulterior motives. Furthermore, other instructors such as Zhao Wujia, Flander, and Lu Erlong received not a single herb. Although they did not voice their desires, should not Tang San, as a student, have considered their needs? Even if they did not insist upon receiving them, at the very least, he ought to have shown some consideration. Distributing the herbs to other Shrek Academy students may seem like a generous act, but it likely serves as groundwork for the upcoming Soul Master competition. After all, a formidable team stands a greater chance of victory in the competition. Giving the herb to Yu Xiaojiang may stem from a sense of indebtedness, as Yu Xiaojiang had imparted much guidance to him. However, for the other students, this is nothing short of Tang San's selfish maneuvering. Hence, the saying has emerged in the narrative, better to be a subordinate of Xiao Yin than a brother of Tang San. This phrase encapsulates the public's perception of Tang San, highlighting his lack of sincerity and fairness towards others. Additionally, Tang San possesses a glaring double standard. When he slays soul beasts, he justifies it as a noble act of eliminating threats to the populace, yet he promptly condemns the Spirit Hall for their indiscriminate killings of soul beasts. Such hypocrisy is exceedingly hard to accept. Upon reflection, every action Tang San undertakes seems driven by his own motives. In the narrative, apart from Xiao Wu, he appears insincere towards others, harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 136, Schemes Within the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, in the original work, Xiao Wu is not portrayed as a benevolent character. She first betrays her own kin, the soul beasts, and subsequently forgets the original purpose of her entry into the human realm. This foolish rabbit, who initially transformed to seek revenge for her mother's tragic death, neglects her training after meeting Tang San, disregarding the deep-seated enmity she bears. Ultimately, Xiao Wu recklessly presents herself before Bibi Dong, forsaking her vengeance in favor of companionship with Tang San, completely erasing her mother's memory from her mind. It must be said that Xiao Wu and Tang San are indeed a match made in heaven. Subsequently, Li Changshang begins to direct his ire towards the brainless characters in the original narrative, particularly the members of Shrek Academy. In the original work, their actions are often overlooked, even deemed reasonable. However, from Li Changsheng's perspective, these individuals are utterly incomprehensible. Among the Shrek Academy members, only Zhu Zhuqing appears somewhat rational. Nonetheless, even she ultimately succumbs to the prevailing trend, reluctantly accepting Dai Mu Bai. Moreover, Li Changshang reflects on the dismal plight of the common folk at the bottom of society following Tang San and others' ascension to godhood. These once ordinary individuals find their lives increasingly arduous under the so-called divine rule. Contemplating these matters, Li Changsheng's regard for the Spirit Hall surges. After all, without comparison, there can be no pain. Although the Spirit Hall's free awakening of souls for the commoners may be self-serving in this regard, they are far more reliable than the denizens of Shrek Academy. However, this still offers a glimmer of hope for the impoverished, providing them with an opportunity to change their destinies. Standing nearby, Feng Ling exudes an elegant grace, her beauty reminiscent of flowers in full bloom during spring, radiating a captivating fragrance. She gazes quietly at Li Changsheng, observing his frequent sighs, a wave of concern swelling within her. With a gentle step, she approaches Li Changsheng and softly inquires, "Sir, what troubles you? Why do you sigh so continuously?" Her voice, melodious and enchanting, resonates in the air like a celestial melody, enveloping the listener in a refreshing embrace. Awakened by Feng Ling's words, Li Changsheng slowly raises his gaze to meet hers. The warmth and tenderness reflected in her beautiful eyes bring a comforting sensation to his heart. He gently waves his hand, managing a wry smile as he replies, "Oh, it is nothing. I merely recalled some despicable individuals and unethical matters." At this juncture, Li Changsheng seems already weary of trivial concerns, resolving to extricate himself from such distractions and focus entirely on the pressing matters at hand. Let's not dwell on those issues any longer. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he turns to Feng Ling and instructs, "Please remain by my side as my protector. I am about to commence alchemical preparations." With that, Li Changsheng utters a commanding phrase, and a blazing inferno erupts forth. This flame is not of ordinary nature, but as the previously encountered Hunyuan burning heaven flame. The temperature of this flame is exceedingly rare, capable of melting even steel within an instant. As the flames appear, the surrounding air seems ignited, the scorching heat becoming almost unbearable, as if one were standing at the mouth of a volcano. Fengling stood beside Li Changsheng, feeling an overwhelming wave of heat wash over her, akin to an insurmountable wall that forced her several steps back. Yet, she was acutely aware that the alchemical process required tranquility, allowing not the slightest margin for error. With this thought in mind, Fengling dared not exhibit even a trace of negligence. She swiftly recalibrated her state of mind, rendering her heart as serene as still water. Concentrating all her faculties, she scanned the surroundings like a radar, leaving no subtle movement unnoticed. Her gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, vigilant against any potential danger. Wholly devoted to safeguarding Li Changsheng, ensuring he could successfully concoct the elixir. Meanwhile, outside in the world, a cataclysmic battle was fiercely raging. On an expansive plain, Douluo led a formidable contingent of Spirit Hall warriors into a life-and-death confrontation with the elite forces of the evil Soul Masters. The clash was extraordinarily intense, with both sides exerting their utmost, unwilling to yield. As time progressed, the situation grew increasingly stalemated. At that moment, the 99th level ultimate, Douluo, the evil spirit, surveyed the battlefield and pondered. This stalemate cannot continue. A strategy must be devised to withdraw others to the valley. Thus, he decisively commanded the other evil soul masters to retreat to the rear valley while he remained behind to delay Douluo, buying time for his comrades. Upon receiving the order, a throng of evil soul masters surged towards the valley, swiftly vanishing at its entrance. The warriors of Spirit Hall exchanged knowing glances with Douluo, seemingly understanding each other's intentions. After a brief contemplation, Douluo immediately issued a command. You must pursue them. They must not escape. With that, he flashed forward to engage the evil spirit, while the numerous Spirit Hall warriors pursued the evil soul masters. Amidst this pursuit, one figure stood out distinctly, Yi Zifeng. He skillfully disguised himself as a member of Spirit Hall, blending into the ranks, and stealthily participated in the battle. Observing this, the evil spirit could not help but smirk coldly. A group of foolish individuals. You have fallen into my trap. The Annihilation will extend a warm welcome to you in the valley. As Douluo grappled fiercely with the evil spirit, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. Observing closely, he was astonished to find the evil spirit appearing remarkably at ease, as if this skirmish were merely a game. A tightening sensation gripped Douluo's heart as he recalled the Spirit Hall members who had just pursued ahead, an ominous premonition rising within him. And he inwardly cursed. This is bad. We have been deceived. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Douluo hastened the pace of combat, employing all his skills to extricate himself from the evil spirit's clutches and rush to the valley to rescue his comrades. However, the evil spirit seemed to have discerned his intentions, becoming even more ferocious in its entanglement, resolutely preventing his escape. Haha, you actually noticed. But do you think I will let you pass? The evil spirit let out a piercing laugh. Douluo, frustrated, cursed inwardly. Damn it. Anxiety surged within him. If anything befell those comrades, he would make this detestable evil spirit pay dearly. Before boasting, perhaps you should tend to your own safety, our esteemed angelic benefactor. The evil spirit jeered, displaying a mocking smile as it continued to grapple with Douluo. Chapter 137. The Annihilation appears. While the evil spirit clashed with Douluo, the members of Spirit Hall encountered an unforeseen ambush in the valley. The moment they stepped into the valley, Yi Zifeng, concealed within the ranks, keenly sensed something was amiss. A sudden tightening gripped his heart, a foreboding intuition swelling within him. Without hesitation, he discreetly performed a divination to uncover the underlying cause. As expected, the omens revealed dire consequences, indicating that the valley they occupied was likely a meticulously laid trap by the enemy. Yi Zifeng's expression turned grave. He understood the urgency and needed to inform others promptly. However, just as he prepared to caution everyone, a multitude of titled evil soul masters abruptly appeared in the sky without warning. These evil soul masters descended upon the group like specters, catching them completely off guard. Before the members of Spirit Hall could react, the evil soul masters ruthlessly unleashed a barrage of attacks. Suddenly, a torrent of powerful soul skills rained down like a tempest, overwhelming the Spirit Hall warriors. In this sudden onslaught, the Spirit Hall contingent suffered devastating losses. Many soul masters were propelled away by the sheer force of the soul power, gravely injured or killed outright. Aside from Yi Zifeng, who narrowly escaped due to his keen intuition and exceptional divination skills, only a handful of the stronger soul, Douluo, and title Douluo managed to withstand the initial wave of attacks, preserving their lives. The remaining ordinary soul masters, however, found themselves utterly defenseless within this brutal assault, falling victim to a gruesome fate. What had once been an orderly formation now lay in disarray, a scene of chaos. With numerous Spirit Hall members sprawled lifelessly across the ground, their blood staining the valley red. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Golden Crocodile Douluo felt a jolt of shock. His pupils dilated, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as if they might explode. Enraged, he roared at the evil soul masters before him. "You vile scoundrels! How dare you employ such despicable tactics to launch a sneak attack?" Before he could finish his words, Golden Crocodile Douluo summoned his martial soul's true form without hesitation. His body expanded instantaneously, muscles bulging, skin becoming as tough as scales, emanating a dazzling golden light. Simultaneously, his aura intensified, warping the surrounding air under the pressure of his might. With a thunderous roar, Golden Crocodile Douluo unleashed his ninth spirit skill. A powerful energy surging forth like a golden meteor, hurtling toward the nearest evil soul master. However, just as his ninth spirit skill was about to strike the evil soul master, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descended from above him. This oppressive force bore down upon Golden Crocodile Douluo as if a mountain were crushing an egg, slowing his movements. "Golden Crocodile, why the haste? Your true adversary is me," echoed a voice, and suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared before Golden Crocodile Douluo. This evil soul master emerged without warning, as if he had been concealed within the void itself. Unperturbed, the black-robed evil soul master raised his hand and gently waved, summoning a black energy that functioned as a shield, effortlessly blocking Golden Crocodile Douluo's ninth spirit skill. The golden meteor collided with the black shield, producing a deafening roar. However, the formidable energy failed to penetrate the black shield's defenses, ultimately dissipating in midair. Seeing this, Golden Crocodile Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. He retreated with lightning speed, distancing himself from the black-robed figure. His eyes widened, fixated on this powerful opponent, his face etched with gravity. "Who are you?" Golden Crocodile's voice trembled slightly. He sensed the formidable aura radiating from the figure, recognizing that this was an exceedingly perilous adversary. The black-robed figure let out a deep, resonant laugh, as if he had heard an exceedingly foolish question. "Ha ha ha, as for me." His laughter echoed through the air, sending shivers down spines. "I am known as the Soul Extinguisher, the nightmare that haunts you, one of the principal orchestrators of this Soul Master War, and also among the highest echelons of the evil Soul Masters." The voice of the Soul Extinguisher is chilling and devoid of compassion, exuding an irresistible aura of authority. As his words fell, a formidable pressure erupted from his being, akin to a volcano in full eruption. Surrounding his form, 9 soul rings gradually materialized, their hues alternating between yellow, purple, black, and red, while the overwhelming force of a level 99 limit Douluo was instantaneously unleashed. This terrifying intensity bore down upon the Golden Crocodile Douluo like a mountain, rendering his breathing labored and causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Despite having previously gauged the strength of the Soul Extinguisher, the true magnitude of such overwhelming pressure stirred a palpable fear within him. The Golden Crocodile Douluo was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of a level 99 limit Douluo, an existence perched at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. Though there existed only a 1-level disparity compared to a level 98 Super Douluo, the chasm between them was akin to a vast abyss, with their powers starkly divergent. He had once sparred privately with Douluo, an experience that left an indelible mark on his memory, as Douluo toyed with him as if he were but a child, demonstrating an all-encompassing dominance with no room for retaliation. However, even when confronted by such a formidable adversary, the Golden Crocodile Douluo would never retreat an inch. "Very well, let us battle," he roared, his soul power erupting like a volcanic explosion, charging forward like a ferocious beast towards the Soul Extinguisher and instantly engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the remaining Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall were equally undeterred, unleashing their unique skills to engage in a breathtaking life-and-death conflict with the other evil Soul Masters. In an instant, The entire valley was engulfed by the ferocity of the battle, where the might of the tidal Douluo's assaults was astonishing, each strike imbued with cataclysmic power. Everything around them was obliterated in the wake of these terrifying attacks, as if the very fabric of the world were on the verge of being torn asunder. Yet unexpectedly, despite the Spirit Hall having the myriad soul power techniques of the Forgetting Worries Pavilion as their support in this fierce skirmish, they gradually began to gain the upper hand. Of course, there existed one notable exception: the Golden Crocodile Douluo. The disparity between a level 99 limit Douluo and a level 98 super Douluo was simply too vast, a gap that could not be bridged by mere techniques of soul power. Throughout the entirety of the conflict, the Golden Crocodile Douluo found himself utterly suppressed by the Soul Extinguisher, with no means of countering. The Soul Extinguisher keenly sensed the changes among the titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall, which starkly contradicted the intelligence he had gathered. Their utilization of soul power and the velocity of their soul power recovery were markedly different from what had been described. Just as the Soul Extinguisher found himself distracted by this anomaly, the Golden Crocodile Douluo seized upon this fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he activated his martial soul's true form, channeling all his strength into his ninth soul skill, propelling himself towards the Soul Extinguisher like a blazing meteor. In the face of this sudden onslaught, the Soul Extinguisher's reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. He sensed the imminent danger almost instantaneously, preparing to defend, only to discover a mysterious youth had inexplicably appeared before him. Beneath this youth's feet, a wondrous pattern emerged, seemingly conjured from the void. This pattern radiated an extraordinary luminescence, enveloping both the Soul Extinguisher and the Golden Crocodile Douluo. In that very instant, he felt as though an invisible force had ensnared his body, rendering him utterly immobile. Regardless of how he struggled and resisted, it was to no avail, just as he was about to expend all his might to break free from this enigmatic force. The Golden Crocodile Douluo's strike surged forth like a bolt of lightning, leaving no time for the Soul Extinguisher to react. With a resounding crash, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's attack collided fiercely with the Soul Extinguisher's visage. The impact was tremendous, plunging the Soul Extinguisher into darkness, his head ringing as if the entire world were spinning chaotically around him. Following this, his body was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, tumbling uncontrollably before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 138, Discovered. Observing this turn of events, the Golden Crocodile Douluo let out a furious roar, akin to an enraged beast, swiftly rallying those around him to charge out of the valley like a tempest. He mused to himself, "Although that individual is not a physical cultivator, I possess considerable confidence in my offensive capabilities." However, in that fleeting moment, he inexplicably felt an enhancement in his strength, igniting a spark of confusion within him. What puzzled him further was that the opponent had stood his ground, showing no intention of defense, brazenly withstanding his fierce assault. Was it intentional? A twinge of unease flickered across the Golden Crocodile Douluo's mind. Yet he swiftly dismissed the thought. After all, the might of a level 99 limit Douluo was not to be trifled with. That last strike would only inflict minor injuries at best. There was no time for hesitation. The Golden Crocodile Douluo made a decisive call. Realizing that while the opponent was still reeling from the recent blow, he must lead everyone to escape the valley immediately to avoid falling into a more perilous situation. At that moment, Yi Zifeng's complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, his steps faltering as he followed the others in a frantic dash out of the valley. Just moments prior, Yi Zifeng had unleashed the formidable skill, Wind After Strange Gate, to immobilize the Soul Extinguisher, but the cost had been exorbitant, depleting over 90% of his soul power in an instant. Had he not procured some soul power recovery pills from his second sister before venturing here, he would have likely collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of movement. Meanwhile, the evil soul masters, having witnessed the Soul Extinguisher being sent flying, were momentarily stunned and at a loss, unsure how to respond to the unfolding situation. They could only watch helplessly as the members of the Spirit Hall swiftly fled the valley, vanishing from sight. Yet, unexpectedly, the Soul Extinguisher did not allow them to escape so easily. His countenance darkened ominously, akin to a storm cloud, as he swiftly returned to the valley. In that fleeting moment, the Soul Extinguisher had felt a disconnection from the surrounding space and time, as if a formidable force had anchored him in place, rendering him immobile. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense that, at that very instant, the Golden Crocodile Douluo had experienced a surge in power. Undoubtedly, All of this was intricately tied to the mysterious youth who had suddenly appeared. Realizing that he had inadvertently allowed the members of the Spirit Hall to slip away due to his momentary oversight, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within the soul extinguisher, his aura erupting like a tempest, sweeping through everything around him. Observing the surrounding evil soul masters languidly standing by, devoid of any intent to pursue, the soul extinguisher's fury erupted like a volcano as he bellowed at the evil soul masters. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and pursue them." His roar reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the valley, startling the evil soul masters into action as they shook off their stupor and exchanged uncertain glances. Yet, under the oppressive presence of the soul extinguisher, they soon sprang into action, charging like famished wolves in pursuit of the fleeing members of the Spirit Hall. As the formidable Maihan led a throng of evil soul masters with great urgency to the outskirts of the valley, his gaze was abruptly captivated by a figure not far ahead. It was a person clad in tattered garments, their body trembling slightly, and their face shrouded in an ominous pallor, as though enveloped by an unseen pressure. Upon closer inspection, Maihan realized that this individual was none other than the malevolent spirit. The spirit stood facing the members of the Spirit Hall at a distance, the atmosphere between them charged with palpable tension, as if an explosive conflict was on the verge of erupting. The spirit, evidently aware of Maihan's arrival, wore an even more displeased expression and spoke in a low, grave tone. "Maihan, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or rest assured, this matter shall not be resolved so easily." Just moments ago, Douluo had found himself ensnared by the spirit, unable to extricate himself. However, at that critical juncture, the golden crocodile, Douluo, suddenly appeared like a wraith, leaving the spirit momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity while the spirit was distracted, Douluo unleashed a fierce assault, his power striking like thunder, propelling the spirit deep into the earth. After a strenuous struggle, the spirit managed to claw its way from the depths of the ground. Yet, just as he regained his footing, Maihan and his companions were hot on his heels, pursuing him relentlessly. Maihan immediately recognized the spirit's disheveled state. Understanding that this predicament stemmed from his own previous oversight in allowing the enemy to escape, resulting in this dire situation. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, but quickly utilized his soul power to relay the events that transpired in the valley to the spirit in detail. Upon hearing Maihan's account, the spirit's expression darkened further. After exchanging a knowing glance with Maihan, they both turned their gaze towards Yi Zifeng, who was concealed among the members of the Spirit Hall. The individuals from the Spirit Hall, sensing the attention of these two formidable fighters upon themselves, followed their line of sight, ultimately settling their gaze on Yi Zifeng. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Yi Zifeng was immediately gripped by unease, sweat beading on his forehead. He understood all too well that his presence had been thoroughly exposed. After all, he had been in such close proximity to Maihan in the valley, and given Maihan's strength and vigilance, it was only natural for him to detect Yi Zifeng's existence. Unable to withstand the collective gaze any longer, Yi Zifeng stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the assembly. "Greeting, esteemed Signor. I am the junior, Yi Zifeng, here to pay my respects to you all." Yi Zifeng clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. Upon hearing his name, the expressions of Douluo, the spirit, and Maihan shifted slightly. They exchanged glances, instantly deducing Yi Zifeng's identity. Douluo pondered internally. Could this Yi Zifeng be the third master of the Wanyu Pavilion? It is said that his calculations are remarkably accurate, capable of discerning fortune from misfortune. Seeing him today, one can indeed affirm his reputation. The spirit smirked, a hint of amusement gracing his lips, reflecting on how this young man was a disciple of Mr. Li. Observing his youth coupled with such impressive strength, one could only surmise that his future was boundless. Conversely, Maihan's demeanor grew dark and foreboding, his gaze fixated on Yi Zifeng as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "What an impressive Yi Zifeng! To have managed to restrain me, even for a fleeting moment, is no small feat. Truly worthy of being Mr. Li's esteemed disciple." Upon hearing Maihan's words, the golden crocodile, Douluo, experienced a moment of enlightenment. He suddenly grasped why Maihan had hesitated during their fierce battle in the valley, and why his own power had surged unexpectedly. With newfound clarity, he turned to fix his piercing gaze upon Douluo. Simultaneously, Douluo felt the weight of the golden crocodile, Douluo's scrutiny, and the implications of Maihan's words ignited a spark of astonishment within him. It is well known that in confrontations among elites, Victory or defeat often hinges on mere moments. The fact that Yi Zifeng could momentarily restrain an ultimate Douluo, even if just for an instant, was indeed unfathomable. Moreover, according to Qian Douluo's perception, Yi Zifeng had only just begun to step into the realm of Soul Douluo. Yet, this individual of merely Soul Douluo caliber had managed to momentarily bind an ultimate Douluo, a feat that defied belief. At that moment, not only Qian Douluo, but all present, whether from the Spirit Hall or among the evil soul masters, cast their astonished gazes toward Yi Zifeng. They were acutely aware of the monumental significance of being able to restrain an ultimate Douluo, even if for a mere instant. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Yi Zifeng felt a tightening in his chest, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He recognized that his actions had drawn attention, and if he did not clarify the situation swiftly, the consequences could be dire. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he stepped forward and raised his voice. No, esteemed senior, you flatter me. Had it not been for your momentary distraction during battle to observe the conditions of other fronts, how could I have seized such an opportunity? It was entirely due to your lapse that I was afforded this chance. His voice carried a hint of trepidation and unease, as if fearful that his explanation would not be accepted. So please, esteemed seniors, do not misinterpret this. It was merely a stroke of luck. Yi Zifeng insisted, waving his hands dismissively, a humble smile gracing his features. However, his words did not garner the attention of those present. Regardless of how modestly he portrayed himself, the facts were undeniable. He had, indeed, succeeded in restraining an ultimate Douluo in that fleeting moment. Even if Maihun had genuinely been distracted, seizing that fleeting opportunity to launch a surprise attack and bind an ultimate Douluo was no trivial matter. It required an exceptionally precise understanding of the battlefield, where a second more or less could lead to failure. Yi Zifeng's ability to grasp that moment with such precision was nothing short of remarkable. Nonetheless, the focus of the crowd quickly shifted away from Yi Zifeng as they began to calmly analyze the current situation. It was evident that the Spirit Hall was at a disadvantage in this battle against the evil soul masters, having fallen victim to an ambush that resulted in significant casualties. Yet, Qian Douluo did not depict any signs of panic. He understood that although the present circumstances were unfavorable for the Spirit Hall, they were not without support. The two great empires and the upper three sects stood allied with them, and these formidable allies would not idly allow the evil soul masters to claim victory. However, as he contemplated this, the spirit's subsequent remarks began to sow seeds of doubt within him. Are we truly relying on those two empires and the upper three sects to come to our aid? I fear they will not arrive. The spirit's lips curled into a sly smile, seemingly well aware of Qian Douluo's thoughts. They are eagerly anticipating the outcome of our confrontation. Do not underestimate the selfishness of human nature, the spirit continued, his tone infused with a profound understanding of humanity. Listening to the spirit's words, Qian Douluo could not help but feel a twinge of uncertainty. He pondered, could those allies truly be so indifferent to the greater picture? Nevertheless, the spirit's assertion was not without merit. Never underestimate human selfishness. This phrase echoed in Qian Douluo's mind, causing him to waver in his judgment of the situation. Moreover, with their side already suffering heavy losses and clearly at a disadvantage, perhaps it would be prudent to consider a temporary retreat. Qian Douluo furrowed his brow tightly, succumbing to deep contemplation. After a period of profound contemplation, Qian Douluo ultimately resolved to speak with a grave countenance to the malevolent spirit, declaring, if the annihilation of souls is indeed, as you assert, and if the two great empires along with the upper three sects choose to remain indifferent, then perhaps we should consider a truce at this very moment. Although we have sustained considerable losses, your endeavor to vanquish us in one fell swoop will not be a simple task. Even if you were to achieve a Pyrrhic victory, it is likely that they would seize the opportunity to profit from your plight. Within Qian Douluo's words lay a sense of resignation, yet simultaneously, they conveyed his decisiveness and sagacity. Upon hearing Qian Douluo's pronouncement, the malevolent spirit and the annihilation of souls erupted into laughter. Ha! Do you truly believe we have not anticipated this? We have meticulously established an ancient formation here, a barrier as impenetrable as copper walls and iron bastions, sealing off everything in the vicinity, rendering any trace of energy incapable of escape. Furthermore, once you meet your demise, this formidable formation will siphon your power, fortifying us and making us even more formidable. Once we eliminate you as obstacles, we shall reclaim our peak strength, and confronting them will be as easy as pie. At this revelation, a sense of urgency gripped Douluo, prompting him to concentrate and attune himself to the surrounding environment. Indeed, he detected an unusual wave of energy. Though faint, it was unmistakable. His countenance darkened considerably, and he inwardly lamented the dire situation at hand. Similarly, Yi Zifeng sensed an unease from the onset of battle, though he could not pinpoint its source. At this moment, the adversary had unwittingly revealed the existence of the formation, awakening his realization that his persistent discomfort stemmed from this hidden array. Chapter 140. In the face of life and death, enlightenment of the mysterious gate. As both factions engaged fiercely in combat, Douluo was consumed with urgency, attempting repeatedly to breach the mysterious formation. Yet each attempt was thwarted by the malevolent spirit and the annihilation of souls. In contrast to Douluo's fervor, Yi Zifeng exhibited remarkable composure. He had quietly concealed his presence, gliding like a wraith along the fringes of the battlefield, completely suppressing his aura to avoid drawing any attention. With keen eyes, Yi Zifeng scrutinized the ancient formation. His curiosity was piqued, for he wielded the pinnacle arts of both the Wind Monarch's mysterious gate and the Martial Marquis's mysterious gate, granting him a unique understanding of formations. He meticulously observed every detail of the array, analyzing its intricacies. Gradually, he discerned several flaws within the formation, a hint of a confident smile gracing his lips. Yi Zifeng commenced utilizing his acquired mysterious gate techniques, deftly evading the formation's assaults while searching for a means to dismantle it. His movements were light and agile, as if he melded seamlessly with his surroundings. Through his relentless endeavors, he progressively uncovered and exploited the formation's weaknesses. With clever strategies, he unraveled the secrets of the ancient array. To his delight, as he continued to dismantle the formation, its potency waned. Douluo, the malevolent spirit, and the annihilation of souls inevitably noticed this peculiar phenomenon. However, the malevolent spirit and the annihilation of souls quickly perceived the underlying issue. Yi Zifeng was employing an extraordinarily intricate method to dismantle the formation. This revelation ignited a surge of fury within them. They were acutely aware that their previous failures were largely due to this insufferable boy. Now, this wretched youth had returned to wreak havoc, testing their patience to its limits. The malevolent spirit bellowed in a fit of rage, immediately unleashing a powerful soul attack towards Yi Zifeng. Engrossed in breaking the formation, Yi Zifeng suddenly sensed a terrifying wave of soul energy surging towards him like an avalanche, delivering a tremendous shock to his spirit. Nevertheless, Yi Zifeng was no novice. In that critical moment, he acted decisively, channeling his inner 8-ring soul power while fully activating the techniques of the Wind Monarch's mysterious gate, accelerating his speed to the utmost, dodging away like a bolt of lightning. However, despite Yi Zifeng successfully evading the malevolent spirit's direct assault, the terrifying residual wave of soul energy struck him like a tempest. With a resounding crash, Yi Zifeng's body was hurled backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily against a distant wall before collapsing to the ground. The malevolent spirit, astonished that Yi Zifeng had evaded his attack with such ease, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Zifeng's remarkable agility and reflexes, leading to a newfound respect for the boy's abilities. Exchanging glances with the annihilation of souls, the malevolent spirit communicated through soul energy, stating, "This brat is too troublesome. His skills are ever-evolving and exceedingly vexing. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, I shall personally deal with him." The annihilation of souls did not contest the malevolent spirit's decision, having previously fallen victim to Yi Zifeng's cunning in the valley. Aware of Yi Zifeng's peculiar abilities, he held a deep-seated wariness towards the boy, nodding in agreement with the malevolent spirit's plan. With the annihilation of soul's affirmation, the malevolent spirit turned sharply and charged towards Yi Zifeng with incredible speed, like a bolt of black lightning, arriving at Yi Zifeng's side in an instant. Meanwhile, the annihilation of souls continued to confront Douluo, assuring the malevolent spirit, "Do not worry, I shall keep Douluo occupied. Quickly eliminate that brat and return at once to avoid any prolonged complications." However, just as the malevolent spirit was about to engage with Yi Zifeng, an unsettling feeling gripped him, a premonition of foreboding. He sensed as though a pair of eyes were watching everything unfold from the shadows, an unsettling sensation that briefly unsettled him. Yet, This feeling dissipated as swiftly as a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Nevertheless, a ripple of unease lingered in his heart, soon dismissed. After all, he and the annihilation of souls stood at the pinnacle of the soul master world. Their perceptive abilities were unparalleled. Who could possibly evade their notice? Thus, he dismissed this as merely a minor hitch in their plans, perhaps a sign that the annihilation of souls was overthinking the situation. At that moment, the malevolent spirit recklessly dashed towards Yi Zifeng, his speed unparalleled, akin to lightning cleaving the heavens. Douluo, though desperate to thwart the malevolent spirit's advance, found himself ensnared by the annihilation of souls, unable to extricate himself. Witnessing the malevolent spirit pounce upon him like a ravenous tiger, Yi Zifeng's heart raced with terror, leaving him with but a singular thought: escape. Without hesitation, he opted for the optimal strategy from the 36 stratagems: retreat. In a flurry, he hastily consumed a pill while fervently channeling the techniques of the Wind Monarch's mysterious gate, hoping to elude the malevolent spirit's pursuit. Qian he invoked, employing the illusionary barrier technique. Sun he invoked, invoking the merits of sandalwood. Zhen he invoked, summoning the earth dragon's movement. With frantic fervor, he unleashed the 8 gates transportations. His techniques were deployed recklessly, and he consumed pills with abandon as if they were of no consequence. As he devoured the pills, he continued to cast a myriad of techniques, as though they were inexhaustible. However, as time passed, the quantity of pills Yi Zifeng had amassed dwindled rapidly, soon reaching depletion. Concurrently, the space available for his escape was increasingly constricted and sealed by the malevolent spirit, leaving him with fewer and fewer routes of flight. The malevolent spirit had expended considerable time in its pursuit of Yi Zifeng, primarily due to the multitude of elusive techniques employed by this cunning individual. He persistently evaded capture, his every maneuver aimed solely at fleeing, rendering the spirit's attacks utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, the spirit was not entirely oblivious. It gradually discerned that Yi Zifeng's condition was deteriorating. With unwavering resolve, it unleashed a formidable strike, intent on vanquishing Yi Zifeng in a single blow. Yi Zifeng watched helplessly, his heart engulfed in despair. His thoughts began to drift uncontrollably, conjuring memories of happier times. Those moments filled with laughter, warm embraces, and genuine friendships flashed before his mind like scenes from film. Yet, as he realized that these cherished memories were about to slip away, an indescribable sorrow surged within him. As Yi Zifeng wallowed in nostalgia, a phrase from his elder sister, Yahanyu, pierced through his reverie. The wind gate of the Feng Ho has no inherent flaws. It is merely that your central palace is misaligned. Reflect deeply on this, and think with intention. This utterance struck him like a bolt of lightning, jolting Yi Zifeng back to reality. He pondered the phrase repeatedly, particularly the words "think with intention," which seemed to serve as a key to unlock the door of wisdom. Closing his eyes, Yi Zifeng calmed his mind, allowing his thoughts to fully immerse in this phrase. Suddenly, an astonishing idea flickered in his mind, as fleeting and radiant as a shooting star in the night sky. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of the Feng Ho's wind gate, with all enigmas unraveling before him. However, confronted with the current predicament, a wave of unwillingness and helplessness surged within him. I have only just comprehended the Feng Ho's wind gate. Surely this cannot be. Yi Zifeng exclaimed in disbelief, his heart brimming with reluctance and despair. Just as he prepared to resign himself to his fate, a cold and authoritative voice resonated from the sky above. Arrogant. The 2 syllables thundered in Yi Zifeng's ears, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Instantly, a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the ancient formation into fragments. Accompanying this voice was a brilliant bolt of lightning and a searing aura, both racing toward the malevolent spirit and Yi Zifeng himself. Chapter 141. The Martial Soul Fusion Technique. Evil Soul Annihilation. The malevolent spirit was struck by the white lightning, unable to react in time as it was hit, its body convulsing violently before being sent flying. Simultaneously, Yi Zifeng found himself enveloped in the protective aura formed by the powerful energy, sustaining not a scratch. In that instant, the ancient formation appeared to be rent asunder by an unseen hand, and the once tumultuous battlefield fell eerily silent. All combatants ceased their actions, their gazes fixed on the source of the voice. There, a young man clad in a black robe materialized, seemingly standing upon the void itself, yet exuding an unshakable steadiness. He stood slightly bowed, surrounded by swirling white lightning akin to a tempest of raw energy, with himself at its core, commanding everything. "Who are you?" the malevolent spirit questioned, stifling its chest pain as it regarded the enigmatic figure with wariness. Its body was charred from the lightning strike, clearly suffering significant injury. "Mr. Li," a voice exclaimed, the astonishment evident as Qian Daolu gazed at the young man, clearly taken aback by his sudden appearance. Yezefeng's attention turned to this mysterious figure, studying him intently. He noted the striking resemblance to his master, albeit with subtle differences. Yezefeng surmised that this individual must indeed be the reinforcements his master had mentioned. And indeed, as Yezefeng had conjectured, this enigmatic young man was none other than Li Changsheng. Yet, he was not entirely the Li Changsheng known. He was, in fact, a malevolent doppelganger of Li Changsheng. Yezefeng's deduction was entirely correct. However, this entire scenario had been observed by one individual, the malevolent Li Changsheng, who had been present all along, concealed in the heavens and choosing not to reveal himself. The reason for his covert observation stemmed from his knowledge that Yezefeng's understanding of the Fengho's Windgate had reached a bottleneck. Fully aware of the significance of this impasse for Yezefeng, he resolved to utilize this life and death struggle to facilitate Yezefeng's complete comprehension of the Windgate. Now that Yezefeng had successfully grasped its essence, the malevolent Li Changsheng would no longer remain a passive spectator. He would intervene personally to bring this farce to a conclusion. Indeed, in the eyes of the malevolent Li Changsheng, this entire conflict had merely been a farcical spectacle. His true concern lay solely with Yezefeng's safety and his ability to fully comprehend the Windgate. The lives of the others were of no consequence to him. In his view, they were inconsequential and devoid of value. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all present, the malevolent Li Changsheng strode deliberately toward Yezefeng. A hint of irritation crossed his visage as he admonished, "You fool! Only now do you comprehend the Windgate. I have already provided you with hints, and yet you remain so sluggish." With that, the malevolent Li Changsheng raised his hand as if to administer a lesson to Yezefeng. Sensing the impending reprimand, Yezefeng instinctively recoiled, hastily explaining, "Master, I understand your greatness. How could I ever hope to compare? You are a genius among geniuses, while I am but an ordinary disciple." Upon hearing Yezefeng's words, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered across the malevolent Li Changsheng's lips, though it vanished almost instantly, his expression reverting to its customary coldness. "Umph. You certainly possess a way with words. However, do not presume that this will absolve you from punishment." As he spoke, he raised his hand once more, preparing to deliver a reprimand. Yezefeng, now thoroughly alarmed, trembled and cried out, "Master, I was wrong. I truly recognize my error. Please, spare me this once." At that moment, the malevolent Li Changsheng halted his actions, his gaze fixed upon Yezefeng, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a brief pause, he slowly lowered his hand and declared, "Very well. I shall let you off this time. However, remember, do not speak so foolishly in the future." Yezefeng, relieved as if pardoned from a grave sin, eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, master, I shall remember." Yet, just as Yezefeng exhaled in relief, the next words from Li Changsheng plunged him back into shock. "Additionally, what you said earlier was incorrect. I'm merely a fragment of my true self." The malevolent Li Changsheng's voice, though not loud, reverberated across the battlefield like a clap of thunder. Upon hearing this revelation, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, whispers erupting amongst them. "Wait, this is just a fragment of Mr. Li. How powerful must his true self be? Indeed, this is extraordinary. It seems we have underestimated Mr. Li." The malevolent Li Changsheng paid no mind to the murmurs, turning his attention to the malevolent spirit and the Soul Annihilator, disdainfully and coldly stating, "You two may come at me together. The sooner you finish, the sooner you may depart." Exchanging glances filled with fury, the malevolent spirit and the Soul Annihilator quickly regained their composure, methodically analyzing the current situation. The opponent's strength had evidently surpassed their expectations, and if they were to face him alone, their chances of victory appeared exceedingly grim. Thus, they resolved to cast aside their grievances and unite against this formidable foe. Subsequently, both individuals simultaneously manifested their true martial spirits, unleashing an overwhelming wave of soul power. This spectacle left all present in sheer astonishment, for they had never witnessed such an extraordinary release of soul energy. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the malevolent spirit and the Soul Reaper executed a shocking soul technique, the fusion skill known as Evil Soul Annihilation. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, and a chilling wind howled, as if the entire world had been engulfed by shadows. Astonishingly, the corpses of the fallen soul masters began to levitate, releasing something utterly unexpected: souls. These ethereal entities drifted like phantoms through the air, then surged toward the malevolent spirit and the soul reaper like a tide. In this eerie tableau, the figures of the malevolent spirit and the soul reaper gradually became indistinct, ultimately vanishing without a trace. In their stead loomed a colossal and sinister specter, exuding an aura of boundless darkness that sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Even the distant observer, Douluo, felt the weight of gravity in his expression. He could distinctly sense his own strength being sapped by this shadowy apparition. Engaging in combat with such a being in this state would not only be a daunting task, but could also lead to severe injury. However, in stark contrast to the others, the evil Li Changsheng displayed an astonishing disdain for the looming specter, regarding it as nothing more than an inconsequential ant, utterly dismissive of its threat. Finally, the evil Li Changsheng coldly remarked, "You, mere ant, dare to challenge the might of a great tree? Such arrogance is absurd." No sooner had he spoken than he summoned his second martial spirit, the Luzu sword. With the sword's emergence, a formidable aura erupted from him, instilling a sense of trepidation in those nearby. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Surrounding evil Li Changsheng were a total of 9 soul rings. These rings glimmered in a sequence of red, 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 gold, 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 each radiating a dazzling light that was almost blinding. This explosive configuration of soul rings struck like a thunderclap, leaving the onlookers in a state of disbelief, their faces marked by incredulity. Most notably, Qian-Oliu's eyes widened in shock as he stared in disbelief at the soul rings adorning evil Li Changsheng. He was acutely aware that a configuration of 6 red and 3 gold rings represented an unparalleled existence, while others might not grasp the significance of the golden rings. Douluo, as a seasoned soul master, understood all too well. Those golden rings either signified a million-year soul beast or a divine ring. Furthermore, he knew that divine soul rings could never attain the brilliance of a golden ring. Rubbing his eyes and closing them before reopening them, he seemed to be attempting to convince himself that all of this was merely a nightmare. However, when a malevolent specter glimpsed the configuration of soul rings on evil Li Changsheng, their hearts were struck as if by a heavy hammer, leaving them nearly speechless with shock. The color of those soul rings was golden. How could this be? Golden soul rings were an exceedingly rare phenomenon, indicative of a soul master's power reaching staggering heights. Even the martial spirit fusion technique paled in comparison to the presence of those golden rings. In that moment, as the two were nearly overwhelmed by this revelation, they understood the terrifying force contained within those golden soul rings. If time could rewind and grant them another chance, they would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. For in the face of such golden rings, any hesitation would not only signify a lack of respect for this formidable power, but also a disregard for their very lives. Yet, the harsh reality was that they had no path of retreat. They could only grit their teeth and summon every ounce of strength to seek out the nearly imperceptible glimmer of hope. Thus, the malevolent spirit and the soul reaper took a deep breath, unhesitatingly igniting their blood essence, channeling all their might as if they were frenzied beasts, recklessly pouncing toward evil Li Changsheng. Observing this, evil Li Changsheng merely scoffed, reciting an incantation. Heaven and earth, righteousness endures, not seeking to slay immortals, but to cut down demons and gods. As he completed the incantation, his aura swiftly retracted like a receding tide, merging him with the surrounding environment. However, in that fleeting moment, the Luzu sword in his hand suddenly emanated an unmatched sword aura, awakening like a slumbering dragon, roaring skyward. In an instant, azure light burst forth, enveloping the entire battlefield in a fierce sword energy. This blade force swept across the area like a tempest, tearing through the void with sharp, piercing cries. The potency of this sword aura was astonishing, imbued with an indomitable momentum, as if it sought to obliterate everything that dared to stand in its way. At this breathtaking moment, time seemed to come to a standstill for evil Li Changsheng. He moved with the swiftness of a specter, wielding the Luzu sword with an unbelievable speed, every swing imbued with unparalleled strength and resolve. His figure, illuminated by the sword energy, appeared ever more imposing, as if he had become the very embodiment of justice, determined to eradicate all evil from the world. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, Evil, Li Changxing's sword energy clashed with the malevolent specter. Yet, contrary to expectations, these two formidable forces did not neutralize each other as anticipated. Instead, upon contact, an unfathomable surge of energy erupted, akin to a cosmic explosion that resonated through the souls of all present. Astonishingly, as the evil specter met the sword energy, it seemed to disintegrate as if made of paper, cleaved in two. The two halves of the malevolent specter began to dissipate slowly, as if they had never existed. However, even more astonishing was that the sword energy did not wane with the destruction of the evil specter. Instead, it surged forth as if endowed with life, racing toward the stormy clouds above. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy sliced through the sky like a bolt of lightning, striking the dense clouds. With a resounding crash, the once gloomy sky seemed to be ripped open. In that instant, sunlight burst forth like a refreshing spring from the rift, cascading down upon the earth. This long-awaited light dispelled the darkness, illuminating every corner and instantly lifting the spirits of all present. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirit and the soul reaper had been utterly obliterated, their fusion technique severed, leaving not a trace behind. Before anyone could fully process the scene, evil, Li Changxing vanished like a wraith, disappearing from sight with night sea foam in an instant, as if they had never been there at all, leaving the battlefield in mere moments. When the crowd finally realized that evil, Li Changxing had left, they awakened from their stupor, gradually emerging from their profound shock. However, what followed was not fear or regret, but a jubilant exultation and an uncontrollable exhilaration. Mr. Li had triumphed. A voice rang out, brimming with exhilaration and admiration. Indeed, we have triumphed over those vile, evil spirit masters. Another person echoed, a look of satisfaction illuminating their face. As cheers erupted in waves, the members of the spirit hall, under the leadership of Douluo, began to methodically restore order from the chaos. They swiftly cleared the battlefield, ensuring that no trace of the malevolent spirit masters remained. However, amidst this raucous scene, a few individuals stood out, appearing oddly out of place. They seemed almost frozen, staring vacantly at the menacing rift in the sky, as if drawn by an ineffable force, completely absorbed in an extraordinary state of being. Chapter 143, The Tiger Talisman. In the sunset forest, tranquility reigned. Within the eye of ice and fire, flames blazed fiercely, casting an orange hue upon everything in their vicinity. In this sweltering atmosphere, a solitary figure was intently manipulating the flames, continuously refining the medicinal herbs in his grasp. Beside him, a crimson gold long sword floated like a devoted sentinel, vigilantly surveying the surroundings to safeguard him, ensuring he could complete this crucial alchemical process in peace. As time elapsed, approximately an hour later, a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance began to waft from the eye of ice and fire. This scent, dancing with the flames, gradually spread outward, as if heralding the imminent success of the elixir's refinement. Li Changxing sensed the fragrance, a faint smile gracing his lips. He slowly retracted the Hunyuan burning flame, the fire obediently returning to his hand like a tame beast. As the flames dissipated, a perfectly round elixir slowly emerged. This elixir, translucent and flawless, shimmered with a soft glow, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. The last of the medicinal materials had finally been refined into an elixir. It was time to depart. Li Changxing spoke softly, his voice resonating with clarity in the stillness. As he spoke, he swiftly stowed the final elixir away, gesturing towards the Fengling sword. The Fengling sword, as if responding to a command, swiftly soared to his side, where he secured it within his storage pouch. In the next moment, Li Changxing moved with the swiftness of lightning, soaring into the air above the eye of ice and fire. He hovered in midair, gazing down at the eye, a wave of reflection washing over him. Yet, he did not linger long. With a casual motion, he retrieved 5 long swords of various colors from his storage pouch. Each sword corresponded to the 5 elements of gold: wood, water, fire, and earth, each shimmering with a unique radiance, clearly not of mundane origin. Li Changxing arranged these 5 long swords in a specific pattern in the air, forming a 5-element sword array. This array appeared as a colossal barrier, enveloping the entire eye of ice and fire in a protective embrace. At the instant the array was established, a familiar voice resonated in Li Changxing's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the eye of ice and fire. This is a remarkable achievement. The eye now belongs to you, and you have also earned 3 chances for a lottery draw. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Li Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. He understood the rarity of such opportunities for a lottery draw, and although the probability of drawing something golden was low, it was not entirely impossible. Thus, without hesitation, he opted for a single lottery draw, hoping to obtain a rare treasure. With a melodious chime, the system's notification echoed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired one of the 12 talismans of the Master from Jackie Chan Adventures, the Tiger Talisman. A wave of joy washed over Li Changsheng as he immediately accessed the skill introduction for the Tiger Talisman. The screen displayed, Tiger Talisman, balances Yin and Yang, splits the duality of good and evil, possessing the ability to harmonize one's own energy and avert energy conflict. Upon reading this, Li Changsheng felt a sense of reassurance. Reflecting, indeed, in the original story of Jackie Chan Adventures, aside from the Master, no one has truly harnessed the ability to balance Yin and Yang. He recalled the characters in the series, including the father and others, who could use the Tiger Talisman but merely separated good and evil aspects without complete control over these doppelgangers. In contrast, the Master was the one who could fully command the power of the talisman. Gazing at the Tiger Talisman's ability to balance Yin and Yang, a powerful thought surged within Li Changsheng. He stared at the talisman, as if glimpsing a glimmer of hope on his path to immortality. However, before embarking on this arduous journey, he had many matters to attend to. He was acutely aware that disseminating the law across the continent was a crucial step. It was his responsibility, a commitment to the heavenly Tao. After fulfilling this task, he resolved to journey to the far north to meet the Snow Empress, before setting forth on his path to immortality. After all, the road to becoming an immortal was fraught with greater challenges compared to that of becoming a deity. Deities, though powerful, are bound by rules, while immortals are the masters of those rules. Even if Li Changsheng could only grasp a portion of the rules after achieving immortality, it would be sufficient to elevate him beyond the realm of deities. With these thoughts, Li Changsheng sighed. The road to immortality was long and arduous, filled with the unknown and challenges. Yet, he remained undeterred, resolved to forge ahead. Adjusting his mindset, Li Changsheng soared through the skies like a meteor streaking across the heavens. Racing toward the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, he knew that there were matters awaiting his clarification there. Within the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, Yihan Yue and others stood silently nearby, their gazes fixed upon the leisurely tea-sipping, evil Li Changsheng. His demeanor appeared relaxed, yet concealed boundless depth. Feeling their scrutiny, evil Li Changsheng experienced a twinge of discomfort. He furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Stop staring. I am not the original, merely a doppelganger." His gaze particularly lingered on Yihan Yue, seemingly displeased by her peculiar look, before adding, "Especially you, Yihan Yue, refrain from looking at me with that odd expression." Upon hearing evil Li Changsheng's words, Yihan Yue felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, when she first laid eyes on evil Li Changsheng, she mistakenly believed him to be Li Changsheng himself. After all, this figure clad in a black robe bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Changsheng, both in appearance and demeanor. However, after some explanation from Yi Zifeng, Yihan Yue gradually accepted that the individual before her was merely a doppelganger. Nevertheless, her curiosity remained unquenched, prompting her to inquire, "Are you truly just a doppelganger? Yet, aside from your personality and attire, you seem virtually identical to the Master." Evil Li Changsheng, sensing Herlingering doubts, set down his teacup and slowly elucidated. "I am indeed the malevolent corpse severed from the original through arcane methods, representing his inner darkness." As Yihan Yue prepared to press further, she was abruptly interrupted by evil Li Changsheng. "Enough. I can sense the original approaching us. When he arrives, feel free to ask him any questions you may have." With that, he poured himself another cup of tea and resumed sipping. Chapter 144. Douluo obtains the elixir. Time passed slowly, each moment stretching out. At last, Li Changsheng arrived at the Forgetting Worries Pavilion. He gazed at the ancient and elegant structure, feeling no hesitation as he stepped directly inside. Upon entering the Forgetting Worries Pavilion, Li Changsheng's attention was immediately captivated by the scene within. He beheld the evil corpse leisurely savoring tea, while Yihan Yue and the others sat nearby, seemingly engaged in discussion. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Changsheng felt a surge of curiosity and swiftly approached them, inquiring with a hint of perplexity, "What is happening here? Why is everyone gathered together? Is there something of great importance?" However, before Yihan Yue and the others could articulate a response, Li Changsheng's doppelganger, the evil corpse, sighed in resignation and interjected, "At long last, you have returned. Your companions are exceedingly suspicious. From the moment I arrived, they have questioned my identity, and despite my explanations, their skepticism remains unwavering. The evil corpse paused momentarily before continuing. I find myself too weary to engage in further explanations. You should address them yourself. Taken aback by these words, Li Changsheng quickly regained his composure and turned to Yi Hanyue, clarifying, "This is merely one of my doppelgangers. There is no cause for concern." Yi Hanyue, noticing Li Changsheng's gaze fixed upon her, hastily replied, "Master, I initially mistook him for you due to their striking resemblance and feared you had been possessed by some entity." A trace of anxiety laced her voice, revealing her genuine concern for Li Changsheng's well-being. She continued, "However, now that I see you are unharmed, I am relieved." Suddenly realizing that her previous actions may have been inappropriate, Yi Hanyue bowed slightly towards the evil corpse, apologizing earnestly. "I am truly sorry, Master." Yet, the evil corpse disregarded her apology entirely, turning his head away and ignoring her presence. Observing this, Yi Hanyue felt a wave of panic, uncertain how to respond to the doppelganger's indifference. Standing there, she appeared somewhat flustered. At that moment, Li Changsheng, witnessing her awkwardness, shook his head in exasperation and chuckled. "Enough teasing her. Come back now." His tone bore a touch of fondness, as if he had anticipated the evil corpse's antics. As Li Changsheng's words echoed, a remarkable sight unfolded before them. The evil corpse, under the gaze of the onlookers, suddenly transformed into a streak of light, zipping back into Li Changsheng's body with the swiftness of lightning. Even though the spectators were somewhat prepared for this spectacle, the reality of witnessing it firsthand profoundly impressed upon them the magnitude of Li Changsheng's power. Just moments ago, that entity was indeed merely a doppelganger. Yi Zifeng elaborated on the doppelganger's capabilities, leaving everyone astounded. If just a manifestation could wield such strength, how formidable must the original be? Speculations began to swirl. Could Li Changsheng's true form be nearing divinity, perhaps even having ascended to godhood? This notion evoked both astonishment and trepidation among the crowd. While discussions ensued, Li Changsheng's gaze fell upon several unfamiliar faces that had appeared in the Wanyu Pavilion. His brow furrowed slightly, exuding a sense of curiosity as he inquired, "Who might these individuals be?" Yi Zifeng, hearing the question, promptly commenced the introductions. "This is Yi Zhilan, a relative of my second sister. They recently reunited." With that, he gestured towards Yi Zhilan. Yi Zhilan, perceiving the attention, smiled politely and introduced herself. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li. I am Yi Zhilan." Her voice was melodious and charming, imparting a gentle warmth. Li Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. His gaze then settled upon an elderly gentleman standing nearby. Although he was unaware of the elder's identity, the aura emanating from him and Yi Zifeng's introduction led him to form some conjectures. Seemingly attuned to Li Changsheng's thoughts, Yi Zifeng continued, "This is Poison Douluo. He has been of tremendous assistance during this crisis. Suffering from the afflictions of a soul poison, my second sister and I, through fortuitous circumstances, facilitated his soul's evolution. However, this merely alleviated his symptoms. The inherent flaws of his soul remain unresolved, allowing only for temporary suppression without complete healing. Although he appears to have returned to normalcy, this is merely a facade. We alone are aware that his soul's issues persist." Yi Zifeng spoke with evident concern. Hearing Yi Zifeng's words, Douluo felt a surge of warmth within his heart. He had never anticipated such selfless assistance from Yi Zifeng, which deeply moved him. Observing this, Li Changsheng nodded in understanding of Yi Zifeng's worry. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a jade vial from his robe and gently tossed it to Douluo, explaining, "This vial contains a pill known as the Xianlong Dan, a 5th-grade spiritual elixir crafted from celestial herbs such as the earth dragon golden melon and various other precious botanicals. Consuming it will aid in the further evolution of your soul, with the potential to successfully transform into a flood dragon." Douluo received the jade vial, his hands trembling with excitement. He was acutely aware of the rarity of the Xianlong Dan, recognizing it as an extraordinary opportunity. "Mr. Li, this is far too precious. Douluo am overwhelmed with gratitude," he stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him with a smile. "There is no need for such formality. This is what you deserve. Firstly, I appreciate your diligent care of the Wanyu Pavilion during this time. And secondly, consider it a small aid in the evolution of your soul. So, please accept it with peace of mind." Upon hearing these words, Douluo's sense of gratitude intensified. He promptly bowed deeply, solemnly declaring, "Thank you, Mr. Li. From this day forth, I, Douluo, vow my unwavering loyalty to the Wanyu Pavilion." Li Changsheng observed the unfolding scene, silently nodding in approval, as his impression of Douluo improved significantly. He mused, Douluo possesses commendable qualities. Not only is he formidable in strength, but he also values integrity. A subtle smile graced Li Changsheng's lips as he softly remarked, Douluo is indeed impressive. His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly within the ears of those around him. After expressing his thoughts, Li Changsheng's gaze shifted back to Yi Zifeng, his expression turning serious. For the matter at hand was of utmost importance, the impartation of his teachings.